Chapter 1. Feed these little wretches some pig slop, at least let them survive the night. Who? Who is speaking? Am I drunk and sleeping on the street? Rinhito slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness. The familiar ceiling of his home was nowhere to be found, nor the comforting glow of incandescent lights. The only illumination came from a series of dim oil lamps flickering in the corridor beyond the dark iron bars. What was happening? Rinhito jolted upright, his eyes darting around in a frantic search, his heart sinking with a sudden thud. Nothing around him was familiar. Iron bars divided one cage from another. The cold, hard ground beneath him sent a shiver through his body, and within the vast cage, ragged children huddled together, shivering in despair. He glanced down at his own delicate yet unrefined little hands, and a cold sweat broke out across his brow. I must be around 6 or 7 years old. If this isn't a dream, then there's a grave problem. These hands are not the rough, carefree hands of my former self. It was abundantly clear that this was not my body. Most alarming of all was the intense, fiery hunger gnawing at his stomach, a stark reminder that this was no dream. This is just absurd. Letting his arms fall, Rinhito managed a bitter smile, collapsing back onto the cold ground, struggling to accept the reality of his situation. He could confirm it. He had traversed worlds. Suppressing his hunger, Rinhito tightly shut his eyes, attempting to unearth the memories of his previous self from within this body. To his dismay, the mind of his predecessor was an empty void, cleaner than the tissues on his nightstand. My money. Rinhito was no stranger to the concept of reincarnation in his previous life. He had toiled in sales, and amidst client negotiations, he found solace in reading novels. He often grew weary of his monotonous existence, envying those who embarked on thrilling adventures through time and space. Yet now that it was his turn, Rinhito found himself utterly resistant to the idea of reincarnation. After all the effort he expended to save up a few tens of thousands at the very least, he wished to enjoy some of that wealth beforehand. The mere thought of his hard-earned money lying cold and lifeless in a vault, akin to himself, caused a sharp pain in his chest, leaving him breathless. However, he was still a person seasoned by the harsh realities of life. Aware of when to bow his head, this bizarre occurrence of reincarnation was not something he could resist at the moment. With that realization, his mindset gradually settled. Thank goodness, at least my memories from my past life remain intact, otherwise I would truly be lost. It was worth noting that in his previous life, Rinhito had been a somewhat renowned salesman, facing the challenges of numerous clients and demanding superiors with a steady demeanor. His mental fortitude was his lifeline. Silently adjusting his perspective, Rinhito reflected on everything he had seen upon waking. The windowless, dark cage, the cold, damp ground, the foul, stagnant air, and the ragged children, all of it exuded an aura of cruelty and despair. The only conclusion Rinhito could draw was that he was underground. Considering the presence of the illegally imprisoned children, including himself, this must be some clandestine base of a multinational criminal organization. As Rinhito pondered this, a sudden, jarring noise shattered the silence. Clang, clang, clang. He jumped in surprise. Damn it, are you ghosts? Can't you walk without making a sound? Rinhito muttered under his breath, then opened his eyes wide. By the faint glow of the candles, he spotted a cold, middle-aged man clad in a gray burlap tunic, wearing a bizarre patterned iron headband, relentlessly striking the iron bars with a wooden stick. The man, expressionless, scattered handfuls of black pellets into the cage, covering the ground with them. Positioned near the edge of the cage, Rinhito sat up and picked one up, glancing at the retreating figure of the man, muttering to himself, "This guy must be insane. Wearing those holy socks as clothing, he's either a pervert or a weirdo." As he spoke, Rinhito suddenly froze, a flash of realization striking him, his pupils widening slowly. "I think I've seen this type of clothing before." In the next moment, the words Naruto sprang to mind, and waves of shock surged within him. Suddenly, he recalled the phrase he had heard before awakening. The pronunciation was alarmingly similar to the Yamete he often researched in AVI. That iron headband on the middle-aged man's forehead must be a forehead protector. With that thought, Rinhito looked down at the black pellet in his hand, his mouth watering. No, no, no. I can't jump to conclusions. Perhaps that guy is just a cross-dressing pervert with a gender identity disorder. Within the cage, the children scrambled to seize the black pellets from the ground, those who succeeded quickly stuffing them into their mouths, then rejoining the fray. Before long, the pellets vanished, and Renhito noticed several children hoarding multiple pellets, cautiously hiding them in corners, their eyes darting with suspicion at those around them. Meanwhile, those who had failed to grab any stared greedily at the others, some with a glint of hunger-driven malice fixed on Renhito's hand holding the pellets. It was hard to fathom that these mere 7 or 8-year-olds could possess such fierce gazes. Whoosh! A soft sound accompanied by chewing drew the attention of the other children toward Renhito. He swallowed the pellet, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. In times of poverty, one must first ensure their own well-being before aiding others. With only one pellet to his name and an agonizing hunger, it was prudent to prioritize his own needs. As the pellets settled in his stomach, a wave of fullness washed over him, warmth spreading through his belly. Renhito smacked his lips, marveling inwardly. Though the taste was less than palatable, akin to swallowing mud, its efficacy was outstanding. One pellet was equivalent to a full meal. Feeling the gnawing pain in his stomach gradually subside, Renhito shifted away from the already brawling children, finding a quiet corner to lean against the wall, trying to recall the plot lines for Naruto that he had once read. He wished he hadn't. The thoughts that flooded his mind were overwhelming. Damn it! Why are phrases like, I, Madara, shall call you the strongest, and how many floors can a bag of rice carry, spicy, sweet, and salty, running through my head? This is maddening. I've watched too many hype edits. Grumbling to himself, a smile crept onto Renhito's face as he softly mused. Ah, youth. As the candlelight dimmed further, Renhito closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. Uncertain how much time passed, Renhito was abruptly awakened by a harsh clamor, as a man in a white lab coat stood outside the cage, flanked by 4 or 5 individuals dressed as ninjas. The middle-aged man who had brought them food, now striking the iron bars with fervor. Get up, all of you. Stand by the cage. The middle-aged man bellowed, his shadowy gaze brimming with menace. The ragged children were startled awake, huddling together like frightened lambs. Renhito rose, keeping his head down, blending into the crowd while discreetly observing the movements of the figures outside the bars. Creak! The shrill sound of metal scraping pierced the air as the cage door swung open. Come out! Hurry! The middle-aged man continued to shout, producing a cacophony of sound. Renhito remained among the throngs, following the elderly man in the white coat into a narrow passage that seemed to stretch endlessly. The vast underground cavern was filled with stalactites. Droplets of water falling at the center stood a massive stone altar, stained with dark red blood, the air thick with a metallic aroma. In front of the altar stood a hooded man, completely shrouded, hands clasped behind his back, expressionless as he gazed at the imposing stone structure. Lord Inoue, the offerings for the dark god are prepared. A ninja, half kneeling behind a man, spoke with reverence and fervor. The man known as Inoue nodded silently, still facing away, his raspy voice breaking the silence. Where are the vessels? The ninja immediately bowed his head. All prepared this time. We have 152 vessels ready. Inoue nodded appreciatively, clearly satisfied with the number. Go prepare them. The dark god will remember your contributions. Upon hearing this, the half-kneeling ninja's face lit up with uncontainable joy. Amidst the throngs, children were herded from the dark entrances, expressionless cultists wielding whips, unleashing their brutality without restraint. Before long, the emaciated children were driven to the central altar, crammed together, trembling in fear, awaiting their unknown fate. The hooded figure of Inoue observed the anxious children on the altar, his bloodshot eyes filled with fervor, muttering low, frenzied incantations. As the children reached readiness, the once desolate mouth of the cave was once again inundated with a throng of people. Yet this time, emerging from within were countless adults with expressionless, gaunt faces. Among them were men and women, as well as elderly individuals with hair as white as snow. They varied in appearance, gender, and age, but shared one striking similarity: a pair of eyes that were mere whites devoid of color. Shuffling forward with a gait reminiscent of the undead, this group encircled the altar. Witnessing the offerings and containers in position, Inoue Yuki lifted his hood, revealing a face marred by grotesque scars. His eyes, saturated with bloodshot fervor, were predominantly white with scant black. Ah! Let the sacrifices commence. With a piercing scream from Inoue Yuki, the guards clad in ninja attire knelt in unison before the central altar, their heads bowed low, their lips whispering a cacophony of blasphemous incantations that sent shivers down the spine. Rinrin stood atop the altar, suddenly feeling as though the world was spinning around him, as if reality itself had warped. Even his mind felt rusted, functioning with agonizing obscurity. Cursed cultists, I cannot move. I must save myself. Though he was oblivious to the intentions of these deranged individuals, one thing was certain: they were up to no good. Just as Rinrin desperately struggled to regain control of his body, a horrific scene unfolded. The cultists produced a myriad of grotesque, dark red implements of torture, surging into the throng of adults like a meat grinder, unleashing a tempest of crimson carnage. Ordinary individuals stood no chance against these ninjas, let alone the fact that they possessed no will to resist. Not even a scream escaped their lips. Before long, the earth was stained with blood, the ground beneath the stone platform littered with severed limbs. With eyes closed, Inoue Yuki savored the metallic scent of blood in the air. Suddenly, his bloodshot eyes snapped open, and his grotesque visage contorted with rage. Not enough, still not enough. The offerings are too few. Slay some of the containers. A sharp roar erupted, and the cultists cackled maniacally, brandishing their tools of torture as they charged up the stone platform. Witnessing this, Rinrin's back broke into a cold sweat. Yet his body remained as immobile as a rusted machine, creaking ominously, unable to budge even a fraction. As the bloodstained blade was poised to slice through his neck, Rinrin felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety, his eyes nearly bursting with despair. It's over. The sharp edge of the axe swept past, and Rinrin felt the world spin violently, as though he were hurled into the air, only to crash back down with a muted thud. In his fading, darkening vision, a familiar headless body toppled slowly, raising clouds of dust. Damn it! The corpse has been separated. I'm done for. The thick, viscous blood soaked the stone platform, signaling the slaughter's conclusion. On the platform, only a few trembling children remained, their bodies shivering in fear, yellowish liquid dripping from their pant legs. Yet, despite their terror, they remained utterly motionless, bound by an enigmatic force that shackled their movements. In the throes of life and death, Rinrin's desperate will to survive ignited, granting him a flicker of movement. His solitary head lay askew on the ground, his unblinking eyes fixated on the pitiful children before him. E2D? Alas, how tragic! A multitude of thoughts involuntarily surged within his fading mind. They say death is a return to a warm embrace, that it is the source of all tranquility. Hasten, in my suffering. Take me to the beautiful sea of flowers on the other side. Take me to the vast banks of the river of oblivion. Let me taste the delectable broth of Mengpa. Wait, was Mengpa an old hag or a beauty? I seem to recall from a previous tale that Mengpa was at Sundara blonde lowly. No, Mengpa should not embody the image of golden-haired lowly. She ought to be a gentle, yet formidable woman. Suddenly, Rinrin froze, his solitary head twitching awkwardly at the corners of his mouth. Why am I still alive? Where's the promised sea of flowers? Where's the river of oblivion? Where's the beautiful Mengpa? Damn it, I was fully prepared to kick the bucket. Gazing at the headless corpse before him, Rinrin felt a twinge of embarrassment. So, even with my head and body separated, I'm still not dead. Moreover, inexplicably, he found himself able to sense his headless body. Aside from a slight disorientation in spatial perception, he could control every aspect of it. If he wished, he could effortlessly make his headless body rise and sprint 500 meters while holding his own head. Pursing his lips, Rinrin snapped back to reality, suddenly recalling a name hidden. This fellow seems to have an affinity for some cult, damn it. Could it possibly be this very cult? Rinrin harbored serious doubts that the mysterious cult Haydn had joined was the same one currently unfolding before him. On the stone platform, the carnage had ceased, and the last remaining child had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet even so, the child remained standing, utterly unable to move. From below, a cold voice resonated. Remove the gift and chop the rest into pieces to fill the blood pool, preparing for the next time. Yes, my lord. Rinrin could no longer remain passive. Chop into pieces? Without a head, I can still live, but how will I survive being minced into paste? As he witnessed Inoue Yuki grasping the child and approaching the passageway, Rinrin could no longer contain himself. Damn it, if I get caught, so be it. Better to live in disgrace than to die honorably. Initially contemplating playing dead to escape this cursed place, he never anticipated that this divine messenger would act so ruthlessly. Disregarding everything else, Rinrin let out a desperate cry. Wait! His voice echoed, bringing the entire cave to an abrupt silence. Rinrin, controlling his headless body, staggered to his feet as if intoxicated, clumsily picking up his head, a sheepish smile gracing his lips as he weakly implored, Big brother, could you take me with you? The cultists were utterly taken aback. Despite being ruthless executioners who would kill without a second thought, they found themselves shivering with fear at the sight before them, cold sweat trickling down their backs. As the group of fearsome figures looked upon them with trepidation, Rin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, tucked his head behind him and awkwardly stepped forward, stumbling as he followed the footsteps of Inoue. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, over half a year had passed, in a sealed room underground, filled to the brim with scrolls. Inoue sat cross-legged on the ground, a massive scroll laid out before him. March 24. Experiment. The effect of cutting on the immortal body. Method: knife cutting. Conclusion: tissue separation occurs, with no substantial damage inflicted on the subject. Upon suturing, the subject retains full mobility. After being finely minced, the subject's tissues tend to aggregate and restore, although the process is exceedingly slow. Notes: 1. The subject cannot be killed by conventional cutting. 2. That no signs of enhanced bodily tissues. 3. That the subject retains pain sensation. Continuously screaming and cursing during the experiment. March 26. Experiment. The effect of burning on the immortal body. Method: fire release. Conclusion: the immortal body exhibits no resistance to flames, similar to ordinary subjects. Tissues lose vitality temporarily when exposed to high temperatures. However, even when fully carbonized, the subject's tissues will regain vitality and aggregate, rendering it impossible to kill. Notes: the subject displays a strong tendency for self-restoration as long as there is sufficient nutrition. Any part can be restored. April 18. Experiment. The effect of freezing on the immortal body. Method: ice release bloodline limit. Conclusion: the subject's tissues are indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person, suffering from freezing erosion with no peculiarities. Once the freezing is removed, the body self-restores. Notes: the subject appears to have an intense aversion to cold, expressing particularly vehement curses. It is advised to utilize ice release ninjas for sealing. June 1st to October 1st. Experiment. The effects of hunger and desiccation on the immortal body. Method: wind release. Conclusion: desiccation proves entirely ineffective against the immortal body. However, hunger will gradually lead to the subject's demise, estimated to require a year. October 2. Experiment. The utility of the immortal body's tissues. Method: implantation into other experimental subjects. Conclusion: the experiment failed, with all 231 subjects perishing. The subject's tissues exhibit extremely strong corrosive properties, making it impossible to prevent them from killing the experimental subjects through any means. Notes: the immortal body does not appear to be a blessing from the dark god, but rather a curse. October 10. Experiment. The effect of lightning on the immortal body. Method: lightning release. Conclusion: lightning release not only fails to inflict damage, but significantly stimulates the subject's tissues, accelerating their restoration and inducing an intense feeling of hunger. Notes: it is advised not to utilize lightning release. Final conclusion: the immortal body cannot be killed through sealing, flames, lightning, or low temperatures, and can only be gradually annihilated through hunger. Furthermore, the experimental subjects exhibit no peculiarities, and chakra extraction is impossible. Final recommendation: starve it to death. Upon confirming that the scroll had reached its conclusion, Inoue furrowed his brow and slowly lifted his scarred face, apart from the immortal body. What was the only remaining blessing? No sooner had he voiced this thought than an elderly man clad in a white lab coat emerged from the darkness, humbly standing before Inoue, great god envoy. As per tradition, the brainwashing of the blessing has been completed, named Yearn. Once we obtain the blood of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, we can activate the curse, death by blood, one life for another. Very well, Inoue nodded, his expression remaining unchanged. Take good care of the blessing. No. Care for Yearn. He shall be our most lethal knight. The elderly man in the white coat understood that this god envoy had a particular fondness for shogi and recognized Yearn's significance in the envoy's heart, silently resolving to take excellent care of Yearn. And what about the immortal body? The old man inquired curiously. Inoue immediately froze, his previously relaxed brow knitting into a tight frown once more. He understood that Rin's existence had become a burden to the organization. This fellow, relying on his immortality, demanded he be fed a large bowl of military rations at every meal, and if denied, would resort to clawing at the walls to steal food from other cells that in less than a year, he had dug through an entire row of cells. After a long pause, Inoue cast a displeased glance at his oblivious subordinate and let out a heavy sigh. Has he been brainwashed? Upon hearing this, the old man in the white coat's face instantly turned bitter, responding despondently. He has been brainwashed, but the results are quite peculiar. Inoue raised an eyebrow. It seems the immortal body believes itself to be the embodiment of the dark god in the ninja realm, readily resorting to violence and cursing. As the old man began to elaborate further on his grievances, he was abruptly interrupted by Inoue raising his hand. Enough! Let the immortal body serve as a test subject for ninjutsu potency from now on. Also, is the sacrifice ready for 3 days hence? At this, the old man's expression sharpened, and he replied, everything is prepared. Having said that, he closed the scroll and hurriedly turned to leave. As Inoue departed, the elderly man, recalling the monstrous immortal body, let out a resigned sigh and turned to leave, muttering to himself, if it were up to me, I would starve this guy. He takes advantage of his immortality to eat recklessly. Military rations cost nothing. It's half my experimental budget. As the supervisor of this base, the old man was acutely aware of Rin's voracious appetite. To put it bluntly, the entire base's experimental subjects consumed a mere 100 to 200 military rations a day. Yet Rin, on the other hand, devoured 3 large bowls at each meal, his daily intake rivaling the total consumption of all the experimental subjects combined. Moreover, Rin had a penchant for visiting neighboring cells, turning the once quiet and serene dungeon into a veritable marketplace. The key issue was that, according to various surveillance results, this fellow was a thoroughly devoted fanatic. Within the base, numerous cultists had expressed dissatisfaction with the practice of confining Rin. Simply put, not only did he get along with the guards, but he also became a colossal burden to the entire organization. As he pondered this, the old man felt a twitch in his eye, overwhelmed by a profound sense of exhaustion. Damn it, after this sacrifice, I'll seal away this monster. In the cell, our protagonist, Rin, lounged leisurely against the iron bars, cheerfully bantering with the guard outside the cage. Jinkin, it's been months since I've seen you. Have you been out on duty? Upon hearing this, the guard, Jin, could only smile wryly and shake his head. Isn't it all your fault, you glutton? I've heard that most of the brothers in the base have been sent out to make money. When Rin heard the guard, who was named Jin, refer to him as a glutton, he unabashedly rolled his eyes, expressing disdain as he glanced at the guard. I'm not saying this to offend you, Jin-kun, but you simply lack generosity. In an organization, if they can't even guarantee the basic necessity of being well fed, how can they win people's hearts? Just look at our dark god cult. If they struggle to keep me, the embodiment of the dark god, fed, how can they expect everyone else to be convinced? Come on now. Clearly, this is a curse. The dark god must think you talk too much, the guard retorted sharply. Rin had repeatedly claimed to be the embodiment of the dark god, and initially, the guards had reacted by teaching this prisoner a lesson for insulting their faith. After enduring countless forms of torment, the exhausted guards reached a desperate conclusion. This individual was indestructible. As a result, a small faction of fanatics began to believe Rin's words. In their dim-witted minds, only the embodiment of the dark god could possess such power. and the gene that Rin referred to was among those whose faith was less than steadfast. Clang clang, lazily tapping on the cage, Gene prepared to end the idle chatter and resume his patrol. Wait, Rin extended his hand through the bars, grasping Jin's sleeve and grinning as he squinted his eyes. Jin-kun, let's chat some more? Why has everyone returned this time? I saw Captain Chuanpu just yesterday. Isn't he usually out earning funds? Jin yanked his sleeve back, countering Rin's tightly clenched fist with a swift strike, exasperatedly replying, I don't know, don't ask me. With that, he turned and disappeared into the dark corridor without a backward glance. TCH, stingy. Rin retracted his arm, which was swollen with a crimson stripe, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In his palm, he clutched a bright orange key tightly, a cold sneer echoing in his heart. Just moments ago, Rin had liberated this key from the waist of a guard. The specific cell it belonged to was unknown to him, yet that was of little consequence. The benevolent lord, whom Rin referred to, had recently returned from abroad and accepted the duty of overseeing this row of cells, and the string of keys at his waist was the key to those very cells. Whether or not this key opened his own cell was irrelevant. He had already seized the opportunity under the pretext of scavenging for food to breach the earthen walls of this row of cells. Initially, the guards attempted to repair the gaping holes between the cells. But each time they filled them, within mere days, Rin would dig them open anew. Exhausted and faced with no significant disturbances, the guards ultimately abandoned their efforts to mend the breaches in the walls. At first, many introverted prisoners loathed Rin's intrusions. However, ever since a grown prisoner had been slain with his neck bitten through one night, none dared to bully this creature who appeared merely 7 years old, yet was seemingly invulnerable to death. After all, a monster that neither slept nor died was a formidable presence. This led to a singular outcome. Rin roamed freely among the cells. With just one key, he could try each door in succession. Inevitably discovering a match in the corner, Rin gritted his teeth, his small face contorted in pain as he forcibly tore open his abdomen, inserting the brass key deep within. Almost immediately, he bore the discomfort of the foreign object inside him. Pressing down on the wound, before long, the injury began to heal, and Rin slowly lifted his head, an unusual white light gleaming in his dark eyes. Freedom, the secret lair of the heretics, like the sacrifices of the past 6 months. A multitude of ragged, terror-stricken children were herded into the vast cavern that housed the altar. The divine envoy, Yu, stood once more in the same position, his gaze fixated on the altar, fantasizing about the additional gamma that this offering might yield. Suddenly, a peculiar thought struck him. What if Rin's undying body, combined with the sunlit man's sorcery, death's dominion through blood, could grant him a powerful strategic weapon? If he could simply gather the blood of the strong on the battlefield, he could effortlessly control these so-called powerful beings. With this in mind, Yu waved dismissively at the elderly man in the white coat nearby. Divine envoy, how may I assist you? The old man inquired, rubbing his hands together, eager to please. What of the undying one? Yu scanned the crowd for Rin. The old man faltered, then grimaced, my lord, let's not involve that troublesome creature in such a significant sacrifice. As the principal investigator of the undying experiments, the old man understood Rin better than Rin himself. He viewed the boy as nothing more than a waste of food, utterly useless. Even a simple poison test resulted in no blood or fatal symptoms from him. And he would only clamor for more, failing to demonstrate any distinction between poison and sustenance, which infuriated the old man. Most importantly, sacrifices were serious matters. Having a fool who laughed and begged for food amidst such grim proceedings would surely provoke the wrath of the dark god. Seeing the old man evade his inquiry, Yu's expression darkened. All he wished to know was whether involving the undying one in the sacrifice could create an ultimate weapon, one that was both immortal and wielded sorcery. You will go, and I don't want to hear any more nonsense. The old man's head drooped lower at Yu's displeasure. Yes, my lord. Saying this, he beckoned to a cultist behind him. Bring forth the undying one. At once, the cultist turned and departed. That moment. In the empty cell block, Rin sat in a dark corner, muttering to himself if he was to escape, he couldn't carry unnecessary burdens. With that thought, his sharp nails tore through the skin of his forearm. Hissing as he extracted a square iron block from the mangled flesh, discarding it carelessly on the ground, the block hit the floor with a resonant clang, echoing through the hollow corridor, gathering his resolve. He endured the searing pain as he methodically tore open his left arm, left leg, right leg, and abdomen, retrieving 7 or 8 similar burdens from his flesh, gazing at the bloodstained weights on the ground. Rin blinked regretfully and murmured, "If it weren't for your inconvenience, I would never abandon you." Rising slowly, he leaped lightly a couple of times, cracking his knuckles with a smile curling at his lips. With a powerful push, in an instant, Rin slipped through the gaping hole in the cell wall and into the adjacent one, feeling the immense power coursing through his arms. Rin beamed, if his estimations were correct. He could effortlessly take down a lower ninja like the benevolent lord with sheer strength and speed. If he was to launch a surprise attack, his speed would allow him to eliminate one before dispatching the other. As for a middle-rank ninja, while he may not be able to defeat them, his almost instantaneous speed would enable his escape without issue. It was time to flee. Producing the key, he tested each cell door one by one. With a soft click, Rin's face lit up with joy. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the darkness outside the door. "Undying One, are you planning to escape?" "Who?" Rin jolted, quickly looking up that a guard clad in ninja attire stepped forth from the shadows. A mischievous glint in his eyes as he scrutinized the stealthy Rin in an instant. Rin recognized him as Zhu Kongping, a guard affiliated with the old man's laboratory. Zhu Kongping's gaze shifted between the key and Rin's youthful visage. Extending his hand mockingly, "Hand over the key. Spare us your futile tricks." Rin reluctantly extended his hand, placing the key into Zhu Kongping's palm, then glanced nervously over his shoulder. "Greetings, divine envoy Aikino Yu." He quickly stood at attention and bowed. Zhu Kongping was taken aback by Rin's sudden gesture. It was well known that Aikino Yu held immense authority among the cultists. Only the old man responsible for managing this underground lair was typically permitted to converse with Aikino Yu. Zhu Kongping hastily adjusted his posture and turned to look at In the next moment. A sharp pain surged through his spine, and he felt his body below the neck lose all sensation. Accompanying this was the mocking laughter of the undying child. "Didn't your ninja school teach you not to expose your back to an enemy?" With a dull thud, Zhu Kongping crumpled to the ground, disbelief flooding his eyes as he gazed at Rin. Why flee? Why betray the dark god? How dare you? How dare I?" Rin retorted, bursting into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face. After a prolonged fit of laughter, he finally wiped the corners of his eyes. "Over the past 6 months, you've inflicted 34,551 cuts upon me, burned me 13 times, struck me with lightning 5 times, starved me for 2 months and 4 days, and forced me to drink 6 bottles of lethal poison. But I forgive you." With that, a mocking smirk twisted Rin's lips. "The dark god? Ha! Let your dark god come to save you." His tone dripped with derision and contempt. Hearing this, even with his lower body incapacitated, Zhu Kongping's eyes blazed with rage, his face reddening as he howled like a rabid dog at Rin. "Silence, you cursed monster! How dare you question and insult the dark god?" Before he could finish, he violently spat blood, desperately twisting his head as he fixated on Rin's feet like a famished wolf. "The blasphemous monster, just wait. I will be the one to enact your punishment, to punish you. My teeth will suffice. I will crush you. I'll be waiting," Rin replied, picking up Zhu Kongping's ninja pouch, standing up with an impassive expression as he gazed down the corridor. "But now, I must take my leave. Forgive my absence, Mr. Zhu Kongping, for I have a rendezvous with my beloved freedom at the horizon." With that, Rin paused, delight shining in his dark eyes. With freedom? As soon as the words fell, Rin disregarded Zhu Kongping's furious roar and stepped into the darkness. Vanishing without a trace at the other end of the corridor, Rin circled around other cells, bypassing Zhu Kongping, striding purposefully in another direction. On this side of the altar, everything was prepared and ready. Jing Jinyong fixated on the seemingly abandoned passage, a creeping sense of unease gradually clouding his heart. "Where are your people?" Jing Jinyong coldly inquired of the elderly man in the white coat beside him. At that moment, the elder was fervently staring at the altar, and upon hearing Jing Jinyong's question, he was momentarily taken aback, forcing a smile as he replied, "My lord, perhaps they are delayed on the way. You know how disobedient that little monster is." With that, he casually summoned a cultist named Ren, instructing, "Ren, go urge them along. We cannot afford to let Zhu Kongping and the little monster delay the sacrificial ceremony." "Yes, my lord," Ren responded with a respectful bow, hastening towards Lin Ren's cell. Time passed, and Jing Yong's unease deepened, matched by the growing anxiety of the elder in the white coat. Suddenly, a ninja-clad Ren burst out from the corridor. His brows furrowed and panic etched across his face. My lord, Zhu Kong is gravely injured, and the unkillable monster has vanished. What? Jing Jinong exclaimed, his scarred face darkening ominously. Although Lin Ren was deemed worthless in the eyes of the elder, Jing Jinyong perceived him as a potentially formidable weapon, should he be trained properly. Beside him, the elderly man's expression shifted to one of peculiar delight tinged with anger, an almost comical struggle to suppress a laugh. That rascal has finally slipped away. Splendid. After all the chances I've given him, he's finally seized one. Unbeknownst to the elder, Lin Ren had not fled due to ignorance of the defenses, but rather out of fear that his own inadequacies would result in his recapture before he could escape far. After all, who could say whether these vulnerabilities were deliberately left for him by Jing Jinyong? At present, with the sacrificial ceremony underway, even if others wished to pursue, they had no opportunity to do so. Jing Jinyong was acutely aware of this. To abandon the sacrifice now in favor of chasing Lin Ren would undoubtedly incite the displeasure of the dark god. Continuing with the sacrifice while temporarily relinquishing the pursuit of Lin Ren would only allow him to escape further. This time, Lin Ren had triumphed. This seemingly devout little monster had audaciously humiliated the great messenger of the gods. Observing the skeptical glances of his subordinates, a wave of humiliation surged within Jing Jinyong. A man accustomed to high status, igniting a fierce shame, struggling to contain his seething rage, he gritted his teeth, forcing out a command with deliberate clarity. Prepare for the sacrifice. With that decree, the brutal slaughter commenced. Jing Jinyong's expression as dark as water as he watched vibrant lives extinguished before him, a vengeful thought brewing within. Damn little monster, you cannot escape. When I catch you, I will slice you into pieces, grinding your bones into dust, teaching you that being unable to die is the most excruciating fate. Meanwhile, Lin Ren, after a convoluted journey, finally emerged from the cult's secret base, shielding his eyes. His pupils gradually adjusted to the somewhat blinding light, and he gazed into the distance. There, an endless expanse of forest radiated a vibrant green teeming with life, stretching towards the horizon, with a cerulean river winding gracefully, merging seamlessly with the pristine sky that sparkled like a dazzling gem. Wisps of white clouds drifted across the sky, the pure white and deep blue harmoniously intertwined. Taking a deep breath, the stale and damp air of the underground base dissipated, replaced by the refreshing scent of grass and foliage. As a gentle breeze brushed against his face, carrying hints of camellia fragrance, Lin Ren beheld the world before him, never before realizing how beautiful the surface was, nor how precious the once ordinary freedom felt. Gradually, a sincere smile blossomed from deep within, replacing his habitual facade. All right, enjoying life is for the future. The most pressing matter now is to escape. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Ren, relieved of his burdens, felt his body become remarkably light. He surged forth, becoming a blur as he raced into the distance. Watching the verdant trees swiftly retreat, a sense of exhilarating liberation washed over him, even as he contemplated his next steps. For now, he must find a populated area to evade further pursuit. Although the elder in the white coat would prefer him to venture as far away as possible, that was no reason for complacency. It was well known that within the underground base lurked the rarely seen messenger, Jing Jinyong, the true leader. If Jing Jinyong sought to recapture him, the elder would have no grounds to dispute that. Thus, it was imperative to find a populated area to hide. Only then would these lowly cultists refrain from brazenly hunting him down. Moreover, cultists often had bounties on their heads, a detail he had learned while bound to the testing table. Enduring electric shocks. It was said that Jing Jinyong's bounty reached 20 million taels, with the remaining captains also having their own rewards. Reflecting on this, Lin Ren couldn't help but mutter in disdain. I should just report your illegal gathering to the authorities. Let them deal with you all. Lost in thought, he continued along the path, where the trees gradually thinned, and a light drizzle began to fall, revealing a muddy little road ahead. A surge of joy surged within Lin Ren. With a path comes the potential for people. By following it, he was certain to find a place where a crowd resided, allowing him to blend into the sea of humanity, relishing in his newfound anonymity. Time passed, and as evening approached, dark clouds obscured the sun, the rain falling incessantly. At the edge of his vision, a vast lake rippled with rain, and at its center stood a peculiar village with an eccentric architectural style. Lin Ren peered into the distance, noting the predominantly black steel structures entwined with various pipes of differing sizes. each building resembling a sword piercing the sky. A straight bridge spanned the inland lake, connecting both shores, leading directly to the village's entrance. What? Linren stared at the village ahead, his mind flooded with memories. After a long moment, he exhaled slowly. This can't be the village hidden in the rain, can it? Though his recollections of Naruto were scant, he was aware of Nagato, the formidable antagonist who had mercilessly razed Konoha to the ground. Such was his power that even Jiraiya fell victim to him while attempting to infiltrate the village. What fate awaited him? Would he be reduced to fish feed? But then a thought struck him, and he relaxed. As a mere lowly ninja, he was hardly worthy of such attention from the likes of them. With this thought, Linren's tense body slackened as he joined the throng of people crossing the bridge into the village. Moments later, as his turn approached, the rain ninja guarding the entrance, seeing only a drenched, unthreatening child, waved him through with impatience. Walking along the not-so-bustling street, he slipped into an alleyway. In the shadows, Linren leaned against the wall, his body relaxing all at once. Having tasted the freedom of the outside world, he could never bear to return to that dark, oppressive underground base. Looking up at the gentle rain falling, a genuine smile began to creep onto his lips. Finally, at long last, he was free. Is that so, Linren-kun? Just as Linren was lost in his thoughts, a mocking, raspy voice echoed from the darkness, sending chills down his spine. The voice sent shivers through Linren, causing every hair on his neck to stand on end. As the words lingered, a tall figure emerged from the shadows, revealing none other than the cult's messenger, Jing Jinyong, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. Jing Jinyong's scarred, menacing visage was illuminated, casting an eerie aura. Goodness, little brother, are you a dog? How could you possibly find me after I've run so far? Jing Jinyong had no intention of answering Linren's question. Suddenly intrigued by this individual he had scarcely noticed before, he countered, the unkillable one. Linren-kun, I am quite curious. Despite being brainwashed, what prompted your sudden desire to escape the base? Well, that's a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it? Absolutely. Jing Jung nodded beneath his hood, indifferent to the expenditure of a little time. In the eyes of the formidable shinobi, Ren appeared utterly inconsequential, posing no threat beyond his immortal existence. Especially since he was undeniably a seasoned jonin, observing that in no way you had no immediate intention to seize him, and instead seemed intent on toying with him like a cat with a mouse. Ren's mind flickered with a burgeoning scheme, yet his expression remained impassive as he calmly proclaimed, the reasons for fleeing the base are manifold. First and foremost, the food. While I am not particularly picky, enduring a diet of nothing but military rations is simply unbearable. You have no idea. I've been suffering from severe constipation lately, and each time I relieve myself is accompanied by localized bleeding. Speaking of which, the facilities at our base are far too exposed. Not to mention, we don't even have automatic toilets, let alone decent toilet paper. As he spoke, Ren grimaced, pressing his hand against his posterior. Indignantly lamenting, the toilet paper is far too coarse, it keeps aggravating my hemorrhoids. Listening to Ren's incessant ramblings, the corners of Inouye's mouth twitched uncontrollably beneath his hood. He had anticipated that this creature of immortality would expound on themes of freedom, dreams, or bonds. Instead, this individual could hardly stray from the topic of his discomfort, descending into crudeness that was simply astonishing. One would think that with immortality, trivial matters such as hemorrhoids would hardly warrant complaint. Did he ever consider the feelings of us mere mortals? Suddenly, Inoue paused, his scarred face contorting in agony, as if he had donned a mask of suffering. Damn it, he had let himself be drawn into this farce. It was infuriating how many trivialities Ren had spewed. No wonder that subordinate named Jean had warned me before my departure. If you encounter the immortal, do not engage in idle chatter. Simply apprehend him. Unbeknownst to Ren, who continued to prattle on, Inoue was caught in a tempest of thoughts. Moreover, we must address the drinking water issue at our base, the moment it touches my lips. It tastes of lime. I suspect our teeth have turned yellow due to consuming this unfiltered hard water. Enough? Inouye's deep, gravelly voice cut through Ren's enthusiasm, abruptly halting his monologue. Let us save the trivialities for the journey back. For now, we must return. As his words echoed, a palpable tension enveloped the alley, and Inoue found himself feeling considerably more at ease within this atmosphere. Ren, it seemed, emitted an air of irreverence that made Inoue wary of engaging with him further. He feared that another exchange would lead him to unleash his scorn. If that were to happen, The carefully constructed persona he had built would be utterly shattered. No. Rin's head shook vigorously, reminiscent of a rattling toy. While he recognized that he might not be able to resist this individual, he still needed to project a semblance of defiance. You can't just decide that for me. Before he could finish his protest, Inoue swiftly drew a kunai, launching it with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, aimed directly at Rin's feet. However, Rin was no longer the novice he once was. Boasting aside, his physical prowess had increased at least tenfold since his arrival. Along with his enhanced physique came a remarkable dynamic vision. The instant Inoue made his move, Rin reacted with the speed of the wind, propelling himself toward the mouth of the alley. He gambled that Inoue would not allow him to escape into the street, nor slip into the crowd. Clearly, he had gambled correctly. At the alley's entrance, Inoue's shadow clone appeared as if from nowhere. Holding a sharp kunai its feudal, Rin surged forward, charging like a bull, as he began forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Rin's calm voice rang out, causing Inoue's brow to furrow deeply. Impossible. How could this individual perform hand seals and utilize ninjutsu? The clone at the alley's mouth leaped high, evidently intending to abandon its form to block Rin's advance after a flurry of seals. Rin's chest expanded, and he spat toward the ascending clone. At that moment, Inoue's true form recognized the deception. Rin's gestures appeared convincing. Yet the seals he formed bore no resemblance to the great fireball technique. Even from the depths of the dark alley, Inoue could discern that he was merely flailing about. You fool, you seek your own demise. Inoue seethed, enraged at having been tricked yet again by this insufferable brat. It was hardly his fault, for individuals like Rin, who eschewed the rules of combat, were rare in the ninja world. Typically, a ninja would either conceal their jutsu until the opportune moment to unleash it, catching their opponent off guard, or they would rely on their raw power and strategy. But Rin, lacking speed and extraordinary chakra, relied solely on his audacity, embodying the very essence of shamelessness. You have provoked my wrath. Immortal, a chilling voice echoed from behind. That I had intended to bring you back intact. Now, I shall reduce you to a mere stick, dragging you back with me. Earth release. Earth spikes. At these words, Rin's heart sank. His clone had been bamboozled into the air, which meant this jutsu was indeed unleashed by the original. The alley's mouth loomed before him, and instinctively, Rin lunged forward, recognizing that as long as he could escape the oppressive darkness of the alley, he might still have a chance. Just then, an overwhelming force surged beneath him. In the next instant, Rin felt an unsettling sense of weightlessness. By the time he registered what was happening, his line of sight was level with the ground, and the anticipated earth spear had not materialized. How does it feel to be deceived? A pair of large feet entered his view. Inoue, fingers forming seals, looked down upon Rin with a mocking gaze. After a moment, he crouched down, slowly retrieving a sharp kunai from his ninja pouch, disdainfully tapping it against Rin's face. Rin let out a resigned sigh, his expression devoid of any awareness of his predicament. Gazing up at Inoue with innocent curiosity, Divine Messenger, what technique is this? There's no harm in telling you. This is Earth Release, heart beheading technique. Upon hearing this, Rin nodded, pressing further with his inquiry. Sir, you see, since I have already been captured, I doubt I will have many opportunities to flee in the future. Could you grant me a small request? Savoring his perceived victory, Inoue smirked cruelly before shaking his head without compassion. Rinkin, the only request you may make is for me to be swift when I dismember you. No. Rin, buried beneath the earth, struggled to shake his neck with great effort, seemingly unfazed by the impending brutality. That's not the request, Divine Messenger. I simply wish to ask, having run so far, how did you find me? Inoue's gaze instinctively dropped to Rin's chest. Immediately, he feigned nonchalance, yet Rin caught the subtle movement. In an instant, a memory surged into Rin's mind that he recalled being bound in the base's laboratory, iron chains firmly securing his limbs, and a rare black cloth hood obscuring his head. He then felt a brutal incision in his chest, a searing pain as though someone had viciously struck him with a shovel. At the time, he had assumed it was merely a routine experiment. Now, it seemed likely that they had tampered with his heart. After all, these cruel individuals had never shied away from experimenting on their own bodies. Moreover, in the ninja world, bizarre jutsus were not uncommon. Is at the heart, Rinkuin, you are quite astute. Inoue's lips curled into a cruel smile. But you are aware too late. Upon returning, I intend to mark every single bone in your body with this cursed seal. Listening to such inhumane declarations, Rin remained unresponsive, his eyes gradually closing as if embracing his fate. Witnessing Rin's silence, Inouye's expression twisted in confusion. He had envisioned Rin desperately struggling, pleading in his wretchedness, weeping profusely, none of which transpired. He knew Rin valued his freedom immensely. Otherwise, how could he have meticulously plotted his escape at such an opportune moment? Contemplating this, Inouye's fury escalated, and he violently yanked Rin's hair, his rough hand slapping Rin's face like a madman. Damn you. Why do you not struggle? Cry out. Perhaps one or two onlookers could be summoned. Perhaps they would come to your rescue. As he observed Rin's cheeks swollen and yet devoid of any reaction, Inouye felt increasingly as though he were striking a fist against cotton, which only served to heighten his fury. You beast, I will gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs. With that, the increasingly frenzied Inouye clawed at Rin's eyelids with his rough hands, forcefully gripping his eyeball. In that very moment, as Rin's eye was being seized, a soft sound echoed. Bang! Before Inouye, Rin, buried in the earth, erupted in a cloud of white smoke. In the next instant, a wooden stump appeared within the pit. Substitution technique. Inouye's pupils contracted sharply, a surge of panic flooding his mind. Damn it, the experiments indicated that an immortal creature could not extract chakra. How could this be? Where did this substitution technique come from? As he stood in shock, a heart, wrapped in paper and still pulsating, appeared beneath his feet without him realizing when it arrived. The faint hissing sound interrupted Inouye's thoughts. Not good. An explosive tag. But before his body could react, the blinding light of the explosion instantly engulfed him. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the entire dark alley was illuminated as if it were midday. Deep within the alley, drenched and clutching his chest, Rin gradually revealed himself, his eyes reflecting the flames. A mix of pain and satisfaction etched on his face. Oh dear, Ji Kongjuan's ninja pack truly is a lifesaver. It contains not only ninja scrolls, but also explosive tags. Unfortunately, the explosive tags have all been used up. Amidst the violent explosion, a broken body was hurled forth, crashing heavily to the ground, silent and still. Upon closer inspection, it was Inouye. The once formidable Inouye was now stripped of his previous arrogance. His body marred by burns, and below his knees, there was nothing but emptiness, indicating that his legs had been blown off at the knees. Rin's complexion turned pale. Although he possessed an immortal body, he still experienced pain. The agony of losing his heart contorted his delicate features into a grimace. Clutching his chest, Rin slowly approached Inouye's corpse, scrutinizing the soul of this cult's figurehead. After enduring such a close-range explosion, even with his legs severed, the hooded figure still concealed his head. For some reason, Rin felt an overwhelming urge to glimpse the visage of this merciless executioner. One hand pressed against his chest, while the other slowly extended, preparing to unveil the shameful cover of this wretched creature. Suddenly, Inouye's eyes burst open, wide and round, devoid of any white. Illusion technique, part of my making. In the next instant, Rin's body froze as if ensnared by a paralysis technique. His outstretched hand, resting against his chest, was immobilized and placed out on the ground. Inouye, with his knees severed, watched as the darkness in his eyes rapidly faded. A mouthful of black blood violently spewed forth, and his hands, once forming seals, fell limply. Damn it, the cunning little devil! I swear, for the rest of my life, you shall endure my torment. Gritting his teeth, blood continued to seep from the corners of Inouye's mouth. Though the flames of the explosion were extinguished by the torrential rain, the cacophony of the blast would surely attract the ninjas of Amagakure. He had to leave immediately. Fortunately, I still possess the heart of my making technique to control this monster. Otherwise, I would have fallen into this little devil's clutches today. With this thought, Inouye's rage surged once more, the blood he had managed to suppress rising again, and he coughed up another mouthful. Damn monster, come here and take me away from this place. Inouye glared fiercely at Rin's seemingly harmless face, wishing he could devour his flesh. Alas, he still needed this fellow to save his life. Hearing this, the Rin ensnared by the illusion extended his arms, effortlessly lifting Inouye in a princess carry. Hurry! Just as Inouye was about to issue commands, a profoundly familiar voice reached his ears. What is that sound? Inouye was instantly terrified. Why the sound? It was an explosive tag. And why was the sound so close? At that moment, a blinding white light suddenly erupted from beneath Rin's clothing. In the next instant, a violent explosion detonated between the two. The blinding light and flames instantly consumed them, and in the last fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Inouye recalled the admonition of the white-coated elder before his departure: find the immortal body and bring it back in pieces. Please refrain from unnecessary chatter. Wasn't it agreed that there would be no explosive tags? Damn it. A pitfall. Whether he could survive was uncertain, but he was 100% sure that the one cradling him would definitely survive. After all, he is an immortal being. As the flames raged, the two figures were propelled in opposite directions, one toward the realm of the living, the other toward the abyss. Bang. The two muffled sounds echoed as Rin and Inoue fell to the ground one after the other. Instantly jolted awake by the excruciating pain, Rin struggled to open his singed eyelids, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he quickly comprehended the situation. A sinister smile crept across his burned face as he muttered to himself. Isn't it better to go quietly to death? Why must one engage in such antics? However, the most pressing concern for him was not to retrieve Inoue's remains but to deal with the impending arrival of the ninjas from Amigakure. If they discovered the secret of his immortality, he would likely face a fate of being dissected for research. With this in mind, Rin disregarded his internal organs that had vanished and the extensive burns covering his body. Enduring the agony of torn skin as he hastily retrieved several soldier pills from Shi Kongjuan's ninja pack and stuffed them into his mouth. This was knowledge gleaned from long-term research, provided he had sufficient sustenance. The speed of his wound recovery would be slightly accelerated. Moreover, he was not like Haydn, who had been dismembered by countless explosive tags. The explosive tags in Ji Kongping's ninja pack numbered only 2. One had obliterated his cursed heart and Inoue's lower legs, while the other had killed Inoue, causing his internal organs to vanish. With this thought, Rin smiled bitterly. Thank goodness he was not Tsunade's brother. Ju. Otherwise, he would have been dead beyond measure. While stuffing his mouth with soldier pills, Rin quickly shed his tattered clothing and dove deeper into the alley, awaiting the recovery of his body. Meanwhile, a peculiar thought crossed Rin's mind. What if I mastered the 8 gates? Wouldn't that mean? In the morning, I am a peacock. During the day, a tiger. At dusk, I emerge like an elephant. At night, I dance with vigor. If I could casually open the 8 gates, would I leap through the death gate and dance in the streets? The thought stirred a small thrill within him. Damn illusions. Ninjutsu and ocular techniques, all mere trifles before my mighty form. 6 paths sage, 1 kick sends you flying. If 1 kick isn't enough, I'll deliver several, ensuring a grand finale. With that thought, Rin felt an overwhelming sense of security. However, in his memory, Guy's father, Mike Dai, despite having trounced the 7 ninja swordsmen, was still considerably weaker than Guy in terms of combat prowess. Indeed, the effectiveness of the 8 gates varies among individuals. Those with stronger physical techniques gain greater benefits from it. I must remain steadfast on the path of physical prowess. That conviction must not waver for a century. Sitting in the depths of the alley's darkness, Rin grasped the skin on either side of his abdominal wound. This brief time was wholly insufficient for his internal organs to regenerate. He could only allow the skin to knit together. As for the organs beneath the skin, that would have to grow back gradually in the days to come. Watching the wound slowly close, Rin felt a twinge of anxiety, regretting not having acquired sewing skills. If only he had some thread to stitch the wound. The healing process would accelerate significantly. Rin's immortality did not differ much from Haydn's. He merely lacked Haydn's bug-like curse of immortality by blood. Overall, it was a neutered version of immortality. However, according to the white-coated elder in the laboratory, this form of immortality was not a blessing from the dark god, but rather more akin to a curse. Rin largely concurred with this view. Primarily, it was the sensation of pain. Unlike Haydn, he did not relish suffering. Conversely, Rin despises suffering. Even after enduring knife wounds, fire burns, lightning strikes, and the desiccation of his body for over half a year, he has yet to acclimate to this excruciating physical torment. The most agonizing aspect is the pain of healing. Rin vividly recalls the unbearable itch that arose from the depths of his soul as his shattered bones gradually mended. Next in line is chakra. To be precise, Rin had already mastered chakra extraction techniques while in the underground base. This was one of the experiments conducted by the elderly man in the white coat. Although Rin feigned an inability to extract chakra, he had secretly experimented and discovered that his body was capable of doing so, albeit in a truly pitiful amount. He had observed another test subject in the laboratory, a child named Yang. If his chakra extraction speed could be likened to a steady stream, then Rin's was akin to that of someone suffering from kidney stones, dripping slowly, frustratingly. However, it was fortunate that his immortal cell seemed capable of extracting chakra indefinitely. This implied that, given enough time, he could eventually produce a significant amount. Nonetheless, Rin considered this to be of little importance. The most crucial detail was that his body was only 7 years old, and he was delighted to discover that his immortality did not hinder his growth. In other words, his body could develop, and little Rin would mature with the passage of time. Simultaneously, his physical fitness could be enhanced through training. Due to the numerous assaults his body had endured, his bone density was remarkably high. A detonating tag could explode right next to him, and his bones would withstand it. Just look at the nearby corpse of Jingjin Yong, whose upper and lower body were barely connected by a single spine. As for himself, aside from his internal organs being obliterated, his sternum had only suffered minor fractures. While Rin pondered these matters, a cacophony of chaotic footsteps accompanied by the splashing of standing water approached rapidly from a distance. Stay vigilant. An explosion occurred here. At the alley's entrance, a mature and charismatic male voice rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of faint sounds echoed. Illuminated by the lanterns held by the ninjas outside the alley, Rin saw 7 or 8 ninjas transform into phantoms, vanishing without a trace. It seemed this group of rain ninjas was quite professional. Aware of the need to guard against hidden foes, the leader of the rain ninjas wore a loose raincoat, an especially designed breathing mask, his figure tall and robust, with keen eyesight. Rin noticed a patch of dark birthmark on the man's face, situated close to his eyes. The mark extended from his forehead to his cheekbone, occupying nearly half of his face. Gazing at this uniquely unattractive visage, Rin instinctively recoiled, his right hand brushing across his chest. His chest and abdomen, a large wound had healed, the skin tightly adhering to his sternum, rendering him extremely emaciated and gaunt. Fortunately, as long as his abdomen remained intact, no one would suspect that beneath this skin there were no internal organs. Observing this, Rin sighed in relief. At last, the ghastly wound had mended. The secret of his immortality should remain concealed. With this thought, Rin leaned against the wall, struggling to rise. Suddenly, a sharp katana appeared out of nowhere, poised at his throat. Don't move. Rin froze momentarily, his movements ceasing as he slowly raised his hands. All right. I won't move, big brother. Please hold your blade steady, lest you cut me. I fear pain. The hushed exchange immediately captured the attention of the imposing figure leading the group, holding a lantern to shield himself from the rain. The man with the grotesque face strode forward, fixing his serious gaze upon Rin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Who are you? What are you doing here? Rin smiled awkwardly and replied, Sir, my name is Zhu Kongping, and I am an orphan. Rin was reluctant to disclose his true name to these rain ninjas. After all, he could not ascertain whether any scrolls containing information about him were recorded on Jingjin Yong's corpse. If there were, the likelihood of being captured and dissected again would significantly increase. Sure enough, a rain ninja searching Jingjin Yong's body discovered a seal array adorned with a peculiar emblem beneath his arm. The seasoned ninja dipped his thumb in Jingjin Yong's blood and applied it to the seal array. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a massive scroll in the ninja's hands. While keeping a peripheral watch on the ninja's actions, Rin simultaneously attended to the grotesque man's inquiry. As for why he was here, it was simple. I was captured by members of the evil god cult and seized an opportunity to escape yesterday. I thought seeking refuge in the powerful rain hidden village would ensure my safety, but unexpectedly, I was still pursued by the evil god cult. With that, he gestured toward the corpse of Jingjin Yong. Did you take him down? The ugly man inquired again. Rin nodded. There was no need to lie about such matters, as the signs of battle in the alley were unmistakable, evident for any moderately experienced ninja to analyze the general course of events. How did you defeat him? Rin hesitated for a moment before responding. Report, sir. Shadow clone technique, traps, explosive tags, and a little bit of strategy. Upon hearing this, the ugly man subtly pursed his lips, casting a disdainful glance at Rin and the corpse of Jingjin Yong. Clearly unimpressed, it seemed he looked down upon Rin's minor tricks and held even less regard for Jingjin Yong, who had been bested by a child. Just then, a ninja who had completed his inspection hurried over to the ugly man, covering his mouth and whispering into his ear, Lord Shinda, after identification, we have confirmed the deceased's identity as the evil god cult's envoy, Jingjin Yong, who carries a bounty of 20 million ryo. The scroll on him cannot be opened for the time being. Hearing this, the man named Shinda cast a dismissive glance at Jingjin Yong's corpse and asked in a low voice, how did he die? The deceased was first blasted by explosive tags, severing his legs, and subsequently, a close-range explosive tag detonated in his chest and abdomen. As for the identity of his killer, it should be this child before you. The pit in the ground bears the marks of the earth release, decapitation technique. The depth of the pit is roughly comparable to the child's height. There is also a wooden stake in the pit, likely a shadow clone, executed at the precise moment the earth release was employed. The timing was remarkably accurate. After listening to the ninja's report, Shinda regarded Rin with a hint of surprise, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. By the way, How much was the bounty on that waist? 20 million Rio, the ninja replied in a low voice. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Shinda's lips as a scheme began to form in his mind. Take this boy back for custody. Since the corpse cannot be identified, we shall dispose of it in the river to feed the fish. With that, he silently winked at the ninja beside him, having followed Shinda for a long time. The ninja instantly understood his intention, feigning agreement with a nod before turning to leave. Although Rin's hands were bound behind his back, he remained unperturbed. While he hadn't overheard the conversation between the two, he could clearly discern the shifting expressions in the ugly man's eyes. This fellow's gaze oscillated between brightness and darkness, clearly concocting some nefarious plot. He was not up to any good. However, Rin paid little mind to Jing Jinyong's fate. To him, even a burdensome load held no allure. Moreover, within the frail body of a 7-year-old resided the soul of an adult, and the most significant distinction between adults and children lies in the fact that, having endured the harsh realities of society, he understood the phrase, "One must bow their head beneath the eaves." The crux of the matter was that, despite his appearance as a mere child, he possessed no utility and would only squander a substantial amount of resources. Nevertheless, this scoundrel had swindled me out of 20 million in bounty. This grudge would not be forgotten, and when I master the art of the 8 gates, I shall be the first to deliver a fatal blow to this wretched face. Secretly noting the uniquely disfigured visage of the man, Rinrin feigned a demeanor of helplessness and vulnerability as he obediently followed Yurin out of the alley. In the dark, damp confines of his cell, Rinrin enjoyed a restful night. At this moment, the faint light of dawn filtered through the small window, illuminating the surroundings. Rinrin, whistling cheerfully, sat cross-legged before the wall of his prison, wielding a kunai to sketch and scribble against the surface. On the day following his escape from the evil god cult, he felt quite elated, although he had just regained his freedom only to be recaptured by Yurin and confined again. He believed that these benevolent individuals would soon release him. This was Rinrin's thought process, as well as his written words. His cell not only boasted a window the size of a fist, allowing ample light, but also, the ninjas who had imprisoned him had merely conducted a cursory search of his ninja pouch, leaving even the kunai untouched. All these factors indicated that Yuin did not regard him with much importance. Or rather, even if he had slain Jing Jinyong, Yuin remained indifferent to his capabilities. This attitude was rather intriguing. However, Rinrin could surmise the reason. The previous 2 village leaders of Yuin village were renowned figures. One was the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo the Salamander, whose strength was beyond question. The next generation was Nagato, who possessed explosive power, having single-handedly obliterated the real estate industry of Konoha. It was no wonder they paid little heed to a mere lowly pawn like himself. With such formidable leaders, who would concern themselves with a 7-year-old child, their current confinement of him was merely a means to evade the bounty placed upon his head. Once the bounty was claimed, they would undoubtedly release this little boy. As for the 20 million bounty on Jing Jinyong, Rinrin was utterly unconcerned. In due time, he would possess the strength to exact vengeance upon this face of a thief. Rinrin's conjecture proved accurate. After hastily consuming a meal of peculiar prison fare, the lackey of the disfigured man from the previous night approached. With a blank expression, he opened the cell door. "Boy, come with me. Oh, and don't touch anything that doesn't belong to you." With that, he led the bewildered Rinrin out of the cell. After winding through the peculiar architecture, Rinrin felt dizzy from the twists and turns until they finally reached their destination. Knock, knock, knock. The iron door emblazoned with the emblem of Yuin village echoed with sound. "Enter." A young yet composed voice resonated from within. The lackey pushed open the door, ushering the somewhat dazed Rinrin into the room. Before him stood a massive and prominent desk at the center, laden with a multitude of neatly arranged documents. Behind the desk sat a tall, imposing young man, adorned with a specially designed mask, from which tubes extended backward, and wearing the headband of Yuin village. What captured attention were the young man's eyes, which exuded an air of authority. Beside him stood the disfigured man from the previous night. Lingering in the background, his face etched with reluctance and his gaze toward Rinrin veiled with menace. Behind both men, an enormous map hung on the wall, marked with various arrows. Upon merely glancing at it, Rinrin instinctively lowered his head. Although he was a novice in military matters, he understood that one should not gaze indiscriminately upon a battle command chart. Noticing Rinrin's swift bow of his head, the man behind the desk displayed a flicker of appreciation deep within his dark eyes. "Sit." His voice was firm and authoritative. Rinrin, keeping his head down, quickly pulled out a chair and seated himself. Observing this, the man nodded, lifting a scroll in his hands. Zhu Kangping. That's me, Rinrin affirmed with a nod. Then I shall refer to you as Ping Jun, after a brief cough to clear his throat. The man continued, allow me to introduce myself. I am Hanzo the Salamander, the leader of Yearn village. I have already learned about your circumstances through Shunda. You were once a captive of the evil god cult, and seized the opportunity during their sacrificial rites to escape to my village. Subsequently, you were pursued by the cult's envoy, Jingjin Yong, whom you skillfully dispatched. Tell me, are you aware that the person you killed was Jingjin Yong, the envoy of the evil god cult? Upon hearing this, Rinrin nodded. Lying in the presence of such formidable individuals was futile. Furthermore, it would be illogical for a child who had been imprisoned for an extended period to remain unaware of the leader of the evil god cult. Rinrin firmly believed that a single lie necessitated 10 others to cover it. Those adept at deception either glossed over the truth without attracting attention or concealed a lie amidst a myriad of truths, making it indistinguishable. Seeing Rinrin affirm his understanding, Hanzo's expression softened noticeably. He harbored a disdain for liars. Indeed, all those in positions of power detested deceitful individuals. Could you elaborate on how you managed to escape and subsequently eliminate Jingjin Yong? Rinrin inwardly sighed, thinking to himself, isn't that a redundant question? However, possessing the soul of an adult, he concealed any hint of impatience and feigned sincerity as he began. The story is as follows. I was captured by the evil god cult over half a year ago. Imprisoned alongside other children in a cell, spending my days there in a monotonous routine. The cultists provided us with meager meals daily and taught us chakra extraction techniques, occasionally dragging us off for indoctrination sessions. Oh, indoctrination? How does that work? Hanzo inquired with curiosity. Well, they deprived us of sleep, incessantly bombarding us with the doctrines of the evil god cult, extolling its virtues, Rinrin explained. And how did you manage to avoid their brainwashing? Hanzo pressed further. In response, Rinrin shook his head. I did not avoid it. I am still a follower of the evil god cult. However, compared to the cult, I yearn for the freedom to live as I please. He then feigned a bashful demeanor. Their daily rations consisted of soldiers' food pills, which were utterly inedible, akin to consuming dirt. The water was equally terrible, as many children my age could barely urinate. The conditions for relieving oneself were dire, with rough paper that would often cause abrasions. Moreover, bathing was prohibited, leaving everyone infested with lice, unable to sleep due to incessant bites. What I found most intolerable was that the guards forced us to work, cleaning and tidying up. It was utterly outrageous. Who in their right mind would clean? Furthermore, the cell was overcrowded, leaving no room for privacy. So if anyone fell ill, we all bore the brunt of it. As Rinrin continued his tirade, the composed Hanzo could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. His expression turned peculiar as he raised a hand to interrupt the loquacious boy. Pingjun, let us focus on the key points. Well, to sum it up, I wouldn't mind believing in the evil god, but if I can't eat well and have to work, that's simply unacceptable. The 3 individuals in the room exchanged glances, each wearing a look of disbelief. It became evident that this fellow was a quintessential example of laziness, with a penchant for indulgence ingrained into his very being, gaining a bit of bravado. Rinrin subtly lifted his head and noticed the 3 men staring at one another. Bewildered, he quietly exhaled, relieved. Although he had rambled on about his experiences, most of it was truthful. He had not been imprisoned alongside the other children, and only he and Yang Ren were qualified to learn the chakra extraction techniques. His intention behind this elaborate tale was to obscure his unique, immortal nature and draw Hanzo's attention to his fabricated special talents. In truth, this indulgence was not entirely fabricated. After all, could the pursuits of modern man truly be deemed as laziness? It was the lazy individuals who propelled technological advancement. After a prolonged silence, Hanzo cleared his throat, suppressing his urge to scoff. Pingjun, are you aware of the 20 million bounty on Jingjin Yong? In response, Rinrin nodded once more. I heard the guards mention it occasionally, which is also why I sought to slip into your village. I believe that with a larger crowd, the behavior of the esteemed deity would at least be somewhat restrained. Upon hearing this, Hanzo the Salamander nodded in agreement, acknowledging the remarkable intellect of the child before him. Although he exhibited a tendency towards laziness, his wisdom was undeniably impressive. While it is true that children in the Warring States period were generally precocious, with instances of 7 or 8-year-olds taking to the battlefield, the vast majority lacked even half of the cleverness possessed by this young lad. let alone his cunning schemes. Contemplating this, Hanzo the Salamander hesitated no longer, gathering the scrolls on the table and rising slowly. Pingjun, since you are aware of the bounty on Ino Kuniyu, I present you with two choices. Hearing this, Rin straightened in his seat, understanding that the main event was about to commence. Firstly, I have already dispatched someone to retrieve Ino Kuniyu's bounty. Since you eliminated him, you may claim the reward, but the cost for the repairs in that alley will be deducted from it. No sooner had he spoken than Rin felt a gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping over him. It was unmistakably the gaze of the deity he would one day be compelled to vanquish at that moment. Rin also comprehended why the sycophantic ninja had warned him in the prison not to take what was not rightfully his. As for the second choice, Hanzo's voice rang out again. You may join the village and become my disciple. Before Hanzo could finish, the deity beside him disregarded decorum and exclaimed loudly, Lord Hanzo, even if he has dispatched Ino Kuniyu, he is still unworthy of becoming your disciple. What he truly wished to convey was, Lord Hanzo, if you are to choose a disciple, it should undoubtedly be one as capable, loyal, and diligent as myself. Just as the deity finished his declaration, Hanzo the Salamander abruptly raised his right hand in a gesture of silence, his gaze resolutely fixed on her in.as my disciple. You need not worry about future disturbances from the cult of the evil god. As for the bounty, Rin hastily shook his head, interrupting him. Having been interrupted twice, Hanzo's expression darkened slightly, ready to unleash his ire, but Rin's subsequent remark quelled his anger. Lord Hanzo, what bounty? Where would I procure such a reward? So long as I can join the warm embrace of the Waigakur village, I would willingly pay to be a part of it. Observing this, Hanzo the Salamander nodded with satisfaction. Simultaneously, Rin felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, this individual was not serious. He was willing to engage in other tasks, but as for paying to join, that was a different matter entirely. He had no inclination to become a traitor, although he had ostensibly become Hanzo the Salamander's disciple. Since their last encounter in the office over a week ago, Rin had not laid eyes on that shameless fellow again. Instead, he was instructed by a special J-nin named Mizukuma. Speaking of this Mizukuma, he was rather unremarkable in appearance and somewhat unattractive, particularly with his prominent nose and his conspicuously receding hairline. Every time Rin attended class, he could not help but worry that the sparse tuft of hair meticulously styled atop Mizukuma's head would float away like dandelion seeds in the wind. Rin had once inquired why he did not trim that little bit of hair or shave it all off for a sharp, bald look. Mizukuma, with a melancholic tone, replied, it is not merely hair. It is a man's last bastion of stubbornness. Later, Rin learned that this seemingly mature man was a mere 18 years old, in the prime of his youth. The room that Hanzo the Salamander had arranged for Rin was located in a tall building at the village's center. Adjacent to Hanzo's office, Rin's room was situated on the very top floor. Though the top floor boasted excellent lighting and ventilation, this was Waigakur, not Konoha. The incessant rain meant that this nation seldom saw the sun throughout the year, and the drainage on the upper levels was several tiers inferior to that of the lower ones. This peculiar situation contributed to the strange customs of the land. Most inhabitants resided on the lower floors, while the upper levels were predominantly reserved for placing coffins of the deceased. The only fortunate aspect was that outside Rin's window stood a fierce statue of a human face, its long tongue extended, ample enough for a person to sit upon. Rin dared not sit on it, as it became exceedingly slippery in the rain, and he feared that an inadvertent slip would lead to a disastrous fall. Making resurrection a rather awkward endeavor to explain that it had been a week since his last encounter with Hanzo the Salamander, and during that time, Rin had been familiarizing himself with the rules of the ninja world under Mizukuma's guidance. It was only after grasping these rules that Rin realized just how egregious his previous actions had been when he had bombarded Ino Kuniyu with the great fireball technique. It was no wonder that the man had nearly exploded with fury. Such conduct was considered beneath contempt in the ninja realm. Any ninja of note would refrain from employing such tactics, and to have an opponent resort to them would be regarded as a profound insult. Reflecting on this, Rin silently mourned for Ino Kuniyu for 3 seconds. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of knocking interrupted Rin's silent lament. With a sigh, he murmured an apology to Ino Kuniyu and promised to make amends for his previous transgressions, then rose to answer the door. Outside stood Mizukuma, clad in a raincoat, yet wearing the uniform of a J-nin. He entered Rin's room, casually placing the breakfast he had brought on the table. Eat up. Once you've finished, we will commence the course on chakra extraction. With that, he pulled out a chair, seated himself at the table, and conjured a teapot from his robes, miraculously producing a teacup as well. pouring a cup of hot tea and placing it before Rin. Observing Mizukuma's seamless movements, Rin's lips twitched slightly. He had to admit that this fellow was genuinely attentive, what the locals would call Yasashi. And at just 18, he had already achieved the rank of Special J Nin, a classic case of a fool with plenty of money, were it not for his mature appearance and obstinate hair. He might have already settled down with a family. Rin reached out to accept the teacup Mizukuma offered, expressing his gratitude before diving into the breakfast with gusto, seeing Rin enjoy his meal. Mizukuma began to speak animatedly. This past week, you have grasped the basic knowledge of ninjas. From today onwards, we shall begin learning the chakra extraction technique. Rin, his mouth full, mumbled indistinctly in response. Mizukuma rolled his eyes, unreservedly expressing his disdain. You don't know? I am all too familiar with the cult of the evil gods' methods. Their chakra extraction technique is a watered-down version. Huh. Rin swallowed his food in disbelief, his eyes widening. There's a watered-down version? How have I never heard of this before? Mizukuma waved his hand dismissively. You don't need to concern yourself with what a watered-down version entails. Simply assume you have never learned it before. With that, he walked to the edge of the bed, sitting cross-legged upon it. Frank. Rin's bed resembled a waterbed with a leak. After all, the humidity in his room was severe, and it was only due to his resilience that he had not fallen ill. Otherwise, he would have been plagued by arthritis. Feeling the moisture of the mattress, Mizukuma's brow furrowed slightly, and he muttered under his breath, Lord Shinda is being rather excessive. How can one live in such a room? No, I must seek out Lord Hanzo today and request a change of quarters. While grumbling, he disregarded the dampness and assumed a posture for chakra extraction. Watch closely. I will demonstrate for you. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. The essence of chakra extraction lies in concentration, emptying one's thoughts, and harmonizing one's spiritual and physical energies to produce chakra. Once Rin finished his breakfast, he moved a chair to the bedside, attentively watching. Before long, a blue glow of chakra began to emanate from Mizukuma's body, coursing along specific pathways, now no longer a novice in the ninja world. Rin recognized that this ability to manifest chakra externally demanded immense reserves of chakra and stamina. After all, not everyone possessed the capacity to unleash their chakra without restraint, as Prince Naruto did with the power of the Nine Tails. Observing this, Rin's focus sharpened, diligently noting the flow of chakra. Did you catch that? After a considerable time, Mizukuma, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, asked in a low voice. Rin nodded vigorously, engrossed in concentration. His memory proved exceptional. He had memorized the pathways entirely within that brief span. Seeing Rin nod, Mizukuma relaxed his hand, and the blue chakra surrounding his body vanished without a trace. He then exhaled deeply, clearly burdened by the physical toll of such a teaching method. Now, UTRY.AS the water bear spoke. He rose and vacated his position. Rin nodded once more, seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, and mimicked the water bear's gesture, forming the unfinished seal with his hands. Concurrently, memories of how to amalgamate mental energy with physical energy resurfaced in his mind. First, one must blend mental energy with physical energy to forge stamina, and then, through a specific technique, convert that stamina into chakra. There are two critical challenges in this process, which ultimately differentiate the ninjas. The first challenge lies in the transformation of stamina into chakra, known as chakra manufacturing technique. During this phase, some ninjas can convert every ounce of stamina with precision into chakra, while others inadvertently waste a portion of their stamina, resulting in only a fraction being transformed into chakra. This distinction is what the water bear referred to as the difference between the standard chakra extraction technique and the diminished version. The second challenge pertains to the conversion of chakra into techniques. Some ninjas can meticulously gauge the amount of chakra needed, converting it into ninjutsu without waste, while others fail to control the chakra volume accurately, leading to inevitable wastage. These two challenges encapsulate the concepts of transformation and utilization. Rin sat cross-legged on the bed, with techniques for chakra extraction continuously surfacing in his mind. A warm current began to flow gently from his limbs, following an unusual path within his body. Rin was momentarily taken aback. The speed of this process was indeed significantly swifter than the extraction technique taught to him by the cultist. Simultaneously, a wave of fatigue coursed through the cells throughout his body. Rin understood that this was the result of stamina being expended. However, he dismissed it as inconsequential. After all, he possessed an immortal body, which not only rendered him impervious to death but also eliminated the risk of exhausting himself. Simply put, in this corporeal form, his physical energy was boundless. Having grasped his circumstances, Rin focused his thoughts and discreetly halted the chakra extraction process, merely feigning the formation of seals. The reason was unremarkable. He simply wished to conceal his unique abilities while still feigning weakness, especially with his master, the renowned semi-divine figure in the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. In Rin's memories, this formidable individual, despite being invincible, was not particularly astute. Initially, during the Second Great Ninja War, he declared war on the three nations of Fire, Earth, and Wind simultaneously, depleting the resources of the Rain Village and inflicting severe losses. Subsequently, he colluded with Danzo to eliminate Yahiko, which led Nagato to succumb to darkness. Although he narrowly escaped both times, what of his subordinates in the rain? They perished, one after another. Reflecting on this, Rin inhaled sharply, internally ridiculing the situation. I might as well play it safe and act as a mere aid. The ninja world is far too perilous, especially under Hanzo's employ. The danger factor escalated by 50%. How splendid it would have been had I fled to the Leaf Village, peaceful and harmonious, with a superior living environment, basking in the sun without a care. Unlike the land of rain, where it rains incessantly, I feel as though my rear is about to sprout shingles. Another week passed, and over a month had elapsed since Rin's arrival in the Rain Village. On this day, Rin continued to sit on the bed, diligently training in the chakra extraction technique, while the water bear, seemingly tireless, remained sternly focused on Rin's every movement. Suddenly, an unusual knocking disrupted the tranquility of the room. The water bear furrowed his brow slightly, his expression tense as he rose to open the door. Lord Hanzo. Upon the exclamation, the water bear immediately respectfully swung the door wide and stepped aside. Outside stood the imposing figure of Hanzo of the Salamander, mask in place, his expression inscrutable as he entered the room. Behind him, three ninjas adorned with Rain Village headbands flanked him, one of whom was the familiar figure of Kamada. Observing this, Rin rose, adopting a demeanor of utmost sincerity as he stood by the bed. Hanzo's gaze swept across Rin before he strode purposefully to the table and beckoned the water bear. It has been 15 days. How fare the training? Upon hearing this, a bead of sweat slowly formed on the water bear's forehead as he stammered. Well, Lord Hanzo, Rin has been diligently practicing the chakra extraction technique, exhibiting remarkable commitment without a hint of complacency. He wished to extol Rin further, but after spending this time together, the water bear noted that Rin's chakra had not improved in the slightest. In fact, it had diminished, leaving him utterly perplexed. Thus, he felt compelled to observe Rin's training with utmost diligence, akin to a desperate parent yearning for their child to succeed. Little did he know that Rin, intent on concealing his true capabilities, boasted a wealth of experiences from his childhood, outsmarting his parents, and had accumulated invaluable expertise in slacking off during his adult career. Simply put, Rin's ability to evade work far surpassed the water bear's supervisory skills. The outcome of this was that, over the past 15 days, Rin had not only made no progress, but had actually regressed. Upon hearing the water bear's words, Hanzo of the Salamander nodded expressionlessly. In his view, relentless training in tumultuous times was expected, and thus required no accolades. What of the chakra volume? Hanzo inquired once more. The water bear was taken aback, perspiration now streaming down his brow. The chakra cultivation techniques have been mastered well. He can now extract chakra at any time and place. Observing the water bear's rigid expression as he attempted to divert the conversation, Rin felt a surge of amusement, a touch of gratitude welling up within him. He understood that if he did not demonstrate any talent regarding his abilities, the privileges he currently enjoyed would surely be rescinded. This meant that the timely deliveries of food, the centrally located house, and the singular guidance from the esteemed water bear would all be ruthlessly revoked. Though harsh, he recognized this as reality. Individuals of little value were not deemed worthy of excessive investment. However, this was also the freedom Rin yearned for. To be valued, to be entrusted with hope, and to bear burdens. Was this not a form of freedom deprivation? In this world, Rin had yet to discover someone willing to sacrifice their freedom for him. Noticing the water bear evading the issue, Hanzo's brow furrowed slightly. In that instant, Rin felt the air within the room plummet in temperature. I ask again, has Rin's chakra volume increased? Seeing Hanzo's growing irritation, the water bear dared not change the subject. He sagged like a withered plant and replied, Lord Hanzo, there has been no increase. However, the time is still too short, and the environment is quite unsuitable for meticulous training. As he spoke, the water bear's voice dwindled. He realized he should not have said so much, as he was merely a temporary instructor. Enough? Hanzo's cold voice interrupted the water bear's words, were it not for the fact that he was an exceptionally skilled instructor. He would have long since disposed of anyone else who dared to engage in such banter with him. Rin, infuse your chakra into this. With that, he expressionlessly tossed a piece of paper onto the table. Observing Hanzo's demeanor, Kamada, who had been standing nearby, was already grinning with delight. As someone who had accompanied Hanzo the longest, Kamada understood well the signs of Hanzo's anger. Typically, Hanzo maintained a stern and expressionless facade. If someone provoked his ire, his brows would knit slightly, but his general demeanor remained subdued. However, if Hanzo were profoundly disappointed or exceedingly furious, his expression would revert to that of a blank slate. At such moments, an aura of intimidating coldness radiated from him, instilling fear in those nearby. Thinking of this, Kamada could not help but chuckle inwardly, feeling a surge of satisfaction from the moment he first laid eyes on Rin. He had harbored a dislike for the cunning young boy, believing him to lack the true spirit of a ninja. In his view, ninjas should emulate Hanzo, defeating their opponents with sheer strength and honor. The subsequent decision to accept Rin as a disciple only fueled Kamada's jealousy to its peak. Witnessing Rin receive the cold shoulder, Kamada felt as though he had just savored a refreshing cold watermelon on a sweltering summer day. Rin, oblivious to Kamada's thoughts, merely nodded in silence, maintaining his earnest demeanor as he approached the table to pick up the chakra test paper. Then, under the watchful eyes of the water bear's anticipation, Hanzo's icy gaze, and Kamada's mocking expression, he strained to appear as though he were exerting great effort, all the while not channeling a shred of chakra. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon the chakra test paper. The next second, an uncontrollable grin crept across Kamada's face, as ecstasy lit up his otherwise unattractive features. It had not become damp. Ha ha ha. It is not the esteemed Hans who values water the most. Moreover, the chakra test paper exhibited not the slightest change. It neither burned, nor split in two, nor crinkled, nor shattered. Ha 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 ha. This fellow is a rare breed of non-attribute, a complete fool, utterly foolish. The onlookers in the room displayed a myriad of expressions upon witnessing the unchanged test paper. Several bodyguards cast disdainful sidelong glances at Rin, their contempt palpable. Meanwhile, Mackerel Hans's eyes narrowed. Though his expression remained stoic, a flicker of disappointment deep within betrayed his inner feelings. This individual, apart from possessing a modicum of cleverness, holds little value. Contemplating this, Mackerel Hans abruptly rose and strode towards the exit without a backward glance. Behind him, the scheming Shinda and the bodyguards hastily followed suit. The forlorn water bear gazed after Mackerel Hans's departing figure, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, supporting himself on the table and slowly sinking back into his seat. Devoid of strength, don't be disheartened. Ping ping. Chakra attributes can indeed be cultivated. It is not a matter of great consequence. Observing Water Bear's face adorned with a bittersweet smile as he clumsily attempted to console himself, Rin felt a pang of emotion, wiping his nose as he casually tucked the chakra test paper into the ninja pouch at his lower back. A flash of blue light ensuing. Within the unseen ninja pouch, the chakra test paper drifted down and subsequently adhered to the lone kunai within, as if drawn by a magnet. Magnetism endows objects with magnetic properties, attracting other magnetizable items. Rin was well aware of the transformation occurring with the chakra test paper, yet outwardly, he maintained a facade of stubbornness. I am not saddened. My ambition has always been to live a life of complacency. Noticing Rin's continued pretense of calmness, Water Bear fell silent. Time passed, and once again, Rin's door was pushed open. Mackerel Shinda stood triumphantly at the threshold, looking down upon the interior. By the way, I forgot to mention. Zhu Kongping, your room has been requisitioned. This is your new address. With that, he disdainfully tossed a note bearing the address. He then turned his gaze towards Water Bear, whose eyes were gradually igniting with fury. And you, Water Bear, your subsequent task is to continue instructing the son of the daimyo. You need not concern yourself with Zhu Kongping anymore. After speaking, he exhaled sharply through his nose, shook his head, and coldly shut the door, his mocking laughter echoing from a distance. Trash is merely trash, devoid of any redeemable value. Within the room, Water Bear suddenly stood upright, his gaze shimmering as he addressed Rin. Ping. Pay no heed to others. What you must do is steadfastly uphold your convictions. Life is quite simple. Identify your goals and stride boldly towards them. Cheer up. Seeing Rin still appearing half dead, Water Bear appeared to recall something, his eyes suddenly brightening. Follow me. I shall take you to fortify your beliefs. With that, he dashed to Rin's side, grasped his hand, and pulled him out of the room. In the towering rain-hidden village, Water Bear led Rin along the dimly lit streets of the lower district. Due to the perennial rain and the skyscrapers, the lower pathways appeared particularly gloomy. However, the rows of orange lanterns lining the streets emitted a warm glow, lending a unique charm to the scene. Turning a corner, Water Bear guided Rin into a narrow alleyway at a first glance. The alley seemed deep, stretching endlessly, with walls lined with densely packed, vibrantly colored signs among them. The red lanterns and signage stood out prominently, while the street bustled with passers-by, most wearing blissful smiles. Open doorways revealed a bevy of jovial young women beckoning to the pedestrians. The delightful sounds of laughter filled the air, creating an enchanting ambience in this charming little alley in this drab world. It seemed that this hidden glimmer of light was capable of bringing warmth and happiness to its inhabitants. Rin, with a peculiar expression, raised his head and read the sign at the alley's entrance with deliberate clarity. Kabukichi Ichiban Street. He inquired. Teacher, the steadfast belief you speak of cannot possibly refer to this place, can it? Upon hearing this, Water Bear's eyes sparkled as he eagerly scanned the street for the alluring women, drool almost escaping him. Do you not feel that upon arriving here, all worries and sorrows are dispelled? After wiping the drool from his lips, he raised his fist as if in earnest declaration. As ninja, we must come to this magnificent Ichiban Street to eliminate inner distractions, attain clarity, and fully recognize our innermost desires, thereby solidifying our convictions. Rin, resting his forehead in his hand, thought to himself, damn it, if you're going to be a pervert, at least be honest about it. I misjudged you, thinking you were a decent person, but it turns out you are this kind of lecherous character. Standing upon the moral high ground, Rin delivered a 10-second scathing condemnation to Water Bear, before suddenly grasping his sleeve with a serious expression. Teacher, do they accept minors? Rin inquired, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this extraordinary question, Water Bear furrowed his brow, hesitating. I truly do not know, as I have never tried bringing a young child here before. Then why not give it a try? Rin asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let us try. Water Bear nodded emphatically. Thus, the two dubious figures, one large and one small, linked arms and walked in unison into the mysterious alley. Inside, Water Bear expertly led Rin through the streets, navigating with ease until they arrived at a small door nestled in a corner. The tattered red lantern hung above the door, the sign reading a free guide service. In the bustling alley, this place appeared rather desolate. Rin glanced at the impatient Water Bear beside him and pointed towards the vibrant sign and entrance of the establishment across the street, asking, Teacher, why don't we go to that Hanamichi Ichiban? It looks appealing. Before Rin could finish his thought, Water Bear clamped a hand over his mouth. Shh, keep your voice down. If I go there even once, I'll be living off instant noodles for a month. Rin silently cursed in his heart. So expensive. Is it gilded? He pried Water Bear's hand away, mimicking his earlier tone to softly inquire. Is the cost at Hanamichi really so outrageous? Water Bear nodded vigorously. Not outrageous, but exceedingly so. Only the likes of the daimyo of the Land of Rain and Lord Hans have the financial means to frequent such establishments daily. It is said that the owner of this kabukichi hails from the Land of Hot Springs, where there exists a genuine Hanamichi Ichiban. The Land of Hot Springs, Rin exclaimed, his mind racing with possibilities. To lounge with a beauty in a hot spring. What a blissful life. Those damned ninjas truly know how to indulge. Rin couldn't help but recall the novel Snow Country by Yasunari Kawabata, which he had read in a previous life. It was brazenly risque, and he vividly remembered a scene where the female protagonist, clad in a yukata, remarked to the male lead, You keep touching one side, leaving me uneven. Just the thought made his nostrils flare with warmth. However, there was no opportunity to meander about in the present moment. After all, Water Bear's wallet could not sustain their extravagant desires. Noticing Rin's envious gaze lingering on the opposite establishment, Water Bear grit his teeth, trembling as he took Rin's hand, resolutely striding towards the enticing venue. Stop! Rin instinctively pulled on Water Bear, causing him to stumble. Let's head this way instead. I fear your funds may fall short, and we might end up washing dishes with that. He led the visibly moved Water Bear into the somewhat desolate free guide service. Typically, Water Bear, as a special nin responsible for teaching the daimyo's son, earned a decent salary. However, the Hanamichi Ichiban was a veritable den of iniquity, capable of draining a month's wages in a single visit. In contrast, Ame across the street boasted far more reasonable prices. Water Bear frequented the place now and then, hoping to save some money for a future wife. Pushing open the creaky double doors, Water Bear strode in confidently, utterly devoid of embarrassment at leading a child into such a place. Welcome, alas. Is that not the esteemed Water Bear himself? What took you so long to arrive? The ladies have been eagerly awaiting your presence. The alluring voice is sweetly captivating. Merely by listening, one can discern that this is a woman of mature grace, enchanting yet seemingly insubstantial. Indeed, upon following Water Bear into the room, I beheld the owner of that beguiling voice. A strikingly beautiful lady with an elegantly curvaceous figure. My first reaction was simply one of astonishment at her size. Not just any size, but one akin to a majestic cow. Instinctively, 3 words surfaced in my mind. Gentle haven. Compared to this woman, others merely reside in the realm of gentle village, a stark difference in prestige. The enchanting woman possessed mesmerizing eyes that flowed like water, as if they could peer into one's very soul. Her petite, well-defined nose was perfectly proportioned, and her soft, delicate crimson lips seemed to beckon one to savor their sweetness. Goodness, what a siren! I quietly assessed her as a figure of considerable danger. If it is true that the more beautiful a woman is, the more perilous she becomes, then this creature is on par with a nuclear weapon. Upon seeing me, her eyes sparkled with delight, as if she had encountered something extraordinary. She covered her red lips and crouched down, her bosom heaving with fervor. I instinctively recoiled, feeling dizzy from the overwhelming sight, and could not help but worry about the quality of the kimono she wore. My word, is that kimono of such exquisite quality that it can support such magnificence? Despite having seen myriad sights in my previous life, I had seldom encountered a being of this caliber. The beautiful demoness wore a pure smile, crouching before me, her graceful curves on full display. She extended her delicate hand and pinched my cheek. Little brother, how adorable. Ahem, dear lady, please have some decorum. I coughed lightly, firmly swatting away her playful hand. Hey, little rascal, I am not an ant. I am an elder sister, the enchanting woman's large. Beautiful eyes sparkled mischievously as she reached out once more, pinching my cheek again. As if sensing my embarrassment, Water Bear chuckled and clapped his hands. Miss Mikiko, shall we proceed inside? At this, the enchanting creature, named Mikiko, nodded with a smile and rose gracefully. Of course, esteemed Water Bear. Please wait here a moment while I prepare the ladies. With that, she stepped inside, her white tabi-clad feet gliding across the floor in a captivating manner. Seizing the opportunity, Water Bear quickly crouched down, leaning towards me to whisper, Pinguin, this is Miss Mikiko, the proprietor of this establishment. Do not underestimate her. The Hanamachi Ichinomi has spent a fortune to invite her over, yet they could not secure her presence, as she operates at the level of jade, which does not entertain customers. Upon hearing this, I was not surprised. After all, such a siren would undoubtedly bring calamity wherever she went. So, she runs her own business here. I inquired out of curiosity. No, Water Bear shook his head. She merely owns the establishment and does not entertain. While we conversed, the door to the inner room swung open, and Mikiko appeared, gracefully standing at the threshold, waving to Water Bear and me. Esteemed Water Bear, the ladies are ready. Please come inside. Excellent. Water Bear nodded vigorously, tears of joy streaming down his cheeks. However, he remained a reliable companion, not forgetting about me, and pulled me along into the inner sanctum. The room was modest, with dim, warm lighting that created a cozy atmosphere. Directly across from the entrance, a spacious sofa dominated the room, with 2 reasonably attractive women seated upon it. In front of them was a low coffee table adorned with an array of bottles and glasses. Water Bear plopped down in the center of the sofa, wrapping an arm around each of the 2 ladies, embodying the quintessential lecher. What are you standing there for? Come and sit. One of the women, with a flirtatious smile, began pouring drinks for Water Bear, while the other wriggled in his embrace. My word, stop squirming. Have you been afflicted with a rash? I thought maliciously. Water Bear was utterly detestable, not only indulging himself, but also putting on airs as if he were hosting guests. Clearly, we were all here to enjoy ourselves, yet he made me witness his indulgence. Initially not too perturbed, my mood soured completely. I sulked over to Water Bear, sitting beside him, and picked up a glass of oddly colored juice. This predicament could not solely be blamed on Water Bear. It was perhaps a consequence of my mature demeanor. Often, I would forget my own age, and even I would occasionally lose sight of the fact that I was merely a 7-year-old child. Before long, the 2 ladies left the sofa to perform a duet of music and dance. Water Bear leaned closer to me, a mischievous grin on his face as he nudged my arm with his elbow. So, what do you think? This is a splendid place. I did not deceive you, did I? He gestured slyly towards the geishas before us. Seeing my nod, Water Bear erupted into hearty laughter, clapping me on the shoulder once more. That's the spirit. What does it matter if you lack properties? Even if you never possess chakra, you can still hone your physical techniques. Moreover, let me share a secret. Ninjas skilled in physical techniques are especially favored by the ladies in the Hanamachi Ichiban Street. Just think, if you diligently train in physical techniques, become a ninja, undertake missions for profit, and reaffirm your resolve, then continue to train and earn more money, seeking out even more beautiful companions, thereby sharpening your conviction. It is a perfect virtuous cycle. Ping, trust me. In the end, you will undoubtedly become a great ninja like Lord Hans. What nonsense. I nearly choked on my words. You, Water Bear, are full of absurdities. What kind of ridiculous cycle is that? I have ample reason to suspect you are a spy from the evil god cult infiltrating the Rain Hidden Village. Your goal is to turn all ninjas of the Rain Hidden Village into spineless weaklings to execute your nefarious invasion of the Land of Rain. That said, I still found myself reluctantly accepting Water Bear's absurd reasoning. After all, I could sense the sincerity beneath his frivolous exterior. His motivations seemed to stem from 2 points. 1. To alleviate my gloom over being callously cast aside by Hanzo the Salamander. And 2. After spending half a month together, he had discovered that I lacked any real direction in life. Having spoken for quite some time, Water Bear, parched, lifted a cup of sake and downed it in one go. What about you? I suddenly asked. What about me? Water Bear responded, puzzled. Why do you take such care of me? Upon hearing this, Water Bear scratched his head, his gaze evasive, before feigning a hearty laugh. Ha! Pinguin, do not overthink it. I treat every student with such kindness. Who can blame me for being a gentle soul? No sooner had he spoken than the 2 young ladies rushed into his embrace with adoring expressions. Yes, yes, Water Bear and I is the kindest. Brother, please have another drink. We adore men like you. Water Bear, thoroughly enchanted by the attention, laughed heartily. Listening to their affectionate banter, my expression darkened, akin to a pot's bottom. Blast it. Return my moment of sentiment. Frustrated, I rose and quietly pushed open the door, stepping outside. Beyond the threshold, Mikiko sat on a cushion, her gaze dreamy, her formerly alluring aura now somewhat subdued, exuding an innocent charm akin to that of a neighborly girl. What a capricious enchantress, thought I muttered under my breath as I strolled to the entrance, observing the bustling crowd outside, my mind echoing Water Bear's words, though the theories may have veered off course. I grasped the essence of what he was trying to convey to an outsider in this world. How was I to navigate my existence? First and foremost, standing out was an impossibility. This world is fraught with danger. From the Grim Reaper to the Sage of Six Paths, even the formidable Hashirama Senju could seize the Ninetales as easily as one would catch a chicken, yet he still fell victim to the schemes of Uchiha Madara. Thus, survival is the ultimate path. Furthermore, this world is one that values lineage. Those lacking distinguished backgrounds are relegated to the sidelines. So then, should I invest in real estate in Konoha? Or perhaps venture to the land of soup to invest in a brothel? Or nestle in the land of iron, forging a living? Engaging in battle is simply out of the question. There will be no fighting in this lifetime. Little brother, what are you pondering? A soft, delicate voice unexpectedly emanated from behind, prompting Rinrin to instinctively react, lunging forward to create distance. Upon a second glance, he discovered Mickey, the proprietress of the establishment, squatting at the very spot he had just vacated, gazing at him with an innocent expression. Goodness, does this woman move without making a sound? Rinrin remarked, his gaze drifting to Mickey's wooden clogs and the mischievously curled toes peeking out. Hee, Mickey giggled playfully, covering her red lips as if she were a mischievous little girl reveling in her success. Observing her, Rinrin felt his heart race, marveling at her enchanting allure. Truly, she could master any style. Are you toying with me? Were you chased out by Mr. Water Bear? Mickey teased, brushing non-existent dust from her knees as she gracefully rose. Her smile radiant as she fixed her gaze on Rinrin. Something like that. Men are all the same, Rinrin replied with an air of maturity beyond his years, approaching Mickey's low table to take a seat on a cushion. Mickey, upon hearing this, shot him a sultry glance, then knelt across from him. You speak as if you're not a man yourself. If you're not tempted in the future, then, Mickey teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. Ah, that statement is rather misguided. Rinrin waved his hand dismissively, lifting the teacup from the table to take a sip to be precise. Before I acquired the ability to cause mischief, all men were nothing but clumsy oafs. Mickey, noticing Rinrin sipping from the cup she had just used, felt her cheeks warm slightly. And what about after you gain that ability? Then we must have a serious discussion, he quipped, taking another sip of tea and smacking his lips in delight. This tea is quite delightful. Where did it come from? Oh dear, you little rascal. Do tell, Mickey exclaimed, her small folding fan opening to shield her flushed face as she coaxed him sweetly. Had anyone else dared to touch her cup, Mickey might have drawn her sword. Yet, this little fellow, barely 7 or 8 years old, was simply too endearing to despise. Moreover, his witty banter intrigued her. Seeing Mickey's alluring gaze, Rinrin thought, since I cannot harden my demeanor slightly to show respect, I shall simply indulge in the view. Once I can cause mischief, the men of this world will be categorized into 2 types. What 2 types? Well, most men are friends, but if any man were to marry a beauty like you, then he would become my foe. Upon hearing this, Mickey burst into laughter, her whole being shaking with delight. In that moment, Rinrin felt as if the room were filled with blooming flowers, sunlight illuminating the earth. Goodness, this woman, with every smile and frown, exuded an irresistible charm that left me utterly defenseless. Adhering to the principle of not staring at indecency, Rinrin quipped, I am merely a 7-year-old child. No one can prevent me from admiring a beautiful lady in all her splendor. At that instant, he felt an overwhelming pride in his youthful physique. Everyone despises the likes of Mamazu, yet everyone wishes to be him. After several moments of laughter, Mickey finally caught her breath, though her chest continued to rise and fall with excitement. Little brother, you truly know how to flatter. Am I really as beautiful as you say? Indeed. Rinrin enthusiastically nodded, thinking to himself that compared to her, all the other ladies, Teacher Lola, Senior Miku, and Junior Maelyong, paled in comparison. Mickey laughed heartily, her charm captivating. Every woman enjoys flattery. It is an instinct ingrained in their very being. As the owner of a brothel, Mickey, being as enchanting as she was, had heard countless compliments and had long since built immunity to them. Rinrin's inventive praise was both refreshing and entertaining. As they shared laughter, Mickey suddenly paused, a sly smile creeping onto her lips as she leaned closer to Rinrin, revealing a breathtaking curve. Since I am so beautiful, when you grow up, would you consider marrying me? At this, Rinrin's head shook vigorously, as if it might detach. You little rascal, Mickey exclaimed, her expression swiftly turning icy at Rinrin's refusal, ignoring her change in demeanor. Rinrin boldly declared, I don't want to wait until I grow up. I want to marry you right now. Mickey froze, the frost on her face melting away like spring snow, her little fan obscuring her bashfully flushed cheeks. Then it settled, my little man. You must grow up quickly and take responsibility for me. Rinrin, with a childish nod, chuckled inwardly at Ha. Whoever takes this seriously is a fool. Do you truly think I can't see the playful glint in your eyes? You treat me like a child for amusement, and I'll humor you. After all, I have nothing to lose. By the way, my little man, what is your name? Rinrin instinctively began, but quickly corrected himself. Zhu Kongping. I am Zhu Kongping. No sooner had he spoken than the inner door swung open, revealing a drunken water bear, his face smeared with lipstick, stumbling forward with 2 ladies assisting him, still demanding another drink. Rinrin cast an apologetic smile at Mickey, then swiftly moved to support the unsteady water bear. I apologize. I shall see him home. With that, he guided water bear out of the Ame-free guidance office. Mickey leaned against the doorframe, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she watched their retreating figures, suddenly recalling something. My little man, remember to visit often. Your sister will always be here waiting for you. Do I have to pay? Rinrin asked without turning back. Yes, Mickey's soft, melodious voice replied. That I'm your husband, and I still have to pay? He inquired, incredulous. Well, a girl must eat. Mickey's teasing tone rang out, attracting the attention of passers-by at her words. Rinrin stumbled slightly, glancing back at the blushing Mickey, then clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell. Farewell, may we meet again by chance. With that, he firmly supported Water Bear and hurriedly slipped into the crowd, disappearing from view. Mickey, still leaning against the doorframe, watched as Rinrin vanished, then turned to enter the room. Closing the wooden door behind her, a delightful smile graced her lips as she murmured to herself. Rinrin, huh? He truly is an amusing little rascal. As twilight descended, the gentle patter of rain continued unabated, and Rinrin helped the inebriated water bear stroll through the streets of Yearn village. Teacher, why are you back so soon? Rinrin casually inquired, effortlessly supporting Water Bear's shoulder. Back? What do you mean by back? Water Bear mumbled, his words slurring. Not back. You're just too fast. I calculated that in a mere 10 minutes, you managed to charm 2 women, averaging 5 minutes each. And within that time, you've managed to get yourself completely plastered. Upon hearing this, Water Bear, his legs wobbling, protested, "Nonsense. I'm not drunk, and besides, my relationships with Mickey and Yuki are purely platonic. They sell their talents, not their bodies." "Enough," Rinrin interjected, stabilizing Water Bear's swaying form. "Sell their talents, you say? Am I a fool? By the way, I'm unsure how much you spent at Yuki's, but your purse has at least lost 10,000. Leaving you with just over 20,000 as Rinrin spoke. He slipped Water Bear's purse into his ninja bag. "Not a problem." Water Bear waved dismissively, a blissful smile spreading across his flushed face. "It's all a gift for my little Mickey. Today is her birthday." Listening to Water Bear's rambling, Rinrin found himself at a loss. At this moment, he couldn't quite determine whether the man was intoxicated or not. If he were truly drunk, he would surely recall giving his money to the courtesan. Conversely, if he were sober, no sane person would think to give a courtesan a birthday gift. After escorting Water Bear home, Rinrin retrieved the keys, unlocked the door, and unceremoniously tossed the half-conscious Water Bear onto the sofa. Setting the keys on the coffee table, he stretched his stiff shoulders, glancing at Water Bear, who was now snoring loudly. With a self-deprecating smile, he prepared to leave. Just then, Water Bear suddenly propped himself up, swaying unsteadily. "Ping ping. Let us continue drinking. You great big-headed fool. Lie down and sleep." With a hint of irritation, Rin retorted curtly. Yet, the Water Bear unexpectedly reached out, grasping Rin's sleeve tightly, and began to stammer with a lisp. "Ping-ping-kun, you must not harbor hatred towards Hanzo-sama. He, too, acts for the village's sake. He has become so unapproachable in the name of peace. Like you, I am an orphan, a child of war, but I am not as gifted as you. Your talents far surpass mine. I sense that you have been concealing your true abilities. Your chakra is abundant, and while you believe you are hiding it well, I am fully aware." Upon hearing this, Rin's muscles tensed involuntarily, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes. However, the Water Bear, eyes closed and slightly intoxicated, remained oblivious to Rin's change, continuing to speak in fits and starts. "Rest assured, I shall never speak of this. Although I do not know why you withhold this from Hanzo-sama. I trust that you have your reasons. Pinguin, do you have any dreams?" Rin sighed, the fierceness in his gaze gradually dissipating as he shook his head. "No, I do." The Water Bear beamed with pride, as if surpassing Rin in aspirations was a remarkable achievement. "That I was born during the late Warring States period, when the entire ninja world was engulfed in chaos. Children as young as 7 or 8 were thrust onto the battlefield, fighting for their lives." As he spoke, the Water Bear's voice grew increasingly somber. "My parents were slain during that tumultuous time. Later, I was rescued by Hanzo-sama and brought back to the village that I remember when I was younger than you, when Konoha, Sunagakure, Awagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure were established one after another. Yet, even with the so-called god of ninjas among us, the ninja world remained fraught with turmoil, and conflicts between small villages never ceased. Eventually, I found myself on the battlefield, where I witnessed the deaths of comrades, friends, and teachers that I loathed. War. It heartlessly snatched their lives away." Observing the man before him, who wept like a child, Rin pressed his forehead against his palm, sighing silently. For the first time since his arrival, he felt as though he truly existed in a remarkably real world. The Water Bear continued his soliloquy. "Since then, I have pondered why we live, and what justifies our existence. Eventually, I set a goal, a dream." As he spoke, the Water Bear's tone grew increasingly resolute. "I am a person devoid of talent, unable to change this world, but I will dedicate all my efforts to protect the village, to safeguard children like you, and when my time comes, I shall pass on the belief of protecting the village to the next generation that is grown." "Pinguin, can you accept such a belief?" Gazing into the Water Bear's eyes, which had opened at some point, Rin fell silent. After an indeterminate period, under the Water Bear's eager gaze, Rin slowly and resolutely shook his head. "I am sorry, Water Bear Sensei. I have only been in the village for a few dozen days." Rin stumbled over his words, a rare occurrence for him, as he did not wish to deceive the Water Bear. After all, the Water Bear was the only person he recognized in this village. Hearing Rin's words, the Water Bear chuckled awkwardly, muttering to himself, "Pinguin, I was too hasty. Never mind, don't dwell on this, by the way. If you have any questions regarding your training, feel free to come to my house and ask me. After all, I am your teacher." With that, he flashed Rin a broad smile. Rin nodded slowly and, under the water bear's complex gaze, expressionless, exited his home, closing the door behind him. Leaning against the doorframe, Rin gazed into the distance. The incessant drizzle had ceased, and in the night sky, the radiant moon peered out. Casting its silvery light upon the darkened earth, Rin looked at the moon. He sighed once more. Freedom and bonds, though fated twins, seemed to diverge on different paths. Meanwhile, in the heart of the village, Hanzo of the Salamander sat expressionless in his office, listening to his subordinates report intelligence. Just by observing the trepidation of the bodyguards surrounding him, one could discern that Hanzo's mood was exceedingly foul. Indeed, his spirits were dismal, and after a day of accumulation, his anger had reached its zenith. In the morning, Nin from the intelligence department reported that their division had been attacked, resulting in a significant loss of confidential scrolls. Among the critical items were the secret water release techniques from Amigakure, the village's defense plans, and various correspondences involving espionage to and from different villages. Less significant items included an unreleased scroll obtained from Inaganyu. In the afternoon, a spy stationed at the exchange center reported that a plethora of intelligence concerning Amigakure's spies had surfaced at the exchange, purchased by representatives from the major ninja villages. Just moments ago, disastrous news arrived once more. The covert networks within all 5 great ninja villages had, without exception, lost contact. Even those networks that had never been activated were dismantled. In comparison, his disappointing apprentice, Zhu Kongping, seemed trivial. In truth, earlier that morning, upon receiving news of the intelligence department's attack, Hanzo had immediately activated his covert networks to recall spies from various villages. However, the transmission of information took time, and his speed ultimately could not match that of the shadowy figures and the 5 great nations. The thought of having searched tirelessly throughout the day, yet still lacking information on the assailants, caused Hanzo's breaths to quicken. Investigate, continue the search, find every single spy from other villages within our village. In that moment, Hanzo cursed himself for not having the Yamabuki clan of Konoha at his disposal. Otherwise, he would have subjected everyone in his village to a game of truth or dare. Shinda cautiously approached Hanzo, speaking in hushed tones to Hanzo-sama. Could it be that Zhu Kongping is involved? Recently, there hasn't been much activity in the village, and he is the only one worth suspecting. At this, Hanzo abruptly turned his head, his fierce gaze making Shinda retreat in fear. He swore he had never seen Hanzo so enraged. Cease your cleverness. Do you take me for a fool? That boy has been monitored by my men around the clock. I know exactly when he relieves himself, and how much. Seeing this, Shinda retracted his neck, resembling a chastened spouse. Then, our most pressing matter is to rebuild the espionage network, Hanzo-sama. At present, with that presence in Konoha having just passed, the 5 great nations are particularly active. We cannot afford to be blind. Upon hearing this, Hanzo nodded slightly, his voice grave. Speak. What are your thoughts? Witnessing Hanzo's willingness to listen, Shinda's heart swelled with joy, thinking to himself that Hanzo favored him more than others. In such a time, only he could assist Hanzo in mitigating the losses. Shinda's mind raced, and he quickly devised a plan. My lord, since the covert networks have been dismantled, deploying adults now would certainly arouse the suspicions of the 5 great nations. Therefore, let us cultivate a group of orphans and send them to infiltrate the 5 great nations. This way, they will not be detected, and we can nurture our own power from scratch. Those who thrive might even ascend to the higher echelons of the 5 great nations. Take Konoha, for example. They are quite accommodating to incoming orphans. It would be a trifecta of benefits. One cannot deny that Shinda's mind was rife with cunning schemes. The 5 great nations might be wary of incoming adults, but they would never suspect the countless war orphans flooding in. After all, monitoring a large influx of orphans would require immense manpower and resources. Excellent. But how can we ensure loyalty? Hanzo pinpointed the weak point in Shinda's scheme. Upon hearing this, Shinda smirked ominously and leaned in closer to Hanzo, whispering, My lord, does our village not possess a certain secret technique, the spell, the brain insertion technique? At this, Hanzo's eyes widened, casting a severe glare at Shinda. Terrified by Hanzo's gaze, Shinda steeled himself to persuade Hanzo-sama. This is not the time for mercy. For the peace and stability of the village, the sacrifice of these children is warranted. Moreover, as long as they exercise caution while infiltrating, their chances of survival are quite high. My lord, think of those who place their trust and reliance upon us, and those who have fallen, having dedicated their lives to the village. We must protect their children." At this point, Shinda's voice grew nearly hoarse. That it is evident that he genuinely harbors such thoughts, if he has pierced through the very core of Shinda's heart. Hanzo slowly turned his head to gaze at the scrolls on the table, which contained records of the orphaned remnants of those eliminated shadow operatives. Time seemed to slip away, and after what felt like an eternity, Hanzo exhaled a long sigh, the specially crafted mask emitting a hissing sound. His expression transforming into one of unwavering resolve to go. Retrieve the forbidden technique scrolls from the vault. Yes, a bodyguard accepted the key from Hanzo's hand and proceeded toward the safe on the opposite side of the room. Following a series of intricate maneuvers, a bundle of scrolls, roughly the size of a palm, appeared on Hanzo's desk. "Since this is your proposed plan, you shall execute it." With that, Hanzo swiftly pushed the scrolls toward Shinda, as if fearing that prolonged contact would result in his palm being pierced. "Moreover, extract all spies from the neighboring villages. In 3 days, I want to see a cleansed village." "Understood." Shinda accepted the scrolls. Standing tall, an unmistakable smirk of pride adorning his face. By the way, Lord Hanzo, I would like to borrow someone." "Who?" "Zhu Kongping." "What does he need Zhu Kongping for?" Upon hearing this, Shinda offered a sycophantic smile. "Lord Hanzo, I believe this child possesses remarkable intelligence and quick wit, making him an excellent choice for infiltration. If we assign him the task concerning the most significant threat from the land of Earth Iwa Ninja Village, he will undoubtedly establish an intelligence network swiftly. In truth, he was thinking of sending Rin far away, ensuring that no one could vie for his favor. Furthermore, expelling Rin would yield multiple benefits, should Rin excel at the task. He could continue, provided he did not hover around Lord Hanzo. If Rin were to be exposed and captured, then he would be disposed of at the hands of Iwa. Even if he managed to escape back to the Rain Village after being exposed, he would be deemed incompetent and thus detested by Lord Hanzo. At that moment, the beleaguered Hanzo remained oblivious to Shinda's ulterior motives. After a brief contemplation, he realized that Rin indeed possessed the makings of a spy. And given his lack of talent in cultivation, utilizing him for the village's benefit could be seen as waste repurposing. With this thought in mind, Hanzo nodded slightly and commanded, "Summon Zhu Kongping and Shikoma." After a considerable time, Shikoma and Rin, who had only recently parted, found themselves in Hanzo's office, exchanging bewildered glances. At this moment, Shikoma exhibited not a trace of intoxication, staring blankly at the floor, his demeanor having reverted to its former seriousness. Rin regarded the faux serious Shikoma with a mix of incredulity, unable to fathom that this individual had been frolicking at the MA Free Guidance Center just moments prior, boasting about celebrating his sister's birthday. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable under Rin's intense gaze, Shikoma slowly lifted his head, awkwardly offering Rin a smile that was more grotesque than tears, his eyes indicating, "This is Lord Hanzo's office. Please stop staring at me. If you continue, I might break out in hives." Understanding Shikoma's unspoken message, Rin blinked in acknowledgement and ceased his scrutiny. Hanzo, seated behind the spacious desk, observed the two lively characters exchanging glances, utterly speechless. How long had it been since Shikoma had been so earnest and sensible? He never imagined that within less than half a month of associating with Rin, Shikoma would begin to make faces in front of him. Reflecting on this, Hanzo grew more resolute in his intention to send this troublesome child far away. Ahem. A light cough prompted Rin and Shikoma to stand at attention. The village has decided to dispatch a group of clever and agile youths to the 5 great nations as covert operatives. Zhu Kongping, as my disciple, you shall take on this perilous task without hesitation. Henceforth, the assignment concerning the greatest threat from the land of Earth Iwa Ninja Village is entrusted to you. With a grand gesture, Hanzo determined Rin's fate. Huh. Rin was taken aback. You want me to be an informant? A double agent? In a desolate place like the land of Earth? Instinctively, Rin wished to refuse, but upon meeting Hanzo's subtly menacing gaze, the words retreated before they could escape his lips. Lord Hanzo, Rin hesitantly began. Sensing that Hanzo did not object, he gathered his courage and continued, I fully accept the organization's arrangement. However, may I make a modest request? Speak. Could it be changed to the land of fire? I, still harbor a certain disdain for the land of fire. Initially intending to express affection for the land of fire, he reconsidered, recognizing that he was representing the Rain Village in this role of a double agent. And how could he possibly like the Land of Fire? Shikuma, perhaps recalling something, quickly looked up, wanting to interject, but was instantly deterred by Shinda's threatening gaze from behind Hanzo. Granted, Hanzo decisively affirmed. Upon hearing this, both Rin and Shinda felt a surge of joy. Rin delighted at the prospect of finally being assigned to the legendary Land of Fire for an official duty, while Shinda recalled the Yamanaka clan within the Land of Fire. For shadow operatives, the dangers posed by the Yamanaka clan, with their mastery over mind manipulation and espionage, far outweighed those from other villages. To put it simply, every member of the Yamanaka family is a natural ally against double agents, which implies that infiltrating the Land of Fire would be significantly more challenging than in other villages, particularly for those aspiring to ascend to the upper echelons. Nevertheless, this was good news for Shinda. Were it not for concerns that Hanzo might suspect him, Shinda would have eagerly arranged for Rin to infiltrate the most perilous territory of the Land of Fire. Zhu Kongping, I wish you luck. The village will remember your contributions. After Hanzo concluded, he waved his hand dismissively in response. Rin nodded and turned to leave. After finalizing matters with Rin, Hanzo's attention shifted to Shikuma. Shikuma. Yes, Lord Hanzo. I have a task for you. Over the next week, you are responsible for training 12 children, including Zhu Kongping, in the art of infiltration and subterfuge. Understood, Shikuma replied with a serious nod, standing at attention. Satisfied with Shikuma's unwavering demeanor, Hanzo nodded approvingly before gesturing for him to depart. However, Shikuma remained rooted in place. There's something else. Noticing Shikuma's reluctance to leave, Hanzo's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired. Shikuma regarded Hanzo with a complex expression, as if hesitating to speak. Lord Hanzo, you once stated the importance of protecting the village and its children. He paused momentarily before continuing. I believe that children lack the capacity to execute such tasks. Setting aside their immaturity and susceptibility to manipulation, the most crucial ability for a shadow operative is an extraordinary capacity for psychological endurance. This is something that most adults struggle with, let alone immature children. After speaking, his expression shifted from one of noble intent to one of trepidation. Yet, this was not entirely his fault. He was a child rescued by Hanzo from the brink of death. Instinctively fearing his benefactor. To voice such sentiments under immense pressure was a testament to his unwavering conviction and remarkable courage. Hanzo stared blankly at the child he had once salvaged from a heap of corpses, astonished at how the once fearful boy had transformed into someone so audacious. However, in the blink of an eye, he realized that the little brat he once knew had grown up. For a moment, Hanzo found himself momentarily lost in thought. Yet, as the leader of a village and a powerful figure, he quickly regained his composure, the softness vanishing from his face, returning to a state of impassivity. Take a look at this. With that, he tossed a bundle of scrolls across the table. Upon hearing this, Shikuma stepped forward, retrieving the scrolls and scanning through them rapidly. The more he read, the more evident his fury became. Damn those assailants. How dare they brazenly invade our intelligence department and audaciously sell information about our village. They deserve to be captured, tied to stones, and thrown into the lake to drown. Casting a sidelong glance at the enraged Shikuma, Hanzo nodded in satisfaction. That if you were in a situation where all shadow operatives had perished, what would you do? Faced with Hanzo's query, Shueikuma fell into an immediate silence, his expression morphing into one of profound complexity. Lord, I don't know. For this answer that scarcely qualifies as an answer, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Hanzo's eyes as he retracted the scroll and waved his hand. The water bear, understanding the cue, hesitantly turned to leave. Meanwhile, Rin was led by Shinda into a dim chamber. The room was modest in size, resembling the laboratories found within the underground base of the cult of the evil god. A stone platform, roughly the size of a single bed, was surrounded by bustling researchers, all of whom appeared to be in a great hurry. Chains, rusted a dark red, hung ominously around the platform, suggesting that this group of individuals had undoubtedly conducted inhumane experiments in secrecy. After all, these chains were likely not designed for restraining pigs, but rather for binding humans. On the stone platform lay a boy, his eyes tightly shut, his mouth forcibly held open by two individuals clad in ninja attire, who were manipulating the boy's tongue with unsettling intent. Oh, you know what that is. Shinda's mocking voice echoed from behind. Rin, displaying a look of innocent confusion, shook his head, observing Rin's Na'vi demeanor. Shinda's lips curled into a cruel smile as he grasped Rin's shoulder and guided him to the front of the platform. This is a cursed seal, one of the most formidable seals in our village. Rin remained silent. His interest peaked as he watched the operator's actions. He was in no rush, fully aware that Shinda's intention in bringing him here was merely to instill fear, satisfying his peculiar sadistic pleasure. To be honest, Rin had been cognizant from the beginning that this individual named Shinda harbored hostility towards him. However, the reason behind this animosity eluded him. Nonetheless, it did not concern him much, as he had already sentenced Shinda to death in his mind. Vowing to deliver the first kick to him once his own powers were fully developed, seeing Rin neither frightened nor anxious, but rather inquisitive, Shinda felt as though he had struck nothing but air with his punch. Humph, you little brat, enjoy your moment of glee while it lasts. Soon enough, it'll be your turn, and you will have cause to weep. After this, he pointed at the peculiar raindrop symbol on the boy's tongue, explaining with malice, this is a cursed seal, a technique of brain insertion. Its purpose is to ensure that you brats keep your mouth shut once your mind is controlled, or if you utter any information regarding the hidden rain village. The cursed seal will activate. And then, at this juncture, Shinda paused dramatically, suddenly extending his palm in a gesture mimicking an explosion. Boom! The cursed seal will instantly scramble your brain, mixing your gray matter into a pulp. Secretly rolling his eyes, Rin clutched his chest in mock terror, feigning a look of deep fear. Damn little brat. It scrambles your brain, not your heart, he thought. Huh. Rin blinked in surprise, quickly releasing his grasp on his chest, and instead covering his head. My apologies. I'm just used to covering my chest. Observing the insincere expression on Rin's face, Shinda found the child utterly intolerable. Before long, the boy on the stone platform was carried away, and the two operators prepared to restrain Rin at that moment. Rin hastily raised his hand to halt their actions and turned to Shinda. Lord Shinda, may I request a small favor? Upon hearing this, Shinda recalled Rin's earlier request during their time in Hanzo's office and readily agreed. Please bring me a bucket of water and a cup of water. Faced with this peculiar request, the operators exchanged hesitant glances with Shinda, who was equally curious about Rin's intentions. He gestured for them to comply. Soon, a bucket of water and a cup were delivered, and Rin pointed at the water in the bucket, commanding, "You too. Yes, you too. Go wash your hands." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shinda and the two operators exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Yet, with the water now present, what else could they do but comply? After washing their hands, the operators produced a hefty syringe, preparing to administer anesthesia to Rin. Stop! Rin leaped up, hastily rejecting the offer. What a joke! With my physique, not even anesthesia or potent poison could faze me. Wouldn't that be like throwing dumplings into cold water? An utter failure, he continued. No anesthesia. I'm volunteering for the village. Can it still be called volunteering if I'm drugged? With that, he snatched the syringe from the operator and jabbed it into Shinda's leg, who was merely spectating. You little brat. Shinda's words trailed off as his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Witnessing Shinda's limp form, Rin gasped in shock, covering his mouth and murmuring, "This stuff is really potent." Before long, with Shinda out of the way, the cursed seal was successfully implanted. After extending his tongue for what felt like an eternity, Rin's first instinct was not to inspect his own tongue, but to grab the cup of water nearby and gargle, subsequently spitting the mouthwash onto the sprawled figure of Shinda. Observing the furious expressions of the two operators, Rin sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies. I didn't mean to imply you're dirty. I meant that all present here are quite filthy. As time passed, a week swiftly went by. Throughout this week, Rin and a dozen other children diligently followed the water bear, learning various skills of the dark children, referred to as the self-cultivation of the air Wu Zai. This encompassed expression control, how to seamlessly blend into a group, 100 methods of inserting oneself into conversations, feigning ignorance, and leveraging their youth to gather intelligence. Such an array of teachings could only be described as a crash course in salesmanship. The curriculum not only included micro-expression control and child behavioral studies, but also delved into social psychology, making it utterly ruthless. Throughout this week, the water bear shed his previously stern demeanor, transforming into a fiery instructor. Any slight mistake from the students would elicit his harsh reprimands, exuding an aura of asceticism. Had he been a woman, Rin would have undoubtedly engaged in a romance with her that could be whimsically abandoned at a moment's notice. After a week of lessons, The students gradually departed under the supervision of the monitoring ninjas to prepare their belongings, leaving only Rin leisurely seated in the water bear's office, sipping tea. It was not that he lacked a supervising ninja. Rather, his supervising ninja was none other than the water bear himself. The lessons are over. I shall depart tomorrow, Rin announced, setting down his teacup, a look of unmasked contentment on his face. Humph, so you wish to leave the village just like that? The water bear scoffed, his expression stern. In response, Rin nonchalantly began to tidy the table. Enough of the pretense. Everyone else has left. Besides, my departure from the village was orchestrated by Shinda and Lord Hans. What means do I have to resist? At these words, the water bear fell silent, his seemingly mature face drooping. Truth be told, every time he conducted lessons for these children, witnessing their anxious, youthful faces filled him with an unbearable turmoil. Only in the company of Rin, this carefree individual, did his guilt momentarily dissipate. Initially, he had felt discontented by Rin's eager expression, but as time passed and his interactions with the children increased, he found himself increasingly unable to meet their innocent gazes. He dreaded their pure inquiries. Teacher Waterbear, will we be able to return to the village in the future? He recalled when Lord Hans had told him, exert every effort to protect the village and the children within it. When faced with death, smile and pass on the belief of safeguarding the village to the flourishing next generation. Yet now, Lord Hans, claiming to act for the village, had rendered the children of the village into dark children. What existence did dark children embody? They were beings that could not see the light, forced to sleep with one eye open, living lives steeped in unease. Lord Hans, you have lost your conviction. Tears welled in his heart as the water bear grew increasingly silent. Observing the water bear's profoundly somber expression, Rin's demeanor too began to darken. Boom! The table erupted with a loud bang, documents scattering in all directions as Rin abruptly rose, gripping the water bear by the collar. Come, I shall take you to reaffirm your conviction. After speaking, he exerted his strength, dragging Suikuma as he sprinted towards the vibrant streets of Kabukicho. This moment, he no longer concealed his immense power. After all, he would be leaving the village tomorrow. Once gone, he could soar freely like birds in the sky or leap like fish in the expansive waters. A mere technique of thought manipulation could not possibly hinder Rin. The most crucial aspect was that Suikuma was his only connection in the village, a mentor and a friend. He did not wish for his dear companion to incessantly flirt with the edge of darkness. Pulled along by Rin, Suikuma found himself in an utterly humiliating position. Wait, put me down. Let me down, you rascal, who goes to Kabukicho during the day. At that moment, Suikuma's mind was devoid of any conviction, filled only with shame, social embarrassment, and the dread of never finding a partner. Being dragged by a 7- or 8-year-old child into Kabukicho was a scene that could only be described as picturesque. The thought of permanently losing his chance at love brought tears to Suikuma's fierce eyes, and he buried his face in his hands, weeping bitterly. Damn it! What a ridiculous village! What a ridiculous child! I am losing the happiness of my later years, seeing Suikuma cry with such vigor and grandeur. Rin felt reassured, reflecting, Kabukicho is indeed a splendid place. All of Suikuma's chaotic thoughts seemed to be washed away in an instant. With this thought, Rin felt even more invigorated, disregarding the strange gazes of passers-by. And with determination, he bolted towards the Amayoko Free Information Center. Striving to purge all the distractions from his mind in one go, he aimed for clarity and unwavering conviction. Let us go, he declared, forcefully pushing Suikuma into a room within the Amayoko Free Information Center. Suikuma seemed to realize that he could no longer face anyone. Reluctantly entering the private room, observing this, Rin swiftly closed the door behind him and returned to the hall. Inside, the ever-committed Mikiko was absent, but Suikuma's old acquaintance, a girl named Mia, stood in the front area. Hello, Sister Mia. Rin greeted her with an innocent smile. Hello, little brother, Mia replied with a smile. Glancing at the outside sky, she curiously asked, why are you here so early this afternoon? Mikiko hasn't even finished her preparations. Rin's eyes darted, and he let out an awkward laugh. Sakuma-sensei said he couldn't hold it any longer and wanted to see you quickly, to throw himself into your embrace. Really? Mia raised an eyebrow, her expression teasing. A little child who lies will wet his pants, you know. She clearly did not believe his words. In her line of work, she had heard too many sweet nothings. The kind of bland, straightforward flattery Rin was offering was something she had become immune to long ago. Really? Rin insisted with fervor. shaking his head defiantly. Suikuma-sensei also mentioned that Sister Mia is both gentle and generous. How wonderful it would be to marry you. Ah, Mia's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she hurriedly asked, did he really say that? Indeed, if you don't believe me, go ask Suikuma-sensei yourself. Just ask him. Now that someone is willing to marry you, would you be willing to take them as your spouse? Upon hearing Rin's words, Mia no longer had the luxury of skepticism as a woman from her background. Finding a good husband was already a stroke of luck. Although Suikuma might not be the most handsome, his status as a special yearn and a golden bachelor was enough to turn heads among the courtesans. Moreover, those who were accustomed to insincere men often found themselves more invested in genuine feelings. Like moths drawn to a flame, and no sooner had Rin finished speaking than Mia swiftly turned and dashed towards the inner room, her demeanor disregarding all decorum. Moments later, Rin heard soft gasps emanating from within. It seemed this was a fruitful endeavor. Since Suikuma could not find a respectable partner due to his circumstances, why not take a step back and embrace the vastness of the world by seeking a companion in this line of work? Besides, Suikuma had mentioned that they sold their talents, not their bodies. That moment, another door opened, and Yuki, impeccably groomed, emerged, casting a puzzled glance at Rin. Little brother, have you seen Mia? Rin nodded towards the inner room. Just as Yuki was about to enter, Rin hurriedly interjected, wait a moment. If you go in there, the heartfelt confession will turn into a social death scene, with that thought racing through his mind. Rin quickly asked, Sister Yuki, where is your boss? Why haven't I seen her today? Yuki chuckled lightly, squatting down to Rin's level and pinching his cheek playfully. Who would have thought that you were such a romantic? Unfortunately, your Mikiko left here a week ago. Upon hearing Yuki refer to him as a romantic, Rin's face darkened like coal. Damn it, that old hag must have relayed my playful words to these two women. How could such trivial sweet nothings be taken lightly? Yet, upon reflecting that he would be leaving the village tomorrow, his spirits brightened once more. Leaving, Rin asked casually, will she come back? Who knows, she might return tomorrow or perhaps never again. Yuki teased, her smile mischievous as she observed the handsome boy before her, finding him even more adorable than her boss had described. What's wrong? Do you miss her? She inquired, watching as Rin nodded earnestly. Yes, I miss her, just as Suikuma-sensei misses you all night long. Yuki, being slightly younger than Mia, was more naive. Her cheeks flushed, and she shyly cast a sideways glance at Rin, whispering, so, what does he think of her? What else could he think? Rin sighed dramatically, then crossed his arms and hugged himself, swaying as he spoke, just like this. Wooden horse, Yuki, you are like the rain in the village, pouring down in my heart all day long. Drowning me, suffocating me. Superb. As Rin displayed such flamboyant gestures, Yuki could no longer contain herself. Her face turned a bright crimson, and her head felt as if it were boiling over with steam. Stop. This is so embarrassing, she exclaimed, covering her face with her hands, feeling as if she might faint. Having encountered men who were overly forward and crude, she usually found them repulsive. Yet, this unfamiliar yet somewhat daring confession from Rin did not make her feel any disgust. Instead, it left her feeling weak in the knees. Seizing the moment while Yuki was flustered, Rin suddenly remembered something. By the way, Sister Yuki, do you really sell your talents and not your bodies? In her dazed state, Yuki instinctively nodded. Yes, Mikiko is a remarkable person. She takes great care of us. Upon hearing this, a mischievous smile crept across Rin's lips, and a devious scheme began to brew in his mind. Sister Yuki. Suikuma-sensei was talking in his sleep again. The mention of Suikuma piqued Yuki's interest instantly. Her sparkling eyes were fixed on Rin. What did he say? He mentioned something about wanting to save money to marry Yuki. No, wait, it was, after becoming a yearn, I will marry Yuki. No, that's not right, dear. I can't even remember what he said. By the way, Sister Yuki, please don't tell him what I said. At that moment, Yuki's starry-eyed expression was filled with sweetness, leaving her with no capacity for thought. She simply nodded happily. Seeing her reaction, Rin couldn't help but chuckle internally. Although he would be leaving the village the next day and would miss the trials and tribulations of Suikuma, the thought that all of this was the result of his own actions brought him joy. After bidding farewell to the dazed Yuki, Rin left the Amiyoko Free Information Center contentedly, casually removing the open sign and locking the door behind him. One could easily envision that tonight, Yuki would surely find a private moment to converse with Suikuma, a solitary man and woman sharing late-night discussions. What else could possibly transpire but intimate conversations? Given Suikuma's nature, it was not impossible that he might end up marrying both women. This could be for the best, as he had affection for them, and would prevent the two unfortunate women from becoming too deeply entangled. Moreover, with a wife, Suikuma might finally begin to save money and live a better life. A win-win situation. I truly am a clever little rascal, he thought, patting himself on the shoulder. Rinrin departed from the vibrant streets of Kabukicho with an air of self-satisfaction, leaving behind the place where his dreams began. The Amyoko Free Information Center. The gentle patter of rain continued to fall, striking the awning outside and creating a crisp, rhythmic sound that in the warmth and dryness of the room. He lay on a spacious bed, his forehead cradled in his hands, struggling to open his heavy eyelids. As he finally blinked open his eyes, he was met with an unfamiliar feeling. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled a scent that was both familiar and foreign. Reaching out, he felt something peculiar to his left, a landscape of peaks, while to his right lay an expanse of flatness. His brow furrowed as he absorbed this novel sensation, his mind swirling with questions. Something was amiss. He distinctly remembered finishing his last class with the children and returning to the office with Hira. So how had he ended up in such a strange place? Furthermore, when had he fallen asleep? Was this some sort of prank orchestrated by Hira? Or had he been kidnapped by the ninjas of a rival village? As a ninja well-versed in theoretical knowledge, Suikuma refrained from making any rash movements. Instead, he squinted his eyes and perked his ears, preparing to discreetly gather information. It must be said that this was a wise habit, should he indeed be a captive. Feigning unconsciousness would lower the vigilance of his captors. He adjusted his breathing, attuning himself to his body. There was no sensation of being restrained. His captors had clearly underestimated him. How dare they overlook a special J-nin such as himself? He strained to listen. 2 gentle, slow breaths, one to the left and one to the right. They were likely asleep, chuckling to himself at the unprofessionalism of his captors. Suddenly, as he feigned unconsciousness, a frown creased Suikuma's brow, and his heart raced up. No, his captors were not lax. Why did he feel so weak? Especially his legs. Why were they so unsteady? Why had he lost so much chakra? Those scoundrels who had abducted him must have administered some strange drug to impair his body. How cunning! Suikuma gritted his teeth, harboring fervent thoughts of cursing his captor's ancestry. No, he must take action. Resolving to act, Suikuma decided not to wait any longer. Seizing the opportunity while his captors remained in slumber, he would make his move. With determination, he tightened his abdomen, preparing to evade the encirclement of the two kidnappers and then create distance to unleash his ninjutsu for victory. After all, he was not particularly adept at close combat. However, the disparity between ideals and reality often proved stark. He envisioned a graceful leap akin to a carp leaping from the water, only to find himself awkwardly rising, groaning and clutching his waist, before losing his balance and tumbling off the bed. Damn it, take this. Wind release. Great breakthrough. With a flurry of hand seals, chakra converging in his mouth, Suikuma finally caught sight of his two bare-bottomed captors. Good heavens, it was Miss Maya and Miss Yukiko. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, but there was no time to dwell on them. He lifted his head and unleashed a whirlwind toward the ceiling. Whoosh! The violent gust of wind swept through the room, transforming it into a chaotic scene reminiscent of a tornado-ravaged parking lot. Blankets and underwear flying in all directions. The tremendous ruckus stirred the two lovely ladies from their slumber. It was only then that Suikuma realized he, too, was devoid of clothing. As the wind subsided, Suikuma, Maya, and Yukiko exchanged wide-eyed glances. The deep flush crept across Suikuma's face as he instinctively covered himself and awkwardly scratched his head. Miss Maya, Miss Yukiko, let me explain. Did he still call them Mrs.? Had he forgotten what transpired the previous night? The fiery Maya, unconcerned with her lack of attire, placed her hands on her hips, her chest bouncing vigorously, nearly leaving Suikuma dazed. What did you say? Suikuma replied blankly, his eyes filled with confusion that in this fleeting moment, he had yet to organize the memories swirling in his mind. Suikuma. Maya, believing he intended to deny responsibility, suddenly screamed, leaping to her feet and seizing his ear. Ouch, ouch, Maya, be gentle. Let me think for a moment. Suikuma's ear elongated painfully, distorting his anxious face. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixated on Maya's chest. Seeing this, Maya swiftly snatched a blanket and held it in front of her. determined to prevent him from ogling her any further. With the light blocked, his wandering mind returned, and the events of the previous night gradually resurfaced in his memory. Wait, let me sort this out. He began to murmur softly, completely disregarding his own state of undress. Yesterday, he had been dragged through the village by that rascal Hira, arriving at Maya's place. Initially mortified, he had consumed copious amounts of alcohol. After which Maya informed him that someone was willing to marry him. Yes, he seemed quite pleased at that moment, and then Maya revealed that she was the one, which made him even happier. As he continued to ponder, Maya, who had been listening intently, interjected, "That's right. You were so happy that you hugged," her voice dwindling as her face flushed. "You hugged me and said you would marry me, promising to treat me well." Her words. Suikuma nodded expressionlessly, continuing to recall. "Then we ended up in bed together, and later in the night, I vaguely remember being shaken awake by Yukiko." Upon hearing Suikuma mention her name, Yukiko let out a soft gasp, covering her face. "After I was awakened by Yukiko, I pulled her onto the bed, and then..." As he spoke, Suikuma's expression grew increasingly serious. The two women felt their hearts sink to the depths of despair. Though it was their first time, they had heard from other sisters that when a man prepared to turn his back, he wore this grave expression that a wave of sorrow washed over them. As Suikuma's expression reached its peak of seriousness, combined with his anxious face, it appeared even more austere. Suddenly, a loud thud broke the tension. Redirecting the lady's attention, Suikuma dropped to his knees, performing a deep bow. "Maya, Yukiko, about last night. It was my fault." Upon hearing this, Maya and Yukiko grew even more despondent. Not only had this man shamelessly knelt to shirk responsibility, but they had also lost their virtue. Were they truly destined to live like the lowest-ranking courtesans, relying on their bodies for survival? An overwhelming sense of resentment surged within them, and just as they contemplated ending it all, Suikuma's solemn voice rang out once more. "So, please marry me." His words, powerful and resolute, instantly pulled the two women from the depths of despair back to reality. No, it was more like ascending to paradise. A wave of immense happiness enveloped them, tears streaming down their cheeks, filled with joy. "I do." Their voices echoed in unison. It was only then that Suikuma raised his head, the seriousness melting away, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, happiness radiating across his face. The entrance of rainy hidden village. Rinrin donned a raincoat, carrying his luggage, idly chatting with the gatekeeper. "Hira, why haven't we set off yet?" the gatekeeper inquired. Rinrin smiled and raised his chin, gesturing towards the village. "Waiting for someone. The gatekeeper grinned mischievously, leaning closer to Rinrin. "A woman?" "Indeed." Rinrin nodded. "Not just any woman, but a stunning beauty, the kind that turns heads. Should I introduce her to you?" Upon hearing stunning beauty, the gatekeeper instinctively swallowed hard, awkwardly shaking his head. "No, you should keep her for yourself. Come on, she's my future wife, and she's incredibly beautiful. I'm leaving for 3 years, and I'm worried she'll be mistreated in the village. Moreover, I have no acquaintances to rely on here. Since we have a connection, I thought you could help look after her." The gatekeeper perked up at this. "Well, that's not a problem. That we're all from the same village. Helping each other is only right." "Exactly," Rinrin agreed, giving a thumbs up. "You, my friend, have a high sense of duty. Just don't go overboard with the care. If she faces any trouble, offer her some comfort. If she feels cold, send her something warm. When I return, I will surely reward you handsomely." As he spoke, Rinrin's eyes lit up, pointing towards the village. "Look, I send Tishi coming now." The overjoyed gatekeeper promptly turned his gaze in the direction indicated by Rinrin. There, a weathered figure with a lecherous grin, resembling a water bear, was sprinting towards him. Upon recognizing the visitor, the gatekeeper's countenance paled, an old phlegm lodged in his throat, nearly suffocating him. "Is this the beauty you spoke of?" Rinrin, waving at the water bear, nodded emphatically. "What do you think?" "Surely, you must look after him." The gatekeeper, recovering from his shock, shot Rinrin a venomous glare before turning on his heel and retreating into the guardhouse. At this moment, the water bear had approached, casting a puzzled glance at the gatekeeper, who had rolled his eyes at him. "What's his problem?" the water bear inquired curiously, pointing towards the retreating figure. "Oh, he is just practicing his white eye. One can even train a bloodline limit. Who knows what this peculiar thing entails?" Rinrin deftly shifted the topic, leaning closer to the water bear and whispering, "Teacher, did you enjoy yourself last night?" The water bear's expression instantly transformed. a silly grin spreading across his face. You wouldn't believe it. Maya was simply extraordinary. Yukiko wasn't bad either, noticing the water bear's infatuated demeanor. A blend of joy and satisfaction, Linren knew that things had gone as he had hoped. This fellow seemed to be as bold and accountable as anticipated. With this thought in mind, Linren cleared his throat twice, interrupting the water bear's daydreaming. Teacher, now that you have a wife, you should avoid going out to the streets and save some money for a bigger house. That's out of the question. Enlightenment and steadfastness must be practiced regularly, the water bear declared, raising his fist with righteous fervor. Linren rolled his eyes, inwardly commenting on how he had mistakenly thought the wife he found for him would be docile. Although Yukiko appeared delicate, she was quite resolute. Otherwise, why would she sneak into his bed at midnight? Maya was no less formidable. Though not a ninja, could matters between husband and wife be measured by combat prowess? At that rate, he might find himself propping up the wall day in and day out. With this in mind, Linren resolved to douse this inflated fellow with a dose of cold reality. Now that you have 2 wives, are you content? Absolutely, the water bear replied, nodding vigorously. Upon hearing this, Linren sighed, standing on tiptoe as he patted the water bear's shoulder with a feigned air of maturity. But I'm feeling quite miserable. My Kiko promised me she would marry me when I grow up. I truly wonder when that day will come. As a master of sarcasm, Linren's words made the water bear squirm as if he had swallowed a fly. Mikiko was an unparalleled presence that no ordinary woman could rival, in figure, appearance, or charisma. However, the water bear, maintaining a positive mindset, quickly adjusted, mimicking Linren's tone as he retorted, I have too. He then launched into a monologue about how joyous and blissful it was to have multiple partners. A conversation that was utterly incomprehensible to someone of Linren's maturity at this point. It was Linren who felt discomfort. After all, any man would desire the blessings of multiple partners, prosperity, success, and good fortune. Just as Linren prepared to retort, a cold-faced man emerged from the distance. Linren recognized him as the individual urging his departure. With a sigh, Linren nonchalantly retrieved a delicate hourglass from his pocket. Teacher, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Observing the markings on the hourglass, Linren sighed once more. The water bear, in the midst of his excited monologue, abruptly halted, the joy on his face slowly fading. A profound silence enveloped the two. Suddenly, the water bear's vigilant gaze swept the surroundings, and he produced a palm-sized scroll from seemingly nowhere, swiftly shoving it into Linren's poncho. Use it cautiously, the water bear whispered. Hearing this, Linren cast a complex glance at the water bear and silently nodded. Words eluded them, and silence once again shrouded the pair. The cold-faced man drew nearer. Linren forced a strained smile. Reaching into his pocket to extract a brass key, which he placed in the water bear's hand. Teacher, I want to say my farewells. This key is of great importance to me. Please safeguard it. When I return in 3 years, remember to return it to me. With that, he tightened his backpack and strode purposefully into the rain. The torrential downpour cascaded as the water bear stood alone at the village's edge, gazing blankly in the direction Linren had departed until his figure faded into the curtain of rain. Don't worry. I will live until the day you return. His choked voice was swallowed by the vastness of the world. The rain intensified, drenching the water bear's face, leaving him uncertain whether it was water or tears. As Linren walked along the path leading from the village towards the land of fire, he let out a deep sigh. He understood the water bear, and even more so, he comprehended Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo was cautious and astute, immensely powerful, yet exceedingly fearful of death. Linren recognized that Hanzo harbored deep-seated suspicions, never trusting anyone around him. Even among allies, should one's position threaten his own, he would not hesitate to eliminate them mercilessly. As for the water bear, he initially appeared solemn, yet was remarkably lecherous, hiding a gentle and resolute heart beneath his mature exterior. He had been rescued from a pile of corpses by Hanzo, raised by him, and inherited Hanzo's conviction to protect the village and its children, passing on the mantle of protection to the next generation when his time came. However, Hanzo's decision to send children as spies undoubtedly shattered that conviction and the water bear's blind admiration for him. Linren worried that the disillusioned water bear might act rashly, that the inherently suspicious Hanzo would notice the water bear's unusual behavior, and that he would lose his only connection in the Rain Village. Thus, Linren orchestrated everything, selfishly leveraging the water bear's feelings, using Maya and Yukiko to ensnare him in the shackles of love and family. He entrusted the key, a symbol of his freedom, to the water bear, hoping he would safeguard his life until Linren's return. Love and friendship. Linren bound the water bear with these dual shackles, intending to ensure he could navigate this treacherous world and survive. He believed that as long as the water bear did not act foolishly, he would undoubtedly endure. After all, his ascent to Special Jonin was due to his exceptional teaching ability, as long as he remained in the village. Linren was confident he would survive. Time passed swiftly, and 20 days went by in a blink. During this time, Linren had departed from the borders of the Land of Rain, taking a circuitous route through the Land of Grass. The Land of Waterfalls, the Land of Iron, and the Land of Fields, ultimately arriving in the Land of Hot Water, located in the northeast of the Land of Fire. The reason for this extensive detour was Linren's status as an undercover agent. A clandestine operative, if he were to brazenly cross from the Land of Rain into the Land of Fire and enter Konoha village, he would undoubtedly attract scrutiny regarding his background. Those in Konoha would immediately deduce his origins from the Land of Rain, connecting him to the recent collapse of the Rain Village's covert network. Such speculation would significantly heighten the suspicion surrounding Linren as an undercover agent from the Land of Rain. Moreover, the scheme devised by the pompous Shinra to employ children as spies might seem like basic protocol to others. If Linren were to be suspected and sent to the clan in the mountains for investigation, his secret would be exposed, leading to his utter ruin, a desperate bid for survival. Most critically, the current Hokage of Konoha was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, renowned for his penchant for research. Therefore, Linren preferred to take the longer route rather than risk even the slightest danger. Strolling along the paths of the Land of Hot Water, Linren donned a poncho. A straw hat atop his head, and held a scroll in his hands. Engrossed in its contents, that it was the scroll the water bear had surreptitiously handed to him. A palm-sized manuscript detailing a secret technique of the Rain Village known as the Sly Phantom Technique. One could easily surmise that the water bear had taken a tremendous risk in gifting this secret technique to Linren. What a meddlesome fellow. Despite this, the slight upward curve of Linren's lips betrayed his inner gratitude. Stowing the scroll away, Linren tightened his backpack and pressed on. In the distance, where the earth met the sky, a wisp of smoke began to rise lazily. What a delightful stroke of fortune. Having learned the secret technique, I might finally find a place to stay and no longer have to subsist on cold rations. Muttering to himself, Ren accelerated his pace, striding purposefully towards the direction of the smoke against the backdrop of the setting sun. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the land, and the smoke that once wafted through the air was now obscured by the shadows, rendering it invisible. Nevertheless, Ren relied on his exceptional sense of direction and successfully located the village. As he approached within a kilometer of the village, he gradually sensed something amiss. His brow furrowed sharply as he beheld the inferno before him, a realization dawning belatedly. What he had initially perceived as smoke was, in fact, the thick plumes of smoke billowing from burning homes, a mere illusion created by the considerable distance that made the flames appear slender and somewhat similar to cooking smoke. With his mind racing, Rin quickly recognized this as an opportunity. The village lay in eerie silence, seemingly devoid of any living souls. If he could assume the identity of a child from this ravaged village and concoct a plausible excuse, he might just mitigate the obstacles in infiltrating Konoha. Without further ado, Rin sought a secluded patch of grass to conceal his backpack filled with provisions and belongings, then made his way towards the burning village. Choei-si, secret technique, slippery ghost technique. After forming the necessary hand seals, he cautiously navigated through the tall grass, inching closer to the village. As he drew nearer, his gaze fixated on the village, his dark pupils constricting to pinpricks. Within the blazing village, the ground was littered with corpses, the vibrant crimson blood saturating every inch of soil, with men, women, the elderly, and children alike falling victim to the carnage. The village, though modest in size, had a small clearing near its center where 4 individuals gathered around a fire, engaged in boisterous conversation. Among them, Rin spotted a familiar face, a boy of about 12 who had previously participated in the undercover training alongside Rin. Rin had overheard that he and another boy, approximately 10 years old, were to be dispatched to the Mist Village in the Land of Water. Initially, Rin felt a certain camaraderie towards the children in the training program, recognizing them as mere pawns in the grand game of politics and war. However, his sentiments had shifted dramatically. Rising slowly, Rin approached the center of the village, his countenance darkened by the flickering firelight. Soon, He sat expressionless beside the four individuals. Strangely, they exhibited no reaction to his presence. Their gazes merely brushed over him, as if he were an inconspicuous stone by the roadside, taking a seat. He silently marveled at the potency of the slippery ghost technique. His eyes scanning the faces of the four. The 12-year-old boy was the one Rin recognized most vividly. The remaining three were ninjas he had seen near Hanzo's office. Notably, these three bore no headbands of the Rain Village, their garments stained with blood as they continued their animated chatter. Although Rin felt a surge of anger, he refrained from taking action. After all, this was an era where man devoured man, and the cycle of killing and being killed was merely the most common ripple in the river of time. Before him, the four continued their raucous discourse. "Hey, Aelin, you may be young, but you've certainly taken to this wickedness with remarkable speed. You kill with more finesse than I do," remarked one of the ninjas. The 12-year-old boy scoffed. "Brother Bougie, your statement is rather misguided." The instructor of the Dark Line courses, the big, clumsy bear, once said that one must not show mercy when taking a life. "I'm merely adhering to his teachings." This. Rin let out a cold laugh. Recognizing the twisted interpretation of the instructor's words, that it was not an endorsement to wield a blade against defenseless civilians, but a caution against revealing one's identity after being discovered. Should Suikuma learn that he had such a pupil, he would surely be enraged. "Hey, big clumsy bear," Bougie interjected, taking the cue from the boy. "Following your teacher's teachings, did he not also instruct you to avoid being distracted while killing?" The four erupted into a chorus of lewd laughter. Another ninja chimed in, teasing Aelin. "Aelin, you've indulged today. You'll probably suffocate in the Mist Village. Where will you find a village to burn or pretty girls to ravage?" Their laughter grew louder, and Aelin huffed indignantly. "Once I become a ninja of the Mist Village, I'll bring my little brothers along to continue burning villages. At that point, I'll do it openly." "What's wrong with that?" Sure, you're the best. Just don't forget about your older brother when that time comes. But speaking of it, there are indeed quite a few beautiful women in this remote village. Of course, this is the land of soup, renowned for its abundance of beauties. Today, we've hit the jackpot. To enjoy such women in this village flower path, you'd need at least 100,000 Rio for a night. As they spoke, their expressions grew increasingly lewd and grotesque. "It's a pity we didn't get to play with the most beautiful one," Aelin lamented. Bougie scoffed derisively. "Doe, you still want to play with the most beautiful? Only the big, clumsy bear is worthy of that." Aelin lowered his head, sulking. "What's so remarkable about that? Adults get the big ones. Can't I settle for the little ones? Why must you take them all?" Listening to their vile conversation, Rin's expression darkened further. It appeared these miscreants had not only taken lives, but had also engaged in numerous unspeakable acts. You truly are scum." A voice, tinged with melancholy, suddenly resonated among the four, startling them. In the next moment, they were taken aback to find a figure wearing a straw hat and a raincoat had stealthily appeared among them. "Who are you?" "Oh, have you forgotten me so quickly?" Rin replied languidly, lifting his hat. "Zhu Kongping." Aelin's eyes widened in shock as Rin's alias slipped from his lips. The other three ninjas quickly pieced together the situation. Though they had never encountered Rin, the name of Hanzo's apprentice, Zhu Kongping, was well known to them. However, as subordinates of Kamida, they were aware that Rin was merely a nuisance, a child devoid of ninjutsu. "But weren't you supposed to be in the land of fire? How did you end up here?" Aelin questioned bluntly. Being the oldest in the Dark Line training class, he felt an inexplicable psychological advantage over the younger children. Rin ignored him, instead directing his curiosity towards the other three ninjas. "Where is your leader? I need to speak with him." "What business do you have?" one of the ninjas asked, his voice low. The bizarre nature of Rin's sudden appearance had instilled a sense of wariness in them. "I need to borrow a life, seeking death." Bougie's temper flared, his eyes blazing with fury. "You little brat, I don't care who you are. As a fellow member of the Rain Village, kneel and apologize now. Otherwise, even if I kill you, no one will ever know it was us." Bougie bellowed, his arrogant voice echoing through the desolate night. Trying to alert that pig. Time to teach you a lesson." With that, he brought his hands together, ready to form seals. Seeing this, Bougie was the first to hurl a kunai, roaring, "Attack! This brat seeks death." Faced with the kunai, Rin stood his ground, his hands swiftly forming seals. Magnet release. 1,000 machine massacre technique. In an instant, countless kunai, glinting ominously, erupted from the ninja's pack. enveloping Rin and the area around him. The magnetism controlled the swift and stealthy kunai, launching them at speeds exceeding 10 times that of the thrown kunai. The kunai rained down indiscriminately, piercing through everything in their path, including Rin himself. Within mere seconds, 3 of the rain ninjas were caught unawares, instantly impaled by the multitude of kunai that in less than a heartbeat. All 5 individuals, including Rin, were riddled with wounds that a swift kill. Rin formed seals once more, channeling his magnetic chakra to retract the kunai, observing the 4 writhing painfully in a pool of their own blood. A slight smirk gracing his lips. How does it feel to be pierced by 1,000 arrows, my friends? In the only house in the village that remained unscorched, a resounding thud echoed, with a resounding explosion. The wooden door of the house was instantly blown to smithereens, revealing a horrifying scene within. In the next moment, the already grim countenance of Rinrin darkened to its utmost limit. Beasts inside the room. Furniture lay shattered and overturned. The walls were stained with blood, and at the center of the room stood a bare-chested man, slowly turning his head with a grotesque, perverse grin plastered across his face. In his hands, the lifeless body of a woman, covered in blood, was sliding down. It was evident that she possessed stunning beauty. However, now her breath was faint, and it was clear that her time was limited. Not far from the depraved man, the only intact chair in the room held a man clad in commoner's attire, firmly bound. His eyes were wide with terror, the corners torn, blood streaming down incessantly. His eyeball a ghastly shade of red that he was already dead. Rinrin could confirm that he was indeed lifeless. Though he bore no visible wounds, he was dead. But is that not Lord Zhu Kongping? It has been a while. I extend my greetings on behalf of Lord Shindeda. The man, with a twisted smile, kicked the woman aside and turned to glare at Rinrin. Rinrin remained silent, the unfolding scene relentless in its assault on his sanity. At that moment, as Rinrin's fury reached its zenith, a string in his mind abruptly snapped. The next second, an exceedingly sinister technique manifested in his thoughts. With his head bowed, a slow smile crept across Rinrin's lips. How fortuitous! Just as Rinrin began to speak, the figure of the little wild boar vanished in an instant. Behind Rinrin, the little wild boar reappeared, and in a flash, a tremendous force struck, plunging a kunai straight into Rinrin's heart. Pain, a pain not felt in ages. The heart, which had only just begun to form, was pierced once more. Behind him, the little wild boar stepped back, a playful smile on his face as he flicked the handle of the kunai. Kid, it seems you have not grasped the essence of Lord Hans. Blood trickled from the corner of Rinrin's mouth as he slowly turned, his lips curling back to reveal blood-streaked white teeth. Is that so? Then do enlighten me on the essence of Lord Hans. Rinrin stammered, staggering toward the little wild boar. Instinctively, the little wild boar wished to use the body flicker technique to escape. Yet Rinrin was acutely aware that he had plunged the kunai into his heart, a certainty of death. The inherently cruel little wild boar slowly halted his hand seals, mockingly stating, I can't believe you are still a disciple of Lord Hans. Such an unworthy fellow. Today, as you near your demise, I shall graciously impart a lesson. You see, aside from his formidable strength, what is most admirable about Lord Hans is that when dealing with trash like you, he goes all out, leaving no room for weakness. The little wild boar spoke with a triumphant air, his gaze fixed intently on Rinrin's lowered head. Suddenly, this perverse creature was eager to witness the expression of regret on Rinrin's face before his death. As he reached out, just as the little wild boar's hand was about to grasp Rinrin's throat, a flash of blade light sliced through the air. The little wild boar, a true elite shinobi, reacted much quicker than the previous 4, evading the kunai Rinrin had swung in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, the little wild boar stood back in the center of the room, as if nothing had transpired. However, a slender wound across his face indicated that this was no illusion. It also meant Rinrin's decisive blow had missed its mark. The little wild boar's gaze remained fixed on Rinrin, his right hand slowly reaching up to touch his face. Blood, you made me bleed. Ha! You made me bleed. Quite impressive for a mere low-ranking shinobi. How delightful. Hurry, show me your struggles. I revel in your dying thrashes. The little wild boar danced madly, his eyes alight with a bloodthirsty gleam. Soon you shall witness it. Rinrin's deep voice resonated, the flames casting a thick shadow across his face. Puffed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, Rinrin's head shot up, his mouth agape, revealing his stark white teeth glimmering ominously. In the brief moment he had staggered toward the little wild boar, Rinrin had prepared a crimson formation. Painted with his own blood, the blood-red circle encircled a blood-red triangle. Slowly, Rinrin raised his hand, licking the bloodstains off the kunai in the little wild boar's puzzled gaze. Not good. The little wild boar's madness instantly dissipated. For in that fleeting moment, a peculiar connection linked their bodies. Body flicker. Just as the little wild boar was about to form his seals, he felt a sharp pain in his left wrist. The flow of chakra within him momentarily stalling. Looking down, he discovered a deep, bone-exposing wound had appeared on his wrist without his notice. Not far away, Rinrin held a kunai, having firmly driven it into the little wild boar's left wrist. His voice cold enough to freeze. Curse technique. Death by blood. You bastard, damned little imp. I will chop you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. At this moment, the little wild boar's face was devoid of its previous madness. His once mocking eyes now filled with a hint of terror. Drawing a kunai, the little wild boar charged at Rinrin, confident that even without his ninjutsu, this little brat was no match for him. However, he overestimated himself. In terms of physical prowess, he was not necessarily Rinrin's equal. As for why Rinrin did not engage him with physical techniques, it was simply because Rinrin sought his blood. Ideals may be beautiful, but reality is harsh. Before the little wild boar could take 2 steps, a splatter of blood erupted from his heel. Thud, the little wild boar crashed heavily to the ground, his gaze darting to his heel before turning back to Rinrin. There, Rinrin sat cross-legged within the formation, the sharp kunai having severed his own Achilles tendon. Upon realizing he had been ensnared, the little wild boar's smile vanished entirely, his eyes now wide with fear. Peeping-kun, please don't kill me. Spare me. Spare my wretched life. For the sake of our shared origins in the rain-hidden village, for Lord Hanzo's reputation, spare me. Before he could finish his plea, the little wild boar, prostrated on the ground, suddenly swung his intact right arm, launching the kunai straight towards Rinrin's face. Rinrin raised an eyebrow, a cold laugh escaping his lips as he calmly lifted his right hand to block the incoming kunai. Puffed, the kunai embedded itself in his flesh and blood. Mimicking the little wild boar's earlier action, Rinrin flicked the kunai embedded in his arm. Meanwhile, the little wild boar clutched his bleeding arm, howling like a pig caught in a trap. Rolling on the ground in agony, this was merely the beginning. Haiden, watch closely. This is how death by blood is executed. Saying this, Rinrin withdrew a senbon from his ninja pouch and plunged it into the tip of his left index finger. In front of him, the little wild boar's wails momentarily halted, followed by a thunderous scream that shook the very roof, as he clutched his finger, kneeling on the ground, desperately banging his head against the floor. Perhaps his cries were too loud, for in the center of the room, the nearly lifeless woman slowly lifted her head, her bloodless lips tightly pressed, her eyes shimmering with a gleam of vengeance. Seeing this woman, on the brink of death, Rinrin's expression gradually softened. Rest assured, just as he was about to say he would avenge her, Rinrin's voice was drowned out by the little wild boar's agonizing screams. Damn it, can you not scream? Rinrin cursed in displeasure, his voice once again eclipsed by the resonant cries. Hey, I can't cure you anymore. As he spoke, he inserted the kunai into his mouth, twisting it vigorously. Thud, Rinrin's tongue and the little wild boar's tongue fell simultaneously to the ground. At last, the world fell silent. Hoo-hoo. Even in the throes of pain so intense he wished to collide his head against the wall. The little wild boar could not utter a sound. The 3-second rule, the 3-second rule, Rinrin murmured to himself, picking up his own tongue from the ground and stuffing it back into his mouth. After a considerable time, Rinrin finally cleared his throat and addressed the nearly lifeless woman. Woman, he is your enemy. What do you wish to do? Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes suddenly brightened as she struggled. Tremblingly rising to her feet, fingers, a hoarse voice emerged. Like this, with a swift and decisive motion, Rin severed the 5 fingers of his left hand. Simultaneously, the left hand of the little wild boar fell away at the base. Blood gushing forth, that wretched fellow clutched his palm, tears and snot streaming down his face in agony. The woman gazed at the little wild boar, who was on the verge of collapse, her teeth grinding ominously. As Rin reattached his fingers, he nonchalantly stuffed a soldier's ration pill into his mouth, his expression remaining placid as he uttered, "Continue." The woman's gaze slowly shifted towards the little wild boar's groin. Causing Rin to feel a chilling sensation below, He shook his head vigorously. No, no, that won't do. Although he had experienced severance before at the base of the evil god cult, he had no desire to endure such an ordeal again. Enough already. I can barely hold on. Please kill him, a hoarse voice implored. Very well. Rin nodded, resolutely plunging a kunai into his own heart. Thud. At last, there was tranquility, and he was cleansed. His gaze swept over the rigid corpse of the little wild boar as he rose in silence. Departing the array beneath his feet, he removed his raincoat and the cloak beneath it. Silently, Rin approached the naked woman, draping his cloak over her body. I am sorry, such a disgrace has emerged from the village. The woman, weary and defeated, turned her head to gaze at Rin's youthful visage, shaking her head with great difficulty. It is not your fault, child. Rin tilted his head, remaining silent, feeling a hint of trepidation in the woman's gaze. He extended his hands, lifting the woman, and carefully placed her beside the man bound to the chair, untying the ropes that bound him. The man's body was cold, his joints stiff, maintaining a seated posture. Rin sighed and, with sheer force, straightened the man's body to lie flat beside the woman. Having completed this, Rin averted his eyes from the pair lying together on the ground, gradually rising to the side of the little wild boar's corpse, taking it with him as he exited the dwelling. Grant this woman a moment of farewell. After all, her life has reached its end. Inside the house, the woman slowly turned her face towards her husband, gazing into his lifeless eyes that would never close. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes like a small brook. Her swollen hands reached out, slowly yet resolutely, until she grasped his hand tightly. Never to part again. Outside, Rin maintained an expressionless demeanor as he dealt with the aftermath. He intended to make it known that this tragic incident was perpetrated by the people of Rain Hidden Village. Dragging out the bodies of villagers who had either been violated or brutally murdered from various rooms, he arranged them neatly in the village square. He bent the knees of the little wild boar's corpse, forcing the perpetrator to kneel before the corpses of the villagers. Subsequently, he arranged the bodies of the remaining 4 individuals in a neat row, all kneeling, ripping the shirts from several of them. Rin extracted a large number of kunai. With the kunai as his pen and the back of the little wild boar as his paper, Rin solemnly began to write. Little Wild Boar, a jonin of Rain Hidden Village. A subordinate of the Pepper Fish God, secretly executing the dark line plan of Pepper Fish Hans, aiding yearn in infiltrating Mist Hidden Village, leading 3 subordinates, brutally slaughtering 103 villagers of the Land of Soup. Exhibiting extreme cruelty, contrary to natural justice. That moment, as Rin inscribed these words, his tongue suddenly felt searingly hot, the cursed seal activating. In the blink of an eye, countless black threads erupted from his tongue, piercing his head in a myriad of wounds. The black threads, after exiting Rin's head, did not diminish in power and shot outwards in all directions, vanishing into the vast darkness of the night. Time slipped away, and Rin, gritting his teeth in silence, slowly raised his head, revealing a face riddled with gruesome and terrifying wounds. Wiping the brain matter oozing from his nostrils, Rin glared at the back of the little wild boar. Damn it, this hurts like hell. The sensation of my brain being stirred is truly unbearable. That I will remember this. Pepperfish Hans, Pepperfish God. Yet despite this, Rin tremblingly picked up the fallen kunai, laboriously moving to yearn's back. Yearn, a dark child of Rain Hidden Village, 12 years old to in the Dark Line plan. He will infiltrate the Land of Water's Mist Hidden Village under the guise of a war orphan, participating in the massacre, defilement, and incineration of villagers and their homes. Afterward, Rin inscribed the names of the true culprits and the specific number of victims onto the remaining 3 individuals' backs. He intended to let the entire ninja world know what manner of wretches Pepperfish Hans and Pepperfish God of Rain Hidden Village were. Even though this plan significantly increased the likelihood of his exposure, even though writing the intel activated the cursed seal and brought him excruciating pain, he pressed on without hesitation. If he did not act, his conscience would be troubled. Ultimately, he was a traveler, possessing his own moral boundaries and conscience, unable to remain indifferent to such inhumane acts. Once he finished all of this, Rin rose and, following the teachings of Water Bear regarding ninja knowledge, meticulously erased the traces of his existence. Finally, he returned to the house that tormented his heart. Inside, faint sobs echoed, filled with confusion and despair. Rin paused for a moment before pushing open the door. With a soft creak, the cries abruptly ceased, and within, A child with a face smeared with soot turned sharply, their tear-filled eyes reflecting fear and wariness, did not come any closer. The child, clutching a kunai, scavenged from who knows where, awkwardly brandished it before them, baring their teeth like an injured beast, attempting to project a semblance of fierce defiance. Do not be disrespectful to your benefactor. The woman, lying on the ground, struggled to lift her hand and pressed it down on the child's arm. Rin paid no heed to the still nervous child, striding quickly to the woman's side and crouching down swiftly, by the faint glow from outside. Rin's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Normally, this woman should have long been dead. Yet she had somehow endured until now. That if Rin's survival was entirely due to his unique constitution, then this woman's lingering on was a testament to her extraordinary fortitude. Observing this, Rin fell silent. Benefactor, what is your name? The woman's hoarse voice broke through Rin's scattered thoughts. Rin, my name is Rin. Upon hearing this, the woman's rigid face gradually softened into a gentle smile. Rin-kun, do you have a surname? Reflexively, a figure emerged in Rin's mind. Waterbear.it was their first meeting. Waterbear, with a serious expression, nodded at the rain-hidden forehead protector on his head, his mature face bearing a hint of solemnity. Upon our initial encounter, I am Saku Mizukama, a special jonin of Rain Hidden. You may call me teacher or simply Mizukama. Recalling this, Rin instinctively blurted out, Saku, my surname is Saku, Saku Rin. Please treat me well. The woman gave a barely perceptible nod, grasping the child's hand beside her, her gaze filled with reluctance and affection. My child, from this day forth, your name shall be Saku. Saying this, she forcibly placed Ri's hand into Rin's. Rin-kun, please take good care of my daughter, Rii.as she spoke. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed, leaving no opportunity for Rin to hesitate or reconsider. On a small hillside outside the village, the warm afternoon sun cascaded down, and a gentle breeze swept through the grass. Before a small grave mound, two figures, one large and one small, stood in front of the tombstone. Go on, say goodbye to your father and mother. Rin gently nudged Ri's shoulder. Ri nodded, placing a bouquet of red and white wildflowers at the base of the gravestone, tears brimming in her crimson eyes. After a prolonged silence, Rin stepped forward and gently patted Ri's small head. Let us go, little Li, displaying her understanding, nodded thoughtfully and extended her chubby little hand to grasp Rin's as they ventured toward the horizon, glancing back every few steps on the winding forest path. A bustling caravan was making its way forward on foot. Following closely behind, a large group of ragged children trailed the caravan members, varying in age from mere toddlers of 3 or 4 to adolescents appearing around 15 or 16, trudging along with great effort to keep pace. Despite their emaciated appearances, not a single child lagged behind. They supported one another, with the older ones protecting the younger, resolutely persevering in their journey. They were orphans from the land of soup, bereft of their parents. Since the passing of the legendary ninja, the first Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Hashirama, the entire ninja world seemed to have descended into an eerie tranquility, although the 5 great villages publicly maintained a fade of peace. Countless conspiracies brewed beneath the surface. The catalyst for this turmoil was the recent loss of crucial intelligence from Amigakure. The notorious Hanzo of the Salamander, having lost vital information, dispatched a group of young undercover operatives, including Rin, while simultaneously deploying a significant number of ninjas along the borders of the Land of Rain, driven by a profound sense of insecurity. This action incited considerable unrest among the neighboring great nations of fire, wind, and earth. Even though the diminutive Amigakure was not regarded as a threat by the 5 great nations, the ambitious second Tsuchikage, Mizukage, seized the opportunity to target Kirigakure. He suspected that Amigakure was under the influence of Kirigakure, plotting a covert assault on the Land of Earth. The long-standing animosity between the Land of Earth and the Land of Water could be traced back to before the Warring States period, where even the slightest provocation could lead to accusations of deploying toxic gas bombs. When Kirigakure saw the Land of Earth slandering them, they dismissed any need for explanation. The second Mizukage, Zuki Mangetsu, declared, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. Let us fight. Both nations swiftly mobilized large contingents of ninjas, gathering in the territories of the Land of Soup and the Land of Rice. When great nations clash, small nations suffer. The second Reikage, upon witnessing the fierce conflict between the two nations, slammed the table in dissatisfaction. You, the seemingly honest second Tsuchikage, dare to engage in battle without inviting me. The elder brother of Kyomogakure, such betrayal. Thus, he decisively launched a surprise attack on Konohagakure. Consequently, 4 of the 5 great nations found themselves embroiled in a brutal conflict on the narrow expanse of the Land of Soup. Fortunately, the ninjas from these nations generally upheld a higher moral standard, refraining from inflicting harm upon civilians, unlike the inhumane actions seen in Amigakure. However, the destructive capabilities of ninjutsu far exceeded the era's capacity to endure. A careless fire jutsu could incinerate homes, while a misfired water jutsu could inundate villages. As exchanges escalated, a multitude of war orphans emerged. The Land of Soup, known for its generosity and emphasis on harmony, decided to seal off the ninja village, prohibiting outsiders from entering and residents from leaving. The orphans were left bewildered. The Land of Water, abundant in water, posed a challenge for those without boats, compelling them to trek across. The Land of Lightning, with its treacherous mountainous terrain and high altitude, left them gasping for breath after just a few steps. Thus, the forest-rich Land of Fire became the primary refuge for countless orphans seeking escape. This caravan was but a microcosm of those fleeing children. Fortunately, the guards of the caravan were from Konohagakure, where the ninjas were of decent quality. Although they did not deliberately care for the orphans, they tacitly accepted their presence. Occasionally, a kind-hearted female ninja would share a morsel of food with the children. At the forefront of the caravan, Rin, carrying a backpack taller than himself, engaged in conversation with a boy dressed as a merchant. Nabanki, didn't you say we'd reach Konohagakure by this afternoon? It's already midday, yet there's still no sign of the village. What are you anxious about, Rin? I, Nabanki, have traversed this route from the Land of Soup to Konohagakure countless times. If I say we'll arrive this afternoon, rest assured we won't be late. Still calling yourself grandfather? You're only 12. Have you even hit puberty? Rin rolled his eyes in exasperation at Nabanki's confident assertions. I still remember the last time someone boasted that the Valley of the End had massive statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara that I rushed over in excitement, only to find 2 bald heads glaring at each other. Cough, cough. Nabanki stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. You scoundrel, Rin, that was all due to the delays caused by the war. Otherwise, it would have been repaired long ago. Humph, Rin scoffed disdainfully, if you keep deceiving me. I'll tell Miss Yuriko that you were peeking at her while she bathed. No. Nabanki quickly covered Rin's mouth, his youthful face flushing crimson. At the tender age of 12 or 13, boys are just beginning to awaken to their feelings. Both bashful and bold, and the greatest fear is having their secrets exposed. Just as Nabanki was about to plead for mercy, a mature and robust voice called from behind. Nabanki, are you bullying Rin again? I am not, Nabanki instinctively shouted, turning around in indignation. Dad, it's really Rin who's bullying me. I didn't see that. I only saw you bullying Rin, came the retort. At that moment, Rin turned around, a shy smile gracing his face as he addressed the silver-haired, yet still robust caravan leader. Uncle Kato. It's all right. I'm just playing with Nabanki. Hearing this, Nabanki rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath. You scoundrel, Rin, always pretending to be innocent to fool the old man. Noticing his son's continued defiance, Uncle Kato wearily rubbed his forehead and decided to ignore him, raising his head to observe the sunlight filtering through the trees. Kato turned to the caravan behind him and called out, let us halt for a break and have lunch. Everyone, let us muster our strength. We'll reach Konohagakure this afternoon. I'll treat everyone to barbecue then. As soon as the words left his mouth, the merchants erupted in joyful cheers, eagerly unloading their heavy burdens and settling by the roadside to retrieve their provisions. The children, who had been trudging along behind the caravan, also paused, their pleading eyes fixed on a little girl in the center of the crowd. The girl, around 4 or 5 years old, wore black 3/4 pants and a sky-blue pullover, although her clothes were slightly oversized. They appeared remarkably clean and tidy compared to the tattered burlap garments worn by the other children. Furthermore, her chubby face and plump little hands starkly contrasted with those of the other kids. Sister Lee, do you have any food left? A dirty-faced girl timidly inquired from the crowd. The other children nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with longing as they gazed at the mini backpack on Lee's back. In response, Lee slightly turned her head, her expression adorably pouting as she exclaimed, I need to count. Her clear, youthful voice tugged at the heartstrings of each child. With that, Lee approached the roadside, clumsily yet cutely removing her backpack, unfastening its clasp, and pulling out a small white pouch. We have 21 people. Yesterday morning, there were 31 food pills in the pouch, and we consumed 21 yesterday. As she counted, the little girl began to raise her fingers. 1, 2. There are still 10 or 11 left. After saying this, she opened the small pouch and began counting one by one. How come there's one missing? There are only 10 left. Not enough? Lee suddenly sprang to her feet, her little mouth pouting in dismay. The expressions of the children in the crowd gradually dimmed. For so many days, they had relied on this little girl. Although they felt ashamed, hunger rendered them powerless. I don't want to. It's no big deal to be hungry for a day. Sister Lee, just give the rest to Yazi and the others, a boy shouted. Yes, give it to the girls. The older boys echoed, insisting they didn't need it, believing they would reach Kanahegakure by afternoon. However, they internally questioned whether they would be able to fill their stomachs upon arrival if Kanahegakure didn't provide them with food. That last food pill from yesterday would be their final meal for the next few days. Sister Lee, I know it's unreasonable for me to say this, but please, could you distribute the remainder to the younger children? The girl named Yazi also stepped forward. It was evident that she longed for the small round treats in Lee's hands. Yet, she resolutely chose to give the opportunity to the younger children. Observing everyone swallowing hard and yielding to one another, Lee's adorable little face wrinkled in concern. But I'll go ask my brother. Her crisp voice interrupted the children's retreat. Don't. Yazi hurriedly interjected. Lee, have you forgotten last time when you were scolded so harshly? As she spoke, Yazi cast a fearful glance toward the front of the caravan. The other children nodded in agreement. Sister, it's better if you don't go. We've been hungry for a day. If you get scolded again, we'll truly be mortified. Feeling the concerned gazes of her peers upon her, Lee suddenly felt a bit shy. Her cheeks flushed as she shuffled her feet and shyly said, Brother, he criticized me last time because I made a mistake in my calculations. Not because I went to ask for the military rations. This. Yazi was both amused and exasperated. But you just made a mistake again. It was clear she was aware that 31 minus 21 equals 10, not 11. Perhaps my brother didn't hear. Lee pouted, looking stubborn despite her error. Regardless, I'm going to ask. With a spirited shout, Lee slung her small backpack over her shoulder and skipped towards the front of the line. The members of the caravan all smiled gently at this angelic and kind-hearted girl. If it weren't for her and her brother, the younger children would not have been able to keep up with the caravan, let alone muster the strength to endure until now. On the roadside, a short-haired girl dressed in a ninja outfit waved at Lee as she approached. Lee, are you going to find Rin-kun again? Lee nodded and flashed a sweet smile at the girl before her. Yes, I'm going to find my brother. Yukiko-ne, you look even more beautiful today. Really? It must be because I soaked in the hot springs yesterday. Yukiko replied with a smile. By the way, why didn't you come yesterday? Upon hearing this, Lee's face momentarily flashed with panic. That is, my brother tested me on my math yesterday, so I couldn't come. The truth was that the night before, Rin had taken Lee to help keep watch for Ubanuki, while Ubanuki had seized the opportunity to sneak a peek at Yukiko bathing. Remembering this, Lee couldn't help but steal a glance at Yukiko, a fleeting look of pride passing through her eyes. Humph, mother is much prettier than you, and I, Lee, will also be as beautiful as mother in the future, making my brother utterly enchanted, she thought, giggling at the notion. With that, Lee disregarded her defeated sister, politely apologized, and jogged toward Rin. She hadn't forgotten that her little siblings were still hungry. In a swift run, Lee arrived before Rin, who was leaning against a large tree. Resting with his eyes closed, Lee reached out her small hand, shaking Rin's knee and leaning in to whisper in his ear, brother, stop pretending. You don't need to sleep. At her words, Rin slowly opened his eyes, rolling them dramatically, and playfully flicked Lee's forehead. Where's your brain? Think before you speak, he admonished her, exasperated. Got it, Lee responded, covering her forehead with her hands, her lips pouting. Brother, the little round treats you gave me were so delicious. I've eaten them all. Please give me some more. All right, Rin replied with an expressionless nod, retrieving a handful of military rations from a backpack taller than himself. By the way, Lee, I have a question for you. At that moment, Lee was fixated on the military rations in Rin's hand, and upon hearing he had a question, she instinctively nodded. What is 31 minus 21? Lee was momentarily stunned, realizing that her brother must already know about her previous mistake. Watching Rin smile at her, Lee instinctively took a step back, her big eyes blinking in an attempt to evade the situation. However, Rin shook his head resolutely, his smile broadening. "All right, I'll do the math." Seeing her cuteness had no effect. Lee sighed, her mischievousness revealing itself as she clumsily counted on her fingers. "That I got it. It's 9. Yes, it's 9. Observing the little one glancing around proudly, Rin nearly spat blood from the sheer absurdity. "You little rascal!" Rin exclaimed, springing to his feet. "How can you say 31 minus 21 equals 9? Where did the rest go? Are you trying to drive me mad?" The little girl defiantly held her ground, staring at Rin. "Then it equals 8. You're driving me crazy. That's even further off. It equals 11. Damn it, you're infuriating me. Today, I'll give you a thorough beating. Don't run." In an instant, chaos ensued. After a while, Lee, her face flushed and panting, emerged from the throng of children, clutching a handful of military rations. Rin sat back under the tree, covering his eyes, on the brink of tears. This was such a well-behaved child. Why does she turn into this when it comes to math? Could it truly be that saying without homework, a father is kind and a child filial, but with homework, its chaos holds true? However, as he watched Lee seriously distributing the military rations among the children, the heaviness in Rin's heart lifted considerably that he recalled how the little girl used to cry herself to sleep, hiding in her sleeping bag. Now, at least her little face was no longer clouded by gloom. She occasionally smiled happily and had made a whole bunch of friends her age. Reflecting on this, he looked up at the sky, where Lee's mother seemed to be smiling down at him. Rin sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "You truly know how to bring me trouble." Before long, they reached Konoha. The tall red walls he remembered were absent, and the village appeared smaller than he recalled. The Hokage rock displayed only 2 stern faces. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, gazing at the Hokage rock in the distance. Though he had accepted the fact of his early arrival in this world, he still felt a twinge of reluctance that it was now the 18th year of Konoha. Goodness, not to mention Prince Naruto. Even his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, is probably waiting somewhere in some little girl's belly. However, looking at the lively village around him, his spirits unexpectedly lifted significantly. Compared to the Hidden Rain village, Konoha's environment was simply splendid. The bright sunlight, the refreshing breeze, the lush trees, and the uniquely beautiful architecture. Not to mention the 8 gates technique. For Rin, the 8 gates technique would allow him to maximize the advantages of his immortality. Unlike the original character Haiden, Rin's immortality was far more unreasonable. His cells possessed an extraordinarily strong aggressiveness, coupled with an intense tendency for self-restoration and division, especially when injured. This was why he could reattach his fingers without needing stitches. Moreover, he could train recklessly, piling on weight without concern for damaging his body. Finally, combined with the 8 gates technique, the enhancement would reach an extraordinarily terrifying level. Most importantly, Rin didn't have to worry about dying when opening the death gate. This was why he was so determined to master the 8 gates technique. As he contemplated his plans moving forward, Rin held Lee's hand and followed the caravan towards Konoha to the village entrance. 4 ninja guards were meticulously checking the identities of those entering. Mr. Kato stepped forward to report the number of caravan members, the goods being transported, and to submit to inspection. Just then, a ninja with a fan symbol tattooed on his left arm pointed at the children following the caravan and asked, "What about them? They are also members of the caravan." Mr. Kato paused, then smiled wryly and shook his head. "No, they are orphans from the land of soup." "Orphans? Orphans can walk all the way from the land of soup to Konoha?" The ninja guard clearly exhibited a lack of trust. If they were indeed ninjas, traveling between the land of hot water and Kanehagakure would require merely 2 days. However, for ordinary individuals, it could take up to a week. Observing the pale and emaciated appearance of the children, it was evident they could not possibly be ninjas. Moreover, they carried no luggage, making it improbable that they could endure a week of continuous travel without sustenance. Suddenly, the ninja guard recalled an event that had transpired a few days prior in the land of hot water. A village had been brutally massacred, and reports from the front lines described the scene as utterly horrific. What left the 5 great nations baffled was that the perpetrators of the village slaughter, upon their demise, were found kneeling before a massive grave, their crimes inscribed behind them, along with the not-so-subtle conspiracy from the rain-hidden village. With this thought, the ninja guard's gaze towards the children became increasingly vigilant. Mito, please inform the others that a large number of orphans have appeared at the village entrance. Rin, blending in among the merchant caravan members, observed the actions of the ninja guard with detached indifference. Though he was masquerading as an orphan himself, he had no need to undergo the same scrutiny as the other children, long ago. In the land of hot water, Rin had assimilated himself into the caravan as an aide. Furthermore, he had deliberately befriended the caravan leader, Mr. Kato, and his young son, Nobuki, using this connection to relay his fabricated background and identity to this colleague from Kanehagakure. In essence, Mr. Kato was a covert operative for the village, albeit not a particularly skilled one. After all, his role merely required him to travel between the great nations, conduct trade, and gather rudimentary intelligence, having undergone specialized training for undercover operations. Rin had confirmed Mr. Kato's identity from their very first encounter. He was also confident that the intelligence he gathered would reach the information division of Kanehagakure without delay. Soon, several ninjas arrived from the village to escort the children away. Rin trusted that Kanehagakure would devise an appropriate solution, as it was, after all, Kanehagakure. He had no intention of intervening. His assistance along the way was merely a matter of personal interest. After completing the registration process, Rin took hold of Ri's hand and followed the caravan into Kanehagakure. Secretly, he sensed at least 10 pairs of eyes scanning him and Ri, yet Rin remained unfazed. His infiltration plan was flawless. He had no intention of executing the orders from Hanzo the Salamander. At most, he would provide inconsequential intelligence each month that he believed that Hanzo would not genuinely place his hopes on this group of children. After all, he was Hanzo the Salamander, a being who trusted no one. Rin regarded this undercover mission as a simple official trip. With a light-hearted spirit, he bid farewell to Mr. Kato and the reluctantly departing Nobuki. Making his way toward the center of Kanehagakure, he intended to register Ri at the Hokage Tower. Otherwise, he would be relegated to a brief stay in the village, like the other members of the caravan. However, this also meant he would likely be summoned for questioning. The bustling streets were teeming with people, and Ri, having never ventured this far from home, was filled with curiosity, eager to see and taste everything. Just be patient for a moment. Once I finish my business, I'll buy you something. Upon hearing this, Ri nodded obediently, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. Soon, they arrived at the Hokage Tower, a grand 3-story, circular building adorned in a fiery shade of red. Halt! You there! This is the Hokage Tower. No sooner had the words been spoken than 3 figures appeared before Rin, clad in black vests and wearing animal masks, unmistakably members of the special assassination unit established by the second Hokage. Upon hearing this, Rin stood still, replying, "My apologies for the intrusion. May I inquire if this is the place to register for Kanehagakure citizenship?" Indeed, the central figure of the Umbu nodded, then inquired in a deep voice, "What is your business?" Rin's eyes twitched momentarily, mentally scoffing. Of course, it's for registration. Am I here for some trivial errand? Concealing his thoughts, Rin maintained a stoic expression and explained, "I have matters to attend to. I wish to register for Kanehagakure citizenship. Todo, take these 2 children to the information division." Todo? Rin couldn't help but sweat at the peculiar nickname. Nevertheless, the Umbu known as Todo seemed unfazed, gesturing for Rin and Ri to follow him through the entrance. Before long, they were led to the information division located on the 1st floor of the Hokage Tower. Rin refrained from curiosity or wandering his gaze, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a precocious boy shaped by tumultuous experiences. In contrast, Ri, the curious little one, explored her surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. A 4 years old and 7 years old. Despite only a 3-year difference, the disparity was vast in the world of Naruto during the Warring States period. A 7-year-old might find themselves on the battlefield, while a 4-year-old would not. That was the most significant distinction. Similarly, in a village that had emerged from the Warring States less than 20 years ago, the level of caution directed at Rin far surpassed that directed at Ri. "You go in, and you wait here," Todo began, but before he could finish, Ri had already hidden behind Rin, crying out, "No, I don't want to leave my brother. Ri won't go anywhere. I want to stay with my brother." It was evident she was genuinely afraid of being alone with unfamiliar men, especially adult males, given the trauma she had endured. My apologies, Rin said, shielding Ri protectively, his expression apologetic. My sister's situation is unique. May I keep her by my side? She is only 4 years old. Hearing this, Todo glanced at the pair of siblings, both still beneath adulthood, and shook his head firmly. I'm sorry. It's the rule. Observing this, Rin sighed, taking Ri's hand and preparing to leave. The role he was playing was that of a mature boy bearing the weight of responsibility for his sister. If he allowed them to separate, his facade would shatter. Moreover, he did not wish for Ri to be left alone with Todo, not out of concern for her safety, but rather for her mental state. Throughout the past week, he had exerted every effort to provide Ri with food for orphans and teach her various skills, all aimed at helping her overcome her previous psychological trauma. Now, he could not allow Ri to revisit those fears. In that case, I apologize for taking up your time. Please escort us out. Todo was taken aback by Rin's strong reaction. Although the 7-year-old boy maintained his usual aloof demeanor, his sudden decision to leave was astonishing. Did this boy not realize that Konohagakure was the safest village in the ninja world? Could they not temporarily part ways? The answer from Rin was a resounding no, while Ri's mother had originally said, "Little Ri, please feel free to ask for anything." Rin had transformed it into, "Ri, I am counting on you." Seeing Rin's determination to leave, Todo hesitated for a moment, reluctant to violate protocol, and led Rin toward the exit. Just then, a steady voice echoed from the end of the corridor. "Todo, let them in." As the words fell, a young man with a sharp hairstyle and black hair stepped forward. "Lord Sarutobi." Todo immediately stood at attention. Sarutobi? Which Sarutobi? The only one who could freely enter and exit the Hokage Tower while being familiar with the Umbu titles was none other than the second Hokage's disciple, Sarutobi Hizen. Instantly, Rin's heart raced. This was no ordinary individual. After all, being accepted as a disciple by Senju Tobarama and appointed as Hokage indicated this person possessed extraordinary capabilities. Though his heart was tumultuous, Rin, as a seasoned undercover operative, maintained a calm facade. Turning to Todo, "Mr. Todo, is this permissible?" Todo nodded immediately, realizing the significance of the man before him, who was none other than the direct disciple of Senju Tobarama. Most crucially, at this moment, Sarutobi Hizen was the captain of the Umbu, Todo's direct superior. Creak, the door swung open. Sarutobi Hizen led Rin and Ri into a dimly lit room. Inside, a solitary chair sat in the center, while opposite it stood a broad wooden table flanked by 3 chairs. The standard decor of an interrogation room. "Please, have a seat." Sarutobi Hizashi pointed at the solitary chair in the center of the room. Suddenly, Rin felt a violent tremor from the girl beside him. Lee. Instinctively, he glanced over, only to find Lee gripping his hand tightly, her body shaking uncontrollably. Her beautiful, large eyes were completely shrouded in shadow, fixed intently on the chair, her face etched with sheer terror. Damn it! Rin felt a surge of panic, his scalp prickling as a wave of guilt washed over him. The dimly lit environment, the lonely chair, and the haunting memory of that night were strikingly similar. Rin recalled how Lee had collapsed behind the very chair his father had occupied. Without a moment's hesitation, Rin swiftly struck the back of Li's head with his hand, the next instant. She rolled her eyes back and fainted, and Rin instinctively caught her, holding her tightly in his embrace. His gaze instinctively swept the room, locking onto Sarutobi Hizashi's contemplative eyes. Oh no, Rin's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. In his moment of anxiety, he had forgotten to control his reaction speed and the force of his actions. This minor lapse, in the eyes of a powerhouse like Sarutobi Hizashi, was a glaring flaw. After all, he was just a 7-year-old child, lacking systematic training. How could he possess such reflexes and control? Damn it, the plan was completely in disarray. He could only take one step at a time. With that thought, Rin clutched Lee close, steeling himself to feign anger, glaring fiercely at Sarutobi Hizashi like a protective mother wolf. For a brother eager to shield his sister, such a reaction was most fitting. Sarutobi Hizashi remained silent, calmly retrieving a scroll from his ninja pouch and laying it out on the table. "Please take a seat," he said, his voice devoid of any inflection. After that, he paid no further attention to Rin. Engrossing himself in the scroll, Rin, at a loss for a better approach, slowly moved to the stool, cradling Lee as he sat down. The paramount issue at hand was identity. Once the seeds of suspicion were sown, the likelihood of being dragged by the clan in the mountains to probe his memories was high. Unless he could dispel Sarutobi Hizashi's doubts, the most crucial secret of his time traveling could not be revealed. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be subjected to dissection by Senju Tobarama, The research enthusiast. Wait, I don't seem to be too afraid of dissection. Momentarily dazed, Rin hastily cast aside his distracting thoughts and resumed his previous line of reasoning. Not only could the secret of his time travel not be exposed, but the truth of his immortality also risked revelation. With that in mind, he felt utterly exhausted. Living with so many secrets, was he inherently destined to be a double agent? No, no, no. This was merely a matter of circumstance. Who told him to start as a cultist in such a hellish scenario? In the dim light, time passed slowly. Rin sensed an unusually sweet aroma permeating the air, causing his head to feel heavy and his thoughts to slow considerably. After what felt like an eternity, Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly lifted his head from the scroll and spoke in a deep voice. Zhu Kangping. Who? Rin, feeling dizzy, instinctively responded with a question. Truth be told, he genuinely did not remember who Zhu Kangping was, and besides, his name was Rin, not Zhu Kangping, when he was called by that alias during his time in the Hidden Rain village. He often needed a moment to realize they were addressing him. His reaction, in the presence of Sarutobi, seemed somewhat inscrutable. After all, the air here had long been infused with a potent hallucinogen, strangely enough. This substance would render an ordinary person dazed upon a single breath, causing them to speak mindlessly, yet this 7-year-old child before him showed little reaction. Realizing this, Sarutobi gazed at Rin with a bemused smile. Impressive, truly worthy of the most skilled covert operatives, with drug resistance and reflexes surpassing the elite. It seemed that Hanzo the Salamander had grand ambitions in sending you to infiltrate Konoha. Upon hearing of the Hidden Rain and Hanzo the Salamander, Rin felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively biting his tongue. The sharp pain mingled with the taste of blood jolted his awareness back to life, his eyes sharpening. Observing this, Sarutobi's smile widened. Even though he had taken the antidote, he felt a bit foggy-headed. He hadn't anticipated that this kid would become even more lucid. Remarkable. Little did he know that Rin had been consuming poison like water back at the cult's base. Ahem, esteemed sir, I don't comprehend a single word you are saying. Still pretending, your mental fortitude is truly exceptional. In that moment, Sarutobi felt a surge of affection for talent. If it weren't for the fact that Konoha had already infiltrated the Hidden Rain to a sieve-like extent, he might have been completely deceived by this fellow. After all, a glance at Rin's background check revealed not a single flaw. Shukahu Rin, hailing from the land of hot water, born into a modest blacksmith family. Aged 7, with a 4-year-old sister named Shukahu Lee. During the massacre in the Rain village, he had hidden in the cellar, narrowly escaping, only to gather his family's belongings and flee to the land of hot water. He then sold the goods, preparing to follow a merchant caravan to the land of lightning. However, due to the conflict between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud, the route was cut off, leading him to accompany the original caravan to Konoha. According to the reports from the undercover agent Katu, he had behaved normally throughout the journey, often appearing sorrowful in the dead of night, yet displaying remarkable strength in front of his younger sister Lee, whom he dotes on excessively, allowing her to befriend war orphans. Only when educating Lee did he exhibit sternness and exasperation, yet this was entirely consistent with a protective brother's demeanor. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi couldn't help but marvel. If the Land of Rain was filled with operatives of this caliber, the Hidden Rain village would be utterly terrifying. Of course, that was unlikely. However, even with just one Rin, Sarutobi felt a chill run down his spine. Just by examining the identity Rin had crafted, he felt an odd sense of recognition. He found the child incredibly resilient and was compelled to assist him. Yet, upon learning Rin's true identity, his perception of this disguise shifted. Rather than looking down upon Rin, he felt even more astonished. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old child. At that age, while he had already been on the battlefield, he would not have matched Rin's level of meticulous thought. What a remarkable child, adorable and desirable. Hanzo truly struck gold. Just then, Sarutobi suddenly paused. Wait, there was a flaw in this disguise. The surname. Damn, I should have thought of that. How could a small village in the land of hot water possibly have a surname? After all, surnames are typically associated with prominent families. Shuko. Sarutobi's mind clicked as he suddenly pushed the scroll forward, finally recognizing that somewhat familiar name. Hiss, Shukuhusuikyu. Did this guy inherit his teacher's surname? Moreover, why had he bestowed this surname upon Lee as well? Wasn't he aware that surnames are not to be casually assigned? If only Rin knew of Sarutobi's thoughts. Otherwise, he might have scratched his head innocently and claimed ignorance in truth. Rin was well aware of the loophole in his plan. Yet, he could not possibly introduce Li Yi without including the surname he had promised her. This was an agreement he had made with Li Yi's mother, a hurdle he could not circumvent. He could deceive others without a shred of guilt, even fool himself. But every time he looked into Li Yi's innocent eyes, he was reminded of that bloodied, resolute woman, and he could not bring himself to deceive Li Yi, nor could he conceal anything from her. Sarutobi fell into contemplation. Rin's mind raced. The moment Sarutobi called out his alias, he knew he was inevitably exposed. There was no possibility of deception here. Anyone who knew that name must have uncovered everything about his time in the Hidden Rain village. The source of all these troubles lay with the two foolishly self-satisfied individuals, Hanzo the Salamander and Jiraiya. How could they think to manipulate others when their own village had been infiltrated to such a degree? What utter foolishness! With this realization, a sense of clarity surged within Rin. At this moment and in this place, he had to sacrifice something. Just as Rin resolved this, Sarutobi furrowed his brow, looking at Rin with intrigue, and asked, "Who is Shukahu Suikyu?" He knew who Shukahu Suikyu was, but he wanted to understand the connection between Shukahu Suikyu and Shukahu Rin. Hearing Sarutobi's question, Rin let out a bitter laugh and sighed. "Have you already investigated to this extent? Alas, such is the tragedy of a small village." As he spoke, he gradually tightened his embrace around Li Yi, Shuangfang Shuikong, a teacher, a dear friend, and a bond. Rin's voice was calm, devoid of any fluctuation. There was no element of performance in his words. For all he spoke was utterly genuine. The painstaking infiltration of Konoha was motivated in equal measure by his desire for the 8 gates of chakra release and by his commitment to his mentor, Shuikong. After all, the 8 gates were merely his primary objective. The lightning release and Raijin armor of Kumobikure served as commendable alternatives. Although he had the option to disregard Hanzo of the Salamander's orders and flee with Li Yi to Kumobikure, Rin ultimately resolved to come to Konoha. After all, the news of his defection would surely reach Amigakure, and Shuikong, who truly cared for him, would undoubtedly feel elated, whereas Hanzo, who was solely concerned with his own interests, would be displeased. This conflict might very well lead to Shuikong's demise. Upon hearing Rin's words, Sarutobi Hisashi instinctively believed him. The term bond held a special significance for Konoha, having deeply understood the will of fire. Sarutobi Hisashi had faith that this young boy, in the realm he excelled, could not deceive him. Those who fail to comprehend the essence of bonds can never attain the level of selfless dedication. This young boy before him possessed a bond akin to that of the Uchiha clan, a profound love for his kin. The will of fire, in contrast, represented an unwavering love for the village. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hisashi felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Alas, he misinterpreted the situation. The will of fire indeed embodies great love, while the Uchiha clan is known for its narrow mindedness. As for Rin. He was even more petty than the Uchiha, a quintessentially small-minded individual. Noticing Sarutobi Hisashi's silence, Rin continued, his expression devoid of emotion, that "I am an orphan, having grown up in a cult of malevolent deities, enduring inhumane human experiments, that I have faced unreasonable and brutal indoctrination, witnessed comrades slaughtering each other over mere morsels of food. During those days, I quietly amassed strength. Later, seizing an opportunity during a sacrificial rite, I escaped. That I ran desperately until I reached Amigakure, where I cunningly killed the cult's envoy, Ikazumi Yu. Subsequently, Hanzo of the Salamander, recognizing my cleverness, took me as his disciple and assigned Shuikong to teach me the chakra extraction technique. That was my first encounter with him, this seemingly serious yet utterly unserious fellow. Afterward, due to my lack of talent and training, Hanzo grew disdainful, and Shuikong took me to explore the vibrant streets of Kabukicho. Rin chuckled and shook his head. Can you imagine? Taking a 7-year-old child to a brothel? How utterly unreliable that man was. He even concocted an excuse for himself, to gain enlightenment and strengthen one's resolve. And at that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. Then came the incident of lost intelligence. I believe you are already familiar with that. Upon finishing, Rin lowered his head, adopting a posture of resignation. Tightly holding Li Yi, and fell silent. He was gambling. betting that the attack on the intelligence department of Amigakure was not orchestrated by Konoha, wagering that Konoha had not acquired Ikizumi Yu's scroll, and hoping that Sarutobi Hizashi would recognize his ideals. The odds were slim, yet Rinrin still wished to struggle. After all, the sensation of being sliced apart is truly unbearable. After a considerable pause, Sarutobi Hizashi, with his elbows resting on the table and fists shielding his mouth, spoke. Did you kill Otanashi? As soon as the words left his lips, Rinrin felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. He knew he had won his gamble. Yes, Rinrin nodded. Why? Why did you kill a comrade from your own village? Sarutobi's voice suddenly turned grave. Rinrin understood that the critical moment had arrived. If he could pass this test, gain recognition, and sway others, he would soar to great heights. If he failed, he would be reduced to mere sashimi. Taking a deep breath, Rinrin abruptly stood up, fire flashing in his eyes, and sarcastically retorted, Comrade, you dare to call those beings comrades? Oh, comrades should first and foremost be human, right? These beasts are not even human. How can they be called comrades? Rinrin roared vehemently, his passionate heart and trembling hands seemingly rallying for his own performance. Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow, intently observing Rinrin's every movement. Rinrin, equally unafraid, glared fiercely at Sarutobi. Lee, this child. Do you know what those beasts did to her mother? Speak. Can't Konoha uncover anything? Tell me. You know what those beasts did before her and her father's eyes. In the next moment, Rinrin, overwhelmed by his emotions, abruptly halted, the fury on his face swiftly replaced by anguish, a heavy shadow enveloping his immature features. He felt it, sensed Lee trembling in his arms, felt the dampness soaking through his chest. Thud. Rinrin fell back weakly, landing heavily in his chair. I can provide you with all the intelligence I know from Amigakure. But I have two requests. A hoarse and weary voice emerged. This child is innocent. Please raise her as your own. Also, inform the outside world that I was killed during a failed infiltration attempt. Not that I defected from Amigakure. Upon finishing, Rinrin lowered his head, falling silent, no longer uttering a word. No. Sarutobi Hizashi's voice suddenly rang out, that I refuse your request. Raise Lee yourself, and congratulations, your infiltration was successful. As soon as the words left his mouth, Rinrin's distorted face shot up, staring at Sarutobi Hizashi as if he were a madman. If you want something, just say it. I will cooperate. There's no need to insult my intelligence like this. Simultaneously, Rinrin held Lee tightly, his heart roaring, Lie. We did it. Brother, finally doesn't he have to become mere sashimi. I can finally fulfill my vow to your mother and ensure you grow up under the sun. Damn, this has been a tough battle. Faced with formidable enemies, backed into a corner, and with supplies cut off, he had finally turned the tide. He astonished Sarutobi Hizashi with his abilities, moved him with his emotions, and swayed him with his convictions. To put it bluntly, he had made this future professor of ninjutsu develop a fondness for talent. Of course, the most crucial aspect was the authenticity of his emotions. Upon hearing Rinrin's inquiry, Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly laughed. Suspicious little brat. You can leave now. I assure you, no one will stop you. Even if you depart from the village now, I won't hinder you. Sarutobi Hizashi was certain that Rinrin would never escape from Konoha. In fact, he would sincerely choose to join Konoha. This was the confidence of a great hero. Hearing this, Rinrin fell silent. After a considerable time, embracing the unconscious Lee, he slowly rose, his voice husky as he said, I know what I must do. After speaking, he clutched Lee and staggered out, just as Rinrin pushed open the door and was about to step out. Sarutobi's voice suddenly rang out again. By the way, I am a bit curious. How did you kill 4 ninjas, including Otanashi, the Jounin? Of course, you may choose not to answer that question. Heh, I choose your flower stick. What choice do I have? Damn it. Internally cursing, Rinrin maintained his expression and decisively decided to reveal a part of his trump card. Extending his hand, chakra began to flow steadily through his veins. In an instant, a kunai shot forth from his bosom with a swoosh. Seeing this, Sarutobi's eyes narrowed, and he felt an overwhelming sense of joy that he understood that magnet release was a unique technique and bloodline of the Sand Village in the Land of Wind. Yet he was not worried, for Rinrin had neither deceived nor concealed his chakra nature, which indicated that he had dropped his guard against Konoha. Magnet release. This is my chakra nature that I know that I may originate from Sunagakure. And you might suspect that I am an undercover agent sent to Omega Kure. It matters not. You can send those ninjas outside to monitor me 24/7. There's no need to hide. Rin no longer concealed his matured heart, grasping the kunai dancing in the air, bending down to place it on the ground. Subsequently, he embraced Li and strode away without looking back. In the spacious and brightly lit office of the Hokage, the strikingly handsome Senju Tobarama, despite having crossed the threshold of 40, stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant streets behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a serious expression, was meticulously reporting on the interrogation of Rin, detailing each of Rin's actions, expressions, and words with remarkable precision, devoid of any personal opinion. Soon, the report concluded, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, brimming with confidence, awaited his teacher's inquiries as anticipated. After absorbing the information, the second Hokage slowly turned, his face inscrutable as he inquired, "Monkey, what is your perspective?" At this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stirred, responding, "Teacher, my assessment of Sakurin is that he possesses wisdom far exceeding that of his peers and even many adults. He places immense value on bonds and is willing to sacrifice his life for recognized companions. The conclusion is that he can be influenced by the village's atmosphere and the will of fire, thus integrating him into our community." Reason? Senju Tobarama asked succinctly. This seemed somewhat redundant since Sarutobi Hiruzen had already provided his rationale. However, he understood that the teacher's inquiry about reason delved deeper, probing the question of how to ensure his loyalty. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen boldly replied, "The girl named Sakuri and the already deceased Saku Mizukuma." Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama nodded. "Monkey, you have made progress, very commendable. However, while there is no need to worry about Sakuhu Rin's loyalty, it is unwise to entrust him with significant responsibilities." "Teacher, why?" Sarutobi Hiruzen blurted out, taken aback, as he had hoped to take Rin as his disciple. In response to his question, Senju Tobarama did not offer an answer, but instead posed another question. "Monkey, have you ever contemplated this? What if Saku Rin is here seeking refuge in Konoha?" "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in astonishment. Senju Tobarama chose not to further challenge his beloved disciple and continued. "Sakuhu Rin may have intended from the very start to seize the opportunity to escape from Amigakure. This is evident from his arrangement of his teacher, Mizukuma. He possesses a profound understanding of his instructor while also being acutely aware of Hanzo of the Salamander. I believe that, if given the chance, he would certainly attempt to aid his teacher's escape. Unfortunately, Saku Mizukuma was raised by Hanzo, and although their ideologies conflict, defection is nearly impossible. Thus, he orchestrated his teacher's marriage, thereby creating a bond to instill additional caution in Mizukuma. This conveniently explains why he later acted against fellow villagers. Firstly, he could not tolerate such behavior. Secondly, he was confident in preventing anyone from escaping. And thirdly, he harbored no regard for the village. This is also why he candidly revealed the fact of his killings in Amigakure to you. He conveys a message. He cares not for Amigakure. His only concern is for Sakumizukuma. It was he who chose Konoha, not you who chose him. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Sarutobi Hiruzen, retrieving a scroll from his drawer and placing it on the desk. "Take a look." Regaining his composure, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly grasped the scroll and began to peruse it with great interest. "Curse seal? Discovered on the tongue of a boy who perished in the land of water." Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. "The research group has studied it. It is a trigger-type curse seal designed to obliterate the entire brain, activated by any information pertaining to Amigakure." He divulged so much information about Amigakure. "Yet have you witnessed his demise? Or did you see a curse seal on his tongue?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in confusion. This fellow had undoubtedly prepared a method to unravel the cursed seal long beforehand. Perhaps he had been ready to depart from Amigakure all along. Upon expressing this, Senju Tobarama let out a slow sigh. A glimmer of apprehension flickering in his gaze. It was not a fear of his strength, but rather of his intellect. Saku Rin, ostensibly an undercover agent sent by Amigakure, had managed, through cunning and strategy, to disarm both himself and Sarutobi Hiruzen of any murderous intent, allowing him to reside within Konoha. He had meticulously crafted his actions, presenting himself as utterly non-threatening, and through an almost candid demeanor, he had eroded their wariness of him. Sakuhu Rin was an infiltrator, a defector, yet he had convinced Senju Tobarama that he would never relay Konoha's intelligence nor betray the village. This was simply absurd. Such cunning and wisdom were unparalleled. Senju Tobarama had never encountered anything like it from the Warring States period to the present, while Uchiha Madara and his elder brother Senju Hashirama possessed world-shattering power. They lacked this grand perspective, this ability to manipulate the hearts and minds of others. There was no need for surveillance. This individual understood better than anyone what he ought to do, since he had chosen Konoha. Let him live there in peace. Just then, Senju Tobarama's tone shifted to one of utmost seriousness. However, Monkey, remember this. He must never be allowed to ascend to Konoha's upper echelons. After speaking, Senju Tobarama sighed inwardly, silently adding, if you permit him access to the higher ranks, you will all be outmatched by him. Not far from the Hokage building, on the street, Rin ambled along, cradling Ri in his arms, feeling somewhat fatigued. In his quest to convey his intentions clearly to Konoha's hierarchy, to safeguard Ri, to protect Mizukama, and to become a legitimate double agent, he had indeed exerted himself today to achieve these objectives. Rin had devised 3 sets of plans. The first was an imperfect false identity, meant for the dim-witted. The second, the tragic genius bond of a boy exposed, aimed at those with some intellect. The third, a seemingly harmless, yet best left undisturbed slacker. Intended for the truly wise. In truth, Rin had even prepared a 4th plan tailored for a specific individual. The pure-hearted Rin, alas, that person was now deceased. After an indeterminate passage of time, Ri, roused from her slumber on Rin's back, blinked her drowsy eyes, squinting at the golden sunset, and innocently asked, "Brother, are we dead?" With an expressionless nod, Rin replied, "Yes, we are dead. Our identities exposed, our heads severed." The little girl gasped, pressing herself against Rin's back, flailing her arms to steady her head. "No, please, my head. Don't let it fall off." Observing Ri's endearing antics, Rin couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. "Fear not, it won't fall off. Here, have this." With a flourish, he produced a glistening, crimson candy apple. "Wow, what is this? So round, so plump, so adorable. It looks so delicious," Ri exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly snatched the candy apple, cautiously licking it with her tiny tongue. "Wow, so sweet. Brother, is this what the afterlife is like? So blissful." Watching the girl in her naive delight, Rin couldn't resist playfully flicking her forehead with his finger. "Silly, when one dies, there is no sensation of pain." At this, Ri tilted her head, her expression one of confusion as she regarded Rin's profile. "Brother, how do you know? Have you died before?" Rin smirked slightly. "You could say I've had a brush with death. Were it not for the fear of startling you, I would have asked, 'Little sister, how about a journey through time?' A resurrection of sorts." Before long, Rin arrived at the destination of his journey. A blacksmith shop. As the saying goes, one must go all out when putting on a show. Rin, intent on blending seamlessly into Konoha, aimed for perfection in his fade. Prior to arriving in Konoha, he had already fabricated a backstory while traveling with the merchant convoy. In this tale, both he and Ri were children of a blacksmith. Which was indeed true, as Ri's father was a blacksmith. Ri's current guardian, Rin, of course, could also be regarded as a child of the blacksmith. Was this reasonable? Absolutely. Moreover, before he received his first payment from the contacts in Amigakure, Rin needed an income to satisfy his growing appetite and provide a secure and happy childhood for Ri. Regarding finances, Rin had 2 strategies. One was to earn money through blacksmithing, and the other was to approach Sarutobi Hiruzen and request his wages. Since he had covertly allied himself with Konoha and become a genuine double agent, it would be unreasonable not to receive a salary. This is what one might call doing a job for 2-fold compensation. Moreover, there's ample time to pursue a side venture, which is simply exhilarating. Once the profits roll in, Rin intends to invest in real estate within Konoha, establishing a side business as a landlord. Subsequently, he plans to utilize the tenants' rents to speculate on land in other villages. Over time, even when the Ninetales incident inevitably occurs 30 years hence, and Konoha suffers significant losses, Rin remains utterly unfazed. After all, by that time, his enterprises will have already spread throughout the entire shinobi world. This is what one refers to as the rationalization, healthification, and longevity of assets. In simpler terms, do not put all your eggs in one basket. Even when the 4th Great Ninja War arrives, Rin is unperturbed. After all, Naruto and Sasuke will save the world. By then, he can simply find a favorable location, hang a charm on a tree, and wait for rescue. Fighting is simply out of the question. It will never happen in this lifetime. With so many monsters in this world, and with a sage of 6 paths above, what could he possibly use to fight back? At most, he could learn the Flying Thunder God technique to hasten his travels, collecting rents from various villages. Perhaps he could also learn some puppet techniques to save on labor costs while developing land and constructing houses. Additionally, he might delve into magnetic release, mining sand and gold globally. Finally, he could master the 8 gates to enhance his physical fitness and prowess in bed. Naturally, acquiring the Raijin armor, which enhances defense, would be a boon. Contemplating this bright future, Rin was instantly filled with motivation. Soon, they arrived at their intended destination, a somewhat remote ninja tool shop, prominently displaying the name Kato Ninja Tools, according to the boy from the second branch. This shop was owned by his brother, and he could come here to seek a livelihood. Carrying Rin stepped into the shop. "Excuse me," he said apologetically, lifting the warm tools curtain to enter. As dusk settled, a man resembling Mr. Kato by about 70% was dozing behind the counter. "Excuse me," Rin called out. The sudden sound startled the stout man awake. "Welcome to Kato Ninja Tools. Please feel free to browse." The man, rubbing his bleary eyes, stepped out from behind the counter. "Two little children. Did your parents send you here to run errands?" he inquired kindly. Rin shook his head. "Are you here for training purposes?" Rin shook his head again. "Then what do you intend to do?" "I am a blacksmith, capable of forging ninja tools." The stout man chuckled heartily, gesturing towards Rin's height. "You, a blacksmith? Can you even lift a hammer?" Sigh. Rin sighed helplessly. "No wonder your father said you were lacking insight, having you watched the shop at home. With your skills, you would surely lose everything in business." Rin's words seemed to strike a nerve, causing the stout man to leap up as if someone had stepped on his tail. "You little brat, who are you calling a loser?" Before he could finish, Rin casually pinched the corner of the counter, producing a sharp crack as the solid wood corner broke off. The man's face turned beet red. "You little rascal, that was my precious Rohan pine counter. I spent 100,000 Rio to acquire it." Oh heavens! Watching the stout man roll around like a child, Rin was taken aback. 100,000 Rio? Rohan pine? Would release Rohan pine descent? No. This is clearly the wood release. Money growing technique. Goodness gracious! I found the key to wealth. Suppressing his excitement, Rin fixed his gaze on the man before him, realizing that his first job in Konoha had just presented itself. With that thought, Rin no longer hesitated and directly stated his purpose. "Mr. Kato, I am the blacksmith recommended by your father, Kato Tada." Upon hearing Rin's words, the stout man ceased rolling around and slowly got to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, deep in thought. Recommended by the old man. He usually has a keen eye for talent. This kid should have some skills. Let's see what he can do. With that, the stout man cleared his throat. "Ahem, I am Kato Ikemen. I am the owner of this Kato Ninja Tools shop." "Ikemen, your brother is named Nibbin." "Mr. Kato Tada, you really have a casual approach to naming your children." Silently critiquing in his mind, while maintaining a neutral expression, Rin bowed slightly. "I am Sakufuka Rin, and this is my sister. Sakufuka Ri, please take care of us." Ikemen nodded, his demeanor becoming serious as he swiftly walked to the rear of the counter to Rinken. "Since you were introduced by my father, I trust your character. However, this is a ninja tool shop, and we have high standards for material selection, forging techniques, firing times, product appearance, and hardness. After all, we sell weapons, tools meant for saving lives and taking lives. Quality is of utmost importance." After hearing Ikemen's words, Rin nodded slightly, understanding that he was assessing his professional abilities, and a smile crept onto his face. "I don't understand any of that, but it doesn't matter. I can use magnetic release, which gives me greater strength. Those aspects won't be a problem for me." After pondering for a moment, Rin pulled out a silver kunai about the length of his palm and placed it on the counter. "Mr. Ikemen, this is something I forged myself. Please take a look." Upon seeing the kunai, Ikemen's heart leaped with joy. Among ninja tools, kunai are one of the best indicators of a blacksmith's attention to detail. Kunai themselves are quite common ninja tools, favored by many ninjas for their speed, silence, and concealability, alongside shuriken and shuriken, forming the 3 most commonly used ninja tools. Forging shuriken requires exceptional balancing skills, Kunai necessitates the blacksmith to continuously hammer away impurities from the iron, testing both physical strength and patience. As for kunai, it focuses on details. After all, a kunai must not only be straight and smooth, but also have its tip sharpened to an exceptional level, capable of penetrating anything. Additionally, the material of the kunai is of great importance, requiring at least a hard tip and overall resilience. As Ikemen stroked the gleaming kunai, feeling every detail, he casually thrust the kunai into the counter's surface. With a flash of silver, the kunai embedded itself, leaving only a segment the size of a fingernail exposed. It should be noted that this was a solid wood counter over 5 centimeters thick. Ikemen's grin widened. Goodness, my father must really care for me. He introduced me to a blacksmith of this caliber. My little shop is saved. With this thought, Ikemen suddenly raised his hands and slapped his cheeks vigorously, forcing a greasy smile. Ahem, young Rin. May I inquire how much you expect as compensation? As long as it's not over 30,000 Rio, anything is negotiable. Ikemen mused. Note, from chapter 150 onwards, the concept of money officially enters the narrative. Feel free to check. Rin, unaware of Ikemen's high regard for him, had no intention of accepting a salary in this lifetime. Working for wages was out of the question. He could only devise a strategy for passive income. Mr. Ikemen, I do not require a salary. Upon hearing this, Ikemen was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 children behind the counter, his mind racing. Could it be that these 2 children had just arrived in Konoha? Indeed, his father had been taking that boy Nibbin all over the place, and now, with the war ongoing, these children couldn't possibly be refugees, could they? Homeless, without a place to stay, and without relatives. How wonderful. I have an empty room. You may stay for a while. Observing Ikemen's eager demeanor, Rin remained unfazed, maintaining a calm expression. Ikemen, you may have misunderstood my intention. I do not require a salary. I only accept collaboration. Collaboration? Ikemen's voice elongated, and his chubby face also fell. Rin nodded. Yes, collaboration. You provide the materials, the forge, and the shop. I will provide the skills and labor. Upon hearing this, Yabenmu fell into a contemplative silence, his mind calculating the possibilities. Collaboration, as a concept, was not uncommon. In fact, it was quite prevalent. Yabenmu understood that many master blacksmiths from the Iron Country prefer to engage in partnerships rather than traditional employment, a notion far from extraordinary. The advantages of such an arrangement were clear. Merchants could acquire superior quality ninja tools, while the blacksmiths enjoyed greater freedom of time. After all, for those renowned masters, forging had transcended mere labor and evolved into a form of art. With this thought in mind, Yabenmu turned his gaze towards the boy standing before him, who barely exceeded the height of the counter, hesitating slightly if the quality of this child's products matched that of the kunai displayed on the counter. Then he certainly had the credentials to propose a collaboration. But could he truly deliver? Rinrin seemed to sense Yabenmu's uncertainty, and without hesitation, he retrieved a ninja pouch from within his garments. Opening the pouch, he poured its contents onto the counter, and in an instant, a cascade of kunai spilled forth. Yabenmu merely cast a cursory glance, and his pupils instantly narrowed to the size of pinpricks. Although he was merely a merchant, he possessed a masterful ability to assess the quality of ninja tools. Yet, the kunai scattered across the counter bore no distinguishable differences. They appeared as if they had been meticulously replicated. The length, the lines, even the curvature of the tips seemed strikingly identical. Subsequently, Yabenmu raised his head, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Rinrin, and asked, "How do you envision this collaboration?" Upon hearing this, Rinrin felt a surge of joy within. Realizing that his interview had largely succeeded, after deducting the material costs, I would require 30% of the profits. 30%. Yabenmu initially thought to flatly reject this proposition, incredulous that he would allow someone to claim such a substantial portion of his store's profits. However, he quickly reconsidered, stifling his doubts. What is your production capacity, Rinrin-kun? How much can you produce? Rinrin turned to the wall adorned with various ninja tools and gestured grandly that in 1 month. All of this, before he could finish. Yabenmu interrupted him. Not nearly enough? This is insufficient. His plump head shook vigorously. Rinrin rolled his eyes in exasperation and clarified. What I meant was a 10-fold increase of all this. Upon hearing this, Yabenmu was momentarily struck dumb. His eyes wide with astonishment, If Rinrin truly possessed such production capabilities, he could indeed dismiss the two mediocre blacksmiths he had hired. The savings of 20,000 Rio would be nothing short of a windfall. With that thought, Yibinmu wasted no time in giving his assent. Very well, I agree. Finally, Yibinmu slammed his palm down in agreement. Both parties delighted at the outcome that if Rinrin proved to be as productive and consistent as Yibinmu anticipated, he would essentially become his golden goose. Now that our collaboration is established, I shall not intrude further. Farewell, Mr. Yibinmu. Please, wait a moment. Yibinmu raised his hand, stopping Rinrin and Ri from departing, and then, with surprising agility for his stout figure, dashed out from behind the counter. May I ask a bold question? Rinrin-kun, have you and your sister just arrived in Konoha? Rinrin nodded. Observing this, Yibinmu rubbed his hands together and grinned. In that case, please stay at my home for a while. It would save you the trouble of lodging in a chaotic this. Rinrin hesitated. He had no qualms about it, lacking any sense of shame or fear of death, and thus felt no burden in accepting free meals and hospitality. However, he worried about Ri's potential discomfort. Glancing down at Ri, who was diligently savoring a candy apple, Rinrin, ever the strategist, found himself momentarily at an impasse. Seeing Rinrin's uncertainty, Yibinmu's heart raced, having finally encountered a young blacksmith of exceptional skill. He was reluctant to see his golden goose slip away. It was well known that the market for ninja tools in Konoha was fiercely competitive, with several leading clans boasting their own shops and hiring master blacksmiths at great expense. If not for his father's extensive travels, which afforded him access to quality materials at lower prices, his modest shop would have long been driven out of business. With this in mind, Yibinmu forced a radiant smile. You need not worry. My wife, Anko, adores girls, and we only have an 8-year-old son, which has always been a regret of ours. I am certain that Rinrin-kun's presence with his sister will delight Anko immensely. With that, he slowly crouched down and took Ri's chubby little hand. Ri, would you like to stay at this uncle's house? Having licked the sugar off her candy apple, Ri was now pondering how to consume the large red apple itself. Distracted, she replied, wherever my brother is, I will be. Hearing this, Rinrin nodded and stood, acknowledging Yibinmu with a slight bow. Then I must thank you, Uncle Yibinmu. Yibinmu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Not at all. We have plenty of vacant rooms. It is no trouble whatsoever. As dusk settled, and the last rays of sunlight gradually vanished, various lanterns illuminated the streets, bustling with people clad in yukatas, creating a lively atmosphere. Yibinmu, in high spirits from his newfound golden goose, decided to grant himself a reprieve and closed his shop early. Rinrin-kun, let us go home and have dinner. He patted his round belly and strode forward with an air of confidence. Rinrin nodded, taking Ri by the hand as they followed Yibinmu's lead. Winding through the streets, Yibinmu guided Rinrin and Ri into a serene courtyard. The garden, adorned with a rockery and flowing water, was exceptionally elegant, featuring traditional wooden architecture that exuded an antique charm. In the center of the courtyard, a small pond produced rhythmic thuds as water fell into it. It was indeed surprising that the rotund and commercial-minded Yibinmu resided in such a refined setting. In an open area behind the courtyard, a boy of similar age to Rinrin was diligently practicing shuriken throwing, sweat glistening on his brow. The boy had a head of slightly blue-tinted white hair and displayed an intense focus. On a nearby low wooden platform, a poised and graceful mature woman knelt, her own white hair elegantly tied up, gazing at the boy with a look of maternal pride. I'm home, Yibinmu called out. The woman turned, rising gracefully with a composed smile. Welcome back, dear. Upon seeing Ri, who was vigorously munching on her apple, and Rinrin, whose expression was somewhat peculiar, her eyes narrowed inquisitively. Dear, who are these two? Yibinmu, with his trademark boisterousness, gestured towards Rinrin. This is Saku Rinrin, and this is his sister, Saku Ri. They will be staying with us from tonight. He then pointed to the woman approaching them. This is my wife, Kato Anko. Hello, Aunt Anko. Rinrin and Ri said politely with a bow. Once the introductions were complete, Yibinmu pointed to the boy still practicing shuriken throwing. Kato-dan, my son. Rinrin's heart stirred at the mention of the name. Kato-dan, that name sounded familiar. Could he be the first love of Tsunade, Kato-dan? The hair color certainly resembled that of the legendary Sannin. What a pity, though, he had died young and left no legacy behind. As these thoughts traversed Rinrin's mind, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Yibinmu. You too are unfortunate. Your son has perished, and there are no grandchildren in sight. Perhaps I should subtly suggest you have another child. However, observing the resemblance between Yebenmu and his son, Rinrin couldn't help but wonder if the child might not be the product of a neighboring man's lineage. On the other hand, Anko displayed a genuine fondness for Ri, clearly enjoying the presence of children, just as Yebenmu had described. Dan, tidy up. It's time for dinner. Yebenmu bellowed to the boy engrossed in his practice. Dan immediately shook his head. Father, I must throw 100 more. You all can eat first. He swiftly drew another shuriken and resumed his training. Upon hearing this, Yebenmu's expression hardened, and he muttered under his breath, practice, don't think that just because you can't become Hokage. Even if you do, you won't inherit my business. At this, Anko shot Yebenmu a disapproving look. Don't discourage the boy's enthusiasm. What's wrong with wanting to be Hokage? It's the most honorable position. After finishing, I gently took Ri's small hand and softly said, Ri-chan, let us go to the kitchen with Aunt Anzu and see what delicious food awaits us this evening. Okay, Ri drooled, nodding emphatically, her gaze filled with longing as it fixed on Rinto. Go on, don't cause any trouble for Aunt Anzu. Rinto sighed to him. Over there, Kato Anzu was preparing dinner, while Aponji pulled Rinto to sit in front of the courtyard, watching Kato repeatedly throw shuriken. Rinto, tell me, what is so great about being Hokage? Aponji complained, his expression sour as he observed Kato, drenched in sweat. My younger brother is obsessed with being Hokage, and my son keeps mentioning it too. It's driving me insane. My ancestors fought alongside the Senju clan during the Warring States period, establishing Konoha with great effort. Starting from my generation, we finally don't have to send 7 or 8-year-olds to battle and can live happily running a business. Yet, my son insists on retracing the same path. Isn't it infuriating? It is infuriating. Rinto agreed that in this case, it can only be said that he hasn't been fighting enough. If there were skirmishes every 3 days and major battles every 5, this child would certainly behave. However, Rinto wouldn't voice such thoughts. It would be utterly foolish for an outsider to meddle in a father-son affair. By the way, Rinto-kun, do you aspire to be Hokage? Aponji asked, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation that I don't want to and can't. Rinto replied flatly he wasn't lying, nor could he afford to lie. After all, as soon as he expressed even a hint of desire for the title of Hokage, he would no longer have a place in Konoha. However, Aponji interpreted Rinto's words differently. Indeed, there has never been a precedent for an outsider becoming Hokage in Konoha. But Rinto-kun, don't you truly desire it? No, I don't. Seeing Rinto's resolute answer, Aponji nodded and countered. Then why does my son always talk about wanting to be Hokage? I don't know. Perhaps to prove himself. Rinto replied wearily. Prove himself? Shouldn't that be done in the bedroom? Aponji remarked, his tone lightening. Oh, now you've piqued my interest. Rinto sat upright instantly. Uncle, you clearly don't understand. Let me explain it to you properly. With that, he hooked his arm around Aponji's neck. Tell me, how can a man make a woman fall in love with him? Well, there should be many ways. Aponji responded uncertainly. Absolutely correct. Rinto nodded vigorously. Now let me ask. How can a man make many women fall in love with him? Upon hearing this, Aponji was taken aback, shaking his head in confusion. He had never considered such a question, especially with a woman like Anzu, who appeared refined but was a fierce tigress at heart. Noticing Aponji's bewildered expression, Rinto clicked his tongue in exasperation. Power. In the ninja world, power is the method to make many women fall for you. Some women may be attracted to wealth, others to looks, and some prefer honest men. Yet, the underlying principle remains the same. A sense of security, a man who provides that security. Tell me, who can offer more security than the Hokage? No one. Aponji nodded thoughtfully. Now, let us return to the topic of proving oneself. Uncle Aponji, as someone with experience, you must know that men sometimes feel powerless, right? Upon hearing this, Aponji nodded vigorously in agreement. Brother, you're absolutely right. Sometimes, it's not about ability. It's the various circumstances that affect one's strength. Seeing Aponji's agreement, Rinto continued. So why does one feel powerless? Is it age, physical condition, or perhaps mood? I believe it's none of those. Then what is it? Tell me. Aponji's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling that his decision to bring Rinto home was indeed wise. This boy was a treasured its novelty. Rinto whispered conspiratorially into Aponji's ear. Uncle Aponji, think about it. Becoming Hokage can provide a sense of security for many women, right? Can one not indulge in escapades? Can one not play the role of a bridegroom every day? Would there not be ample opportunities to prove oneself, and ones that do not leave one feeling powerless? So, Ipponji countered. Thus, those who aspire to be Hokage are all old lechers. You fool. Upon hearing Rinto's words, Ipponji's expression darkened instantly. You rambled on without telling me how to resolve feelings of powerlessness. Moreover, I suspect you're slyly implying that I'm incapable and scolding my brother and son as old lechers. 12 hours had passed since Rinto had begun his subtle jabs at Ipponji's capabilities. Early in the morning, Rinto, feeling rejuvenated, woke up. After a night of training, he sensed a significant increase in his total chakra, almost reaching the level of that mediocre water bear. Moreover, the title of Special Jonin was merely a euphemism for a clumsy Chunin. This also indicated that his chakra reserves were nearing Chunin levels, which was undoubtedly excellent news for him. With an expanded total, he could use jutsu more liberally. Additionally, Rinto's cells would not perish, meaning he could draw infinite stamina from his own cells and convert it into chakra. Seizing the opportunity as he got up, Rinto swiftly dressed the still sleeping Ri in her jacket. The little chubby girl was now 4 years old, at an age where she loved to sleep. Allowing Rinto to dress her and carry her on his back, he dared not leave her alone, fearing she might feel scared or nostalgic. He could only carry her wherever he went, after all. Those painful memories could only fade with time. After enjoying a breakfast at Ipponji's, Rinto took Ri, still dazed, and walked out of the house with Ipponji. Uncle Ipponji, are you still upset? Rinto inquired, leaning closer to Ipponji. The chubby man huffed in a petulant manner, quickening his pace to distance himself from Rinto. Seeing this, Rinto chuckled to himself. Ah, I've heard of a remedy for feeling powerless. Ipponji, who had been walking briskly, perked up at the mention and turned to face Rinto with a serious expression. Rinto-kun, we haven't discussed your future work schedule yet. Shall we walk and talk? Upon hearing this, Rinto grinned and replied, no problem, let us walk and chat. Rinto-kun, when do you plan to work daily? I need to arrange a separate forging area for you. After 4 in the afternoon, I'm planning to attend the Ninja Academy. So I'll only be free after that, Rinto said, stroking his chin as he shared his plans. The Ninja Academy? Ipponji exclaimed, surprised. He had assumed someone like Rinto would be solely focused on making money, not realizing he suddenly intended to attend the Ninja Academy. Rinto-kun, do you actually want to become a ninja? Damn it, you don't also want to be an old lecher, do you? Rinto silently rolled his eyes. I'm doing it to save money. Just think about it. Once I'm wealthy, will I need to hire bodyguards? If so, security comes first. Ipponji chuckled sheepishly. Is one bodyguard enough? Not enough. Ipponji shook his head. Though he wasn't in a position to hire bodyguards yet, he had seen enough wealthy individuals to know that they typically had a multitude of bodyguards. Then would hiring many bodyguards require a lot of money? Yes. Would you be willing to pay for the bodyguards? Upon hearing this, Ipponji shivered, quickly shaking his plump head. I wouldn't pay. Whoever pays is the big fool. Damn it, I see you as the big fool. Rinto sighed. Look, if I go to the Ninja Academy to learn some self-defense ninjutsu, I'd save at least a fortune. Ipponji nodded, temporarily lifting the crown of the old lecher from Rinto's head. By the way, Uncle Ipponji, how much do you think your house is worth? Rinto finally asked the question that had been on his mind, eyeing the courtyard and the exquisite architecture that aligned with his aesthetic. Thus, he wished to inquire about the value, to set a modest goal for himself. Upon hearing Rin's question, Ibenmaku's plump eyebrows furrowed instantly as he tilted his head and retorted, which house are you referring to? This entire area comprises my family's properties, and the price varies significantly. With a grand gesture of his hand, he encompassed the entirety of the surrounding houses. By the heavens, what absurdity! Where does this Versailles mentality come from? Quick, drag him out and execute him in 5 minutes. With a stern expression, Rin replied curtly, the one you reside in. Ibenmaku suddenly understood, mischievously counting on his fingers, approximately 20 million Rio. Not too expensive, I simply enjoy the tranquility there. Rin, exasperated, ceased further conversation, swiftly scooping up Ri and striding past Ibenmaku with determination. Ibenmaku, taken aback, exclaimed, wait, brother, you haven't explained how to resolve the issue of feeling overwhelmed. Feeling overwhelmed? Just let your Hokage handle it. After a busy morning. Utilizing the magnetic release as a formidable tool, Rin promptly completed his tasks for the day, presenting the finished product to Ibinmaku, who bore a dark expression. Rin exited the Kato Ninja Tool shop, with Ri in tow. With the scant cash remaining on him, Rin and Ri managed to procure their lunch. Following the main road, Rin returned to the Hokage building. This time, he refrained from barging in, instead standing quietly at the entrance. Poised to adjust his demeanor, he understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen would soon be aware of his presence, as expected. Within 5 minutes, Sarutobi emerged from the main door, casting a peculiar glance at the young boy before him. Had it not been for Tobirama-sensei's reminder the previous day, he might have indeed fallen for this boy's tricks. Fortunately, in this world, strength reigns supreme. With power, all schemes and machinations are rendered trivial. With this thought, Sarutobi felt reassured, signaling to Rin with a glance before turning to re-enter the Hokage building. Rin, undeterred, firmly grasped Ri's hand, leading her, somewhat apprehensive, along in his wake. It was likely that he would soon meet the legendary second Hokage. Senju Tobirama. After all, Sarutobi's earlier expression had already spoken volumes. As anticipated, Sarutobi did not escort Rin into the interrogation room from the previous day. Instead, he turned to guide him to the 3rd floor. In a short while, they arrived at a red wooden door. Sarutobi first knocked gently before entering. Upon hearing a steady entered, Tobirama-sensei, Shakafang Rin has arrived, Sarutobi announced, stepping aside to allow Rin into the fabled Hokage office. Upon entering, Rin was immediately struck by the sight of a massive desk adorned with the Konoha emblem. Behind it sat an imposing figure, a man whose most striking features were his piercing eyes and flowing silver hair. Handsome. Even as a fellow male, Rin could not deny the man's striking appearance. After staring into those captivating eyes for a full 3 seconds, Rin stepped forward with a composed expression, entering the Hokage's office. Should all go as expected, this would be his first and last visit to this office. Thereafter, his days in Konoha would hold no ties to this center of power. With this thought, Rin felt a surge of adrenaline. At last, he would finally be free from the burdens left by his transmigration. The room was populated by a smattering of individuals, both male and female, of various builds, most appearing relatively youthful. It seemed that Tobirama intended to use him as a teaching experience for these novices. Indeed, Tobirama had such intentions. Following the news from some of his prized disciples, who had learned of Rin's circumstances from Sarutobi, some were indignant, while others appeared contemplative or disdainful. Thus, Tobirama resolved to facilitate interaction between his disciples and this astutely clever individual while also observing him up close. Rin, undaunted, expressionless, approached the desk while holding Ri's hand. Gazing at the boy who barely reached the edge of his desk, Tobirama was suddenly struck by a profound sense of dissonance. Could this boy truly be only 7 years old? Lost in thought, Rin spoke up. Good day, Hokage-sama. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Shakafang Rin, and this is my sister, Shakafang Ri. Upon hearing this, Tobirama regarded Rin with a stoic expression. What brings you here? Young man? This was Tobirama's way of reminding Rin to remember his place and refrain from making excessive demands. Understanding the message, Rin deduced that Tobirama was already aware of his desire to attend the Konoha Academy, and it was evident that he was not inclined to grant such a request. However, Rin believed that all matters could be negotiated. If he could demonstrate his worth, he would earn the right to make demands. Given that Tobirama had summoned so many individuals, intending to utilize him as a teaching tool, Rin decided to showcase a simple, yet powerful Taizu Changquan, straightforward and effective. After all, they were all seasoned veterans, and it was time to let his inner strength shine. With this determination, Rin refrained from further antics, scratched his head, and chuckled awkwardly. Actually, there's nothing much. I merely wish to attend school today as a token of goodwill. Here is my offer. With that, he retrieved a pre-prepared envelope from his robe and placed it on the relatively tidy desk. Upon seeing this, Tobirama accepted the envelope without hesitation, extracting the letter within and perusing it rapidly. The more he read, the deeper Tobirama's frown became, a chill creeping into his heart. Observing Tobirama's increasingly furrowed brow, Rin found amusement in the situation. That it was merely a simple letter addressed to Lord Hanzo, stating that he had infiltrated Konoha and was currently masquerading as a blacksmith. Furthermore, he had secured the necessary arrangements to enroll in the Ninja Academy through his employer's connections. Simultaneously, Rin urged Hanzo to send more personnel. As Konoha was currently short-staffed due to the war, making it quite easy to blend in, he also established a means of communication, agreeing to contact them monthly. Lastly, Rin shamelessly requested Hanzo to provide him with 50,000 ryo for his operational expenses. After reading the letter, Tobirama handed it to the eager Sarutobi, who appeared intrigued. Strangely, upon finishing the letter, a hint of amusement flickered across Sarutobi's face at Tobarama's urging. The letter circulated among the crowd, ultimately landing in the hands of a man with a flamboyant hairstyle named Nara Shikaku. "Shikaku, what do you think of Rin's sincerity?" Tobirama inquired, his gaze fixed on the man. This. Not only Shikaku fell silent, but the entire office was engulfed in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, as Ri began to yawn, Shikaku finally raised his head and responded gravely, "Lord Tobirama, I believe his sincerity is ample. Is it sufficient for Rin to gain admission to the Konoha Ninja Academy?" Tobirama countered, "Yes, I believe it is." Shikaku nodded after a moment of reflection. In response, Tobirama turned to Rin, his brow furrowing even more tightly. Truth be told, eliminating this individual would be exceedingly simple. However, discarding the card that Rin represented would be unwise. This was a very straightforward logic. Rin now symbolized not just himself, but also Hanzo the Salamander, the only figure in the ninja world who could rightfully bear the title God after his demise. While Tobirama might possess greater power than Hanzo, who could refuse such a formidable ally? As long as Konoha could keep Rin under control, given his intelligence, he would likely influence Hanzo's decisions. Consequently, the pressure on Konoha from the sand and rock villages would significantly lessen, resulting in fewer casualties among their comrades. Rin was indeed a trump card. This is yet another testament to Rinrin's remarkable cunning that he subtly articulates his dissatisfaction with the rain-hidden village, much to Konoha's delight. He showcases his abilities, stirring Konoha's intrigue while simultaneously instilling a sense of trepidation about imprisoning him. He demonstrates an influence over Hanzo of the Salamander's decisions, igniting excitement within Konoha at the same time. He builds trust with Hanzo by revealing his capabilities. He exposes his vulnerabilities, cultivating Hanzo's reliance on him. Subsequently, through his significance, he safeguards the well-being of Shuofang's Shuoro. Through his importance, he ensures his own safety and freedom. And through his prominence, he grants Shuofang's Li a healthy and joyous childhood. Everyone is aware that Rinrin is a dark piece, a spy, an undercover agent, yet all are intent on exploiting him to fulfill their own ambitions. Contemplating this, Senju Tobirama is struck with a sudden headache. This fellow is not merely a ninja. If he were a formidable ninja, who in the world could restrain him? Most critically, he is merely 7 years old. And barring unforeseen circumstances, he could very well live another 40 to 50 years. By then, with age only sharpening his cunning, who could possibly outmaneuver him? Subconsciously, Tobirama, feeling resigned, positions himself in the perspective of his elder brother. Senju Hashirama, what would the elder brother do in this situation? It is likely that the naive elder brother would leap at the chance to agree if he heard it would save countless comrades from death. With this thought, Tobirama resolves to tackle the issue with the mindset of his deeply admired elder brother Rinrin-kun. I concur. He only hopes that the will of fire in Konoha can sway this troublesome individual. Upon hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Rinrin's face breaks into a broad grin, revealing a dazzling array of pearly whites. Yet at that moment, a voice unexpectedly pierces through the crowd. "Teacher, I have an objection." "Who?" Before Tobirama could react, Rinrin had already shouted in exasperation. Shimura Danzo, that a young man stood forth from the crowd, his demeanor exuding righteousness. Damn it, anyone with Danzo in their name is bound to be no good. Rinrin rolled his eyes in irritation, muttering to himself that it is only at this moment that he appears to be a genuine child. Danzo does not spare Rinrin a glance, addressing Tobirama instead. "Teacher, I propose we imprison him and control Hanzo of the Salamander through curse techniques. This would be far more effective." Danzo spoke with a sense of moral superiority, showing no regard for Rinrin's presence. In his view, this was a prime opportunity to impress the teacher, unlike that weakling Hizashi, who would never have the resolve that instant. Danzo felt he was exuding charisma. Rinrin coldly observed Danzo's theatrics, his inner turmoil bubbling with disdain. To be honest, he did not harbor much animosity towards Danzo's type. He merely felt that his actions were somewhat excessive. However, today, This fellow had the audacity to use him as a stepping stone for his own notoriety, and he could hardly be blamed for retaliating. If I don't put you in your place, you will have to avoid me in the future. I swear I won't bear the Shuo Fong name. In the face of Danzo's suggestion, Tobirama suddenly felt a wave of exhilaration, silently giving Danzo a thumbs up in his mind. Indeed, it was necessary to have someone with a lesser intellect step forward to challenge the enigma that is Shuo Fong Rinrin. This would facilitate my information gathering on him. With this thought, Tobirama cast a keen glance at the sullen Rinrin. Withholding any comment, he was eager, very eager, to see how Rinrin would respond. Although Rinrin did not catch Tobirama's intrigued gaze at this moment, a Hokage remained silent. To expect a mere child to speak. The implication was glaring to Eye in an instant. All eyes in the office converged upon Rinrin. Rinrin paused momentarily, the storm cloud on his face dissipating as he suddenly broke into a smile. Addressing the indifferent Danzo with a tinge of mockery, shaking his head as he sighed, "Shimura Danzo, you will never become Hokage." "What?" Danzo immediately turned, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he wished to consume Rinrin whole. His anger stemmed from a simple truth. He desperately wished to become Hokage. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had yet to express any clear intentions regarding who would assume the mantle of the next Hokage. This implied that he, Shimura Danzo, was also among the contenders for the third Hokage. However, only the second Hokage knew that the one truly fit for the role was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo was unqualified, as were Mito Kazan, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Torafu. As for Uchiha Kagami, he possessed both capability and conviction. Yet, the thought of Kagami becoming Hokage, caught between the village and his clan, rendered the second Hokage hesitant. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen was deemed suitable, it was not due to strength, character, or ability, but rather because he bore the closest resemblance to the elder brother, Senju Hashirama, among the sixth upon hearing Rinrin's words. Tobirama was taken aback, a dreadful premonition suddenly surfacing. A sense warned him that this individual must not be allowed to continue speaking. Yet reason urged him to let him proceed, as it would aid in analyzing this person. In that moment, a conflicting light flickered in the depths of Tobirama's eyes. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of joy. Claim one did not wish to be Hokage would be a falsehood. Most importantly, while the teacher had stated that Rinrin should not ascend to the higher echelons of Konoha, indicating a lack of trust in him, Hiruzen, in fact, believed in his own judgment. Rinrin valued bonds above all else, which greatly impressed Hiruzen, instilling in him a willingness to trust Rinrin. Thus, Hiruzen was reluctant to doubt Rinrin's words. Had Rinrin been aware of Hiruzen's thoughts, he would have been utterly astonished, for the fourth proposal he had prepared for Senju Hashirama was, in fact, seen by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Returning to the office, Rinrin grinned at the increasingly furious Danzo, his eyes narrowing with amusement. "Hanzo, do you know what the greatest weakness of human nature is?" Danzo remained silent, consumed by the desire to strangle this insolent youth, along with the child beside him. Rinrin did not expect Danzo to respond to such a question. Instead, he affectionately ruffled Li's soft hair. "Li, tell him. What is the greatest weakness of human nature?" Li timidly glanced around before meekly replying, "Arrogance, silence." A silence so profound that even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. In Tobirama's mind, two faces suddenly emerged, his elder brother and Uchiha Madara. The arrogant Madara and the ever-smiling elder brother. Uchiha Kagami thought of his clansmen, their eyes filled with hope directed at him, while coldly ignoring outsiders, filling his heart with immense sorrow. So this is what it means to possess breadth of character? The words that escaped Uchiha Kagami's lips suddenly ignited a fiery sting on Danzo's face. What does this mean? I lack character? Impossible. I am willing to bear infamy and darkness for the village. I lack character? The moment the words left his mouth, Danzo's heart sank. It's over. To speak of bearing darkness is something one cannot utter. The reason these rules are unspoken is because everyone is aware of them. Yet, there exists a tacit agreement not to voice them. It's not that they cannot be spoken, but that doing so will invariably lead to various repercussions. Now, he had inadvertently spoken the truth. Even if he did not wish to bear darkness or infamy, he was now destined to do so. With this realization, Shimura Danzo immediately lowered his head, no longer daring to display any anger before the second Hokage. He had just lost his qualification to compete for the position of Hokage. Right there, in the wake of that damned little brat's few words. Now, he did not wish to be held in contempt by Senju Tobarama. Seeing Danzo shrink back, Rinrin decided against holding back any longer. Strike while the iron is hot. Today, I shall use my words to completely turn you upside down. Dare to provoke my sensitive nature? You must learn that the tongue is a double-edged sword, and mine is the most venomous. With this thought, Rinrin's inner turmoil swirled with increasing fervor. Moreover, there was something else, before Rinrin could finish speaking. Tobarama raised his hand to interrupt. Enough, monkey. Take him to handle the enrollment procedures. Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt that he could no longer allow this fellow to continue speaking, hastily grabbing Rin's sleeve and fleeing the Hokage's office as if his life depended on it. Don't forget to deliver the envelope to the rain frog at the exchange. Rin's words were left unspoken as he was forcibly pulled out of the office by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing this, everyone in the office, aside from Senju Tobarama, sighed in unison, feeling as though a cold sweat had already drenched their backs. Shakafang Rin. This individual is far too adept at manipulating emotions. It is utterly more terrifying than any jutsu they are aware of. Shimura Danzo, merely attempting to show off, had his identity as a Hokage candidate stripped away by this person, not only from their hearts but also from their teachers. With this thought in mind, they all reached a unanimous conclusion. Under no circumstances should this individual be allowed to ascend to the upper echelons of Konoha. Senju Tobarama sat behind his desk, maintaining a facade of calm indifference. Yet deep down, he sighed softly as he compiled the intelligence name. Shakafang Rin. Potential. S. Loyalty. E-. Value. S. Personality. Extremely family-oriented. Harbors deep grudges. Recommendation. Either eliminate or ignore. Method of handling. Ignore Shakafang Rin and approach through Shakafang Ri. Make contact via Senju Akiko. After completing the enrollment procedures, Sarutobi Hiruzen escorted Rin and Ri to the entrance of the Hokage building. Just as the three were bidding farewell, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called out to Rin. Perplexed by a question that lingered in his mind, Rin-kun, why is it that you are so insistent on attending the ninja academy? In response, Rin let out a bitter laugh, glancing at the obedient Ri beside him. What else could it be? It's all about the money. With that, he began to pour out his woes to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uncle Sarutobi, you have no idea. Working as a blacksmith is exhausting, and I can only earn about 20 to 30,000 ryo a month at best. Even if I save diligently, I can't possibly cut back on Ri's meals. By that calculation, I would only make a little over 20,000 a month. That amounts to 240,000 ryo in 10 years. I can't just stay at Uncle Ikemen's place for 10 years, can I? And as Ri grows up into a young lady, she can't possibly share a room with me, can she? I've inquired. And a 3-bedroom apartment in Konoha costs an outrageous 500,000 ryo. It would take me 20 years to save that much. Even if my salary increases, what about Ri's expenses? The poor girl is getting older. She'll want beautiful dresses like her classmates, won't she? And when her classmates enjoy delicious food, I can't just let her drool, can I? I promised her mother that I would take good care of her. I can't let her eat nothing but scraps. Mamma mia, if I don't become a ninja and earn money through missions, how am I supposed to provide for us father and daughter? As he spoke, Rin found himself at a loss for words. While Ri, in support, began to cry loudly. You two are clearly siblings. Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly taken aback, staring at Rin as if he were gazing upon a father worn down by the burdens of life. He had envisioned countless responses from Rin, but never did he expect such a down-to-earth answer, as if it had emerged from the very soil itself. Truly a technique of earth release that I still have some savings here. Would you like to take some? Sarutobi Hiruzen fumbled awkwardly in his ninja pouch, trembling as he handed a stack of money to Rin. Upon seeing this, Rin wiped away his tears and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with hopeful eyes. Uncle Sarutobi, I am deeply grateful, but I cannot accept. He then feigned wiping non-existent tears, revealing his true intentions. By the way, I suppose I should be considered a double agent for both Konoha and the Rain Village. Right? The Rain Village pays its salaries, doesn't Konoha? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi was left speechless. Damn it. I've been ensnared by this fellow again. This moment. He felt reluctant to refuse. Cough, cough. Wait a moment. I'll go ask the teacher. With that, he executed a body flicker technique and vanished from the spot, as if fleeing. After a considerable wait, Rin awaited Sarutobi Hiruzen's return, and with it, his first income since arriving in Konoha, 10,000 ryo. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Rin's expression of disdain and awkwardly remarked, "Don't think it's too little. Even members of the Umbu earn only this much each month." With that, fearing Rin would launch into another round of lamenting his financial woes, he hurriedly walked off without looking back. Rin examined the stack of cash in his hands, clicked his tongue, and sighed. Well, something is better than nothing. After mumbling this, he thought about his plan to work one job and receive 3 salaries, which instantly brightened his mood as he carried a giggling Ri back home. Before the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows of the Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama watched Rin sway joyfully, his handsome face growing long as he silently assigned this individual a label in his heart: shameless. With 10,000 ryo in hand, Rin returned home in high spirits. Money is the source of courage. With funds in hand, Rin felt as though he walked with the wind. Moreover, he had made arrangements with Sarutobi Hiruzen to attend the Ninja Academy in a week. The school itself was not the crux of the matter. The key was that after training at the academy, he would naturally become a member of Konoha's ninja force, while the necessary precautions would still be in place. At the very least, Rin would gain the opportunity to undertake missions. Furthermore, openly utilizing ninjutsu would greatly assist him in his future endeavors. Over the next week, Rin diligently hammered away at his work, producing a considerable number of finished products and leaving behind a fair amount of iron scraps. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, he melted down the scraps, grinding them into iron powder to store within his body. This was a method of weighted training Rin had employed at the base of the evil god cult. Back then, he concealed soil and other debris within his body, and now it was iron powder. The weight of iron powder far exceeded that of dirt, and its distribution was much more balanced. It could be said that iron powder was far superior to dirt as a means of weight. Thus, even though every part of his body was in pain, Rin continued to relish the process. He was inherently lazy. He found it too bothersome to carve out time to train his physical fitness. So he could only enhance himself through this method of constant weight-bearing. In less than a week, Rin discovered that this weight-bearing method yielded surprisingly good results, with an approximate total of 200 kilograms of iron powder evenly distributed throughout his body. He was in constant pain. However, every moment of walking or sitting provided his body with training. Looking at his slightly darkened palms, Rin could not help but exclaim, "What Faden lacks is not strength or intelligence, but creativity. There are so many things that can be paired with an immortal body. 8 gates, explosive tags, flying thunder god, and so forth." Given the chance, Rin even wanted to try the Reaper Death Seal or perhaps play around with a tailed beast. Ever since he discovered that he could not die no matter how he struggled, the possibilities seemed endless, and Rin dared not even imagine them. If he were to achieve all that, not only would Madara be at a loss, but even Kagaya would have no choice but to lie down and whimper. Of course, engaging in actual combat was out of the question. It was impossible for him to fight in this lifetime. He could only earn a few billion to sustain their livelihood. Rin admired the character Bonjizwa, the son of the jeweler in the story, with his mastery of money ninjutsu and the prince's verbal ninjutsu. Alongside the second pillar's disguised ninjutsu and Otsutsuki's face ninjutsu, they were collectively recognized as the 4 strongest ninjutsu techniques. Time swiftly passed, and soon a week had elapsed, marking the day for Rin to begin his studies. "Ri, wake up!" Rin donned his clothes and shook the little Ri, who lay sprawled out beside him. Ri mumbled, flipping to the other side, continuing her deep slumber. "Ri, wake up! Your brother will take you to school." Rin was in no rush, continuing to shake the pudgy Ri as though he were kneading a round dough ball. "Brother, I want to sleep." Ri, growing impatient from his shaking, sat up with a pout, her little hands rubbing her eyes. "What's there to sleep for? A proper person doesn't sleep. Only those without ambition sleep." Rin, who himself did not require sleep, envied Ri's youthful ability to slumber. Seeing that hard tactics were failing, Ri pouted and plopped back down on the bedding, her chubby little hands still rubbing her eyes. "Brother, I was thinking today of going to the Asakusa Temple Festival with Aunt Akiko." "Where is Asakusa Temple? I've never heard of it." Aunt Akiko said that Asakusa Temple is a branch of the Temple of Fire, right in the village. Seeing Ri's eager expression, Rin sighed that you're not wanting to attend the festival. You simply want to indulge in a feast, don't you? However, Rin did not obstruct Ri. It was evident that this was the intervention of the higher-ups in Konoha. The method was rather straightforward. Yet it somehow failed to evoke any animosity from Rinrin. One of the reasons Rinrin had come to Konoha was to provide Rii with a joyful childhood, as the strongest village among the 5 great nations. Konoha not only boasted a favorable climate and environment, but more importantly, it fostered a generally positive atmosphere. In an era where human life is often regarded as trivial, the will of fire indeed sheltered a sanctuary. The intentions of the village's higher-ups were equally simple, to influence Rii and, in turn, sway Rinrin's decisions. Clearly, they were overestimating their influence. Even without Rii, Rinrin would have cooperated with Konoha. What if Rii became a Konoha ninja? Inheriting the will of fire? Would she be unhappy? This fellow knew nothing. With this thought, Rinrin decided to cease pondering further. Let her be, carefree and unburdened, living life without fatigue. Now you must get up. If you linger any longer, I will have to discipline you. Rii, undeterred by Rinrin's threat, excitedly tugged at his sleeve, her beautiful eyes wide with delight. Brother, you agreed. Rinrin nodded, and the little girl immediately began to wriggle about under the covers with uncontainable joy. All right, get dressed. Upon hearing this, Rii obediently nodded. Before long, Rinrin led Rii to the dining room. Uncle Eben was seated at the low table, yawning sleepily, and upon seeing Rinrin enter, he playfully turned his back, wiggling his bottom. This fellow was still sulking over Rinrin attending ninja school. In his eyes, ninjas were frivolous. Only earning money was serious business. Aunt Kyuko, who was preparing food, gave him a light smack, then cheerfully waved to Rinrin and Rii. Rinrin-kun, Rii-chan, come here. Today's breakfast is tomato omelet rice. Upon hearing this, Rii's eyes lit up, and she eagerly pulled Rinrin toward the dining table. Taking their seats, as usual, Uncle Eben leisurely sipped his tea, while Aunt Kyuko lifted Rii and placed her on her lap. And little Kato Dakwon busily focused on his meal. Rinrin, however, did not gaze at the enticing omelet rice on the table. Instead, he retrieved an envelope from his pocket and placed it on the table. Aunt Kyuko, I will be attending ninja school today. I heard from Rii that you will take her to the Asakusa Temple Festival, so this money is for her expenses along the way. Saying this, he pushed the envelope toward Kyuko. Observing Rinrin's serious expression, Kyuko couldn't help but use honorifics, shaking her head in refusal. No, Rinrin-kun, I truly adore this child, Rii. Moreover, just a simple stroll at the festival won't cost much. Rinrin slightly shook his head, pressing the envelope forward with determination. Though still young, there was a mature intensity in his furrowed brow that made it difficult for others to meet his gaze. Perhaps he himself was unaware, but his past experiences imbued him with a sense of sophistication that often caused those conversing with him to forget that he was merely 7 years old. Unable to resist him, Kyuko sighed softly and accepted the envelope. It was not thick, yet it felt substantial in her hands. Having dealt with money frequently, Kyuko quickly deduced that the envelope contained cash, likely 8 to 10 bills of 1,000 each. She couldn't help but marvel at how much Rinrin cared for Rii, willing to part with 10,000 ryo so readily. For her, 10,000 ryo was insignificant, but for a child bringing his little sister to a new place, it was indeed a considerable sum. What an extraordinary child. After finishing breakfast, Rinrin took Rii back to their room. Rii, hold on to this. I hope you haven't forgotten how to read. Upon hearing this, Rii adorably accepted the scroll Rinrin handed her. Shaking her head, brother, I haven't forgotten. Very well, Rinrin said with satisfaction, patting Rii's small head. This scroll contains the chakra extraction technique. You're a big girl now. Take some time to ponder it on your own. You shouldn't always rely on your brother to prompt your studies. Rii nodded obediently in response. Brother, does having chakra mean I am a ninja? Not exactly, but chakra is the foundation of being a ninja. The scroll provides an introduction. You can read it yourself, he added, playfully pinching her chubby cheek. Rii held the scroll tightly against her chest, her large eyes sparkling with excitement as she declared, Don't worry. Brother, I will work hard to train and strive to become your good helper soon. Observing the gleam in her eyes, Rinrin could only shake his head in bemusement. Rii, I don't need a helper. The scroll is merely to give you an additional option for your future. After all, there is more to life than just being a ninja. Rii shook her head. Brother, I don't understand, but I will definitely try my best. Rinrin sighed, conceding to her enthusiasm. He gently pinched her plump little face before turning to head to school. At the entrance of Konoha Ninja School, when Rinrin arrived, the once bustling area was now devoid of children. The warm morning sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting a serene and leisurely atmosphere on the ground. The school gate. A middle-aged ninja clad in a green vest stood upright, scribbling notes in a small notebook. Upon noticing Rinrin's approach, the middle-aged ninja paused for a moment before striding towards him. "Sakakata Rinrin?" he inquired, glancing at his notebook with a frown. Rinrin nodded. The middle-aged ninja wasted no time, swiftly closing the notebook with a snap, and introduced himself at a rapid pace. "My name is Nakaguro Daiku. You can call me Teacher Daiku. Now, Rinrin-kun, please follow me." With that, he briskly headed towards the school, prompting Rinrin to quicken his pace to keep up. Noticing Rinrin had followed, Nakaguro Daiku opened his notebook and began to read aloud in a formal manner. "Sakakata Rinrin, an orphan from the land of water, arrived in Konoha with a merchant caravan over half a month ago." Rinrin nodded in agreement. "I have a general understanding of your situation. Now, let me explain the rules of the school. The ninja school was established by the second Hokage, Tobirama-sama, and serves as the fundamental training ground for all Konoha ninjas. Here, you can learn the will of fire, the basic ninjutsu, body flicker technique, and acquire knowledge that will help a novice ninja survive." As he spoke, Nakaguro Daiku cleared his throat. "Since this is your first time, I won't require you to transcribe the will of fire. However, remember that classes begin at 9 in the morning and end at 3 in the afternoon. There are 2 classes in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, covering history, theory, and practical lessons." After a lengthy discourse, Rinrin discreetly tiptoed to sneak a glance at the small notebook in Nakaguro Daiku's hands. To his astonishment, the tiny, densely packed characters reminded him of a grain of rice. Was this fellow genuinely serious? Nevertheless, Rinrin found it impossible to relate to someone so earnest. He let the information flow in one ear and out the other, stifling a yawn as he walked beside Nakaguro Daiku. Before long, the two had crossed the open space in front of the school, passed by the swing that the future prince adored, and entered a 3-story building. The first floor housed 1st and 6th graders. The second floor had 2nd and 3rd graders, and the third floor contained 4th and 5th graders. "Teacher Daiku, which grade have I been assigned to?" Rinrin was uncertain about how Sarutobi Hizashi arranged placements. But given his age, he should have been placed in the 1st grade. However, Rinrin was actually old enough to be in the 2nd grade. Upon hearing this, Nakaguro Daiku's expression suddenly turned peculiar. He did not rush to answer Rinrin's question, but instead asked, "Rinrin-kun, do you have any relatives in the higher echelons of Konoha?" "No," Rinrin replied honestly, shaking his head. "Have you received any basic ninja education before coming to school?" At this, Rinrin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Sarutobi Hizashi had disclosed his information to this man? No, no, no. It is unlikely, considering the sensitive nature of Konoha's infiltration into the Rain Village, that the higher-ups would disclose such matters to ordinary teachers at the ninja school. With this thought, Rin couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly and shake his head. The expression on Nakaguro Daiku's face grew even more peculiar. "That raises a question. Why would they allow an untrained student like you to advance directly to the 2nd grade?" A flicker of delight stirred within Rin's heart. Advancing to the 2nd grade meant he would spend a year less in this school filled with little children. To him, this was indeed a piece of good news. As Nakaguro Daiku rambled on about the school's regulations, Rin pressed his forehead in frustration. "Mr. Daiku, where are the other students?" Annoyed by the interruption, Nakaguro Daiku shot a glance at Rin and replied curtly, "This class is a practical lesson. Everyone has gone to the playground at the back. So, do I need to attend this class, Mr. Daiku?" This incessant chatter was driving Rin to the brink of madness. "You may, but since you've asked 5 questions and interrupted me 7 times since we left the school gate, I shall take 5 minutes of your time," he retorted, flipping through his little notebook and reading aloud to himself. Rin rolled his eyes in exasperation and chose a seat, resting his head in his hands. That he finally understood why the character Zazunbo would rather knock Tang Sing out than listen to his incessant prattling. Being lectured was far more unbearable than being struck. It felt as though an eternity had passed before Nakaguro Daiku's thin lips finally ceased their movement, and the world was rendered tranquil once more. With a surge of excitement, Rin stood up and addressed Nakaguro Daiku. "Mr. Daiku, let us hurry to the playground. I can hardly wait to meet my dear classmates." Satisfied by this enthusiasm, Nakaguro Daiku nodded. Despite the boy's penchant for interruption, his unexpected leap from 1st to 2nd grade, and being late on the very first day of school, As long as he fostered camaraderie with his peers, he would be considered a good child. With this in mind, Nakazaru Daiku beckoned Rin towards the back corner of the classroom. Saying, "Rin-kun, there are no other available seats for now, so you will have to make do sitting there." Rin's spirits lifted upon seeing the corner seat, and he nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. The corner was perfect. It offered the opportunity for a nap, and if sleep eluded him, he could gaze out at the beautiful scenery beyond the window. Truly a tailor-made spot for someone like him, who merely wished to pass the time. Having settled on a seat, Nakazaru Daiku led Rin out of the teaching building. Behind the building, a spacious playground bustled with activity as a group of children, under the guidance of two ninjas, paired off to spar, exchanging punches and kicks. Though they were merely 7 or 8 years old, their movements displayed a surprising degree of technique and strategy. The sounds of their youthful voices echoed as they engaged in playful banter. Two teachers clad in green vests moved among them, correcting their stances and techniques. Rin, initially curious, soon found his interest waning. It was evident that this was indeed a demonstration of a ninja's combat style. Both sides were either blocking or dodging, lacking the visceral intensity of a proper fight. In contrast, Rin preferred the raw vigor of the taijutsu practiced in the village hidden in the clouds. Nearby, a boy with black hair had the upper hand over a silver-haired boy. Notably, the silver-haired boy exhibited remarkable tenacity, continuing to struggle despite being pinned to the ground. The boy on top wore a smug expression, gripping the other's neck with a look that begged for a reprimand. Rin smirked at the sight. The notorious little brat from the Uchiha clan. Rin-kun, do you truly possess no jutsu whatsoever? Not even the simplest transformation technique? Upon hearing this, Rin shook his head. Mr. Daiku, I genuinely do not know any ninjutsu. What about chakra extraction techniques? Nakazaru Daiku pressed on, unwilling to relent. Rin continued to shake his head. Nakazaru Daiku paused for a moment, then sighed. No matter. If you don't know, you'll learn gradually. Fortunately, you've only jumped to the 2nd grade, not the 3rd, so there's still time to catch up. Do not be disheartened. With a serious expression, he added, rest assured, Rin-kun, as your teacher, I will not allow you to fall too far behind your classmates. The sense of foreboding washed over Rin upon hearing this. Soon after, Nakazaru Daiku's words confirmed his apprehension. How about this? Rin-kun, you will stay after school for 2 hours each day, and I will provide you with individual tutoring. You can also use this time to practice until you have caught up with the material you've missed. Stunned, Rin could hardly comprehend. Wait, does that mean school ends at 3:30, but you want me to stay until 5:30? Don't you have a wife to go home to? Even if Nakazaru Daiku had no desire to leave, Rin certainly did. He wanted to visit Uncle Moku to help with the forging. He needed to support himself and Oh, the horror. The mere thought of wasting so much time at the ninja school made Rin's scalp tingle. Mr. Daiku, can we negotiate something? Speak. Mr. Daiku, might I skip this practical class and use that time to catch up on my studies? After all, the practical class is just about hitting and kicking. It feels rather dull. Upon hearing Rin's reluctance to attend the practical class, Nakazaru Daiku's brow furrowed deeply. Oh, you think this ninja school is a place for training secretaries? Even medical ninjas must attend practical classes. Nakazaru Daiku instinctively began to refuse when a haughty voice interjected. Newcomer, Rin appeared oblivious to the mockery behind him, still gazing expectantly at Nakazaru Daiku. The teacher, having caught the remark, frowned and instinctively turned to face the speaker. Upon recognizing the individual, Nakazaru Daiku's frown deepened. Uchiha Ryota, one of the top students in the class. While he performed excellently academically, his Uchiha clan's haughty demeanor was far from endearing. Uchiha Ryota, feeling slighted by Rin's disregard, was overwhelmed by a wave of humiliation. At his age, children are most eager to prove themselves, and they are also notoriously self-centered. Even with Nakazaru Daiku present, he was unperturbed. After all, his uncle was the direct disciple of the Hokage. Uchiha Kagami. Rin, however, was unaware of the unfortunate boy's connection to Uchiha Kagami, and even if he had known, it would not have mattered. Though merely a spy, the only individual capable of matching wits on this level was the 2nd Hokage. Senju Tobirama. It wasn't that Rin underestimated the higher-ups of Konoha. It was simply that those who had grown accustomed to relying solely on brute force often saw their intellect diminish, just like the character Kurizetsu from the original work. While he was deemed formidable, his true strength lay in his cunning. This was why Rin held no respect for the numerous signs of powerful clans depicted in the original story. Instead, he admired the likes of Second Hokage Senju Tobarama, the tragic figure Uchiha Itachi, and the Sixth Hokage Kakashi. Uchiha Ryota, seething with anger, twisted his youthful features into a snarl that Mr. Daiku, allow me to challenge him to a match and see what he's made of. Uchiha Ryota disdainfully pointed at Rinrin, his expression one of utter contempt. Nakazumi Taiko felt a sudden surge of headache. He certainly wasn't going to allow the arrogance of a mere child to anger him. Rather, he was troubled by the fact that the Uchiha clan seemed to be plagued by such an arrogant disposition. Either they wore a perpetual scowl, their youth belied by the myriad of wrinkles on their faces, or they exhibited a haughty demeanor like Ryota, who could not tolerate even the slightest hint of disregard in others on the playground. The minor commotion quickly drew attention. Students halted their activities, gathering in small clusters. Among them several infatuated admirers of Uchiha Ryota. It was neither a matter of reality nor superficiality. The illustrious name of the Uchiha clan attracted a throng of admiring fans wherever they went. However, out of respect for the teachers present, these fans dared not raise their voices. Yet, they glared fiercely at Rinrin, as if he bore a deep-seated grudge against him, with the support of his fan club. Uchiha Ryota grew bolder, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction as he regarded Rinrin. "You're new here. I'll let you use one hand," he said, dramatically placing one hand behind his back, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the onlookers. Rinrin remained unfazed. He had no desire to engage with such an individual, feeling that associating with him might lower his own intelligence. After all, talents like Prince Naruto excelled at dragging their opponents down to their level of wit before defeating them with their vast experience. Seeing Rinrin act as if he were a mere wooden post, completely ignoring him, Uchiha Ryota's anger flared. "You brought this upon yourself." With that, he shoved Rinrin from behind with considerable force. Unprepared, Rinrin stumbled forward. Just as he was about to fall, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Ryota's eyes. "Let us see you act tough now." Nakazumi Taiko could hardly believe that Uchiha Ryota would dare bully a classmate right in front of him. However, teaching Rinrin a lesson was not entirely unwelcome, as it would prevent him from uttering any more nonsense about not wanting to attend practical classes. Among the crowd, the white-haired boy who had fallen to the ground was already rising. Dusting himself off and silently preparing to help Rinrin up, just as Rinrin was about to fall, he suddenly stepped forward with his right foot. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying sound, Rinrin's right foot came crashing down. In the next moment, a concave crater, 3 meters in diameter and riddled with cracks, appeared beneath him, and the wind pressure around his foot erupted violently, sending dust flying in all directions. The crowd immediately froze in place, as if time had stopped. Uchiha Ryota, who had been standing with his arms crossed behind Rinrin, was left with a rigid expression, a sheen of sweat pouring down his forehead, mixed with the dust swirling around him, creating a rather comical sight. A monster, at that moment. A chubby little fellow among the circle of children pointed at Rinrin, exclaiming in astonishment. The crowd erupted in a series of audible gasps that a beautiful girl with a golden high ponytail looked on in shock. Staring at the intricately cracked ground beneath Rinrin's feet, instinctively wiping the cold sweat from her brow. A monster. This guy's strength is simply terrifying. Even the renowned Senju clan, known for their physical prowess, had no one of Rinrin's age capable of such overwhelming strength. It was evident that Rinrin had not gathered any energy nor charged forward. He had simply extended his right foot instinctively. Nakazumi Taiko was even more astonished. The ninja school's playground was no ordinary dirt ground. This surface had been compacted and hardened to perfection, making it ideal for ninja combat. Not even the 6th graders, who had already mastered numerous ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques, could produce such a horrific effect. Taiko's mind raced. He reflected that, truthfully, even his strongest jutsu would only cause minimal damage to this kind of terrain. Meanwhile, the white-haired boy closest to Rinrin sat down abruptly, his eyes wide as saucers, unable to contain himself. That's incredible. Just then, Rinrin slowly stood upright. Observing this, Taiko swiftly positioned himself in front of the now frightened Uchiha Ryota. If shoving and shoving could be considered mere childish play, this boy's actions were no trivial matter. They could lead to serious injury. The force of such strength against one's body could only yield one outcome: death. The other 2 ninjas present reacted quickly as well, with one stepping between Rinrin and Ryota while the other pulled the utterly terrified Uchiha Ryota back. Keeping a vigilant stance, Rinrin silently straightened up, his expression devoid of emotion as he glanced at the ground beneath him, then abruptly turned to face Nakazumi Taiko. Taiko felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, cold sweat uncontrollably trickling down his back as he regarded Rinrin with immense caution. Suddenly, Rinrin's expression twisted, forming a rather awkward grin. "Teacher Taiko, I'm just a blacksmith. Possessing great strength is only natural. Right? By the way, I don't have to pay for damages, do I?" The crowd collectively broke into a cold sweat, collapsing backward in disbelief. What on earth is happening? This guy is still worried about paying for damages. A monster? How does this guy think? This is terrifying. "Mommy, I want to go home." Panic spread through the crowd. Only the white-haired boy stood up, cheerfully patting Rinrin on the shoulder. The crowd gasped again. "You don't need to worry about paying. New guy. I saw it all. It was Uchiha Ryota who pushed you. If anyone owes money, it's him." Upon hearing this, Rinrin's eyes lit up, and he pulled the dirt-streaked white-haired boy into an embrace. "Brother, you're absolutely right. Among all these people, you're the only one with a sense of justice." The boy instantly burst into laughter, thumping his chest proudly. Naturally, Rinrin chuckled as well. This guy, despite having been beaten moments ago, didn't he take offense and was the first to offer help when he saw Rinrin being pushed. What a warm-hearted person. "Good brother. What's your name?" Rinrin inquired. "Haha, watch closely," the white-haired boy replied, stepping back a couple of hops before striking an exaggerated pose with one foot planted and his right hand raised. "I am Jiraiya-sama." As for the commotion caused by Rinrin's sudden display of strength, it ultimately faded into obscurity. Uchiha Ryota, overwhelmed by fear, was taken home by his parents after learning the details of the incident from Nakazumi Taiko. His parents ultimately chose not to apologize to Rinrin. However, Rinrin was unconcerned by this. He recognized that while the Uchiha clan had individuals of remarkable character, they also had their fair share of disappointments. What truly pleased Rinrin was that teacher Nakazumi agreed to exempt him from practical classes, instead turning that time into tutoring sessions. Rinrin was thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement, as long as it allowed him to return to the forge on time. Everything else was a minor issue. During the only class in the afternoon, Rinrin sat at the back of the classroom, sharing a desk with the earlier mentioned white-haired boy, Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya sported a haughty, explosive hairstyle, with downward slanting eyes accentuated by red lines drawn with grease paint. Dressed in a gray-green robe adorned with flame patterns. "Rinrin, your strength is incredible. How did you get so strong?" Jiraiya leaned over the desk, using the back of the student in front of him to shield his conversation from the teacher's gaze. Noticing this, Rinrin mimicked him, leaning down and whispering, "Blacksmithing. The more I swing the hammer, the stronger I become. Can you teach me?" Jiraiya asked, his face brimming with excitement. Rinrin immediately nodded. "Next time, I'll bring a blacksmith's hammer for you. Just find something sturdy and hit it hard every day, and your strength will naturally increase." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was instantly filled with overwhelming joy. Having experienced that formidable power up close, he knew that not only was its destructive capability immense, but even the sheer aura it exuded could instill a deep sense of dread. The mere thought of possessing such strength and being able to confess his feelings to Tsunade filled him with uncontainable delight. Rin also smiled in response. That it must be said that Jiraiya was genuinely joyous. As he laughed, he pointed to the vacant seat in front of Rin and curiously inquired, "Rin, do you know where that Uchiha Ryota fellow has gone?" Rin was momentarily taken aback. The malevolent little scion of the Uchiha clan had been sitting right in front of him. It was unclear, but it seemed he had been taken home by his parents to change his pants. Scratching his head, Rin voiced his speculation. Jiraiya, however, did not laugh, but rather leaned in closer to Rin with a mischievous glint in his eye. "You should be cautious, Rin. Uchiha Ryota is rather petty. Moreover, their clan." Jiraiya left the thought hanging, but Rin grasped the implication. Essentially, the Uchiha clan was indeed quite insular, yet Rin was even more so. Reflecting on this, he belatedly remembered an oversight in his plans. If, perchance, I were to have an adversary within Konoha, would the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, not feel more at ease with me? The answer was self-evident, and the Uchiha would serve as a most suitable adversary. Firstly, within the village, the Uchiha clan did not enjoy the prominence one might expect. Their overt exclusivity was deeply ingrained in the family's ethos, and as long as there were remnants from the Warring States era among them, that inherent pride would perpetuate through generations. This was in stark contrast to the will of fire espoused by the First Hokage. However, the Uchiha's formidable combat prowess remained an indispensable asset to Konoha. In other words, at present, the Uchiha were still a crucial component of Konoha's military strength. Should I fall into disfavor with the Uchiha, I, appearing isolated and defenseless, would inevitably gravitate towards the Hokage faction in search of protection. In such a scenario, my trustworthiness would naturally increase over time. From the moment I entered Konoha and my plans were uncovered, I had already been drawn into this grand vortex, and in the realm of politics. One cannot simply stand apart. With this thought, Rin's gaze shifted slightly as he resolved himself inwardly. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a class period had elapsed. Rin joined the throngs of students leaving the ninja academy. As per their arrangement, he was now headed to the Kato Ninja Tools shop to work. Utilizing the advantages of his magnetic release, Rin's forging skills became increasingly refined, resulting in the production of exceptionally high-quality ninja tools, which in turn elevated the shop's reputation. This led to a phenomenon where the demand for Kato's ninja tools far exceeded the supply. Particularly with the shuriken, reports from the front lines indicated that those produced by the Kato Ninja Tools shop were remarkably sharp. For a ninja, their tools were akin to a second life. Unreliable tools could spell disaster. The shuriken crafted by Rin were not only incredibly sharp, but also possessed remarkable durability, leading to a notably high recovery rate post-battle. Although this characteristic might not favor the Kato Ninja Tools shop's business model, on the battlefield, amidst supply shortages, these recoverable shuriken could prove to be life-saving. Pushing aside the curtain, Rin entered the Kato Ninja Tools shop. The store was no longer the desolate place it had been on Rin's first visit. Instead, it was bustling with activity. Numerous ninjas clad in green vests moved about, examining the tools displayed on the racks. Uncle Ibunuki rubbed his hands together, his expression one of avarice, as he maneuvered through the crowd with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Rin part the curtain, Ibunuki swiftly approached him. Little brother, why did you take so long to arrive? Come, there are several special custom orders here. I need you to take a look and see if you can handle them. How big are they? Rin instinctively responded. Upon hearing this, Ibunuki threw an arm around Rin's shoulder and gestured with his free hand, forming a shape that resembled the number 8. For me. For you. Rin's mouth curled into a grin, his eyes sparkling with delight, knowing that good fortune was upon him. This order was not simply significant. It was a marker of the reputation he had begun to establish in the realm of forging, particularly weapon crafting. Quality was the foundation of everything. With quality, everything else would follow. Ninjas who survived on the battlefield naturally became the best advertisements. The tools they wielded were inherently perceived as high-quality, as they spoke. Rin and Ibunuki made their way to the counter. This is the order. Custom ninja blades for the Tsukikage family, armor plates for the Akimichi clan, and goods for my old man that he can wait. He is not in a hurry, but do pay special attention to the Tsukikage blades. They are a major client. Rin nodded, taking the order from Ibunuki and turning to head into the forge. It is somewhat amusing how magnetic release offers an almost surreal enhancement to blacksmithing. Yet Rin still could not discern whether it was truly a bloodline limit. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed, accompanied by the roaring of the bellows. As time gradually slipped by. At 6 o'clock, the Kato Ninja Tools shop closed its doors. Rin wiped the sweat from his brow, feigning exhaustion as he exited the forge. In the front room, Uncle Ibunuki was bustling with excitement, his fingers flying over the abacus. Rin-kun, you've worked hard. With all this effort, shouldn't I get a raise? Rin grinned broadly. A raise? Ibunuki's face stiffened, slowly embracing the stacks of cash before him. You're joking again. We're partners sharing the profits. I'm not your boss, so how could I give you a raise? Observing Ibunuki's wary expression, Rin shrugged, suggesting that adjusting their profit-sharing arrangement was not out of the question. Upon hearing this, Ibunuki's round head shook vigorously. No. Rin-kun, I am an honest businessman. I never go back on my word. Hearing this, Rin could only let out a resigned sigh. Fine, you have your integrity, but the iron, ore, and charcoal will only last until tomorrow. Remember to restock, that I'm off to dinner now. With that, Rin turned and slipped out of the Kato Ninja Tools shop, leaving behind a visibly distressed Ibunuki, who was lamenting. Not enough again. I just stocked up last week. That was supposed to last 2 weeks of charcoal and iron ore. Damn, Rin. Don't leave. Come back. Rin retracted his head, vanishing without a trace. In a secluded forest outside Konoha, Rin excitedly retrieved a bundle of weights from his pocket. These were weights he had forged from leftover materials, under the combined influence of his immense forging strength and magnetic release. They were compact yet exceedingly heavy. The total weight of the 4 weights, ensconced in sturdy burlap sacks, approached 400 kilograms. Rin affixed the 4 weights to his arms and legs, and with the iron powder stored within his body. The total weight neared 500 kilograms. Just carrying these weights made Rin feel as though he had transformed into a leaden weight, destined to sink in water. Standing up, he took a couple of laborious steps. And immediately, the creaking of muscles and bones echoed. Rin knew this was his body lamenting under the strain. However, this was precisely the effect Rin desired. He firmly believed that once he acclimatized to this weight, he would be able to effortlessly overpower a group of Chunin with sheer physical strength. As for why not against Jonin, it was because those who ascended to Jonin typically possessed unique qualities that were hard for ordinary individuals to rival. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, during the transformation technique class, Sakakata Rin, the instructor, Nakata Oko, called Rin's name from the roster. Present. Rin replied lazily, then rose to approach the podium, standing before Nakata Oko, with his thumb extended upward and overlapping. Rin simply formed an unmarked hand seal. With a soft poof, a cloud of white mist dissipated, revealing a figure on the podium that bore an uncanny resemblance to Nakata Oko. Nakata Oko rubbed his chin and circled around Rin, scrutinizing him closely. Aside from being a bit short, everything else seems fine. 60 points. Passing. Keep up the effort. Poof. Once again, a delicate sound echoed, and Rin reverted to his original form, gracefully turning away from the podium. As he returned to his seat, before he could even settle down, Jiraiya's disgruntled voice resonated from the adjacent seat. You scoundrel. Rin, we agreed to flunk together, yet you scored 60 in every subject. What does that even mean? Rin was left speechless. Though he possessed his own justifications, sharing them with Jiraiya was out of the question. Competing in examinations with a bunch of little brats seemed utterly pointless, were it not for the threat of having to attend remedial classes due to failing grades. Rin would have preferred to forego the exams entirely. As for why he consistently scored 60, wasn't that score particularly delightful? It spared him from unnecessary interactions with his classmates while ensuring he passed, thus avoiding the futility of additional tutoring. Transformation technique is a rather elementary skill, yet it stands as one of the foundational techniques for a ninja. Novices employing this technique can be easily spotted for their flaws. However, a ninja adept in this art can conceal any imperfections seamlessly. For a competent undercover agent, the significance of transformation technique surpasses even combat prowess, and Rin excelled in this realm. As the assessments continued, it soon became the turn of Uchiha Ryota, seated directly before Rin. With a flawless transformation technique, he received a perfect score of 100. Observing from below, Rin couldn't help but smile inwardly. The assessments at the Ninja Academy were rather simplistic. Uchiha Ryota's transformation technique had at least 7 subtle flaws, yet teacher Akamatsu awarded him a perfect score. If it were that fool Kawaii, he would undoubtedly have failed. What made Konoha formidable was its plethora of bloodline limits and forbidden techniques. Just a simple Sharingan or Byakugan could make many villages salivate with envy. Coupled with techniques like Shadow Clone Jutsu, Flying Thunder God, 8 Gates, Reanimation Jutsu, and Spiritualization, they effortlessly created a chasm of despair between the strength of Nin and that of other villages. Not to mention, Konoha was notorious for producing exceptionally gifted genin. After receiving his perfect score, Uchiha Ryota sauntered back to his seat amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates. Hey, Rin Shukafang, what score did you get? Ryota questioned mockingly, then answered himself with a sarcastic tone. Oh, I remember now. You only scored 60. How fortunate. You were almost at risk of failing. I truly hope you remain this lucky every time. Rin, regarding this irritating child, merely rolled his eyes and chose to ignore him. However, Jiraiya could no longer bear it. He slammed his palm on the desk and exclaimed, What's so impressive about that? You merely achieved a perfect score. Rin consistently scores 60. Can you score 100 every time? Upon hearing this, Rin facepalmed in disbelief. Damn it. This guy's thought process is astounding. What is so praiseworthy about scoring 60 every time? I can't tell if you're complimenting me or insulting me. Ryota burst into derisive laughter at Jiraiya's words. Haha, you two truly are a perfect match. One is a perpetual underachiever, while the other is a lucky fool. A match made in heaven. With a sigh, Rin slowly lifted his gaze towards Uchiha Ryota, his eyes filled with resignation. That I wasn't even planning to target you, but now you've insisted on jumping into the fray. Why must you complicate things? Can't you just live peacefully? Did you change into a clean pair of pants? Rin coldly remarked. At his words, Ryota's face flushed crimson as memories of the last time he was startled by Rin and what his pants flooded his mind. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within him. Meanwhile, laughter erupted in the classroom. After the incident of wetting his pants, Ryota had taken a week off to avoid the embarrassment. Now, Rin had brought it up again, reopening old wounds and rubbing salt in them. You bastard, what is so great about being strong? How dare you mock the Uchiha? Ryota shouted in a frenzy, his eyes filled with vengeful fury. At the podium, Teacher Akamatsu pressed his fingers to his throbbing temples, feeling that this was the most challenging class he had ever taught. The arrogant Uchiha, the troublemaker Jiraiya, and the unyielding Shukafang Rin. These three were the epicenter of chaos. The previous incident had yet to conclude, the playground was still under repair, and Ryota had just returned from his leave. Why were they clashing again? At that moment, Rin innocently raised his hand, pointing at Uchiha Ryota. Teacher Akamatsu, this guy is disturbing my studies. May I hit him? As his voice rang out, the classmates instinctively shrank back, recalling the scene of Rin crushing the school playground with a single kick. No, Akamatsu instinctively shouted, rushing like the wind between Rin and Ryota. Ryota felt his legs weaken, retreating in trepidation. Although Rin's tone had been a question, Akamatsu perceived the underlying threat in his gaze. Please, don't come any closer. If you dare touch me, the Uchiha clan will ensure your life is a living hell, Ryota cried out, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, many students furrowed their brows. As members of Konoha, such words were a bit excessive. Did they think it was still the Warring States period? Even Akamatsu, standing between the two, cast a disapproving glare at Ryota. Children from prestigious clans had significantly stronger foundations in ninjutsu and taijutsu compared to ordinary ninjas. Yet, their personalities were heavily influenced by their families, with some exhibiting a complete lack of the will of fire. Rin narrowed his eyes, observing the reactions of his classmates, a sinister smile creeping across his face. If I could hasten the downfall of the Uchiha clan, that would be splendid. Perhaps I could even obtain a pair of Sharingan. Where would I place them, though? I wouldn't want to replace my original eyes. Perhaps the navel? Or the rear? Would I need to drop my pants for Amaterasu? Then blood would flow endlessly, and people would think I had a hemorrhoid burst. Damn, that image is too beautiful to contemplate. A light cough interrupted Rin's musings. Tsunade, could you switch seats with Uchiha Ryota? Teacher Akamatsu suggested in a negotiating tone. As soon as the words left his mouth, Rin felt Jiraiya's excitement surge beside him. His eyes fixed eagerly on the blonde girl with a high ponytail in the center of the classroom. All right, Teacher Akamatsu, Tsunade replied in a bright, chirpy voice, nodding her head. With that, she gathered her books and vacated her seat. In front of Rin, Uchiha Ryota, while tidying his belongings, kept a wary eye on Rin's every move. Suddenly, Rin abruptly raised his right hand. Teacher Akamatsu, he is going to hit me. Ryota stumbled back, falling to the ground as he flailed his short legs. Hey, sorry, my head itches a bit, Rin replied with a radiant smile, scratching his head. Teacher Akamatsu's expression darkened. Every one of you is a handful. After this class, I will apply to become a Nin and never teach at the Ninja Academy again. Seeing that he had once again been played, Uchiha Ryota trembled with rage. You wait, he spat venomously before gathering his books and storming away without looking back. With the situation resolved, Teacher Akamatsu offered a few words about getting along as classmates before returning to the podium. As soon as Tsunade sat down, Jiraiya leaned in closer to Rin, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Bro, your tactic of reporting is truly remarkable. I've never seen such a satisfying way to report someone. Noticing Jiraiya's fidgeting and evasive demeanor, Rin's lips suddenly curled into a grin. Jiraiya, you don't happen to have a crush on Tsunade, do you? He murmured just loud enough for Jiraiya to hear. What? No way, Jiraiya stammered, his head shaking frantically. After all, he was still a child who hadn't graduated from the Ninja Academy, his skin not thick enough to handle such revelations, especially not in front of a girl. Even though Jiraiya vehemently denied it, Rin could see the truth etched on his face, red as a monkey's backside. He couldn't fathom why so many characters in the original story were infatuated with Tsunade. Was Conan not adorable? Was Kurenai not charming? Was Meitomi not beautiful? Conan was so cute and could craft explosive tags, obedient and sweet, far superior to Tsunade, the violent woman. Kurenai could effortlessly summon money with her crystal release. Her slightly tsundere personality, making her far more appealing than Tsunade, the spendthrift. Zayamayamai. There is no need for further elaboration. Allow me a moment to wipe away my nosebleed. After all, Linren expresses that although Tsunade possesses great beauty, in reality, she is both extravagant and violent, truly a source of terror. What he remains unaware of is that often, the more one fears something, the more it manifests itself, though that is a matter for another time. Witnessing Jiraiya's self-revelatory demeanor, Linren could not contain his laughter. Jiraiya, prepare to treat us. If not, I shall spread the word of your secret infatuation with Tsunade throughout the village. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya, filled with embarrassment and fury, seized Linren by the neck. No, do not speak nonsense. I have no affection for that flat-chested, super laundry board princess. Heh, I care not. If you refuse to treat us, I shall proclaim your secret far and wide. Observing Linren's shameless expression, Jiraiya conceded defeat. Patting his pocket, he found a pitiful sum of merely 2 coins, totaling only 200 ryo. After a moment's contemplation, he mustered the courage to inquire, "What shall we eat?" In response, Linren wore a mysterious smile and raised a finger. "A skewer of takoyaki is what it takes to silence me." Hearing the request for a skewer of takoyaki, Jiraiya let out a long sigh of relief. Takoyaki is a specialty snack of Konoha village, costing only 10 ryo per skewer. A delectable, yet economical treat. I in the front row. Tsunade clenched her small fist tightly, struggling to suppress her anger. That scoundrel Jiraiya dares to call me a flat-chested laundry board princess. How infuriating. During the next practical lesson, I shall give him a thorough thrashing. And that wretched Linren, how despicable, to extort Jiraiya, that fool, with such ease. What is even more maddening is that he was appeased with merely a skewer of takoyaki. You two rascals, await your reckoning. In a spacious courtyard located at the heart of the village, once the ancestral land of the Senju clan, now the residence of Uzumaki Mizuho, and also home to Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade, with her high ponytail, angrily pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. In the vast courtyard. A mature woman with a red bun and a purple diamond mark on her forehead gently set down her watering can and greeted Tsunade with a warm embrace. Upon seeing her grandmother, Tsunade immediately masked her anger, diving into Uzumaki Mizuho's arms like a fledgling swallow. "Grandmother, what prompted you to water the flowers?" Tsunade asked in a sweet tone. "Last week, when I visited Asakusa Temple, the head monk gifted me a 5-treasure azalea, and I thought to plant it." Approaching 50 yet showing no signs of aging, Uzumaki Mizuho lovingly stroked Tsunade's silky hair, her large eyes narrowing into slits. "Enough about me. What troubles my little Tsunade today? I sense a storm brewing within you." Tsunade pouted. "If it were anyone else, even her great-uncle Tobarama, she would not divulge the events of the day. But Uzumaki Mizuho was different. In Tsunade's heart, her grandmother was the gentlest and most considerate person. Grandmother, today I encountered 2 incredibly annoying individuals at school." With that, Tsunade recounted the events of the afternoon to Uzumaki Mizuho, portraying Linren and Jiraiya as the most detestable and loathsome beings in existence. Uzumaki Mizuho listened quietly, a subtle smile creeping on her lips. "So, my little Tsunade has grown up and is now pursued by boys. Is that Jiraiya lad handsome?" Observing her grandmother's teasing expression, Tsunade, feeling indignant, playfully nudged her in a fit of frustration. "Grandmother, you tease me. Jiraiya is not handsome at all, his grades are abysmal, and his personality is even more detestable." Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Mizuho, with a benevolent smile, pinched Tsunade's cheek. "You mustn't speak so. Your grandfather was quite mischievous in his youth as well. He turned out fine." "Humph, I refuse to believe it." Tsunade pouted once more. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama stared impassively at the scroll on his desk. Before him knelt a man wearing a dog mask. The scroll detailed every aspect of Linren's recent activities, meticulously recording his daily routines, and even noting when Linren relieved himself and for how long. Upon reading that Uchiha Roichi was to swap positions with Tsunade, the corner of Senju Tobarama's eye twitched imperceptibly. He had always been quite pleased with Linrin's performance. As an undercover agent, Linrin had maintained an exceptionally harmless facade, particularly during his time at the Ninja Academy. Aside from becoming acquainted with his desk mate, a common orphan named Jiraiya, he had minimal interactions with other children. This was precisely what Senju Tobarama preferred. After all, in all of Konoha, he alone understood Linrin's potential for devastation. Setting aside Hanzo the Salamander, even Linrin's strategic prowess and ability to manipulate others instilled a sense of wariness in Senju Tobarama. To put it bluntly, even if Linrin were solely assessed on his taijutsu, he could rival AJ Nin, and Senju Tobarama could easily subdue him in a one-on-one encounter. However, when it came to cunning and strategy, Linrin's capabilities would be far more valuable on the battlefield. Were it not for the Flying Thunder God technique he had implanted within Linrin, he would hesitate to allow such a dangerous individual to roam freely within Konoha. And yet, this perilous character, Tsunade's cousin, had been foolishly assigned to Linrin's side. How utterly infuriating. Inuzuka summoned the monkey. Yes, the Inuzuka lowered his head, swiftly vanishing in a puff of smoke. After some time, a knock resounded at the door of the Hokage's office, and the young Sarutobi Hiruzen entered. "Teacher, you summoned me." Senju Tobarama nodded, setting aside the scroll that had been causing him considerable distress. "Monkey, do you believe we should inform Shikafune of the news regarding Shikafune Swimmer's death?" Sarutobi Hiruzen initially felt a surge of joy. His teacher's question indicated growing trust in him. However, upon recalling Shikafune Swimmer's demise, he quickly fell into contemplation. This matter had weighed heavily on his mind for quite some time. Yet he had yet to devise a satisfactory solution. First and foremost, if Linrin were to learn of Shikafune Swimmer's death, given his character, he would undoubtedly leave Konoha seeking vengeance. Linrin could not be allowed to depart. For both his identity and abilities were invaluable assets to Konoha. As long as Linrin had not fully allied himself with the village, this dangerous individual could not be allowed to roam freely. Sarutobi Hiruzen had also considered keeping Shikafune to restrain Linrin, but that notion was merely a thought. Retaining Shikafune might create a rift between Linrin and Konoha, an uncertain outcome. Furthermore, should Linrin leave the village to investigate Shikafune Swimmer's death, the variables at play would be overwhelming. In the world of ninjas, death is the prevailing theme. Though Linrin possessed considerable intellect, in life-and-death situations, sheer wisdom could hardly match the utility of a kunai. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a favorable view of Linrin that he firmly believed that, through the will of fire, Linrin would become an invaluable asset to Konoha in the future. With this in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned his courage. "Teacher, my opinion is to withhold the information and allow him to discover it on his own." Senju Tobarama pondered for a moment before deliberately asking, what if he were to blame Konoha for concealing the information? It was evident that Senju Tobarama already knew the answer to this question. He was merely testing Sarutobi Hiruzen. "That won't happen." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with conviction. "If it were a juvenile, an ignorant individual, they might direct their anger towards the higher-ups of Konoha over such a matter. However, Linrin was not that. Sarutobi Hiruzen was certain that his maturity far surpassed that of an ordinary person. In fact, he was even more mature than many adults in the village. Mature individuals understand that assistance is a matter of goodwill, while withholding aid is simply a matter of duty. Gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolute expression, Senju Tobarama let out a slow sigh. "This monkey truly resembles my elder brother." In Konoha's bustling commercial district, the most vibrant area of the village, Linrin and Jiraiya stood shoulder to shoulder before a grill, drooling as they gazed at the skewers of takoyaki. Takoyaki, 3 balls per skewer, topped with bonito flakes, had even the neighboring children salivating. "Here you go, enjoy." The elderly woman preparing the takoyaki handed 2 skewers to Linrin and Jiraiya. The two quickly accepted the skewers, synchronously stuffing them into their mouths. This is truly delectable." Rin's mouth was stuffed to the brim as he expressed his satisfaction with a contented demeanor. Beside him, Jiraiya nodded vigorously, his cheeks puffed out. Before long, the two of them had devoured a pair of skewers, their eyes lingering on the sizzling morsels still sizzling on the grill, saliva pooling in anticipation. "Damn, this is delicious." A self-proclaimed salty rebel, Rin held no affection for taiyaki or candied apples. Instead, the savory octopus balls were precisely to his liking. Jiraiya, it seemed, shared his affinity for the unconventional. After finishing their meal, Rin, despite his cravings, refrained from voicing them. Jiraiya, having spent a hefty 20 ryo on the octopus balls, was already feeling the pinch of his meager 200 ryo allowance. Here, consider this a token of gratitude, Rin declared, pulling out a small green pouch from his pocket in front of the octopus ball stand. The moment Jiraiya laid eyes on the pouch, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is this a ninja pouch? You scoundrel, where did you steal this from? His initial reaction was to assume Rin had pilfered it, given that Rin, an orphan, was generally presumed to live in financial hardship. Rin bristled at Jiraiya's accusation. Steal? I took this openly from Uncle Ichinoki's shelf. Can you really call that stealing? He then launched into a tirade of incomprehensible words that left Jiraiya bewildered. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll toss it away. Yes, yes, yes. Jiraiya quickly accepted the ninja pouch, weighing it in his hands. It felt substantial, and upon opening it, he found it meticulously stocked with shuriken and kunai. Though disappointingly devoid of saban, Rin was certain that this white-haired fellow was far more adept than any saban. Holding the ninja tools, Jiraiya's eyes brimmed with tears as he looked at Rin, who appeared utterly unconcerned. You scoundrel. You? Rin, feeling exasperated, absent-mindedly picked at his nose before turning to Jiraiya and waving dismissively. I didn't see you in the ninja tool throwing class last time, so I prepared this for you as a thank you gift for the octopus balls. I'll save the words of gratitude for later, or if you wish to be my little brother, I might reluctantly agree. Farewell, I must go earn a living. Rin ambled away. Jiraiya felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Ever since the passing of his parents, no one had shown him such concern. You scoundrel, you want me to be your little brother? Just wait until I, Jiraiya, become stronger than anyone else, then I'll look out for you. After parting ways with Jiraiya, Rin headed to Kato's ninja tool shop to busy himself for a while. With added weight on his back, he could feel his physical capabilities steadily improving, whether he was walking, sleeping, or forging. For Rin, this was even more exhilarating than mastering a forbidden technique. After all, Teacher Suitai often stated that while ninjutsu could determine life and death on the battlefield, physical prowess could dictate one's dignity in life. Rin believed that whether he lived or died was inconsequential. He must never lose his dignity. Having completed a day's work, Rin returned to Ichinoki's home. After hastily eating dinner, he retreated to his room. On the tatami mat, Ri was sitting cross-legged, clad in turtle pajamas, her expression one of innocent concentration. Ever since obtaining the chakra extraction technique scroll, she had been diligently practicing. Rin observed that Ri exhibited considerable talent as a ninja. Within just a week, she was already able to sense chakra. In contrast, he remembered struggling for over half a month at the cultist base before he could feel the flow of chakra within him. By comparison, Ri's innate ability seemed to surpass his own. However, this was good news for Rin. The more talent Ri displayed, the more attention she would attract from Konoha's higher-ups, significantly reducing her chances of peril. Of course, reckless behavior was another matter entirely. Rin was confident that with a steady older brother like himself, Ri would grow into a composed and skilled ninja. Seeing Ri's earnestness, Rin felt he couldn't afford to slack off as her brother. With that thought, he dove into his warm blanket as if invigorated. Indeed, training was something that seemed utterly incompatible with his lazy disposition. He would wait until he could steal the multi-shadow clone technique and let the clones handle the training. The next morning, Rin awoke and first dressed the sleepy Ri before bidding farewell to Uncle Ichinoki and Anna Kiko as he set off for school, for their son, Kato Daku, who was said to be the class representative in the 3rd grade. He left home very early every day. In comparison, Rin, the lazy one, enjoyed a more leisurely pace. Upon arriving at school and entering the classroom, Rin settled into his usual corner, only to realize something peculiar today. While he was never late, he was typically the last to arrive. Yet today, Jiraiya, who usually arrived early, was conspicuously absent. Could it be that he had spent the night crying over yesterday's events, causing him to be late today? Rin mused, finding lateness trivial if it weren't for the fact that latecomers had to stay behind for remedial classes alongside those who failed tests. He would guarantee he would be late every day. Dong. The bell rang, and Jiraiya finally burst into the classroom before the teacher, his face bruised and swollen. Shielding his face from the teasing gazes of his classmates, he dashed to the back of the room. Burying his head in his arms, the teacher followed Jiraiya into the classroom, eyeing him with a mix of curiosity and concern. After a moment, the unfamiliar ninja instructor opened his book and began the lesson. In the back of the class, Rin tilted his head, curiously observing Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what happened to you? Hearing his friend's concern, Jiraiya quickly covered his face with his hands and shook his head vigorously that it's nothing. I just tripped while walking this morning, he stammered. But Rin noticed his evasive gaze and raised an eyebrow. You fell and managed to swell your eyes? Impressive. At this, Jiraiya scratched his head and broke into a wide grin. Seeing that, Rin's lips twitched slightly. Good grief, I can see pride in that scoundrel's smile. Did I ever say anything to compliment him? Besides, it's evident he was beaten up. However, since Jiraiya remained silent, Rin decided not to pry further and instead scanned the classroom. Before long, his eyes began to narrow. Without Jiraiya's usual antics, the quiet morning passed swiftly. After purchasing a loaf of bread for the embarrassed Jiraiya, the two of them sat quietly in their seats, munching away. Just then, a mocking voice shattered the tranquility. Poor people are indeed poor. They can only gnaw on bread at noon. Here we go. Rin felt a flicker of excitement and lazily lifted his head to regard the newcomer. Uchiha Ryota sauntered in, nonchalantly seating himself at a desk, his legs shaking as he cast a disdainful glance at Rin and Jiraiya. Jiraiya, did you get beaten up? Your eyes are all swollen, hiding in the corner, gnawing on bread. Are we? Rin remained silent, pressing his hand against Jiraiya's arm under the desk. Shoo, no rush. Let us have a little fun with him. Hearing this, Jiraiya huffed, choosing not to engage with Ryota. Today, Jiraiya was noticeably more subdued. His usual bravado replaced by a flicker of anger. This was precisely why Rin held him back. Seeing Rin's silence, Ryota huffed disdainfully. The bottom of the barrel is still the bottom of the barrel. Back to playing mute. Are we? Did you think you could scare me today? He shot a glance at Jiraiya, who was frowning deeply. Why don't you just stick with the bottom of the barrel? So you don't pollute the AI or as soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade, sitting in the front row, furrowed her brow. Ryota had gone too far, though she had considered giving Jiraiya and Rin a good thrashing to relieve her frustration. She never intended to use such malicious words against her classmates. Had the Uchiha clan, bound by their contracts with her grandfather, truly fallen to such a low state? Just as Tsunade was stewing in her anger, a sudden burst of laughter interrupted her thoughts, and the ensuing words left her utterly astonished. Is this how Uchiha Madara teaches you? No wonder the Uchiha clan is notorious for producing traitors, remarked Rinto, shaking his head with an air of regret. When it comes to sharp tongues, he had never met his match, especially when discussing the Uchiha family, of which he possessed profound insight. You, Shikahu Rinto. You seek death? Uchiha Ryuta retreated while casting a fierce glare at Rinto. You insolent wretch, retract your words. The Uchiha are not to be insulted by commoners like you. In response, Rinto not only refused to relent, but laughed even more heartily. Oh dear, you're angry now, aren't you? When you betrayed Uchiha Madara, did you ever consider his feelings? You rebellious wretches. I ask you, do you, as the wicked scion of the Uchiha clan, truly deserve to remain in Konoha? Rinto's words trampled the dignity of the entire Uchiha clan into the dirt, even dragging their once revered leader, Uchiha Madara, into the fray. Such piercing words inflicted profound pain upon Uchiha Ryuta's heart. It's worth noting that one of the reasons Uchiha Madara left Konoha was due to the betrayal of his clan. These pitiful souls, corroded by the tranquility of life in Konoha, ultimately chose to forsake their leader. Shut up. A frantic roar erupted as Uchiha Ryuta, standing nearby, glared with bloodshot eyes, resembling a beast poised to attack. In an instant, many classmates were frightened into retreating. Consumed by rage, Uchiha Ryuta began forming hand seals, his hateful gaze fixated on Rinto. Seeing this, Rinto's spirits lifted. Damn it, I thought this guy would just brandish a kunai in desperation. To my surprise, he is actually going to use the great fireball technique. How splendid. Uchiha Ryuta's hand seals were not executed swiftly, granting Rinto ample time. However, aside from seizing Jiraiya and the front row Tsunade by their collars and tossing them aside, he did nothing else. After all, he had said so many offensive things today precisely to await this moment. You bastard, die. With that, Uchiha Ryuta unleashed a torrent of searing flames at Rinto. Perfect. If I don't manage to extort your pants today, I'll never taste 4 dishes in my life. In the next moment, Rinto tightly clenched his right hand, and the weight strapped to his wrists fell away with a thunderous crash, facing the fireball. Rinto's muscles tensed, his right fist concealed at his waist. Take that, You old hag. Taizu's long fist. A resounding boom echoed as a terrifying force surged forth, propelled by an overwhelming gust of wind, colliding fiercely with the fireball. Instantly, a formidable fist emerged from the flames, smashing the fireball to smithereens, scattering sparks in every direction. Flames ignited on books, desks, the blackboard, and the floor, creating a chaotic scene at that moment. The classmates still present in the classroom were utterly stunned. The entire incident had surpassed their wildest expectations. First, Uchiha Ryuta recklessly provoked Rinto. Then, Rinto made the astonishing claim that the entire Uchiha clan were traitors who had betrayed Uchiha Madara. And finally, Uchiha Ryuta dared to unleash a fire technique in the classroom. Most astonishing of all was Rinto's barehanded dispersal of the fire technique at that moment. Rinto's clenched fist was indelibly etched in the minds of all present, terrifying. This guy was nothing short of a monster. Tsunade collapsed to the ground, her youthful face stripped of all expression except sheer horror, the sheer violence, the terrifying fist that shattered the fireball. It all left an indelible mark on young Tsunade's heart. Meanwhile, the instigator of the chaos, Uchiha Ryuta, saw Rinto's fist drawing near and his expression twisted in terror to the extreme. He simply rolled his eyes back and fainted, feigning unconsciousness. Are we? Rinto seized Uchiha Ryuta by the collar. You better compensate me. My clothes are ruined. At that moment, Jiraiya weakly pointed at Rinto's shoes, stammering. Rinto, your shoes are ruined too. Rinto glanced down, and 2 veins bulged on his forehead. Damn it, my shoes are ruined. 2 pairs, you bastard. You owe me 2 pairs. Tsunade cast a scathing glance at the 2 troublemakers, rolling her eyes and unable to suppress a curse. What the hell? At a time like this, you're still thinking about shoes. In response, Rinto turned his icy gaze towards Tsunade. Are you going to compensate him for my shoes? Let me tell you, 2 pairs. If I don't get 2 pairs today, he's going nowhere. And my clothes. 2 sets. 2 sets. Tsunade was rendered utterly speechless, her face darkening as she ceased to speak. Just then, the classroom door was flung open, and Nakazuru Akira, wielding a kunai, appeared at the entrance. Put him down. Shikuha Rinto, I command you. Release him. Soon, the flames in the classroom were extinguished. Rinto and Jiraiya, as instigators, alongside Uchiha Ryuta as the victim, were sternly escorted by Nakazuru Akira back to the classroom office. Accompanied by Tsunade, who was there as a witness to eye in the office, Nakazuru Akira wore a frosty expression, clutching a palm-sized scroll. Teacher Kanazuki, please summon Uchiha Ryuta's parents. After speaking, Nakazuru Akira slammed the scroll down and turned his gaze toward Rinto. As for you, Shikuhu Rinto, who is responsible for you? His icy voice rang out to this. Rinto remained unfazed, shrugging nonchalantly. My father is Sarutobi Hizashi. Go ahead and call him. You insolent brat, at a time like this. You still spouting nonsense. Lord Hizashi's surname is Sarutobi, while yours is Shiku. Nakazuru Akira slammed the table, rising to his feet, glaring at Rinto. Ha. My mom is Shiku Mizukomo, Rinto retorted with a smirk. Fully aware that Nakazuru Akira, at his rank, lacked the authority to investigate his background. Throughout the exchange, Tsunade attempted to speak several times, only to be silenced by Rinto's stern gaze. Rinto was curious to see just how incompetent the so-called teachers of the Ninja Academy were at gathering information. Although Nakazuru Akira had entered the classroom just as Rinto was clutching Uchiha Ryuta's collar, it seemed premature to draw conclusions. Instead, Jiraiya stood beside Rinto, wearing an expression of guilt and a bruised face filled with remorse. Upon hearing Rinto's words, Nakazuru Akira's anger surged further. Fine, I will summon Lord Hizashi immediately and see what you have to say. With that, he coldly snorted and sought a teacher to request Sarutobi Hizashi's presence. In the Hokage building, a perplexed ninja approached Sarutobi Hizashi. Lord Hizashi, it seems your son, Shiku Rinto, has caused trouble at school, and Nakazuru Akira wishes to have a word with you. The ninja teacher hesitated for a long moment, not daring to mention Rinto being Sarutobi Hizashi's son. Upon hearing that Shiku Rinto was in trouble, Sarutobi Hizashi's hand trembled, causing his brush to fall to the ground as he hurriedly grasped the shoulder of the ninja teacher. What happened? Your son Shiku Rinto had a conflict with an Uchiha kid at school. Apparently, the Uchiha kid unleashed a fire technique in the classroom, attacking Shiku as one of the participants in extinguishing the flames. The ninja teacher easily learned the truth from the students. However, He had no chance to relay this to Nakazuru Akira, who was already in a furious state that it seemed to him that it was not a significant matter. Merely a case of being overly strict with a student. Yet, what he perceived as trivial would forever extinguish Nakazuru Akira's dreams of becoming a jonin. Upon learning the details, Sarutobi Hizashi immediately dismissed the ninja teacher and rushed out of his office. He was not worried about Shiku Rinto. Rather, he was concerned about the confrontation between Rinto and the Uchiha. Logically speaking, a mere infiltrator should not pose a threat to the Uchiha clan, but Rinto was different. He was best known for digging pits for others and sowing seeds of discord. His close friend, Shimura Danzo, was a prime example. Sarutobi Hizashi still vividly recalled how Rinto, with just a few words, had planted the seeds of distrust in the hearts of many. Simultaneously, it also dispelled teacher Fei Jin's intentions of selecting Danzo as a candidate for Hokage. In a hurried manner, Sarutobi Hizashi arrived at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Upon entering the school gates, he immediately spotted the equally hurried Uchiha Kagami, whose expression shifted to one of peculiarity. "Kagami, what brings you to the ninja school?" Uchiha Kagami, noticing Sarutobi Hizashi, offered a gentle smile. "I heard that your neighbor, Ryo, has been bullied at school, and his parents asked me to come check on him." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi's expression turned slightly sympathetic. "It seems you truly have no idea what kind of trouble your neighbor's child has gotten into. That would be Sakuhu Rin. To be bitten by that fellow, one would be lucky to escape without some serious consequences. Moreover, after such an incident, your clan expects you to resolve it." Kagami, caught between the village and his clan, certainly had a difficult position. However, with a friend like Kagami present, things would likely be much easier to handle. Uchiha Kagami also sighed inwardly. He was not privy to the details of the matter. But given his understanding of his clan, it was evident that Ryo's parents had requested his involvement, calling upon the esteemed disciple of the second Hokage. This incident was likely also due to Ryo's fault. After all, everyone knows that when one finds themselves in a disadvantageous position, they must use their influence to overpower the opponent. By the way, Hizashi, what brings you here?" Uchiha Kagami inquired, puzzled that you'll find out shortly. Just prepare yourself mentally. With that, he took the lead and entered the building of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Creak. The door to the teacher's office swung open. Nakazuru Uku sat in his chair, his cold gaze sweeping over Rin. Upon witnessing this, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a sudden tightening in his chest. As soon as Nakazuru Uku noticed Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Kagami entering, he hurriedly stood up. Rin turned his head, glancing back. "Dad, you finally made it. Please, take a seat." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi's face darkened. "Who the hell is your dad?" "You little rascal. Don't call me that. Be careful, or I'll have my head handed to me by people like." "No, I'm not your dad. I can't afford that." Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head vigorously, flustered as he tried to distance himself from the situation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami felt a sudden pang of concern, realizing things had become troublesome at this moment. Uchiha Ryo had already regained consciousness, standing with his head bowed behind Nakazuru Uku, while in front of Nakazuru Uku were three children, Rin, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, the princess of the Senju clan. Uchiha Kagami did not wish to antagonize Tsunade. As for Rin, he was even more reluctant to face him, fully aware of how troublesome this individual could be. To put it bluntly, he would rather confront Princess Tsunade than deal with Rin. Of course, if the individual in question were the unfamiliar white-haired boy beside him, things would be much simpler. The esteemed disciple of the second Hokage, he had never considered overpowering others through influence or strength. However, if the individual were that white-haired child, he might find himself spared much trouble. The rising Nakazuru Uku, upon seeing Sarutobi Hizashi deny his relationship with Rin, instantly wore a grim expression. "Deceit. Is that what the Ninja Academy teaches you? You wretched child." He pointed an accusatory finger at Rin, unleashing a torrent of curses. This, in turn, incensed Rin that he extended his hand, slowly pushing aside Nakazuru Uku's finger, his gaze turning fierce. "Mind your tone. You are a ninja and a teacher. Look, Lord Hizashi, Lord Kagami, you see how this child treats his teacher." An agitated Nakazuru Uku pointed at Rin once more. Observing this, Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow. It wasn't that he disapproved of Rin's manner. He had never regarded this individual as merely a child. Thus, he felt no fault in Rin's words. Rather, it was the behavior of this teacher, Nakazuru Uku, that seemed excessively aggressive. "Nakazuru Uku, What exactly is going on? Can you clarify the situation? Upon hearing this, Nakazuruku recounted the scene he had encountered upon bursting into the classroom. Listening to his account, both Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Kagami frowned. They possessed their own judgment. But what they lacked was information. At this moment, Tsunade could no longer contain herself and cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Ryo, who stood behind Nakazuruku. Before speaking, as Tsunade recounted the events, Nakazuruku's expression grew increasingly grim, and behind him, Uchiha Ryo's head drooped lower. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami's expression darkened considerably, publicly humiliating a classmate, unleashing a powerful fire technique, the Great Fireball Jutsu, aimed at a fellow student. This, not to mention others. Even Uchiha Kagami felt a sudden urge to slap this disgraceful member of the clan. What happened to the will of fire? Is this how your ancestors taught you to unleash ninjutsu upon classmates? In that moment, Uchiha Kagami's face turned an unbearable shade of distress. Once Tsunade had finished narrating the events, Uchiha Ryo abruptly lifted his head, revealing a swirling tomo in his eyes. This fellow had awakened his Sharingan. At that moment, Uchiha Ryo, with bloodshot eyes, glared ferociously at Rin, shouting, "It's him! He called me an evil brat of the Uchiha clan. He said the Uchiha clan are all traitors. That we betrayed Uchiha Madara. He is the one who betrayed us." The hysterical voice echoed, and the entire office fell silent. After a prolonged moment, Uchiha Kagami, with a serious expression, turned to Rin. "Rin-kun, did you say that?" Upon hearing this, Rin nonchalantly nodded. "The matter is quite simple. I enrolled, did not wish to attend practical classes, and this fellow mocked me that I ignored him completely from start to finish. Then he continued to harass me. And later, he assaulted Jiraiya." Before Rin could finish, Uchiha Ryo interjected, "I didn't hit him. I didn't. Did you not?" Rin chuckled, though this laugh carried a chilling intent. "What if it pertains to you?" Rin enunciated each word deliberately, as if the very air thickened with tension. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of 3 mechanisms unlocking echoed through the room. Boom, boom, boom. Another 3 heavy thuds resounded as weights fell away. In an instant, Rin's figure vanished. "Stop!" Both Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed in unison. Just as the words left their mouths, Rin appeared behind Nakazuruku, gripping Uchiha Ryo with one hand while placing the other ominously close to his eye. Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Kagami felt a chill run down their spines. Quickly, too fast, though this fellow's speed had not surpassed the limits of the Sharingan's capture, their bodies simply could not react. Moreover, this terrifying child, relying solely on physical strength, had already matched the level of a Chunin. This was not merely a matter of being a Jonin. It must be noted that a Chunin's overall strength encompasses ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and various special skills. Yet, Rin, relying solely on his physical prowess, could achieve a Chunin's overall rating. To put it more simply, Rin's score for physical capability alone was already on par with the cumulative scores of a Chunin in all aspects. "Uchiha Ryo, if you lie, I will take your eyes." Rin's expression remained impassive as he stared at Uchiha Ryo, a beastly aura of murderous intent pervading the office. In that instant, a wave of cold washed over everyone present. Sarutobi Hizashi finally comprehended the teacher's warnings about why this individual should not be allowed into the upper echelons of Konoha. Why one should abandon any hope of reforming him. How much suffering had Saku Rin endured? How many lives had he taken? What darkness resided within him that could give rise to such an overwhelming aura of malice? Uchiha Ryo, suspended in the air by Rin, trembled uncontrollably, pale liquid streaming down his pant legs. I was forced to do it. Obtaining the desired answer, Rin scoffed disdainfully, loosening his grip, causing Uchiha Ryo to collapse to the ground. Turning back to Sarutobi Hizashi, Rin shrugged helplessly. "See, from beginning to end, I did nothing wrong. Such a creature, devoid of any semblance of the will of fire, not only openly ignited flames at school, but also covertly incited others to bully innocent classmates." Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hizashi let out a deep sigh within. Did he not understand this as well? But what else could he possibly do? At this moment, Rin's lips suddenly curled into a menacing grin, shifting the atmosphere entirely as his gaze turned towards the extremely pale-faced Uchiha Kagami. Naturally, he was still a child, with potential for development. As a member of the village, I was more than willing to give him a chance. However, but what? Uchiha Kagami's eyes sparkled with curiosity, pressing for an answer. 1 million Ryo. I guarantee I won't utter a single word about it afterwards. Rin's nonchalance was met with an internal groan from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He should have anticipated this. Given Rin's nature, it was inevitable that the conversation would circle back to money. It appeared that my initial instinct was spot on. Anyone entangled with Rin would either suffer or face dire consequences. 1 million Ryo, a sum only obtainable through the completion of a top-tier A-ranked mission, and that too, individually. For the vast Uchiha clan, it was not an exorbitant amount. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Kagami slowly nodded. If money could resolve the issue with this fellow, it would indeed be a viable option. After all, since the loss of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan could hardly withstand further turmoil, to be honest. If it weren't for this unforeseen incident, Uchiha Kagami would have even considered seeking Rin's clever advice on how to mend the rift between the village and his clan. Upon receiving the awaited answer, Rin's expression instantly morphed into one of smugness as he leaned closer to Uchiha Kagami. Big brother, will you be paying by card or cash? With that, the matter concluded, and Rin, along with his companions, exited the teacher's office to eye in the school corridor. Rin, accompanied by Jiraiya, intercepted Sarutobi Hiruzen and the departing Tsunade. Lord Sarutobi, I owe you my gratitude for preserving my innocence, Rin exclaimed with a bright smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a wry smile. Sighing, I hardly spoke a couple of words. It would have made no difference whether I was present or not. That is where you were mistaken. If you had not been there, I would have certainly been unable to earn such a sum. Rin leaned closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen, lowering his voice. And your mere presence in the office, though you said nothing, ensured that justice would prevail. With that, Rin produced a thick bundle of cash, the sum being part of the compensation paid by Uchiha Kagami. A total of 200,000 Ryo that he extracted half and pressed it into Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. This is your reward for the trouble you've taken. Seeing this, Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in shock. This fellow, was he openly bribing Lord Sarutobi? Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed Rin's hand away. This is my duty. I cannot accept payment. Rin's expression hardened, and he forcefully returned the money. I understand your dedication to your responsibilities. But if good deeds go unrewarded, who will continue to uphold justice in the future? Therefore, it must be accepted. At these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. Good deeds rewarded to sustain justice. My goodness. This twisted logic actually makes a fair amount of sense. Seizing the moment when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a daze, Rin swiftly stuffed a stack of bills into his embrace, a total of 100,000 Ryo. After finalizing this matter, Rin turned to the oddly expressioned Tsunade. Tsunade, please accept this 100,000 Ryo. He dared not directly thrust the money into her hands, for she was the princess of Konoha. Tempting as it may be to indulge in the princess's charms, she was currently not in a position to entertain such notions. Tsunade paused, her eyes suddenly lighting up before she graciously accepted the cash. 100,000 Ryo was not a large sum for her, yet it marked her first independently earned money. Upholding justice necessitates rewards. Only then will more individuals be encouraged to persist in righteousness. And with an increasing number of just individuals, the societal atmosphere will improve. This is a simple truth. Rin held a fondness for Konoha and was eager to contribute to its moral fabric. Especially since it was not his own money. No loss there. Observing the two accept the money, Rin sighed in relief, draping an arm around Jiraiya's shoulders as he laughed heartily. Jiraiya, we shall split the remaining 800,000 Ryo. Upon hearing Rin's intent to share the spoils, Jiraiya hastily shook his head, repeatedly waving his hands that no, I cannot accept this. It is your hard-earned reward. At this declaration, Rin's demeanor shifted to seriousness. What do you mean you cannot accept? Did you not suffer for this, fool? With that, he leaned closer to Jiraiya's ear and whispered, besides, I have long harbored a disdain for that fellow, and now I have the perfect opportunity to extort him. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, alarmed, before shaking his head vigorously as if trying to dispel the thought. Rin, I understand your intentions, but I still cannot accept. Seeing Jiraiya's reluctance, Rin's forehead twitched with irritation as he grasped Jiraiya's collar. Damn it, Jiraiya, stop hesitating like a woman. You should just wear a dress to class. Tsunade, lend Jiraiya a dress for his class. Huh. Jiraiya's fury erupted, and he retaliated by grabbing Rin's collar. You bastard, I was pummeled by 7 people last night, and didn't he utter a word. How dare you look down on me? Before he could finish his sentence, Rin delivered a solid punch to his unbruised left eye. Look at you, boasting about being beaten by 7 people. How shameful. If it were me, I would have taken down at least one. Rin, that is precisely how I handle things. Ouch, you sneak attacked me. Damn it. I will fight you. Watching the 2 children grappling and rolling on the floor, their expressions a mix of determination and frustration, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a mix of amusement and warmth. Setting aside this amusing scene, Rin had finally forged new bonds within Konoha as for Tsunade. Her joyous expression darkened upon receiving the cash. You bastard Rin, you will pay for this jest. One day, I shall make you wear a dress and parade through Konoha. The chaotic tussle between Rin and Jiraiya continued, just as they were about to turn the floor into a reflective surface. The skirmish concluded with Rin emerging victorious. Jiraiya begrudgingly accepted the decision to split the 800,000 ryo down the middle. Having resolved their differences, the 2 children, resembling muddy little monkeys, helped each other up. Ignoring the astonished Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade as they exited the corridor, watching the duo, bruised yet supportive, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a mix of laughter and exasperation. Did they always resolve their differences in such a manner? Beside him, Tsunade nodded silently. Her expression darkened. They always do. It's just that today was particularly embarrassing. Around the corner, Uchiha Kagami observed everything that transpired in the corridor. Sakafang Rin. This fellow is simply extraordinary. He possesses a keen understanding of human relationships, effortlessly navigating through situations without a hitch. Reflecting on his own childhood at 7 or 8 years old, he recalled how he had taken the support from family, friends, and kin for granted, never once considering giving back to those who helped him. In contrast, Rin continuously devised ways to ensure those who aided him received generous rewards, leading his friends to eagerly compete to assist him. At the same time, he felt a twinge of envy towards the camaraderie shared between Rin and Jiraiya. Moreover, there was not a shred of resentment within him. This was not surprising, although Uchiha Kagami belonged to the Uchiha clan. He held the village in higher regard. As a direct disciple of Shinji Tobarama, Uchiha Kagami possessed a profound understanding of the will of fire. This, too, was the source of his anguish. If there was anyone who fervently wished for the Uchiha clan to fully integrate into the village, it was him. And in his moment of greatest confusion, Sakafang Rin had appeared. If only Rin, the master of understanding human emotions, were to grasp the plight of the Uchiha, he might provide some valuable advice. With this thought, Uchiha Kagami silently resolved to take the initiative to alter the relationship between Rin and the Uchiha clan. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, Tsunade, her pockets brimming with cash, bounced joyfully towards home, her high ponytail swaying in rhythm with her cheerful mood. Grandma. As soon as she stepped through the threshold, Tsunade began to chatter away, reminiscent of a chattering little sparrow. The wooden sliding door creaked open, and from the tea room emerged Uzumaki Mito, her face alight with joy. Without hesitation, Tsunade dashed into Mito's embrace, indulging in a delightful display of affection. After a moment of tender intimacy, Tsunade produced a thick stack of 1,000-yen bills from her pocket. Grandma, look what this is, she exclaimed, lifting the money high above her head. This money. My little Tsunade won at gambling today, didn't she? Such good fortune. Mito teased. Oh, Grandma, I came straight home right after school. Tsunade persisted, clinging to Mito. It was only in Mito's presence that she could truly behave like a carefree little girl, reveling in her innocence. All right. My little Tsunade is the most obedient. Now, tell Grandma what happened. Upon hearing this, Tsunade happily began counting the bills, animatedly recounting the events of her day. Before long, she had finished her tale. Mito gently stroked Tsunade's head and chuckled. So, little Tsunade has become quite the young lady. Already earning money for the household. Of course, Tsunade replied, her face brimming with pride as she chattered on about how detestable and cunning Rin was, recounting how Uchiha Ryota had been so frightened that he wet his pants. Observing her granddaughter's exuberance, Mito wore a contented smile. Having traversed this path herself, she understood the implications of a girl constantly mentioning a boy's name. Moreover, a current dislike did not necessarily preclude future affection. After all, she too had once been a girl. However, joyful moments are fleeting. After sharing dinner, Mito and Tsunade embarked on their training with cheerful spirits. Seated in the tea room, Mito's gaze flickered, as though deep in contemplation. As the wife of Senju Hashirama, she harbored no prejudices regarding family backgrounds, and did not dismiss the prospect of Tsunade's future husband being of humble origins. Yet, certain matters needed to be brought to Tobarama's attention. With this thought in mind, Mito beckoned towards the doorway. In an instant, an umbu clad in a fox mask appeared. "Lady Mito, do you have any instructions?" came the raspy voice. "Please make a trip to Tobarama and inform him about Tsunade's recent circumstances." The umbu nodded and promptly vanished. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama leaned back in his chair, furrowing his brow as he studied the scroll in his hands. Given the day's significant events, it was inconceivable that he, as Hokage, was unaware. What troubled and enraged him most was not Rin, but rather Uchiha Ryota's brazen attempt to harm a comrade within the village. To him, such actions were utterly unforgivable, even if Rin was not a comrade but an infiltrator. Outsiders remained oblivious to his true identity, which amounted to attacking a member of the village. He longed to question the elders of the Uchiha clan about their methods of raising their children. If this continued, the village, built with so much sacrifice by his elder brother, would fall into ruin at the hands of these ruffians. Considering the Uchiha clan's influence, Tobarama found himself resentful of Hashirama once more. In a bid to set an example, Hashirama had once issued a decree, enduring immense pressure as both clan leader and the first Hokage. The decree stated that apart from those who had already inherited the surname, no newborns in the Senju clan would carry the family name. This decision not only astonished the prominent families joining Konoha, but also ensured that the Senju bloodline was thoroughly integrated into the village. One could say that while the Senju clan itself may have vanished, Konoha has birthed countless families with Senju heritage. Fortunately, most members of the Senju clan were able to accept this decree. They chose bloodline over name. What they did not know was that decades later, their arch-nemesis, the Uchiha clan, would choose pride over bloodline, ultimately losing the majority of their lineage, and to make matters worse, being erased by their own kin. Striving to regain his composure, Tobarama slowly closed the scroll before him and gently tapped the table. He instructed Kagami to take charge of educating Rin, emphasizing that such violent incidents against comrades must never occur again. He also intended to reprimand the Uchiha clan, insisting that they expedite the remaining payment of 800,000 ryo to Rin. Additionally, he rejected their request to expand the Konoha Guard by adding 4 patrol teams, permitting only the addition of a single patrol team. If Rin were present, he would undoubtedly scold Tobarama for being an old miser. The tensions between Rin and the Uchiha clan had already escalated significantly, and now the second Hokage was intervening. While this ensured Rin's immediate safety, such actions would inevitably breed hatred over time. Having temporarily resolved the Uchiha clan's issues, Tobarama's thoughts shifted to the troublesome Rin. Enrolling Rin in the Ninja Academy had been his decision, which also meant that Rin would forge friendships and build connections. However, Tobarama did not wish for his elder brother's granddaughter to have any association with Rin. This boy was far too dangerous and unsuitable for a pure-hearted child like Tsunade. With this in mind, an idea began to form in Tobarama's mind. The following evening, after attending to his duties, Tobarama returned home early. Though it was still early, Tsunade had already finished her dinner. Upon seeing Tobarama's return, she promptly put away the scroll she had been practicing with and eagerly approached him. "Second Grandpa." Tobarama's lips twitched ever so slightly, revealing his desire to smile warmly, albeit unsuccessfully. Maintaining a stoic expression, he nodded and took a seat on the wooden walkway in the courtyard. "Little Tsunade, what have you learned at the Ninja Academy recently?" "Second Grandpa, I've learned the body replacement technique, transformation technique, and the ninja rules," Tsunade replied, standing tall and responding earnestly. Then let me test you, little Tsunade. What are the ninja rules?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade pondered for a moment and began to enumerate her fingers. First, engaging in close combat is foolish under any circumstances. Second, sometimes a mission is more important than life itself, so one must never abandon a mission. Third, keep secrets. Don't forget to destroy your own face before taking your own life. Listening to Tsunade's fluent responses, Tobarama nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Little Tsunade, you remember them well. Now, can little Tsunade keep a secret?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade assumed that Tobarama was about to impart some powerful forbidden technique, and her excitement surged as she nodded vigorously. "All right. Grandpa wants little Tsunade to stay away from RIN.AT this." Tsunade froze momentarily, instinctively questioning, "Why, second Grandpa?" Though young, she was far from foolish. In fact, she was quite astute. The fact that the Hokage himself was directly cautioning her indicated that there must be some hidden truth. Curiosity bubbled within her. Seeing Tsunade's inquiry, Tobirama did not conceal the truth. This had been a carefully considered decision on his part. Straightforward and direct, he revealed the facts to Tsunade. Little Tsunade was the granddaughter of his brother Hashirama, and thus his kin, and Tobirama had no intention of concealing his family. Most importantly, while Tsunade was still young. Her stubborn nature mirrored that of her grandfather. Attempting to use covert methods would only provoke a rebellious response, leading to counterproductive outcomes. Therefore, he decided to straightforwardly inform Tsunade about Rin while their interactions were still limited. With this resolve, Tobirama slowly began to explain Rin's background and origins to Tsunade. Upon learning that Rin was an infiltrator sent by the Rain Village to Konoha, shock registered on Tsunade's cherubic face. Swiftly replaced by a simmering anger. Second Grandpa, why not apprehend this guy? Why allow him to stay? Seeing Tsunade's indignation, Tobirama sighed inwardly and replied, keeping Rin here is more beneficial for the peace of the western border. Why? Isn't he just an infiltrator from the Rain Village? Tsunade demanded, her anger palpable. Through Rin, we can covertly influence the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo the Salamander, thereby restraining the sand and rock villages. This would alleviate the pressure on border defenses and significantly reduce the likelihood of our comrades falling in battle. Upon hearing this, Tsunade ground her milk teeth together in frustration. Humph, when I grow up, I will surely give that despicable censure Hanzo a sound thrashing, and then drive Shakafang Rinin out of our village. With a determined resolve, Tsunade frowned and looked solemnly at Senju Tobirama, second grandpa. Can we ensure that Shakafang Rinin will obey? Upon hearing this, Tobirama let out a heavy sigh, for there was no guarantee of absolute certainty. After all, no one truly knew if this so-called bond of that monster was genuine. Though he felt a tinge of pessimism, Tobirama maintained a calm demeanor and nodded in agreement. Very well. But little Tsunade, you must understand that this person is unlike you. He has undergone undercover training since childhood. And those who are undercover are often devoid of mercy. Therefore, your second grandpa wishes for you to keep your distance from this perilous individual, to spare Mito Obasan any worry. All right? Tsunade nodded earnestly. Rest assured, second grandpa, I shall not utter another word to Shakafang Rinin, and moreover, I will keep a vigilant watch over him for the sake of our village. As time continued to flow, half a year swiftly passed, and the new year was approaching. According to the returning ninjas, the battle with the village hidden in the clouds of the Land of Lightning was gradually nearing its conclusion. Rinin still lived his life at his own pace. Setting aside his identity as an undercover agent, he appeared to be doing quite well. Aside from indulging in daily feasting and merriment, he spent his after-school hours working at a tool shop. Honing his craft, he had ample leisure time, during which he took the opportunity to explore Konoha village thoroughly. It was undeniable that Konoha was indeed the foremost hidden village. Not only did its population far exceed that of the village hidden in the rain, but its land area was also several times larger. This significant population base led to a vast number of ninjas, all thriving in a climate that was both suitable and enriched with fertile soil. Contemplating this, Rinin could not help but recall Suikyu, who was still in the village hidden in the rain, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. That fellow Suikyu was undoubtedly rolling in the sheets with his two wives at this very moment. Damn it, I should have introduced him to that plump widow selling orange soda at the entrance of Kabukicho back then. Just the thought of Suikyu enjoying such bountiful blessings filled him with envy and resentment. However, it had been over half a year since he sent the letter to Sanshoya Hanzo, and he had yet to receive a response. That no, it had been too long. Surely they should have sent someone to assist me by now. With this thought, Rinin let out a quiet sigh and quickened his pace, entering the classroom just before the lesson began. A tedious day soon came to a close at 3:30 in the afternoon. The school dismissed its students punctually. With his mind filled with thoughts of Sanshoya Hanzo's reply, Rinin did not linger. He waved goodbye to Jiraiya, who was staying behind for extra classes, and stepped out of the school gates. Upon returning to the home of Uncle Ichinoki, he found Aunt Akiko helping rewrite. As soon as Ri saw Rinin enter, she immediately clamored to be picked up by her brother. Aunt Akiko stood nearby, watching Rinin spin Ri around joyfully, a broad smile spreading across her face. By the way, Aunt Akiko suddenly recalled something and pulled out a thin letter from the drawer of the table. Rinin-kun, you have a letter. Upon hearing this, Rinin's heart tightened. Without needing to think, he knew it was a letter from the village hidden in the rain. Maintaining a composed expression, he scooped Ri into his arms with one hand and accepted the letter with the other. nodding in gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Akiko. Not at all. She waved her hand dismissively, her smile unwavering. Although Rinin was aware of Aunt Akiko's true identity, and she knew of his undercover status as well, they both continued to wear expressions of nonchalance. Without a hint of change, Rinin took the letter and bid Aunt Akiko a polite farewell, retreating to his room. Closing the door, he sat down and unfolded the letter. His gaze fixed on its contents. The letter was straightforward, signed by someone named Amphibian.it stated that a team of 4, the Dark Subordinate Squad, had arrived outside Konoha village and required Rinin to assist them. Though the wording was vague, Rinin discerned a hint of clarity between the lines. The ninja named Amphibian, accompanied by 3 others, had reached the outskirts of Konoha village, perhaps due to the village's tight defenses. Or perhaps because these individuals lacked sufficient capability, the 4 had failed to infiltrate Konoha and were compelled to send a letter for Rinin to come to their aid. Pathetic, Rinin frowned, leaving the letter openly on the table rather than tucking it away. Brother, did someone from your village come? Ri, who recognized several characters, glanced at the letter on the table with curiosity. Rinin reined in his serious expression and smiled as he ruffled Ri's hair. Not yet. Ri. Afterward, he retrieved a brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote 1 o'clock in the morning on the envelope before leaving the room with Ri. Within the room, a shadowy figure wearing a dirt dog mask dropped silently from the beams. Landing quietly at the table, the figure glanced at the letter before vanishing once more without a sound. In truth, even before this letter reached Rinin, the members of the Umbu had already examined its contents. Meanwhile, Rinin, having strolled around with Ri, returned to the house. The place was unchanged from when he left. However, a bright red circle now adorned the lower right corner of the letter on the table. Rinin understood that Konoha had approved his operation scheduled for 1 o'clock that night. As night fell, and silence enveloped Konoha village. A tranquil darkness settled over everything, in the stillness of his room. A pair of bright eyes suddenly opened. Rinin rose, slowly and resolutely donning a black short-sleeve shirt and slinging his ninja pack over his shoulder. He gently slid open the wooden door and stepped out of his room. Strolling leisurely through the streets of Konoha, Rinin's mind was abuzz with thoughts. If the individuals sent from the village hidden in the rain were foolish, he would simply deal with them directly, which would also serve as a demonstration of strength to the Umbu keeping tabs on him. If this group of dark subordinates was particularly cunning, he would opt to assist them in infiltrating Konoha. Rinin was not concerned that overly intelligent individuals would disrupt his plans. On the contrary, experienced subordinates would be more beneficial in gaining the trust of Sanshoya Hanzo, since his arrival in this world. He had never underestimated anyone, with his greatest concern not being the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, nor the reserve third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather Sanshoya Hanzo. This individual had managed to lead the village hidden in the rain through turbulent times, and his abilities and intellect were not to be taken lightly. A clever subordinate would serve to facilitate Rinin's control over Sanshoya Hanzo. Those who are prone to suspicion seldom let their guard down with anyone. What are those 2 or 3? When most clever individuals are engaged in a singular endeavor, even the most skeptical will gradually lower their defenses. Rinin mused. He did not wish to become the chief strategist Chen Gong, but rather aspired to live as Jiyasu did, blending in. Lost in his thoughts, Rinin walked out of the village, heading toward the rendezvous point. Crossing a small stream, he entered the dense forest outside of Konoha village. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged behind him, a gleaming kunai pressed against his throat. Hey there, little brat, wandering around at this hour isn't wise? A mocking voice echoed. Rinin paused, letting out a slight sigh of disappointment at the incompetence of the dark subordinates sent by Sanshoya Hanzo. In the dead of night, a 7-year-old child roaming the woods. How strange a scene that must be. Even if they knew he was a dark subordinate and an undercover agent, they shouldn't recklessly approach him like this. Sighing internally, he maintained his calm demeanor. I am Zhu Kongping, here to find Amphibian. Rinin's steady voice resonated through the quiet forest. The shadow behind him remained unmoved, the sharp kunai still poised at his throat. How can you prove your identity? There's a rain village forehead protector in my bag. Rinin remained still, speaking plainly. The ninja bag was opened, revealing a pristine rain ninja forehead protector in the shadow's hand. All right. The kunai that had been pressed against Rinin's throat was slowly withdrawn. Just then, the sharp kunai suddenly changed direction and sliced across Rinin's arm. In the next moment, the fabric of his sleeve tore, blood seeping out, and the mocking yet cruel voice rang out once more. Apologies. This is to prevent transformation techniques. Rinin merely smirked, nonchalantly spreading his hands as he insincerely praised. No worries. You all are indeed quite professional. In truth, Rinan's thoughts were filled with curses. Damn it, I wore a short sleeve today, deliberately exposing my forearms, and yet you chose to slash at my upper arm. I spent 200 taels on this shirt. You refinished. After confirming his true identity, Linren was pressed by a shadow and led into the dense forest. Winding through the thickets, they arrived at a concealed cave. Inside, a bonfire crackled, illuminating 3 adult men clad in commoner's attire, who turned their collective gaze towards Linren as he entered. Zhu Kongping, I've long admired your reputation, spoke a young man seated at the back. He bore an unremarkable visage, with eyes, a nose, and lips neither too large nor too small, the corner of his mouth curling into a hint of disdainful smile. Overall, without a smile, he would make an ideal shadow operative. Linren recognized him. His name was Yua, a shadow operative from the rain-hidden village. Primarily tasked with gathering intelligence at the Exchange Bureau, he was one of the few survivors from the village's intelligence organization after the assault. Yua sat before the bonfire, surrounded by an array of luggage. Squinting at Linren with an increasingly pronounced smirk, he was familiar with Zhu Kongping. Indeed, most ninjas from the rain-hidden village had heard of this little brat. After all, he was a disciple of the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander. As the leader of the rain-hidden village, Hanzo was revered as a demigod among the rain ninjas. The affection they held for Hanzo was matched only by their disdain for this lucky brat, simply because Linren was his disciple. However, at present, this little brat had fallen from grace. With this thought, Yua concealed a sneer beneath a faade of elder authority, casually ordering, Pinguin, I've summoned you for a task. What do you need? Linren replied, feigning timidity. Witnessing Linren's cowardice, Yua's smile deepened with contempt. First, draw up the defensive map of Konoha, then arrange for identities for us, and finally, share the intelligence you have gathered recently. Hearing this, Linren nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Very well, Lord Yua, but I would like to first inquire about Shuangfang Shikuma's current situation. Silence. Yua's expression abruptly turned grave. That is not something you are entitled to inquire about. This was his customary tactic for subjugation, feigning amiability before swiftly asserting dominance whenever an opportunity arose, only to later placate his subordinates with honeyed words at this moment. He had already regarded Linren as one of his subordinates. And with subordinates, one must wield both kindness and authority. Not only was he unaware of Shikuma's whereabouts, but even if he did know, he would not divulge it. Yet Linren was undeterred by Yua's demeanor. Instead, he squinted and scrutinized Yua's every move, assessing whether Yua possessed any knowledge of Shikuma's news, gauging his value, and contemplating his next actions. Unfortunately, it appeared that Yua either had no knowledge of Shikuma's whereabouts or simply did not wish to share. With this in mind, Linren resolved to play along, adopting a defiant expression. Tell me the news about teacher Shikuma. Observing Linren's agitation, Yua felt a stir of interest regarding Shikuma and could not help but chuckle inwardly. Ah, this little brat is rather sentimental. However, he intended to exploit this sentimentality to ensure Linren worked diligently for him. Once you have documented the intelligence on Konoha, I will have someone relay the information about Shikuma. What? Linren's face contorted with fury. You have no news about teacher Shikuma? Hanzo-sama promised to send you with information. You insolent brat, Yua suddenly bellowed. How dare you address Hanzo-sama by his full name? Where is your respect? He reproached Linren mercilessly, reminiscent of those loathsome corporate leaders. Linren remained silent, his expression defiantly fixed on Yua. He had deduced that Yua was entirely ignorant of Shikuma's information. If he had known, this pompous figure would certainly dangle Shikuma's news over him. Yet, throughout their conversation, Yua had failed to mention it even once, confirming Linren's suspicion that he had no knowledge whatsoever. With this realization, Linren's expression darkened, and he muttered under his breath, "What a waste of my expression." Oblivious to Linren's internal judgment, Yua proceeded with his seasoned approach to subjugation. Since he had just reprimanded Linren, it was now time to offer him a sweetener to ensure he toiled for his benefit. With this thought in mind, Yua softened his expression, once again adopting a congenial demeanor, and reached into his luggage to produce a thick stack of bills and an envelope. Here, Pinguin, you requested activity funds. Right? Take this 5,000 Rio. Feigning generosity, he extracted a bill worth 5,000 Rio from the stack and handed it, along with the envelope, to Linren. Linren ceased his pretense, rolling his eyes in disdain as he accepted the 5,000 Rio. What a paltry sum, treating me like a beggar. Indeed, It was evident that associating with Hanzo had yielded him no prospects. Yua, seeing Linren's disdain, felt a surge of contempt within himself. Enough of the long face. Go buy some sweets with that 5,000 Rio. What does a child need so much money for? The envelope contains a personal letter from Hanzo-sama. You may read it now. Upon hearing this, Linren felt a rush of indignation. This guy is truly insufferable. Just as Linren and Yua were engaged in their exchange, outside the cave, 7 or 8 figures clad in black robes and animal masks had surrounded the area tightly. In the deepest shadows of the cave, Sarutobi Hizashi observed the unfolding scene by the bonfire with keen interest. If his guess was correct, Linren would likely arrange for these 4 individuals to enter Konoha. Naturally, this was precisely what he desired to see as the foremost hidden village among the 5 great nations. Konoha was bound to be infiltrated by shadow operatives. However, if he could secretly control these operatives, he could transform his own position from light to shadow. Not only could he manage the flow of intelligence, but he could also manipulate the operatives to achieve his own objectives. Sarutobi Hizashi reasoned that Linren would arrange for the 4 individuals to enter the village because they were rather foolish. Perhaps due to his numerous dealings with Linren, Hizashi's standards had risen considerably. Now, when he looked at the shadow operatives dispatched from the rain-hidden village, he found them laughably naive. With this thought, Sarutobi Hizashi smiled faintly. If all went according to plan, Linren's intelligence should enable him to easily manipulate these 4 individuals. Alas, he was mistaken once more. Linren had no intention of allowing these 4 to exit the cave, let alone enter Konoha. Linren cautiously tucked the bills away before roughly tearing open the envelope, unfolding the letter and reading it with abandon. The letter was brief, yet its content was substantial enough to make Linren's eyes twitch. It began with a simple commendation for Linren's actions, stating that he had successfully infiltrated Konoha and urging him to continue his efforts. Following this, the letter casually instructed Linren on several matters. The first task was to gather intelligence on Konoha's upper echelons. Whether he could accomplish this was one question, but the inherent danger was not to be underestimated, even if Linren's identity remained undiscovered. Such endeavors were exceedingly perilous, and the tone of Hanzo's letter suggested he was utterly indifferent to Linren's well-being. The second task directed Linren to incite animosity between Konoha's 2 prominent clans, the Hyuga and the Uchiha. Upon reading this, Linren nearly burst into laughter. How naive was this Hanzo? For a mere child of 7 or 8 years to instigate a feud between 2 great clans was simply unfathomable. The third task instructed Linren to comply with Yua's arrangements and assist him in establishing a foothold in Konoha. Yet, what Hanzo did not realize was that the 4 clumsy operatives he dispatched had not even managed to step through Konoha's gates. At this point, Linren scanned the 4 individuals before him, sighing in exasperation. This, if Hanzo were not a man, I would surely have to commend him with the phrase, "Stupidity often leads to unexpected wisdom." It was evident that this fellow had not regarded him as a significant player. Nevertheless, at the end of the letter, Hanzo provided Linren with a reassuring note. Shuangfang Shikama is doing well and currently serves as a jutsu instructor to the son of the daimyo of the land of Rain. Throughout the entirety of the letter, Linren experienced a blend of amusement and anger. This individual had the audacity to assign so many tasks yet allotted himself a mere 5,000 Rio. Was he treating them like beggars? Contemplating this, Linren set down the letter with a peculiar expression. Upon seeing that he had finished reading, Yua rose and approached Linren, looking down at him from a superior position. Now that you have perused Lord Hanzo's handwritten letter, it is time to commence your mission. As he spoke, Yua produced a palm-sized scroll, unfurling it on the ground while casting a sidelong glance at Linren. Zhu Kangping, I hereby command you to sketch the defense layout of Konoha. In response, Linren shook his head. I have no idea. I am not a ninja, and where would I have the opportunity to observe the defenses? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi, lurking in the shadows, immediately relaxed his tightly clenched fist. He could ascertain that Linren was indeed capable of discerning Konoha's defenses. However, Linren had no intention of voicing this, which brought Hizashi a sense of relief. What about the intelligence from the village's higher-ups? Yua pressed on relentlessly. Do you truly consider me a Superman? Why not ask me to unify the ninja world? Mind your tone, Zhu Kangping, a stern reprimand echoed. What a useless fool. After infiltrating Konoha for so long, is all you know how to do is eat. You have utterly disgraced Lord Hanzo's name. How could the village hidden in the rain produce such a worthless individual? At this, Rinrin raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he regarded Yuhua. Enough. Since you are so foolish, let us proceed according to my plan. Yuhua's brow furrowed as he rolled up the scroll. From this moment forth, I am your uncle. My identity is that of a merchant, and these three are my associates. Your task is to facilitate our entry into Konoha and arrange suitable accommodations for us. Do you understand? Despite the outburst, Rinrin nonchalantly nodded. All right, I understand. Witnessing Rinrin's flippant demeanor ignited a surge of uncontainable frustration within Yuhua. Moreover, I hear you are currently residing with a merchant. Rinrin nodded once more. You fool. Yuhua raged. How could there be such a pathetic individual in the village hidden in the rain? Who is your shadow teacher? They must be a fool themselves to have produced someone like you. Poison, frame, sabotage, eliminate the current occupants and seize their assets for quicker progress. How could your teacher possibly instruct you to produce such talent? Yuhua roared in fury, then began to complain disdainfully to his companions behind him. Today's youth are truly lacking. One generation is worse than the last. In the shadows, Sarutobi Hizashi narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the individual known as Yuhua, striving to suppress his murderous intent. He had changed his mind. Although the infiltrator sent from the village hidden in the rain was rather dim-witted, his methods were ruthless and devoid of morals, even suggesting that Rinrin eliminate the Kato family who had taken him in. Such a dangerously foolish individual was unfit to be allowed within the village. Resolute in his decision, Hizashi vowed that even if Rinrin insisted on bringing these four into the village, he would never consent. Yuhua pursed his lips, continually grumbling to his companions while occasionally casting disdainful glances at Rinrin. Unfazed, Rinrin sighed expressionlessly, slowly lowering himself to sit, reaching for his ankles while muttering softly. The weight must be removed. It would be troublesome if damaged. With that, he untied the burden strapped to his ankles and carefully placed them against the cave wall. Although his sleeves were tattered, they could still be mended. By the way, would they reimburse me? He mused as he removed his black short-sleeved shirt, folding it neatly and setting it against the wall. Idiot! What are you doing? Suddenly, upon noticing Rinrin's bare torso, Yuhua erupted once more. Realizing he had drawn attention, Rinrin paused in his actions, slowly pulling up his pants. A smirk crept onto Rinrin's face as he tilted his head and curiously retorted. What? Leading you to your destination? Of course, a nearby ninja, who had previously held a kunai to Rinrin's throat, scoffed derisively. Leading us while naked? To where? Surely not to Kabukicho. Upon finishing, the four burst into laughter. Even Yuhua shaking his head in amusement. Hearing this, Rinrin shook his head seriously. It's not Kabukicho. It's the river of oblivion, where we will be swimming. The laughter of the four immediately ceased. They were well aware of what the river of oblivion entailed. This boy, was he leading them to their deaths? With this thought, their gazes toward Rinrin turned hostile. Just from that remark, Yuhua's murderous intent was already stirred. Recalling Lord Hanzo's instructions before their departure, if Rinrin disobeyed or exhibited any disloyalty to the village hidden in the rain, they could eliminate him without hesitation. Zhu Kongping, you had better retract your statement. Otherwise, I will ensure you discover what it means to wish for death. In the face of Yuhua's threats, Rinrin extended his right hand, beckoning with a curl of his finger, then come at me. As Rinrin seemed poised to strike, deep within the cave, Sarutobi Hizashi's brow furrowed, a flicker of doubt surfacing in his mind. This shouldn't be. Why had Rinrin suddenly become so foolish? Did he not realize he was facing AJ Nin and 3 Sich-nin? With his intellect and capabilities, he should have been able to endure such minor indignities. Why was he resorting to violence now? Why was he warning his opponents? Why alert them to his intentions? In that moment, Hizashi was engulfed in confusion. Nevertheless, saving Rinrin remained paramount. Resolute, he readied a shuriken, preparing for action. Observing the ominous expressions of the four members of the village hidden in the rain, who were subtly encircling him, Rinrin grinned widely, exposing a set of stark white teeth. You all, truly the most incompetent infiltrators I have ever encountered. With that, Rinrin shook his head in amusement and continued. From the very beginning, you displayed no vigilance. A 7 or 8-year-old child wandering outside the village. Did that not strike you as odd? Use your brains. Do you genuinely believe someone with such audacity could be easily subdued by you? Casting a disdainful look at the Sich-nin beside Yuhua, Rinrin bore an expression of exasperation. Then, shifting his gaze to Yuhua, he added, And you? unable to infiltrate even the target village. Truly makes me question your competence. By the way, choosing a cave as your temporary base of operations, so close to Konoha, are you selecting a prime location for your own grave? Enough, Yuwa interrupted. His expression cold as ice, cutting off Rin mid-sentence. The thought of relying on Rin to infiltrate Konoha made Yuwa grit his teeth in frustration that I must keep this child under control. Once I successfully enter Konoha, it will be your end. With that, Yuwa forced a stiff smile onto his rigid face. Zhu Pingjun, do not take offense. We are all working to accomplish Lord Hanzo's mission. You should return for now, and once we are prepared, we will seek you out. Upon hearing this, Rin clutched his forehead and burst into laughter, nearly doubled over. Huh? Are you trying to make me die of laughter? He continued to chuckle for quite some time, until Yuwa's face had darkened to the hue of a pot's bottom. Finally, Rin exhaled deeply, straightening his posture. Why, Yuwa, you are not only foolish but also incredibly naive. Even at this juncture, you are still contemplating infiltrating Konoha. This remark, Yuwa's expression turned icy, his gaze seemingly encapsulated in a millennium of unmelting frost. In that case, you are of no use to me. Perish. With that, a kunai was swiftly launched toward Rin. Rin exerted a slight force beneath his feet, propelling himself rapidly toward the cave entrance, narrowly evading the weapon. Yuwa's eyes narrowed at the sight, a fierce resolve igniting within him. In that case, Zhu Kongping, you shall meet your demise. At this moment, Yuwa had formulated a plan in his mind that he would abandon this mission and eliminate the insufferable child who was attempting to flee. Upon returning to the village, he would inform Lord Hans that Zhu Kongping had betrayed them, fleeing with Konoha's forces in pursuit. Caught off guard by the battle's proximity to Konoha, he would claim he had no choice but to retreat with his team. In the end, the furious Lord Hans would surely execute that so-called Shaku Sueko to vent his rage. As the plan rapidly formed in his mind, a cruel smile crept across Yuwa's lips. Altogether now, let us rid ourselves of this wretched child. At the sound of a command, the four individuals swiftly unleashed their attacks, hurling kunai and shuriken towards the fleeing Rin. Just after departing from the cave's entrance, Rin was instantly pierced by 7 or 8 kunai, turning him into a veritable sieve. In that fleeting moment, a soft bang echoed, and Rin transformed into a wooden stump, a substitution technique. Pursue him, do not let him escape. Rain Frog furrowed his brow, making a swift decision to chase after him. The four of them raced out of the cave. That moment, Rin perched high upon a tree branch, gazing down upon them with an air of superiority. A quick resolution is essential. We must not alert the hounds of Konoha. Water style. Water surge. With a commanding shout, the four once again launched their attacks. From his vantage point on the branch, Rin leaned against the trunk, observing the incoming shuriken and the subsequent torrent of water, a bored click of his tongue escaping his lips as he contemplated the purpose of his journey. One objective was to gauge the prowess of the visitors from the Rain Village. Should their strength prove excessive, he would eliminate them directly. The second objective was to reveal a glimpse of his own capabilities. Particularly for the benefit of Konoha's hidden elite, he needed to enhance his standing and significance in their eyes from various perspectives, and strength, of course, was a vital component of status. Thoughts raced through Rin's mind as he quietly muttered to himself. First, the ninjutsu. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of shuriken struck him. Immediately, a powerful surge of water erupted from Rain Frog's mouth, engulfing Rin's figure in an instant. Got him! Rain Frog's heart leaped with joy. But the next moment, with a resounding bang, a stout wooden stump emerged from the torrent. Another substitution technique. Damn it, the intel was erroneous. This kid has an astonishingly swift hand-sign speed. According to the information from the Rain Village, Rin was merely a rookie who had undergone basic training and was just beginning his journey as a ninja. However, the scene before them starkly contradicted their assessments that Rin's hand-sign speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. As the water receded, the branch was devoid of any trace of him. Where is he? Find him. Rain Frog's brow knitted tightly as he rapidly scanned the surroundings, issuing commands with haste, without needing further instruction. The three accompanying genin also swept their gazes across the area, striving to locate Rin's whereabouts. In the shadows, the Yanbu operatives meeting with Sarutobi Hizashi were also in pursuit of Rin's form. Hidden among the dense branches, their line of sight was clearer than that of Rain Frog and his companions standing on the ground. Yet, even so, they could not find a single trace of Rin. Have you found him? No. Could he have escaped? That would indeed be a wise choice, showing a commendable level of self-awareness. The ENBU members, adorned with animal masks, exchanged low whispers regarding their thoughts. Sarutobi Hizashi, discreetly surveying the surrounding ENBU operatives, felt a twinge of disappointment and sighed deeply. Above, a barely audible voice broke the silence. The ANBU members jolted in surprise, instinctively looking up through the dense foliage towards the sky. Meanwhile, Rain Frog and his group, belatedly realizing the situation, also raised their heads to gaze into the night sky, eye in the air. Under the vast and luminous moonlight, Rin's form was elegantly poised at eye in that moment. Time seemed to freeze, the cool moonlight casting a silvery glow upon him. Surrounding him, countless sunbon glimmered like sharp stars, poised to descend. When the night winds howl and the rain falls, who knows how many flowers will wither? As if reciting a chant, Rin suddenly brought his hands together. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, magnet style, drizzle of falling flowers technique. In an instant, an uncountable number of sunbon rained down like a fine mist. Rain Frog's eyes widened in horror, his pupils constricting to pinpricks as a chilling realization struck him. This kid has been harboring murderous intent all along. Quick, dodge! The shrill roar erupted from Rain Frog's lips, but alas, it was too late. His figure and Rin's sunbon fell simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with a cacophony of piercing sounds to eye in an instant. The razor-sharp sunbon pierced through the bodies of the four, leaving them standing in a macabre tableau. The lethality of a single sunbon was negligible, but what of thousands densely packed together? Although the numbers were not exaggerated, Rin was merely dealing with 4 ninjas from the Rain Village, drip, following the barrage of sunbon. The once silent forest suddenly resonated with a low sound and a single drop of crimson blood fell to the ground, splattering into 8 petals, seeping into the earth like a blooming flower. Soon after, the rhythmic dripping intensified. The rain nin, already lifeless yet still standing, became the source of blossoming crimson flowers beneath them. The hidden ANBU operatives felt a chill run down their spines. Though they were professionally trained, the eerie yet beautiful scene before them quietly shattered their psychological defenses. They couldn't help but imagine how they would fare if they were in Rin's position, that they, too, could be the ones standing tall while flowers bloomed beneath their feet. Contemplating this, a few ANBU members gazed at the figure in the forefront with admiration and gratitude. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hizashi's timely warning, they might never have detected Rin's technique. After all, aside from a select few, most ninjas were not adept at launching aerial assaults. Up in front, Sarutobi Hizashi marveled at Rin's descent. His perspective was far superior to that of the average ANBU member. Rather than being astonished by Rin's ninjutsu, what truly impressed Sarutobi was Rin's efficient and precise combat acumen. The sky was typically a blind spot for most ninjas, yet Rin had inverted this notion, leveraging the dense forest terrain to gain a height advantage. He then executed the substitution technique, making his figure vanish. At that moment, anyone would instinctively brace for a surprise attack. Within the enemy's mind, the space close to the tree branch, much like the tree branch where Rin had previously stood, was perceived as a safe zone. After all, this area had been subjected to ninjutsu bombardment. How could it not be secure? Consequently, the enemy began to search for areas they deemed unsafe, inadvertently neglecting the sky, thus granting Rin the opportunity to perform hand signs unhurriedly. As Sarutobi Hizashi pondered this, Rin had already landed gracefully. His gaze swept discreetly across the dark corners behind him as he sauntered over to Rain Village's group, casually picking his nose while admiring his handiwork. In the shadows, Sarutobi Hizashi let out a slow sigh, observing Rin's direction, preparing to take action. This kid possesses strength, yet he lacks experience. At that moment, amidst the corpses of the 4 from the Rain Village, Rain Frog's body suddenly became translucent. It quickly transformed into a mass of clear water, exploding violently. Water clone. Rin raised an eyebrow, abruptly turning to look behind him, not far away in the dense forest. A bloodied and disheveled Rain Frog glared with crimson eyes, his hands bound with sunbon as he completed the final hand sign. Die. Water style. Water dragon bullet technique. Water surged into existence, instantly forming a colossal and menacing water dragon that charged toward him. Not far away, Rain Frog's eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of revenge. Normally, despite the fleeting nature of this battle, as an ANBU, especially a cautious infiltrator, Rain Frog should have withdrawn immediately rather than linger to watch Rin. However, at this moment, he was consumed by a singular desire, to witness Rin being torn apart by the water dragon, to see him struggle helplessly in the water, unable to survive. Die, you cursed brat. I will rip you to shreds. Rain Frog roared, his blood-red eyes filled with a cruel smile as the water dragon hurtled toward Rin. The hidden Sarutobi Hizashi could no longer sit idly by. Rin cannot die. This kid still has great potential. Upon reaching this point, Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly formed hand seals at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Don't. Suddenly, he froze mid-gesture. His ninjutsu abruptly halted. He saw that this fellow, Rin, was actually smiling. Immediately, a light-hearted voice emerged from Rin's lips. Since you've already witnessed my ninjutsu, let's see some taijutsu now. Just as those words left his mouth, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Sarutobi Hizashi felt the ground tremble violently beneath him. And in an instant, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Before him, Rin had slightly bent his legs, striking a pose indicative of a sprint. The next moment, the ground beneath him cracked open, forming a 3-meter-wide semicircular pit, and simultaneously, Rin's figure vanished without a trace. In an instant, a water dragon surged forth, exploding into a shower of droplets. The next second, the hidden rain frog, lurking in the shadows, had its head obliterated, akin to blossoms bursting forth. Witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a tingling sensation crawl across his scalp. This guy was nothing short of a humanoid beast. Was this the fighting style of a ninja? The samurai of the Land of Iron were not so blunt and crude. Involuntarily, he recalled the second Reikage, whom he had encountered not long ago. Rin's combat style bore a striking resemblance to that of the Reikage. Simple, brutal, radiating an indescribable aesthetic of violence. Regaining his composure, Sarutobi Hizashi quickly scanned his surroundings, finally spotting Rin behind the slowly collapsing corpse of the rain frog. There, on his hand, dark iron particles writhed slowly, enveloping his fist. At his feet, pale brain matter mixed with blood was splattered everywhere, on the green leaves, the tree trunks, and the ground, scattered densely, reminiscent of a night of falling peach blossoms. The swift winds carried the scent of sorrowful peach blossoms. As soft sighs faded into the breeze, the hidden umbu within the forest appeared ghostly pale, exchanging glances filled with horror. Among them, a figure wearing a dog-headed mask felt an icy chill run down his spine. Upon touching his back, he discovered that the windbreaker he wore had been drenched in cold sweat. I haven't offended this monster, have I? Surely, I haven't. But does spying on him while he... Well, you know, count as an offense? What kind of monster did Lord Hizashi order me to observe? I'm terrified. At that moment, the Inuzuka, who had been diligently carrying out surveillance, felt as though the world was conspiring against him. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi, burdened by the Inuzuka's resentful aura, withdrew a scroll and spread it across a branch, updating the intelligence on our name. Sako Rin. Identity. Undercover agent from the Hidden Rain Village. Intelligence. S. Both strategic planning and battlefield judgment capabilities rated S. Total chakra. Approximately equivalent to that of a standard chunin. Bloodline limit. Magnet release. Proficient ninja tools. Kanai. Ninjutsu. B. Chunin level. Taijutsu. A. Elite jounin. Extremely dangerous. Combat with taijutsu is not recommended. Jinjutsu. Unknown. Comprehensive evaluation. B. Ninjutsu lethality is average, yet battlefield judgment is exceptionally keen, with formidable strength, speed, and explosive power. Role: Staff Officer, Advisor, Close Bodyguard. This role slightly overlaps with the Akimichi and Nara clans. After updating Rin's intelligence, Sarutobi Hizashi quickly rolled up the scroll, concealing it within his robes, and leapt from his hiding place in the distance. Rin stood with his hands at his sides, gazing expressionlessly at the cold moon, as a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Sarutobi Hizashi approached Rin slowly, feeling a slight admiration blossom within him. What a composed young man. Even after vanquishing a formidable foe, he remained unperturbed. Well done, Rin-kun. Just as those words left his lips, Rin awkwardly chuckled, akin to a deflated balloon, plummeting to the ground and exclaiming, "Uncle, why are you so slow? My neck is sore from posing." Upon hearing Rin's frivolous remarks, Sarutobi Hizashi's flicker of appreciation dissipated like smoke. as he pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. This brat, the atmosphere, give me back my admiration. At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi felt as though he had been blinded the moment this fellow spoke. Any sense of emotion or fervor vanished, leaving only absurdity in its wake. How did the evil god cult in the hidden rain village produce such a nonsensical character? And he's complaining about a sore neck when I've been crouching in a tree for ages without a word about my numb legs. Rolling his eyes, Sarutobi Hizashi stepped past Rin and crouched beside the rain frog's corpse. Seeing this, Rin eagerly scurried over to Sarutobi Hizashi's side, his small hands moving rapidly, excitement coursing through him that I'm about to touch a corpse. Oh, Buddha! Oh, Jade Emperor, grant me luck. I'm greedy. I don't want Frostmourne or the Ashbringer, just shower me with gold coins. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi Hizashi, Rin had momentarily drifted into a fantasy world that he extended his hand towards the rain frog's corpse. Wait, Rin suddenly called out, startling Sarutobi Hizashi. Captain Hizashi, aren't you going to burn some incense? Rin asked timidly. Hearing Rin's nonsensical words, Sarutobi Hizashi let out a heavy huff, rolling his eyes dramatically. Ignoring Rin, he continued reaching for the rain frog's body. Wait, the startled voice rang out again. What now? Sarutobi Hizashi snapped at him. How about you wash your hands first? I'm worried your hands might get dirty. Get lost. Sarutobi Hizashi kicked Rin away. His face darkened as he began to examine the corpse. Soon, a plethora of assorted items appeared before him. Coins, scrolls, ninja tool pouches, kunai, explosive tags, and more to at that moment. Rin approached with a cheeky expression, squatting down beside Sarutobi Hizashi. Uncle, let's make a deal. I'll take the money. And you can have the corpse, equipment, and intelligence. How about that? Sarutobi Hizashi remained silent, selecting a scroll from the jumble of items and carefully unfurling it on the ground. After a prolonged examination, he produced a brush and ink. Meticulously tracing the intricate patterns on the scroll, soon, a complex and mysterious design manifested on the ground. Sarutobi Hizashi extended his right hand, using his thumb to smear a trace of blood from the rain frog. Seal, release, with a resounding bang. A cloud of white smoke erupted as the smoke dissipated. Rin instinctively turned his gaze towards the location of the scroll that a multitude of diverse items lay neatly arranged before him. Bundles of explosive tags, iron strings tied to shuriken, kunai, and even several half-man-high wind shuriken. Oh my, these are genuine contraband. Not to mention the immensely powerful wind shuriken. Even the explosive tags alone could wreak havoc on a grand scale. Among these weapons, a black leather case prominently stood out. From afar, Rin could already catch a whiff of the scent of money. Despite the intense desire gnawing at him, Rin remained resolutely stationary, refusing to move an inch. While he could squabble with Sarutobi Hizashi over the spoils, and even throw some shade at Shimura Danzo in front of the second Hokage, he knew better than to act recklessly in this moment. Although he was the one who had slain the target, the true spoils of victory belonged to him alone. After all, no one could ascertain whether Hanzo the Salamander had concealed vital intelligence within inconspicuous items meant for Rin. Sarutobi Hizashi dared not gamble, and Rin was unwilling to raise any suspicion among the higher-ups of Konoha. Seeing Rin's covetous gaze, yet remaining obediently still, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a wave of relief wash over him. This fellow, despite his trivial antics, was extraordinarily clear-headed when it came to significant matters. Sarutobi did not wish to create discord with Rin over the spoils that in his heart. He had already designated Rin as a future citizen of Konoha. After gathering the ninja tools and explosive tags, Sarutobi Hizashi approached Rin, holding the leather case. With a soft click, the black case opened. The next moment, a kaleidoscope of colors flooded their vision. Goodness, money, Rin exclaimed, his mouth agape as drool dripped down. Hurry, Uncle Hizashi, count how much there is. Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement, urging Sarutobi Hizashi to tally the cash. Noticing Rin's compliance, Sarutobi Hizashi felt even more admiration swell within him. This guy truly made things easier for himself. If only the entire Umbu were filled with individuals like Rin, would he really need just one son? He could spend his days lounging at home with his wife, creating more offspring. Once he returned, he would discuss this with his wife, and perhaps name their next child Sarutobi Rin. Seeing Sarutobi Hizashi lost in thought, Rin grew increasingly impatient. This monkey, I'm trying to suppress my excitement, my trembling hands waiting for you to count the money. And you're dawdling off into space. Uncle Hizashi. Uncle, It's so late. Why not hurry up and finish your work to go home and play with your wife? Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hizashi's expression darkened, and he inwardly trampled the name Sarutobi Rin into the ground. If he had to endure such nonsense, he would at least lose a decade of his life. With a stern face and rolling eyes, Sarutobi Hizashi pulled out a stack of cash and began to count it meticulously. Sensitive to money, Rin had already gauged the approximate amount in the box before Asher. IT appeared substantial, but the denominations were generally low, totaling only around 170,000 to 180,000. Poor, truly poor, Rin remarked disdainfully. Stop counting, uncle. It's a total of 200,000. Let's say. With the 4 corpses and these ninja tools, you can consider it 600,000. What nonsense. 600,000. Why don't you go rob someone? Sarutobi Hizashi was taken aback and immediately cursed. You think I wouldn't want to? Murmured Rin, a shrewd smile playing on his lips. Uncle, 600,000 is really not much. Think about it. Without me, could you have captured these 4 undercover agents? No, and don't think I don't know that even if they're dead, you can extract information from their heads. Moreover, these explosive tags and shurikens are valuable items. Isn't there a war going on in the north? These are in high demand. Look, 600,000 is truly not excessive. Sarutobi Hizashi crossed his arms, his youthful face drawn long, appearing utterly unmoved. No deal. At most 300,000. Huh? Rin elongated his voice, nearly shaking his head off. No way. At least 550,000. 350,000. Business isn't done, but ethics remain. 500,000. I won't make a profit, and that's fine. No way. I brought the umbu all this way to protect you. At most 400,000. Hearing this, Rin rolled his eyes dramatically. If you hadn't mentioned that, I would have forgotten. After watching a good show from the tree all night, I didn't even ask you for a ticket. 480,000. Or I'm out. Squatting isn't tiring. My legs are numb from crouching. Sarutobi Hizashi retorted defiantly. Nearby, the Inuzuka dog, examining the corpses, watched his superior squabbling like a fool with a child and felt as if the world were collapsing. Was this really the calm, reliable, and serious Hizashi he knew? He could easily be mistaken for a fishmonger at the village corner. It was evident that Inuzuka wasn't the only one thinking this. The surrounding umbu, hidden behind animal masks, wore similarly peculiar expressions. Ultimately, Rin could not outmaneuver the shameless Sarutobi Hizashi, settling for a price of 430,000. At the thought of losing nearly 200,000 due to Hizashi's stubbornness darkened Rin's expression. Meanwhile, the victorious Hizashi looked smugly at Rin. You little rascal, instead of haggling with me, why not think about how to deal with the pufferfish Hans? Upon hearing this, Rin shot him a sidelong glance and snorted coldly. No need for your concern. I'll pretend I don't know about it. I'll eat and drink as usual. With that, he dusted off his clothes and headed back to the village. As Rin departed, Hizashi hummed a cheerful tune. Surveying the umbu busy at work, seeing no urgent matter for himself, he squatted back down in front of the black briefcase and resumed counting the bills. After finishing, Hizashi's expression froze, prompting him to count again. What the hell? Where did 200,000 come from? It's clearly only 170,000. Damn it. I've been tricked again. Just as Rin finished gathering his clothes and gear, he heard Hizashi's lamenting wail from behind, unable to suppress a grin of amusement. Time to slip away. By the time Rin returned to the village, the horizon was faintly glowing white. Morning was approaching. Gazing at the rising sun, Rin felt his earlier discontent dissipate. Although he had been swindled out of nearly 200,000 by Hizashi, he still profited over 400,000. After all, he didn't need sleep, his stamina was negligible, and his chakra had barely been drained. Only his clothes were torn. Wait a minute, if I calculate it all, does this mean I've effectively gotten 400,000 for free? With this thought, Rin's spirits lifted. Earning 400,000 in one night, combined with the previous 400,000 he extorted from the Uchiha, meant he now had 800,000. This was a significant step toward his dream of a 3-bedroom apartment. What a good person Hans was, recognizing the hardships of life and gifting him a down payment for a house. Truly more generous than a biological father. When he has a son, he shall name him Shuangfang Pufferfish. No, it should be Shuangfang Pickled Fish. Nearby, on a rooftop, the Inuzuka dog, tasked with monitoring Rin, wore an incredibly strange expression. This guy, who had been sulking the entire way, suddenly brightened up in the blink of an eye. Realizing he still had to write an observation report on Rin, the Inuzuka dog donned a mask of suffering. Please, I'm a normal person. Why must I document the antics of an abnormal one? Casting a casual glance at a corner, Rin leisurely picked his nose. Does this guy not get weekends off? The Umbu truly is a department of overworked souls, since he wasn't the one paying him. Rin simply ignored the Inuzuka dog and strolled home to at 6 in the morning. Rin pushed open the bedroom door to Ri, clad in a bare onesie, sat on the tatami, yawning incessantly. Not asleep yet? Ri nodded vigorously. She couldn't sleep without her brother. Hearing this, Rin felt warmth spread in his heart, a smile tugging at his lips. Then why don't you sleep a bit longer? This afternoon, I'll take you to the barbecue restaurant for a feast. At the mention of barbecue, the weariness vanished from Ri's little face, her big eyes sparkling. Can I eat whatever I want? Of course. Rin affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. Yay! Ri exclaimed, bouncing up in joy. Then can you tell me a bedtime story? Hearing this, Rin nodded, settling down in front of her bed, pondering for a moment before beginning to speak. Once upon a time, in Konoha village, there was a boy who loved to lie. His name was Pinocchio. Pinocchio had a magical ability. Whenever he lied, his nose would grow longer. One day, Pinocchio encountered a beautiful girl named Snow White, who was surrounded by 3 villains. The villains wanted to capture Snow White to threaten Konoha. As a lower ninja of Konoha, Pinocchio could not allow this to happen. He jumped out to confront the 3 villains. In a fierce battle, the weaker Pinocchio was knocked to the ground, and just as Snow White was about to be captured, Pinocchio shouted, "Chinese football is the best in the world." Upon hearing this, the 3 villains were enraged, shouting, "Refund your mother." But at that moment, Pinocchio's nose suddenly shot out, piercing all 3 villains. Snow White's eyes lit up, and she instantly fell in love with this boy who loved to lie. Thus, they lived happily ever after. The story concluded. Rin gazed at the peacefully sleeping Ri, a contented smile gracing his features. Time passed swiftly, and soon, the morning slipped away. By afternoon, Rin swiftly lifted Ri from her warm nest, dressed the plump little girl in a few quick motions, and carried her on his back. Exiting the room, off we go to eat barbecue. Still half asleep, Ri rubbed her eyes with one hand while clinging to Rin's neck with the other, mumbling, "Brother, let's first go buy chakra test paper." At this, Rin's eyes lit up, turning to the drowsy Ri. "Has my little Ri already refined chakra?" She weakly nodded. Passing through the wooden corridor, Rin greeted Aunt Anzu, who was watering flowers. Anzu set down her watering can, smiling as she watched the affectionate siblings. "Good afternoon, Rin-kun, Ri-chan." "Good afternoon, Aunt Anzu. Thank you so much for taking care of Ri during this time." "Oh no, I really enjoy spending time with Ri-chan," Anzu replied, shaking her head, before looking at Rin with curiosity. "Are you going out?" Upon hearing this, Rin nodded, preparing to purchase chakra test paper and, in the process, take Ri out for some barbecue. What a wonderful bond they share. Akiko chuckled, covering her mouth, and then praised from the heart. Ri-chan possesses remarkable talent, and her dedication to training is commendable. She will undoubtedly become an extraordinary kunoichi in the future. Seeing Akiko-san's compliments directed at Ri, Rin smiled awkwardly. He had introduced Ri to chakra extraction techniques not to thrust her into the perilous profession of a ninja, but merely to equip her with a modicum of self-defense in these tumultuous times. Noticing Rin merely scratching his head, Akiko assumed he was skeptical of her words and, with a hint of youthful stubbornness, insisted, "Truly, Ri's talent is on par with Uchiha Madara." "Uchiha? Who is that? Are you referring to the child of Uncle Ikemoku?" Rin retorted. "No, it's the child of Uncle Fukan," Akiko instinctively clarified, then smacked her forehead and laughed. "I mean Senju Uchiha Dado." Rin's eyes lit up. The implications of her words were quite significant. Akiko-san's uncle is Senju Fukan. Could it be that she is also of the Senju clan? Considering Akiko-san's identity and her subtle connections with the higher-ups in Konoha, Rin decided to forego any circumspection and directly inquired, "Is Akiko-san a member of the Senju clan?" "Once, but not anymore," she replied, her smile somewhat strained. Rin immediately understood. Akiko-san had married Uncle Ikemoku, and thus she must have adopted the surname K-A-T-S if perceiving Rin's thoughts. Akiko gently shook her head and said, "Now, The Senju clan no longer exists. Rin's gaze shifted, and his mind began to race with thoughts. Firstly, what had transpired with the Senju clan, and why had they seemingly vanished? Secondly, why did Akiko, who had intricate connections with Konoha's upper echelons, choose to broach this subject? Was she attempting to convey something through her words, or was the matter not as clandestine as it seemed? His thoughts flashed like lightning, and Rin's smile faded as he asked earnestly, "Why is that?" Upon hearing Rin's inquiry, Akiko let out a slow sigh. Hashirama and Tobirama abolished the clan's surname. Why? Rin pressed again. There are many reasons, but the most crucial one is the peace of the village. At the inception of Konoha, although various clans joined, there remained deep-seated grievances among them, and their interactions were exceedingly sparse. Hashirama, in order to prevent the village from becoming a mere name, resolutely decided to dismantle the Senju clan. From that point onward, no newborn would be allowed to bear the Senju surname, but as she spoke. Akiko's expression became exceedingly complex that I still remember his words to Uchiha Madara. Since we have established a village, let it take on the role of the clan and continue to protect our bloodline. However, Uchiha Madara did not accept Hashirama's proposal. And what about you? Were there dissenting voices within the Senju clan? There were. Akiko affirmed with a nod. Everyone harbored grievances, but there was also a greater understanding. After all, for the hard-won peace, Hashirama sacrificed so much. When Wakama perished, he was nearly broken. The sentiments of the Senju clan were no less profound than those of the Uchiha. Having listened in silence, Rin instinctively inhaled sharply. Remarkable, the esteemed First Hokage, the illustrious Senju clan. It is difficult to fathom the breadth of vision and fortitude required to make such a decision. Upon hearing Rin's involuntary admiration, Akiko beamed, reaching to dab at the moisture at the corner of her eye. It is wonderful that you can understand. Akiko-san undoubtedly had her own motives for sharing these insights, yet Rin was unconcerned. Words may be adorned and eloquent, but actions ultimately reveal the truth. Senju Hashirama, an extraordinary existence. Beneath a facade of joviality lies an indomitable resolve to propel the village forward. In contrast, Uchiha Madara, well, he was also rather formidable. The author shivers in trepidation. After bidding farewell to the somewhat emotional Akiko-san, Rin took Ri and ventured into the bustling streets. And on this Saturday, the thoroughfares of Konoha were teeming with life, a vibrant scene indeed. Rin and Ri casually entered a ninja tool shop, acquiring 2 sheets of chakra test paper. Come, Ri, let us give it a try. Squatting by the roadside, Rin placed the test paper in Ri's hands. With excitement radiating from her face, Ri nodded vigorously, then slowly closed her eyes, humming a melodious tune. Before long, her small face turned crimson, and she exclaimed, hastily tossing the sensing paper aside, that, "Oh no, it's on fire." The adorable Loli's voice drew the attention of numerous passersby. Rin stroked his chin, murmuring, "It appears to be fire. How fortuitous." In high spirits, Ri enjoyed a delightful barbecue meal as Rin held the round-bellied little girl by the hand. They exited the barbecue joint amidst the astonished gazes of other patrons. Discarding a toothpick casually, Rin cast a disdainful glance at the other customers and muttered, "What is all the fuss about? It's just 100 plates. It's not as if we didn't pay." Beside him, Ri laughed heartily, raising her fist. "What a fuss! What a fuss!" Hearing this, Rin nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the lively street as he asked, "Where does Ri wish to go now?" Ri pouted, scratching her head. Then suddenly her eyes sparkled. "The Konoha orphanage. I want to see Yako." "Ah, it seems the little girl still remembers her previous little brother. Then let us go. Carry me, brother." "All right." A lazy voice echoed as the figures of the Rin siblings gradually faded into the distance. The Konoha orphanage, established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was initially intended to shelter the homeless children of the village, later evolving to accommodate war orphans from the vicinity of Konoha. Unlike the Konoha Ninja Academy, the orphanage lay far from the village's center, adjacent to its outskirts. Konoha is generally divided into 4 sections. Above Hokage Rock, various research institutions are distributed. Directly below Hokage Rock lies the inner residential area centered around the Hokage building, which is flanked by the residences of past Hokages, followed outward by properties belonging to the various prominent clans of Konoha. The outermost area consists of various residential districts, where the Konoha Ninja Academy is located. Beyond the residential districts lies the mid-level commercial area, where Uncle Ikamoku's cat ninja tool shop is situated. interspersed with several apartment buildings. The outermost perimeter of the village is a hodgepodge of various structures. Densely packed, to the south of the village flows a long river known as the Nanha River, which once bordered the territory of the Uchiha clan. Rin and Ri's destination was the Konoha orphanage. Located at the very edge of the village, following the direction of his memories, Rin led Ri to the somewhat dilapidated orphanage. There were no walls, just an old building surrounded by a grassy expanse. In the clearing, a group of children around Ri's age were diligently pulling weeds to in the center of the clearing. Slightly older children were laboriously pounding rice cakes. The wooden pestles struck the stone mortars with dull thuds. At the entrance of the small building, an elderly woman with white hair hunched over, stirring a large pot that was waist-deep with a long ladle, observing the children laboring under the sun. Rin scratched his temple expressionlessly. The children's health seemed acceptable, but they were merely surviving. Nearby, a child of similar age to Ri happened to look up and spotted Rin and Ri. Big sister. The crisp voice startled several surrounding children. Among the bustling crowd, several familiar faces darted forward, discarding their weeds. Big sister, Ri, big sister. Saku group leader. Chattering children raced towards Rin and Ri, their voices echoing through the air. Big sister, you finally came to see us. A boy gazed at Li Yi with tear-filled eyes. However, they all maintained a distance of 3 meters from her, not for any particular reason, but because they feared Rin Run, observing the chattering little brothers who were spouting all sorts of strange titles. Li felt a surge of trepidation as she glanced at her brother, whose complexion was darkening by the moment. Hastily, she waved her hands at the little brothers, lowering her voice. Don't call me big sister. And certainly don't refer to me as the group leader. I am not Shuafang Company, Limitedly E, the group leader. Well then, this little girl had just outed herself. Rin's expression darkened further. What on earth was happening? A chubby little girl, merely 4 or 5 years old, was leading a group of orphans, establishing a gang under her own surname. And she had even crowned herself as the leader. Good heavens, could this world possibly be any more absurd? The noise soon reached the older kids in the senior group, who reacted with equal fervor, dropping whatever they were doing and striding toward Li Yi. Big sister, what brings you here? Quick, big guy, bring out the hidden meatballs to treat our big sister. Wait, big guy, those meatballs have gone moldy. Use mine instead. I just picked some tea leaves from the park last week. Let us brew some tea for our big sister. And don't forget the vouchers for the meatball shop from under my pillow. I want to honor our group leader. The clamor erupted once more, causing Rin's head to throb at Li shrank her neck, timidly stealing a glance at Rin, feeling a tingle of nervousness that, oh dear, the enthusiasm of the little brothers was overwhelming. What should I do if I can't rein them in? Ahem, a light cough broke through. The big guy, who was genuinely eager to honor the big sister, froze in his tracks. That cough sounded so familiar. Rin cleared his throat and gestured to the surrounding children. Instantly, they shrank back like frostbitten eggplants, drawing closer to Rin, preparing to face a reprimand. After all, whenever they had dashed about with Li Yi, they had always faced Rin's scolding. Ahem, gazing at the cowering children. Rin contemplated his words, but hesitated. Where is the restroom? The children around him slowly broke into smiles, all pointing toward the entrance of an old building. Leader, over there. Don't call me leader. Rin muttered as he awkwardly fled. Behind him, the sound of chattering laughter erupted once again, mixed with Li Yi's rather precocious shouts. This girl would get her comeuppance when he returned, skirting past the old woman. Rin entered the dilapidated building. Seizing the opportunity to find the restroom, he hastily noted the building's layout. Soon after, he emerged from the entrance. His expression somewhat grave, he found a vacant spot to sit and silently surveyed everything before him. Not far away, a gray-haired old woman was directing the children to place the freshly made rice cakes into the pot before her. She also instructed the children to sit down and rest. Then, with a long spoon, she began to stir in no time. A sweet aroma of red beans mingling with glutinous rice wafted through the air. The children eagerly pulled out their bowls and formed an orderly line. Li Yi somehow procured a small bowl, blending in with the other children, craning her neck to peek into the large pot. Soon enough, it was her turn. The old woman kindly smiled at Li Yi and served her a bowl of red bean rice cake soup. Cradling the small bowl, Li Yi cautiously approached Rin. Here, brother, it smells so good. Seeing Li Yi's large, sparkling eyes, Rin felt both amused and exasperated. He accepted the red bean rice cake soup and took a sip, offering it back to the eager little girl. Speak up. What's on your mind? After spending so much time together, if Rinrin couldn't discern Li's intentions, it would be quite the oversight. Hearing her brother's question, Li pouted her lips and chuckled. Brother, it's nothing. Just wanting to honor you that I can't believe you. Rinrin thought to himself, rolling his eyes without reservation. You said it yourself. If you need anything else from me, I want to agree. Oh no, brother, Li immediately protested, disregarding her sweet red bean soup. Can I teach the chakra extraction technique to Yako and the others? Upon hearing this, Rinrin raised an eyebrow, pondering. Having been in Konoha for a while, he had deliberately distanced himself from the group of orphans he had brought along to avoid any suspicion. After all, as an outsider, gathering another group of outsiders would undoubtedly raise concerns among the higher-ups in Konoha. Especially after he had demonstrated his formidable strategic abilities, such unease could easily translate into suspicion. Everything Rinrin had done since arriving in Konoha was aimed at alleviating such concerns. With this in mind, Rinrin lifted his head, preparing to decline, but the next moment, he caught sight of the group of children. Their bowls in hand, their eyes filled with longing. Indeed, having experienced the ravages of war and the separation of life and death, how could any child not yearn for strength? With this thought, Rinrin's brow furrowed deeply. No, that won't do, he declared loudly. The nearby children heard him clearly, and instantly, the light in their eyes dimmed. If even the path shared by Li and Rinrin was blocked, what hope was there for them? The Konoha Ninja School, that was designed for the residents of Konoha, not for them, the outsiders. Perhaps, in 10 or 20 years, once they had established roots in Konoha, their own children could become part of the Konoha Ninja School. After finishing his thoughts, Rinrin shifted his gaze and casually remarked, however, brother might be quite busy in the near future, so let Aunt Akiko accompany you. Remember, don't cause trouble for Aunt Akiko. Don't go running off to places like Asakusa that are costly. That I think this place is quite nice. The environment is good and peaceful. Upon hearing this, Li, who had been feeling a bit downcast, suddenly brightened, her dark eyes sparkling. If she didn't understand her brother's meaning now, she truly wouldn't deserve to be his sister. Rinrin's intention was clear, to distance himself from her. And the clever Li grasped her brother's meaning with precision. Hey, brother, you're so sly. What did you say? Rinrin shot her a glared Li, accustomed to her brother's thunder nature, stuck out her tongue and scampered back to her little friends, cradling her bowl of red bean soup. Before long, laughter erupted once more. On the grass, the children sat neatly. Those who had finished their soup engaged in relaxed chatter. Hey, big guy, why are you all so afraid of that guy? One child, who had also been born in the orphanage, pointed at Rinrin with curiosity. Rinrin appeared merely as another child, towering over them like a giant, utterly unthreatening. The big guy chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. I'm just tall. I'm no match for Rinrin-kun. Really? A nearby child exclaimed in surprise. Big guy, although you eat a lot, you're incredibly strong when it comes to pounding rice cakes. One of you can do the work of 10, but you're only 10, right? Yet your strength surpasses that of many grown men. And still, you can't beat that guy named Rinrin. A child with a scar on his cheek leaned in to whisper, Buffet, don't make it hard for the big guy. He has already been beaten up once. After saying this, he laughed and patted the big guy's leg, asking, Big guy, can I say something? The big guy, grinning awkwardly, nodded his head. Buffet, you know that I and the big guy are war orphans from the land of soup, with no home and no parents. We either starved to death or perished in the war, but Rinrin-kun rescued us, allowing us to follow him and join his caravan, promising to take us to Konoha. You know, at that time, we were all on the brink of starvation. We didn't have the strength to follow the caravan. Later, Rinrin-kun had the big sister distribute military rations to us. If it weren't for him and the big sister, we would have starved to death on the road or been killed at will. And what about the big guy? What does that have to do with your fear of him? Buffet, filled with curiosity, pressed on. In response, the big guy scratched his head and explained, Well, I joined the group halfway through. At first, I tried to steal food from the big sister and got beaten up by Rinrin-kun. However, Rinrin-kun didn't kick me out. Instead, he let me stay with the group. The large figure stammered an explanation. Then what does it have to do with your fear of him? Buffet emphasized the crux of his inquiry. It's not fear. It's reverence. Yes, reverence. Respect. Lin Renjun possesses a grand character. How could we possibly fear him? All right, the scarred child beside him interrupted. Let me explain that we all hold great respect for Sister Li. But she often receives harsh scoldings from Lin Renjun due to her studies. Over time, we've all grown somewhat afraid of him. At the entrance of the orphanage's small building, Lin Ren sat on the steps, accompanied by a venerable old woman with silvery hair. Excuse me, are you Lin Renjun? The old woman's voice was frail yet benevolent. I am unworthy of such a title. You may simply call me Lin Ren. Good child. I often hear Yi and the others speak your name, saying that without you, they would not have survived. Upon hearing this, Lin Ren chuckled and shook his head, saying, that is not true. Even without me, they would manage to survive, albeit with greater difficulty. Nonetheless, we must thank you for saving them, the old woman said as she trembled, using her cane to sit beside Lin Ren. Hearing this, Lin Ren shook his head once more. It was merely out of interest. Interest is indeed a good thing. After exchanging a few words, Lin Ren learned that this elderly woman was the head of the orphanage, affectionately called Granny Mai by the children. Her husband had been a high-ranking shinobi of the Senju clan's vassal family, who tragically lost his life in war. Her two children had also become lost during the tumultuous era of the warring states. In her profound grief, Granny Mai prayed for kind souls to find her children and raise them. Eventually, when the Konoha orphanage opened, she applied to become its director. As they conversed idly, Granny Mai turned her head slowly to Lin Ren. Lin Ren, I heard from Yi that you and Li-chan are also orphans. To be precise, not entirely. We still have each other, Lin Ren replied softly, gazing at Li in the distance. A smile gracing his lips, surprised by his words, Granny Mai looked at him, her aged face blooming into a radiant smile. What an extraordinary child. Such words exceeded her expectations. She had never envisioned that a child who had lost their family could express such uplifting sentiments. May I ask how you support Li-chan? By forging, Lin Ren replied with a slight smile, producing a kunai that danced through the air like a nimble swallow. Look, it's magnet release. The kunai fluttered in Lin Ren's hand, resembling a lively sparrow. That I can't say whether this is a bloodline limit, but it serves well for forging. After saying this, Lin Ren noticed a fleeting look of disappointment cross Granny Mai's face, and he sighed inwardly. The moment Granny Mai posed her question, Lin Ren had discerned her underlying intent from the glimmer of yearning in her eyes. Perhaps this old woman wished for Lin Ren to impart his skills for survival to the children of the orphanage, aiding them in forging a better future. If Lin Ren were an ordinary villager of Konoha, he would not hesitate to comply. However, he was an undercover agent, akin to a pawn that had crossed the river on a chessboard. He could not retreat, only advance step by careful step, all while being closely monitored by the opponent. Thus, he had to cautiously present his harmlessness and capabilities. Bestowing kindness, especially upon orphans, is a perilous path that could lead to one's demise. Observing Li playing joyfully with her companions in the distance, a bold idea began to take shape in Lin Ren's mind. Li was 4 years old. No one would suspect a child of that age. Even the most cautious adult would lower their guard against a chubby little one. With this thought, a barely perceptible smile graced Lin Ren's lips. Granny Mai, it's getting late. I must take my leave. He rose respectfully and bowed to Granny Mai, then approached Li to bid farewell to her friends. As they walked home under the setting sun, Li appeared somewhat disheartened. What's wrong? Lin Ren asked, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt the little girl tense up, her pudgy hand tightening around his. Can't you tell your brother? Upon hearing this, Li immediately lifted her face, shaking her head vigorously. No, it's just that. She trailed off, casting her gaze downwards. Looking into Lin Ren's encouraging eyes, she murmured softly, Li just feels so useless, always relying on brothers' things to help friends. But I have nothing of my own. Her once clear voice faded into a whisper, the setting sun casting a thick shadow over her small face. Lin Ren's heart warmed at her words. This child has not strayed from the right path after all. All my efforts of discipline have not been in vain. Li's mother. You may rest easy. Ahem. Lin Ren cleared his throat, suppressing a grin that threatened to spread across his face. Adopting a typical parental demeanor. What are you talking about, child? You shouldn't be so polite with your brother. You're still young. When you grow up, your brother will be counting on you to take care of me. Upon hearing this, Li nodded earnestly, gazing at Lin Ren with solemnity. Brother, don't worry. When I grow up, all the money I earn will go to you, and I'll take you out for barbecue every day. This child is too sincere. Linren pinched his nose, desperately stifling his laughter, and nodded solemnly. Then it settled. Meanwhile, he felt an overwhelming joy within. Li's mother. Look, this is what your daughter said on her own. I did not coerce her. When the time comes, don't blame me for using Li's money to indulge in kabukicho. With that thought, Linren inquired further, so, Li, what were you just about to tell your brother? With the burden lifted from her heart, Li's bright smile returned as she tugged at Linren's hand, chattering animatedly. Brother, I want to help you Z and the others. Oh, what's wrong with them? Are they not getting enough to eat or sleep? Neither. They aren't starving. It's just that the children in the orphanage form cliques too strongly. Since they arrive later, they're often bullied. Upon hearing this, Linren felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Such occurrences are commonplace, not only in Konoha but throughout the shinobi world. Even in his previous life, it was a familiar sight. Humanity is inherently predisposed to oppress their own kind. This is an unchangeable reality if adults cannot escape this fate. How can immature children be expected to restrain themselves? Moreover, one cannot fault Granny Mai. At her age, managing to keep the orphans' mouths fed is already a commendable effort. With these thoughts in mind, Linren turned to Li, who was looking at him with eager anticipation. Li, are you hoping to put an end to such bullying in the orphanage? Hearing her brother's question, Li shook her head playfully. No, I just want to ensure that Yazi and the big guy are no longer bullied. After all, my ability to help my friends comes from my brother. I cannot burden him too much. Her words. Linren felt a warmth blossom in his heart. Li, you truly are thoughtful. However, he mused, if only you could show such maturity while learning math. With a sudden spark of inspiration, he recalled his earlier bold idea. Li, you are indeed very sensible, but you are now a big girl. You should find ways to help your friends on your own. How about this? For every good idea you come up with that I approve of, I will give you 1,000 Rio for you to manage as you wish. Upon hearing her brother offer her money, Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, her gaze brightening instantly. Brother, it's a promise. Saying this, the little girl extended her chubby pinky. Seeing this, Linren smiled gently and linked his pinky with Li's. Declaring, it's a promise. As they walked home, the little girl rambled on excitedly. The sky darkened, and the last rays of sunlight vanished between the treetops. Along the streets, colorful lanterns were being hung up. What is happening today? It seems there are suddenly more lanterns. With a casual gesture, Rinrin seized an elderly woman whose face radiated joy, asking innocently, Annie, what has happened today? There are so many beautiful lanterns. The woman, undeterred by the interruption, beamed with delight. The war has ceased. We have repelled the forces of Yanin village. We have triumphed. Beside her, a jubilant middle-aged man chimed in. Indeed, victory is ours. Just moments ago, Lord Tobarama announced the end of the war. How wonderful! My child will soon return. Nearby, a young woman with delicate features wiped away tears of joy, exclaiming, My husband will finally come back. Releasing the woman's hand, Rinrin gazed thoughtfully at the sea of exuberant faces around him. Families of the survivors flooded the streets, while those who had lost loved ones remained hidden in the shadows of their homes, weeping alone. Nevertheless, the war had ultimately come to an end. Upon returning home, Rinrin sat in the corridor, lifting his gaze to the luminous moonlight, his expression a tumultuous mix of emotions. The First World War had concluded, but soon, would it be time for the demise of Senju Tobarama? Rinrin had never comprehended how the master of space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, could be so easily slain by the likes of the Golden and Silver Brothers, even if they had consumed the chakra of the Nine Tails. And despite their sage bodies, it seemed implausible that they could defeat the already formidable Senju Tobarama. After all, he was a man whose arsenal was comprised entirely of forbidden techniques, save for the water release. To be candid, Rinrin's feelings towards Senju Tobarama were exceedingly complex. On one hand, he awaited the death of this man, at the pinnacle of power and intellect, to implement his grand design. On the other hand, he felt it would be a tragic loss to see such a pivotal figure perish. Despite their encounters totaling fewer than 3, Rinrin held a profound admiration for the second Hokage. Establishing a nation is a task of relative ease, yet maintaining it poses a formidable challenge. Moreover, his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, was a powerhouse of immense renown. Under such circumstances, it was evident how daunting a task it would be for Tobarama, who was comparatively less powerful and famous. To govern as the second Hokage in the Hokage building, Senju Tobarama, along with his most trusted disciples and war advisors, gathered in the Hokage office. Monkey, Kagami, Kif, Mito, Karu, Danzo, you will accompany me to the peace talks, he stated calmly from behind his desk. His piercing gaze surveying the room. The six nodded in unison. Furthermore, what are your thoughts on the peace negotiations with the Land of Lightning? His crimson eyes scanned the assembled group. Stepping forward, the ever-confident Koharu spoke up. Master, speak. Tobarama urged that I believe this peace talk should not encounter significant issues. Firstly, we are all aware of the second Raikage's character. Though he is combative, he is generally amiable and interacts gently with others. The room nodded in agreement, acknowledging the unique temperament of the second Raikage, which could be deemed as atypical for the people of Yunin Village. During the first Five Kage Summit, Tobarama, as Hashirama's protector, had crossed paths with the then second Raikage, who was still a mere bodyguard at the time. Encouraged by the lack of dissent, Kohara continued, moreover, this war has dragged on for 2 arduous years. If we are struggling, we can only imagine how the weaker Rain Village is faring. Lastly, the negotiations will take place at the battlefield in the Land of Moon, which borders both our Fire Nation and the Land of Lightning, thus minimizing the chance of an ambush. I concur, Mito interjected. If we temporarily delay the withdrawal of our troops, we can maximize the safety of these negotiations. Such eloquence filled the Hokage office with a gentle aura of optimism, and smiles crept onto the faces of those present. Even Danzo, who had recently been rather discontented, bore a hint of joy upon his countenance. Ahem, the familiar sound of a cough interrupted the atmosphere, causing everyone to stiffen and quickly suppress their smiles, turning their attention to the impassive expression of Senju Tobarama. Now is not the time for celebration. Monkey, write a letter to the daimyo, requesting a portion of funds to compensate for the losses of our comrades, especially for those who perished in battle. Their remains must be returned and buried with honor. We must take great care of the families of these heroes. Finishing his statement, Tobarama turned his gaze to the map of the ninja world hanging on the wall. And one more thing, Danzo, what have you discovered regarding the recent movements of the Wind Country? Responding promptly to his master's inquiry, Danzo stepped forward respectfully. Master, a while ago, the reconnaissance team reported that the Wind Country is mobilizing troops towards the Rain Country. According to intel from our spies, the Wind Country has already taken action against the Rain Country. What was the outcome? Tobarama inquired calmly. Danzo's expression grew complex as he replied. The outcome? Hanzo the Salamander led the forces of the Rain Village to a resounding victory against the Sand Village. A decisive victory. The Rain Village triumphed? Koharu questioned incredulously. Indeed, based on the reports of the reconnaissance team, Hanzo's summoned beast, the Salamander, unleashed a torrent of lethal gas upon the battlefield. The Wind Country could not devise an antidote in time, resulting in significant casualties. Subsequently, Chio from the Sand Village concocted an antidote, but by then, the Sand Village had suffered tremendous losses. The Rain Village, too, faced heavy casualties among its ninja. Upon hearing this, Tobarama's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Hanzo the Salamander, a demigod of the ninja world, truly deserving of the title that included the word god. Following the death of my brother, in terms of raw power, I might be comparable, but on the battlefield, his lethality is unparalleled. It is as if he is a weapon of mass destruction. These thoughts swirled in his mind. The typically composed Senju Tobarama felt a surge of fervor. Rinrin, that boy must be kept firmly under control. Tobarama was convinced that if another war were to arise, with Rinrin's intellect, he could certainly mislead Hanzo, transforming him into the most formidable shield for Konoha's western front, provided that Rinrin remained truly loyal to Konoha. Monkey, what is the current status of Rinrin? Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, recalling how he had been outsmarted by the young rascal just the previous night, his expression turning peculiar. Master, I delivered the intelligence regarding last night's events to you this morning. Is that so? Tobarama rubbed his temples, having been excessively busy of late. Very well. You are all aware of the individuals selected for the negotiations that we depart in 3 days. Prepare accordingly. Yes, the assembled individuals affirmed in unison before orderly exiting the Hokage office. The once bustling office fell into silence as Tobarama slowly seated himself, sifting through the mountain of documents until he unearthed the report from Monkey. After reading the detailed account of last night's events, Tobarama propped his forehead with one hand, his expression growing increasingly intricate. Rinrin, this lad's power is remarkably concealed. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's assessment, Rinrin's strength lies between special jonin and elite jonin. What particularly warrants attention is Rinrin's taijutsu and battlefield judgment. Especially concerning his taijutsu, Monkey even issued a warning stating, "Avoid close combat unless absolutely necessary." Simultaneously, Hiruzen noted Rinrin's weaknesses, particularly in countering large-scale ninjutsu, for which he possesses no defensive measures. Such area of effect techniques are the forte of the Senju clan. Endowed with massive chakra reserves. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 5 assembled once more in the Hokage office, this time. Senju Tobarama donned the Hokage ceremonial robe and the hat emblazoned with the character for fire. Underneath the ceremonial attire, he wore the armor that had accompanied him through countless battles over the years. Though its design was somewhat antiquated, its defensive capabilities were unparalleled. "Are we all prepared?" Senju Tobarama asked, standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling window of the office, arms crossed. "Ready." A member of the Umbu, clad in an animal mask, knelt on one knee, speaking with resolute clarity. "Half of the Umbu have already been dispatched as per your orders to escort Lord Mido. Additionally, the Konoha Guard unit has been fully reinforced and is executing high-intensity patrols." Nodding in approval, Senju Tobarama cautioned, "During my absence from the village, ensure the safety and tranquility of our home. Once any instigator presents themselves, they shall be executed on the spot. Simultaneously, the forces of the Umbu shall contract comprehensively, prioritizing the safety of the elder sister. By, do not act recklessly." After uttering these words, he turned to the group behind him. "Is there anything to add?" Senju Tobarama inquired, with a hint of implication in his tone. Beside him, the serious-faced Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. "Teacher, Shaku Rinrin." At this, a fleeting look of relief passed through Senju Tobarama's eyes. "Do you have any objections?" Sarutobi Hiruzen tightened the forehead protector of Konoha with a gesture of seriousness. "Teacher, the Umbu prison." His voice was graved as one of the few aware of Rinrin's combat prowess. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood the potential destruction this individual could cause. To say it plainly, if Rinrin harbored any hidden agenda, he would undoubtedly execute it. While Senju Tobarama and his entourage were leaving the village, leave an entity with formidable close combat abilities, unwavering determination, and extreme cunning unguarded within the village is, quite evidently, an act of irresponsibility. Nearby, TK Komura and Mido Menka exchanged glances upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's suggestion, nodding in agreement. "Teacher, we too believe this is the right course of action. Although Shaku Rinrin has been quite compliant of late, he is still not one of our village's companions." Observing the unanimous agreement among his 3 disciples, Senju Tobarama's sharp gaze turned towards the last figure standing, Shimura Danzo. "Danzo, what are your thoughts?" "Teacher, I concur with Hiruzen's suggestion." Shimura Danzo replied succinctly. Since the last encounter where Rinrin verbally bested him, this individual had been remarkably low-key, seldom revealing his thoughts. Finally, Senju Tobarama's gaze fell upon Uchiha Kagami, who appeared hesitant to speak. "Kagami, what is your perspective?" "Teacher, I have a different thought." Uchiha Kagami bit his lip, articulating his thoughts. Would it be possible for Rinrin to temporarily reside within the Uchiha clan territory, allowing the clan members to keep a close watch on him? Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama's brow slightly furrowed. It was neither a wholly good nor bad proposition. The Uchiha clan Sharingan is indeed a powerful tool for surveillance. Senju Tobarama had always placed complete trust in the few Uchiha who understood the will of fire. However, he held no trust for the remaining obstinate elders of the Uchiha clan. Noticing that his teacher had fallen into contemplation, Uchiha Kagami anxiously pressed his lips together. The reason for his suggestion was to have the Uchiha clan share the burden for the village. Moreover, he hoped Rinrin would gain a proper understanding of the Uchiha clan. Caught between the village and his clan, he had never considered confiding his inner turmoil to his companions or teacher. It was not a matter of distrust. Rather, he recognized that his peers and teacher inherently held differing positions. Thus, he was eager to find someone who could help him devise a plan. Rinrin's arrival filled Uchiha Kagami with excitement. An outsider, a seemingly undercover agent. Theoretically speaking, Rinrin did not belong to any faction within the village. His position was distinctly independent. Moreover, Uchiha Kagami acknowledged that he lacked the cunning strategic mind that Rinrin possessed. Most critically, Rinrin's animosity with Uchiha Rita instilled a sense of urgency within Uchiha Kagami. The longer Rinrin remained in the village, the more subjective his understanding of the various factions would become. A seasoned warrior, Uchiha Kagami knew that subjective impressions could be one of the greatest hindrances for a ninja in completing tasks. As he contemplated this, the glimmer of hope within Uchiha Kagami's eyes grew ever brighter. Just as Senju Tobarama was deep in thought, an Umbu member suddenly appeared beside him, whispering urgently, "Hokage-sama, Shaku Rinrin requests an audience." As soon as the words left his lips, a fierce light flashed in Senju Tobarama's eyes, and his expression hardened instantly. Could this individual have discovered something? "Let him in." Senju Tobarama's icy voice resonated through the room. Shortly thereafter, amidst the curiosity and confusion of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, Shaku Rinrin boldly pushed open the office door and strolled in. "Oh, everyone is here." The moment they laid eyes on Rinrin, the expressions of those in the office changed drastically. What a coincidence, just as we were discussing how to deal with this individual. He shows up unannounced. None of them were fools. On the contrary, each had proven themselves astute enough to become the direct disciples of the second Hokage. In an instant, the entire Hokage office fell silent. With suspicion swirling in their minds, Rinrin, however, seemed oblivious to the strange atmosphere in the office, walking confidently to the desk with a radiant smile, slightly bowing. "Tobarama-sama, I have finished the letter for Hanzo-sama. May I trouble you to deliver it?" As he spoke, Rinrin sheepishly scratched his head and continued, "I truly apologize for the inconvenience every time." Senju Tobarama fixed his gaze on Rinrin, extending his hand to accept the envelope, casually inquiring, "May I take a look?" The second Hokage is quite polite." Rinrin grinned, nodding repeatedly. "Of course, the envelope is unsealed for your perusal." Seeing Rinrin's agreeable demeanor, Senju Tobarama slightly nodded and opened the letter. In it, Rinrin adopted a tone of complete ignorance to the rain frog situation. Lamenting his predicaments to Hanzo the Salamander, he began by stating how isolated he felt, struggling to gather intelligence, requesting assistance from Hanzo the Salamander. Then he transitioned to lamenting his lack of operational funds, mentioning he had not had a satisfying meal in several days, asking for money from Hanzo the Salamander. The letter was predominantly filled with complaints, with a smaller portion dedicated to various creative pleas for financial support. In summary, it could be distilled to one word: impoverished. With no money, nothing could be accomplished. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but chuckle inwardly that on the front lines, Hanzo the Salamander was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Sunagakure, while behind the scenes, this lad was dragging his feet. If Hanzo the Salamander were to discover that the task force he had dispatched recently was sold off by Rinrin for the paltry sum of 430,000 Rio, he would likely be furious enough to spit blood. Maintaining an appearance of nonchalance, Senju Tobarama handed the letter to an Umbu member nearby. From now on, any correspondence can be directly handed to Inuzuka. Rinrin smiled and, having completed his task, did not leave, instead choosing to stand quietly before Senju Tobarama's desk. "Is there anything else?" Senju Tobarama inquired coldly. Surprisingly, Rinrin nodded. "Tobarama-sama, would you take me with you to the front lines for negotiations?" As soon as the words left his mouth, astonishment swept through the office. Even the usually composed Senju Tobarama's expression darkened. "Shaku Rinrin." Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed through the room. Upon hearing the somewhat familiar voice, Rinrin turned his head in confusion to the source of the outburst. There stood Shimura Danzo, his face flushed crimson with indignation. "Shaku Rinrin, tell me, are you colluding with Hanzo the Salamander in secret? Planting spies within our village?" Emphasizing the word "our," Shimura Danzo felt a surge of satisfaction within, thinking of how he had endured humiliation and remained silent for this very moment, to expose this traitorous facade before their teacher. With this thought, the flames of desire ignited fiercely within Danzo's heart. Rinrin, perplexed, scratched his head and looked towards Senju Tobarama. "Tobarama-sama, has your disciple gone mad?" Rinrin timidly inquired. "You wretched fool! How dare you lie before the teacher?" Ignoring the absurdity of the situation, Danzo pressed on. "Explain. How did you know about the negotiations? Your timing is far too precise." Realizing Danzo's line of questioning, Rinrin quickly scanned the room. Aside from the contemplative Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the expressions of TK Kimura and others were laden with gravity. At this sight, Rinrin's expression darkened. "Heavens, what manner of foolishness am I dealing with?" No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen has made so many blunders in his old age. It appears he has been led astray by these individuals. Mentally berating himself, Rinrin let out a silent sigh that my goodness. Such a simple matter should be apparent to anyone with a functioning brain. As he spoke, Rin's face contorted with displeasure as he scratched his scalp vigorously, announcing the end of the war without recalling the ninjas from the battlefield. What could possibly be the reason? Ever since I set foot in Konoha, the ever-present Inuzuka dog by my side has mysteriously vanished. What on earth is happening? The Konoha guard, which used to patrol twice a day, now seems to be doing so 7 or 8 times. Do you truly think everyone is a fool? After speaking, Rin tightly pressed his lips together and cast a sympathetic glance at Danzo not far away, then turned his gaze towards Tobarama Senju, wearing a similar expression. Upon witnessing this scene, Tsumuji Koharu and Mito Gate Yin were immediately struck with a sense of dread. This guy, Rin, has such audacity. What does that gaze mean? It clearly conveys pity for Danzo's intelligence, coupled with sympathy for a teacher burdened with such a disciple. Rin, do you not know fear? Rin also noticed the expressions on their faces, which only twisted his own countenance further. Goodness, have all your skill points been allocated to reading people's expressions? Why not invest in a broader perspective? Is there truly a future for this village of Konoha? At that moment, Rin's heart was filled with doubt and self-doubt. No, I must not allow these 3 worthless fools to drag Sarutobi Hiruzen down with them. Just as Rin resolved inwardly, cold sweat dripped down Danzo's back. Damn it, this is the second time I've been looked down upon by this brat for my intelligence. Regret, exhaustion, I want to die. Tobarama Senju, who was being regarded with pity by Rin, did not feel anger. In truth, when he first learned of Rin's arrival, he was momentarily taken aback. After all, that fellow behind him, Hanzo of the Salamander, posed a significant risk if he became aware of their whereabouts. However, Tobarama, being a seasoned strategist, quickly grasped the essence of the situation. Yet, bringing Rin along for peace talks was simply out of the question, not to mention that the matters he was discussing with the second Reikage involved 2 major secrets. It would be utterly inappropriate for the prestigious Konoha village to include a mere child from the Rain village in their negotiations. After a moment of contemplation, Tobarama shook his head. In a way. Seeing the second Hokage shake his head, Rin sighed softly and casually sprawled out on the ground like a rogue. Fine then. Which dungeon? The crowd was once again taken aback. This guy has managed to discern Lord Tobarama's thoughts. Noticing the silence among the group, Rin reluctantly pulled out a turtle-shaped pouch from his pocket, trembling as he retrieved a 500 ryu note and placed it on the ground. Since you all are silent, I shall speak. First and foremost, regardless of where you can find me, I must have 3 meals a day. I dread going hungry the most. Furthermore, I demand meat for every meal. Meat. Rin emphasized this point heavily. He then extended his trembling hand, pushing the 500 ryu note towards Tobarama. Lord Tobarama, this is my meal allowance. Just so you know, once you accept my money, you can't go back on your word. You are all adults, so don't think of bullying a mere child. Observing Rin's earnest demeanor, even the typically composed Tobarama couldn't suppress a twitch of his face. This brat, 500 ryu, and he wants meat for every meal. It's infuriating. I must teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he will become increasingly unruly. With this thought in mind, Tobarama gently clasped his hands beneath the table. Internally, he murmured, "Spirit transformation technique." In the next moment, while Tobarama maintained his appearance of deep contemplation, his invisible soul instantaneously traversed space and collided with Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Hiruzen felt his body stiffen momentarily, a wave of shock washing over him. Just as he was about to struggle, he heard his teacher's swift and calm voice echo in his mind. "Hiruzen, don't panic. Listen to me. I am currently using the spirit transformation technique. Follow my instructions." As the voice faded, Hiruzen committed his teacher's orders to memory, his eyes gleaming as he addressed Rinkun. "You seem to overestimate your importance. Our village is quite strong. Even if both Lord Tobarama and I were absent, there would be no major issues. Therefore, we have no intention of confining you." Upon hearing this, Rin was overjoyed, disregarding the noticeable difference in Hiruzen's tone from usual, and eagerly snatched up the 500 ryu note, preparing to make his escape. Just then, Hiruzen seized Rin, a mischievous grin on his face. "However, since you've brought it up, we might as well accommodate you. How about this? Choose between the Uchiha clan estate and the Umbu dungeon." Hearing this, Rin was left dumbfounded. his expression twisting as if he wore a mask of pain. Is there any freedom in the Uchiha clan? Noting Rin's stammering reply, Hiruzen turned to Uchiha Kagami beside him, who initially shook his head but then nodded, and Hiruzen understood. There is a semblance of freedom. After a moment's reflection, Rin sighed, resigned to his fate. Then I shall choose the Uchiha clan. Although there be a Kugan can observe me from every angle. A bit of freedom is certainly preferable to being confined in darkness. At least I can move about. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged speechless glances with Rin, then turned to Uchiha Kagami, who covered his forehead in a mix of laughter and exasperation. Rinkuin, our clan's bloodline limit is the Sharingan, Uchiha Kagami stated emphatically. Huh, Rin replied, bewildered, staring at Kagami. Isn't it the Byakugan? Why does our classmate, Ryo, always roll his eyes at me as if he is seeing a giant Byakugan? Hearing this, even the typically composed Uchiha Kagami was left speechless, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, articulating the collective sentiment. You really have a sharp tongue. In the dungeon of Konoha's Umbu, situated directly beneath the Hokage building, Rin lay leisurely on a not-so-soft bed, dressed in bare pajamas, with his legs crossed. The room was small and square, barely 10 square meters, devoid of windows, with a special door featuring a sliding window. The window was small, just wide enough for a plate. Inside, there was a simple iron bed and an iron table. A dim oil lamp illuminated the confined space. The remaining space on the table was cluttered with a few empty plates and several books adorned with childlike illustrations. Leaning against the bed, Rin held a book in one hand and a skewer of takoyaki in the other, leisurely reading by the candlelight. Creak. The sound of metal scraping interrupted the tranquility. The window on the door slid open, revealing a familiar dog-headed mask. Number 233, mealtime, came the familiar voice. Upon hearing the commotion, Rin skillfully tossed aside his book, leaping off the bed in a single motion. Hey, dog bro, what brings you here? He greeted warmly, striding over to the small window, craning his neck to peer outside. Outside, the Inuzuka dog retreated warily a couple of steps, the corners of his mouth twitching in silence as he internally grumbled. What do you mean by what brings me here? I came to bring you your meal. Damn, Rin. Even in the Umbu dungeon, you're still not behaving yourself, and you want to place orders. Just look at the life you're leading. Is this the life of a prisoner? Meals are served to you with your mouth open, clothes come to you as you stretch out your hands, and you even have someone delivering toilet paper when you need it, while other prisoners get a single soldier ration a day. You, on the other hand, feast on seaweed rice balls for breakfast, a medley of meatballs for lunch, and grilled meat for dinner. 500 ryu isn't even enough for one of your extravagant meals. The Inuzuka dog grew increasingly agitated, peering through the window into the cell, his heart bleeding at the sight of the oil-stained books haphazardly placed about. Brat, take care of my treasured collection. If it weren't for your pleading, I wouldn't have lent you my Genji Monogatari series. He lamented. By the way, you haven't even grown hair yet, and you want to read adult literature? Unbeknownst to Rin, who was filled with excitement, he eagerly asked the Inuzuka dog. Dog bro, what's for dinner tonight? Is it from that charcoal grilled meat place on Nara Hill? Hearing this, the Inuzuka dog's face turned strange beneath his mask, glancing at the dark, blocky object he held, responding in a gruff tone. Nope, your sister is giving you a love dinner. With that, he shoved the plate through the window, swiftly closing it with a click and turning to leave, listening to the series of mocking laughs echoing outside. Rin's expression darkened. His dismay. The mysterious object on the plate was even darker than his own face. What in the world is this? In this moment, Rin felt as though he had been transported back to the dungeon of the cult of the evil god. Clutching a large vial of poison for the first time, that he was beset by the same hesitation and fear as he had been then. With a sigh, Rin cradled the plate and swallowed the indistinct solid matter in one gulp. Sticking out his tongue and grimacing, he shuffled to the bedside and picked up the adult literature he had only partly read, reclining at an angle. However, Rin's ears occasionally twitched slightly. Time slipped by. And before long, a day and a night had passed. The once bustling Konoha building above him was now deserted. The confidential documents concerning the village had been transferred to the underground storage room of the intelligence division. And apart from the necessary guards, the lively hustle and bustle of the past had vanished. The sky gradually darkened. Rin remained with his eyes closed on the bed, silently counting his heartbeats and murmuring to himself. It had been 2 days and a night since I was confined in the Dark Department's dungeon. During this time, the Dark Department patrolled relentlessly, with the intervals between patrols being entirely unpredictable. Sometimes, a guard would pass by the door every 30 seconds, while at other times, it could take 5 minutes for someone to appear. There was no discernible pattern. Senju Tobirama still had some tricks up his sleeve. It seemed that the patrol arrangements of the Dark Department were refreshed randomly each day. Indeed, Naruto's successful infiltration of the Hokage building to steal the Book of Seals must have been due to the old Sarutobi's indulgence. However, it could be that the Book of Seals was a counterfeit. Perhaps it merely recorded the shadow clone technique. After all, those techniques were quite unfriendly to Naruto at that age. Techniques like the 5 elements unsealing, the Reaper Death Seal, and the 8 Gates were not proper skills at all. Nevertheless, if the Book of Seals were indeed fake, it would explain a lot. After all, losing a shadow clone technique to Mizuki would be a major issue. If the forbidden techniques could not be recovered, then the individuals wielding them could be. As Rin continued to mutter, miles away in the land of the moon, Senju Tobirama was seated in a temporary office, intently studying a scroll, with a Dark Department member kneeling before him. This scroll contained intelligence sent from the village, and its content was none other than Rin. Rather than being mere intelligence, it resembled a tragic chronicle of the Dark Department. Though Rin was quiet and unassuming, he was remarkably punctual when it came to meal times. His stomach would growl at the precise moment it was due. Whenever the Dark Department faltered in delivering his meals on time, this rascal would relentlessly pound on the door, clamoring for food. Consequently, Rin's cries would incite the other prisoners in their cells to join in. Strangely enough, these inmates had learned to call out food names along with Rin, names like steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goose, braised salted duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, pine flour, small intestines, dried meat, sausages, assorted cold dishes, smoked chicken, white belly, and steamed 8 treasure pig, all dishes with names that were utterly foreign to him. And the most exasperating part was that Rin never repeated a single dish name. Through the scroll, Tobirama could sense Rin's absurdity. Stifling the urge to scoff, he turned his gaze to the Dark Department member. Increase the personnel. Keep a 24-hour watch on Rin Shakud. I have a feeling this kid is up to something. Understood. The Dark Department member nodded solemnly. Time passed slowly, and before long, it shifted from 6 in the evening to 2 in the morning. In the quiet cell, the candle on the table had burned down to its end, leaving only a faint glow the size of a soybean illuminating the small space beneath the candlestick. In that dim light, Rin suddenly opened his eyes, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Book of Seals, here I come. Rising slowly in the pitch-black underground cell, Rin approached the door. Pressing his hands together, he intoned, Cho Wei Si, secret technique, slippery ghost technique. With a soft hum, Rin's body was enveloped in a strange gray energy. The mist spread, merging with the darkness, and in an instant, his presence seemed to be forcefully erased from this world. This technique from the Rain Village could significantly diminish one's sense of presence. However, it had its drawbacks. This secret technique could only obscure ordinary sight, making it so that regular individuals would subconsciously overlook his existence. It was ineffective against perceptive ninjas. Rin was uncertain if the Dark Department had Byakugan, but that was of little concern at the moment. Plans inherently carried probabilities of failure, and all Rin could do was minimize that risk. Rin's ears twitched faintly, attuned to the sounds around him. Just moments ago, a faint footstep had passed by the door. Rin recognized it as a patrolling Dark Department ninja, while he was unaware of the intervals between patrols or any underlying logic. Knowing the minimum time interval was sufficient for him, Dark Department ninjas had a minimum interval of roughly 30 seconds. This meant that whenever one Dark Department member passed by the door, it would take at least 30 seconds for the next one to reappear at Rin's cell door. Counting quietly in his mind, he reached 15. Now, Rin swiftly pressed his hands together, forming the Wu seal at lightning speed. Pointing his right index finger towards the lock, Arahaho, open sesame. In that instant, a key formed from iron powder hidden between the walls materialized in the keyhole outside the door. Click. The crisp sound echoed down the empty corridor. Not good. My calculations have missed this door. Rin fought to suppress his trembling body, slowly pushing the cell door open, stealthily slipping outside, and closing the door behind him before forming another seal. Substitution technique. With a soft thud, the pillow on Rin's bed transformed into his likeness, lying on the bed in the cell. Come here. Using his magnetic perception of iron, Rin controlled the kunai hidden within the pillow to swiftly fly to the door. Just 2 or 3 seconds after Rin completed this, a dog-like figure came sprinting down the corridor. Upon seeing the familiar dog-headed mask, Rin's heart leaped with joy. Although he did not know what the dog looked like, he was certain that this individual was neither from the Hyuga clan of Konoha nor the Uchiha clan. This meant that his substitute in the cell had a high probability of passing unnoticed. As for why the dog was neither Hyuga nor Uchiha, that was simple. The traits of those two clans were quite pronounced. One was characterized by long black hair and an aloof demeanor, while the other was marked by arrogant pride and a hint of introversion. The dog, however, was just an ordinary, reclusive old pervert. Coming to a halt, the dog began to check the cells one by one. Following the sounds, click, the small window on the door opened. Inside, a prisoner was sleeping on the bed, tossing and turning, mumbling a curse. Soon enough, the dog arrived at Rin's cell door, hesitating for a second before pushing open the small window. There stood Rin, upright at the door, wearing a strange smile, his dark eyes, concealed in shadow, wide with intensity, fixed keenly upon the dog. The dog felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively taking several steps back. "What are you doing?" "Hee, come play hide and seek." Rin's innocent voice echoed in the air. In an instant, a wave of cold swept over the dog, making the hair on his head stand on end. "Go back to sleep." Stammering in a startled manner, the country dog hastily shut the small window, oblivious to the fact that the sound emanated from beside him, rather than from within the confines of the cell. Suddenly shivering, the country dog cast a wary glance around. Then, steeling himself, proceeded towards the duty room, entirely unaware that a shadow, dark as night, had silently followed in his wake. The cunning figure, Rin, wore a mischievous grin as he deftly brushed his fingers against the window of his cell door, leaving behind an iron powder-triggered device. Subsequently, he stealthily descended behind the country dog, reclaiming the nearly imperceptible iron powder from the wall of the corridor. Following the country dog, Rin made his way to the duty room located at the end of the passage. This room was unlike others, positioned squarely in the corridor rather than alongside it, with 2 doors, the front one leading directly to the corridor housing the prisoners, and the rear one connecting to the world of freedom outside. As the country dog entered the brightly lit duty room, he shivered once more and complained to his seated companion, "That bastard Rin. He stood by the window pretending to be a ghost all night. Nearly scared me to death." Laughter erupted among the others in the dark division. "Serves you right. Who told you to show that kid the tale of Genji? His blood must be rushing to his head. It's no wonder he can't sleep." The country dog did not retort, shivering again. "You all continue your patrol. I need to relieve myself. You're not scared you'll wet yourself, are you?" More laughter ensued. Rin also smiled broadly, lazily following in the country dog's footsteps. After traversing several doors and climbing numerous stairs, encountering several patrols of ninjas along the way, the country dog, clutching his stomach, finally reached the ground level. With Rin trailing closely behind him to the surface, surveying his surroundings, Rin chuckled quietly. This moment, he found himself within the interior of the Hokage building, specifically at the stairwell on the first floor. Drawing upon his previous visits, Rin bid farewell to his good brother the country dog and skillfully navigated to a pair of double wooden doors nestled in the corner of the first floor. Gazing at the intricate and vibrant flame patterns adorning the doors, Rin could no longer contain his excitement, clenching his fists in anticipation. At long last, after all my trials and tribulations, I have finally arrived at this door. To infiltrate Konoha, I eliminated the Rain Village and donned the guise of Rii. To safeguard my freedom, I racked my brain to align myself with the will of fire, to instill fear in Konoha. I did not hesitate to eliminate the Rain Frog and expose my strength. To enter the Hokage building, I even put myself at risk, provoking Senju Tobarama with my brazen words and actions. This journey has been fraught with peril, akin to walking on thin ice. Reflecting on this, Rin felt a pang of frustration. Why is it that others traverse worlds without a care for sustenance, effortlessly wielding a pair of Sharingan or Rinnegan? Yet here I am, possessing an immortal body, one that is reduced to mere slices and dried pieces. I barely managed to infiltrate the Rain Village, only to be dispatched to Konoha as an undercover agent. That I painstakingly devised a comprehensive plan, only to find that Konoha had already infiltrated the Rain Village, rendering my identity exposed in an instant. And to top it all off, gaining admission to a ninja school requires a grand display of theatrics. How difficult it is. Rin lamented, covering his forehead, tears of frustration welling up. Nevertheless, the fruit of victory lay tantalizingly close. And soon, Rin, the great lord, would spread his wings and soar to greatness. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, Rin extended his right hand, and tiny, nearly invisible iron particles began to emerge from his skin, slowly forming a key. With a soft click, Rin's heart soared with delight. Ignoring the stealthy requirements of his technique, he swiftly slipped into the archives room. Closing the door behind him, he inhaled deeply, instantly greeted by the rich scent of ink mingled with the aroma of aged parchment. This was the scent of knowledge, splendid. On tiptoe, hands rubbing together, Rin's eyes sparkled as he scanned the expansive archives room. It was a vast, cylindrical chamber, its towering ceiling reaching heights of 7 or 8 meters. Along the walls stood grand, ancient bookshelves, neatly lined with scrolls of all sizes and types. Rin understood that these scrolls contained countless ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, and secret techniques of Konoha. A quick glance over the scrolls revealed his singular ultimate goal, the enormous scroll standing at the center of the room. Half his height, this ancient scroll lay quietly atop a circular stone pedestal, intricately carved with enigmatic patterns and surrounded by 6 evenly spaced candlesticks, each bearing a candle that flickered gently, illuminating the entire room. Rin could hardly comprehend the reasoning behind the ninja's actions. Lighting candles in a library filled with scrolls seemed as absurd as playing hide and seek in a restroom. However, urgency compelled Rin to push aside such thoughts. He swiftly approached the pedestal, examining the patterns beneath his feet. They were exquisite, beautiful, reminiscent of the bewilderment experienced by a third grader encountering English for the first time. Those twisting words recognized him. Yet he could not decipher their meanings. Despite this, Rin knew these patterns must serve a purpose beyond mere decoration, much like the sentences in an English textbook, which were designed to perplex. With this in mind, Rin extended his hands and formed seals once more. In the next moment, he produced an iron rod, formed from the gathered iron powder, from beneath him. "Let us see what you can do," he declared. Thrusting the iron rod into the stone pedestal, suddenly, a flash of silver light erupted, and Rin's right hand was severed at the wrist. "How could this be? You cut the rod, not me. If you must sever me, at least leave my iron-like wrist intact." Blood mingled with black iron powder gushed from the severed stump as Rin hastily formed seals with one hand. In the blink of an eye, the iron powder coalesced at the wound, forming a membrane to staunch the flow of blood. "Watch this, magnetic release. Iron Man technique," he shouted. The iron rod that had fallen to the ground instantly disassembled, transforming into a diminutive version of Rin, barely the size of a palm. Previously, Rin had used this very technique to unlock the door of his specially crafted prison. The tiny Rin sprang to his feet, bouncing a couple of times to adjust to his new, smaller form before retrieving Rin's severed right hand and casting it into the formation. Rin caught hold of his own hand and reattached it at the severed end. The iron powder within his body converged into needles, swiftly stitching the wound closed. This moment, there was no time for a leisurely recovery. Once his right hand was reattached, Rin formed seals again, directing the tiny figure in the formation to hasten towards the towering seal book. The little Rin nimbly leaped up, deftly unhooking the clasp that secured the sealing book. The scroll unfurled. Rin quickly advanced to the edge of the pedestal. There, emblazoned across the sealing book, were 7 prominent characters. Multi-shadow clone technique. Oh my goodness! A cheat technique. There was no time for further contemplation as Rin immediately entered a state of intense focus. Holding his breath, his eyes alight with determination, fixated on the contents of the sealing book, reading 10 lines at once, he hastily memorized the hand signs for the multi-shadow clone technique. "Now, turn the page." With a command, the tiny Rin promptly pushed the scroll aside, rolling it just enough to avoid the flickering flames of the candle. "Stop!" As the flame threatened to engulf the sealing book, Rin urgently commanded the tiny Rin to halt the scroll. Once it was still, Rin looked back at the sealing book. This isn't the 8 gates technique. What is this? An incomprehensible passage materialized on the scroll. This, flying thunder god technique. But where are the hand signs? No hand signs were visible, only a lengthy, convoluted text. Damn it. Rin gritted his teeth, forcing himself to memorize the long string of words. Thankfully, he had trained his memory for this very day. Otherwise, he might not have been able to retain it. Each individual character was familiar to him, yet when combined, they formed a riddle he could not unravel. With a steely resolve, Rinrin was prepared to press on. Suddenly, his senses were stirred. "This is bad. Someone is checking the rooms." Rinrin exclaimed in a hushed voice, just as he was desperately racing towards his own chamber. In the duty room of the dark dungeon, 7 members of the dark were engaged in a grave discussion. "Captain Bao, why have you summoned us so suddenly?" one member inquired. Bao, the dark member wielding a sharp short blade, stood before the 6 subordinates. "The situation is as follows. Previously, Tugu claimed to have been startled by that little demon in room 233. At the time, I thought nothing of it, but just now, I accompanied Tugu for another inspection. Upon opening the window, I found room 233's occupant sprawled on the bed, seemingly asleep. I intended to rouse him to inquire about the situation. Yet I discovered to my dismay that no matter how I called, he would not awaken. He showed not a single response. Now, I must inspect this room, and you will follow the standard protocol." With that, he pointed to 3 of the 6, including Tugu. "You 3 will accompany me for the inspection, while the remaining 3 will take turns patrolling to ensure that the duty room is manned by at least 2 individuals. Should anything arise, seal off the entire dungeon immediately." Bao's voice reverberated with utmost seriousness. "Understood." The 6 members nodded in unison. Bao drew his short blade, gripping it firmly, his gaze fixed upon the 3 before him. "We shall now proceed with the deployment," he continued, glancing towards the dark corridor outside the duty room, pausing in contemplation before adding, "When we arrive at room 233, Tugu and I will enter the room to interrogate the occupant, while the 2 of you will guard either side of the corridor, remaining vigilant against any potential ambush from room 233. Remember, this is a critical moment. Any sign of unrest must be extinguished immediately." After stating this, he discreetly cast a glance at Tugu. "Tugu, you've been monitoring room 233 for an extended period. Share your intelligence." This. Tugu's brow furrowed beneath his mask. In that instant, he was no longer the frivolous old lecher, but a Konoha dark ninja. That he is exceptionally strong. That I accompanied Lord Sarutobi on missions involving rooms 3-234. Rin. Room 233 possesses formidable close combat skills, far exceeding that of an average J-nin. This strength does not stem solely from proficiency in taijutsu, but rather from his terrifying absolute power and speed, capable of shattering an adult man's skull in an instant. Upon hearing this, Bao's concealed brow knitted tighter, and he asked in a low voice, "Is there anything else?" "Yes," Tuga nodded. "This little demon has remarkable adaptability in combat, with an instantaneous judgment ability that is quite alarming." Bao's frown deepened at this revelation. An experienced member of the Dark. He understood a crucial principle. In the confined space of a cell, the roles of Dark and prisoner, hunter and hunted, could interchange at any moment, particularly when faced with a prisoner adept in close combat. They would find themselves in a decidedly precarious position. What troubled him most was that Rinrin could not be roused, yet it had not escalated to the point of lethal action through the cell door. At present, their only course of action was to open the door for inspection. Damn it, how could such a monster be confined in such a lowly cell? Bao couldn't help but express his frustration. Hearing this, Tugu, who was privy to many secrets due to Rinrin, merely pursed his lips in silence. Even though Bao was his superior, certain secrets could not be divulged without the Hokage's consent. As time ticked away, Bao abruptly rose, his gaze fixed intently on the darkness of the corridor, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Let's move. We must ascertain the situation." Though his caution had afforded Rinrin valuable time, he was justified in his actions. There had been instances in the past where prisoners feigned death only to ambush Dark members. Moreover, they were dealing with incorrigible criminals, leaving no room for negligence. Shortly after the 4 departed, Rinrin, employing the slippery ghost technique, stealthily entered the duty room. His gaze swept across the room. A tightness gripped his heart. Something is amiss. The numbers do not add up. Realizing this, Rinrin quickened his pace towards his own room. Just in time, he reached his door before the 4 could open the cell. That moment, the Dark members huddled together, half kneeling and whispering conspiratorially. "Tugu, I'll enter first. You keep watch at the door, ensuring it remains secure. As for the 2 of you, monitor the sides of the corridor, and should any strange sounds arise, do not engage. Immediately signal the duty room." After issuing the orders, the 4 members stood up, and Bao retrieved a long string of keys from his vest pocket. Having comprehended the Dark's plan in its entirety, Rinrin swiftly followed suit, preparing to slip in alongside Bao. As he opened the door, clicked as the key turned gently in the lock, the door swung open. Bao, holding a ninja short blade, formed a hand seal with one hand, his gaze piercing through the darkness, fixated on the seemingly lifeless Rinrin on the bed. Meanwhile, Tugu, hearing the click sound, was momentarily dazed, as if he had heard it not long ago. An ominous suspicion began to surface in his mind. Rinrin, however, quietly followed Bao's lead. Upon entering the cell, Rinrin's anxious heart finally began to ease. Picking up the pace slightly, he bypassed the intensely nervous Bao and approached the bedside. Crouching down to crawl beneath the bed. Given the circumstances, it was inevitable that his transformation technique would be exposed. Thus, he could only downplay the incident as a child's prank. After all, Senju Tobarama was on the brink of death at the hands of the golden and silver horns. Though it felt a bit lonely, no one in this village could discern his true intentions any longer. With this thought, Rinrin gradually relaxed, feigning sleep as he lay beneath the bed, inside the cell. Bao finally inched closer to Rinrin as the lantern's light shifted, illuminating Rinrin's face. Bao finally discerned the figure on the bed. In the next moment, he felt a tightening in his bladder, an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. There lay Rinrin, eyes wide and staring, fixed intently upon him like a rigid puppet. Although he did not wear the eerie smile Tugu had described, the fact that this fellow's eyes had just moved sent a chill down Bao's spine. Just then, a head suddenly emerged from beneath the bed, and astonishingly, it was yet another Rinrin. However, this Rinrin appeared less menacing, with a drowsy expression, squinting against the harsh light. "Hey, mister, what brings you to my room?" "The toilet is over there. Just take it out and dump it." A simple voice rang out. The next second, the Rinrin on the bed exploded into a pristine white pillow. The sound was not loud. Yet it startled the four dark members. Observing Rinrin's perplexed expression, Bao, who had just been terrified, suddenly felt his face flush with embarrassment. Waves of uncontainable rage surged within him that moment. He disregarded all thoughts of formidable close combat skills and terrifying adaptability. All he wanted was to drag Rinrin from beneath the bed and give him a thorough thrashing. Without further ado, Bao scowled and seized Rinrin by the collar, yanking him from beneath the bed. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a punch. "Damn you for scaring me, for keeping me up at night, for making me fetch the toilet. You nearly scared me to death." Bao's voice, laced with a hint of a sob. "Thunder, don't blame me for hitting you. This is merely standard procedure after a room inspection." Rinrin, with a peculiar expression, dodged left and right, but alas, his clothing was firmly grasped by Bao, and he still took several solid punches. This punch was in retribution for Tugu, who had nearly wet himself from fright. At the entrance, Tugu's face flushed crimson beneath his mask, his kunai creaking in his grip. "This punch was also for myself. For you tossing me around at night." Even suspended in midair, Rinrin remained undaunted, clawing at Bao as they exchanged blows. "You cowardly scoundrel. Put me down. I want to challenge you one-on-one. Release me at once. You'll tear my pajamas." Upon hearing these words, the dog at the door shivered and hurriedly stepped forward to block the two individuals, one large and one small, that he knew Rin better than anyone else in Konoha. This fellow was generous to his sister, but miserly to outsiders, especially when it came to clothing. Uchiha Ryota had to pay $1 million for a pair of shoes, and 4 ninjas from the Rain Village lost their lives for merely tearing the sleeve of this man's garment, an injustice greater than that suffered by Do-e. Having witnessed Rin's methods, the dog immediately positioned himself in front of Baku, carefully guiding Rin onto the bed and smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothes before releasing him, pulling Baku aside. The dog leaned in and whispered, "It doesn't matter if you injure someone, but do not tear his clothes." "Why?" Baku furrowed his brow in confusion. The dog awkwardly chuckled. "Have you heard this saying? If I don't extort you today, I'll never eat 4 dishes in my life." Upon hearing this, Baku's expression beneath his mask became peculiar. Was this the guy who extorted $1 million from the Uchiha clan? The dog nodded emphatically. Without further ado, Baku grabbed the dog and swiftly exited the cell. With a loud bang, the door closed, and the 4 of them exhaled in relief. "Let us go. There's nothing to worry about. Just the mischief of a troublesome brat," Baku called to the others before turning to the dog, complaining, "Why didn't you tell me 233 was that troublesome kid?" The dog scratched his head and sheepishly replied, "Captain, I thought you already knew. In the cell, Listening to the fading footsteps, Rin, bruised and battered, suddenly broke into laughter. Ha! Although he had been beaten, he felt no anger whatsoever. After all, compared to this minor incident, his gains from tonight were monumental. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique and Flying Thunder God Technique. While he didn't acquire the 8 gates of bypass he had longed for, the Flying Thunder God was an alternative compensation for 3 consecutive days. Rin remained in the Umbu dungeon, neither causing a ruckus nor calling out. Though the cell was cramped, the lighting dim, and using the restroom was quite inconvenient, everything is relative compared to the underground dungeons of the evil god cult. This place felt like paradise. Rin would lie on the bed, constantly recalling and contemplating. Eventually, he comprehended the segment describing the Flying Thunder God technique. To be honest, Rin never expected that it would take him 3 days just to grasp that single passage. Once he understood, he realized the challenges that lay ahead. First and foremost, the Flying Thunder God technique had exceedingly stringent training requirements. One must possess an acute sensitivity to the enigmatic nature of space. The passage also explicitly stated that unless one could use space-time ninjutsu with minimal chakra continuously, they would not meet the prerequisites to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Most importantly, space-time ninjutsu merely served as a stepping stone and did not guarantee mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the text added that the perception of space only improved when releasing space ninjutsu. Rin understood that as long as one was unafraid of death and the separation of head, body, and limbs, they could forge ahead, and innate talent would follow. This was splendid. I fear nothing. Losing my head. That's a trivial matter. The Book of Seals also detailed the distinctions among various teleportation techniques. Generally, teleportation techniques were categorized into 3 types: space ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. Rin could achieve teleportation effects through extraordinary explosive power, but that was merely a simple application of taijutsu. Setting aside himself, he recalled from memory other taijutsu users such as Naruto in the Nine Tails mode, Guy who had opened the 8 gates, and the Fourth Hokage. Although he had little interest in the Flying Thunder God technique, Rin diligently studied it. After all, if his business flourished in the future, he could traverse everywhere using the Flying Thunder God technique, conducting business and saving on airfare. Even if his business didn't expand, he could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique for delivering takeout or running errands. Even if he couldn't master the Flying Thunder God, he could always resort to the Multiple Shadow Clone technique. Once he learned the Multiple Shadow Clone technique, he could buy a plot of land outside Konoha and start a farm. Letting the Shadow Clones tend the fields would be a delightful arrangement as it wouldn't deplete his stamina, effectively resulting in unlimited chakra. This would mean that Shadow Clones would cost him nothing, equating to free labor. With these thoughts in mind, Rin scratched his toes, a smile dancing on his lips at that moment. The small window on the cell door creaked open, and the familiar mask of the dog appeared on the other side. 233. Your vacation is over. Upon hearing this, Rin's heart leapt with joy as he sprang from the bed and hurried to the window. What are we waiting for? Open the door, dog brother. Don't call me dog brother. The dog replied in a deep voice, tossing Rin's clothes from before his imprisonment into the cell. By the way, once you change, don't rush out. Lord Tobarama wants to see you. Lord Tobarama? Senju Tobarama. A flicker of confusion washed over Rin. Wasn't Senju Tobarama supposed to be dead? How could he want to see me? From Rin's limited memory, Tobarama should have died at the hands of the Gold and Silver Brothers. To be precise, he fought valiantly against the Silver Brother and heavily injured the Gold Brother. Suppressing his curiosity, Rin quickly changed into his clothes and followed the dog out of the now opened cell. In the Hokage's office, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, leaned back in his chair, his handsome face devoid of color, utterly pale that a ghastly wound pierced through his chest, and through it, one could faintly see his feeble heart beating. His blue armor was riddled with charred black marks, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Beside him, a ninja clad in a white coat, hands glowing with green light, continuously administered healing. Outside the Hokage's office, his 6 disciples awaited with various expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, eyes brimming with tears, anxiously waved over an umbu, inquiring, "Where's Sakurin? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Just as the umbu was about to respond, urgent footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. It was the dog, escorting Rin. Sarutobi Hiruzen, disregarding everything else, seized Rin by the sleeve. "Rin-kun, the teacher wants to see you. Hurry inside." After speaking, he was about to release him, but hesitated. Gripping Rin's sleeve once more. Rin-kun, the teacher is gravely injured. Don't speak carelessly. Do you understand? The normally composed Sarutobi Hiruzen now appeared somewhat lonely and helpless, seeing the tears glistening in his eyes. Rin silently nodded and pushed open the wooden door to the office. As he stepped inside, an umbu immediately closed the door behind him. Upon entering, Rin's gaze was instantly drawn to the massive wound on Senju Tobarama's chest. His brow instinctively furrowing. How are you still alive? You're not me. How could you endure such a fatal injury until you returned to the village? At that moment, Tobarama, leaning against his chair, slowly lifted his head. His crimson pupils fixing on Rin like a chisel. I see confusion in your eyes. Suko Rin, are you curious as to why I'm still alive? At his words, a tempest brewed within Rin, and the hairs on his arms stood on end. This man was growing more formidable the closer he came to death. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. No, I can't lie. My expression has already betrayed me. Deceit holds no value. With that, Rin steeled himself, nodding stiffly. Indeed, I am quite curious. Upon hearing Rin's admission, Tobarama suddenly smiled, the frost melting away. Then can you share your reasoning with this dying man? Rin could not suppress a swallow, his voice hoarse as he began. The Gold and Silver Brothers, heavyweights from the land of Lightning's Cloud Village, are known as the two lights in the clouds. Staunch advocates of martial prowess. The second Refuge, in contrast, is known for his steady and amiable demeanor. Yet, in the eyes of the Gold and Silver Brothers, he is perceived as weak. Most importantly, this battle did not last long. Both Konoha and Cloud Village suffered losses, but these losses were not crippling. Ultimately, both parties still possessed the capability to continue their struggle at this juncture. The Refuge opts for negotiation, which Goldhorn and Silverhorn would undoubtedly reject. At this point, Rin suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fixated intently on the wound on Senju Tobarama's chest. Lord Tobarama, has the second Refuge died? Upon hearing Rin's inquiry, Senju Tobarama couldn't help but applaud. His eyes filled with admiration. Shakafang Rin. Remarkable, truly remarkable. With just this fragment of information, you can deduce the ultimate outcome of this negotiation. Rin chose not to respond, deep in thought, when suddenly, his eyes brightened at the H-kin rope, the 7-star sword, and the red gourd. Senju Tobarama shook his head and replied, the amber clean bottle. A flicker of doubt stirred within Rin. The name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it before. Yet no matter how hard he tried to recall, it eluded him. Rin pondered. Senju Tobarama stared at him, his smile fading, and he sighed deeply before continuing. Although you did not guess correctly, it is not your fault. Your intelligence is, after all, limited. However, Rin-kun, your intellect has astonished me. Though you were already formidable, you now frighten me even more. To be candid, Rin-kun, in terms of foresight and understanding human nature, neither my brother, Uchiha Madara, nor I can compare to you. Upon hearing this, Rin broke into a cold sweat, a tempest of thoughts raging within him. Lord Tobarama, I beg you, please refrain from praising me. If you continue, I might just embarrass myself. Rin understood that the more Senju Tobarama admired him, the more perilous his own situation became. After all, he was not a citizen of Konohagakure. No, he could not afford to wait for death. He resolved to put on a performance, allowing this elder brother before him to experience victory, to relish a moment of satisfaction before his demise. With this thought, Rin sighed deeply and posed a question that was both foolish and astute. Then, Lord Tobarama, what is it that you require my presence for? To this, Senju Tobarama chuckled lightly, replying with intrigue. With your intelligence, cannot you deduce it? Hearing this, Rin fell silent, staring blankly at Senju Tobarama. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, Rin slowly shook his head, in the face of a life rapidly waning. All conjectures proved futile. The living could never fathom the thoughts of the dying. Simultaneously, Rin silently added in his heart, any person facing death is willful, free, and unconfined in thought, regardless of the reasons I might offer. In the end, events will inevitably unfold in a manner I most dread. Thus, in this instance, you have triumphed. With that, Rin sat down slowly yet resolutely. Considering I have not harmed Konohagakure, I have 2 requests. As he spoke, Rin lowered his head, concealing his entire face in shadow. First, I did not betray the Rain Village. I was merely killed due to my identity being exposed. Just inform Hanzo. Second, please treat Ryai kindly. She is only 4 years old and cherishes Konohagakure. Having said this, Rin's previously upright posture slumped, and he ceased to make any further sound, witnessing the flicker of life slowly extinguishing from Rin. Senju Tobarama sighed deeply. What a child who thoroughly understands the human heart. If only you were one of us from Konohagakure. Rin and Konohagakure appeared as two magnets forever unable to draw near, despite their mutual affinity. They could never unite. That in the past, he had chosen to expose his cunning to survive. Now, however, this very cunning rendered him a source of great concern for the higher-ups of Konohagakure, especially during this peculiar time. With Senju Tobarama on the brink of death, his worries for the future of Konohagakure would only amplify his apprehension towards Rin. Time passed, and eventually, Senju Tobarama slowly lowered his head. Shakafang Rin, you may go. Upon hearing this, Rin gradually raised his head, casting a profound glance at Senju Tobarama before standing up and departing. Watching Rin's retreating figure, Senju Tobarama let out a soft sigh, murmuring, I truly hope my brother is correct. And do not let me discover that you have harmed Konohagakure. Otherwise, even in death, I shall not spare you. Exiting the Hokage building, the night had already fallen. In the pitch-black alleyway, Rin turned back, his eyes lingering on the not-so-tall but immensely weighty edifice. Gazing at the illuminated Hokage office, he sighed softly. Lord Tobarama, may your journey be smooth. Time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, the news of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama's death and Sarutobi Hiruzen's succession as the third Hokage spread throughout the village. Outside the window, a torrential downpour commenced. Dressed in black, Rin sat in the corridor, watching the raindrops patter against the artificial rockery in the courtyard, observing the small lake ripple rhythmically. The Senju clan has officially withdrawn from the historical stage. Subsequently, the two Hokage from the Senju clan would merely serve as instruments of war. With this thought, Rin felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Uncertain of the reason, perhaps it was the sorrowful atmosphere within the village affecting him. Or perhaps it was his indescribable admiration towards Senju Tobarama, who had spared his life twice. He was a traverser, one who knew the future's trajectory, a traverser endowed with both wit and discernment. Yet, even with such significant advantages, he still felt as though he were treading on thin ice before Senju Tobarama. This sensation had not been evoked by anyone else since his arrival in this world. What an extraordinary individual. Rin smiled and shook his head. He had never encountered Senju Hashirama nor Uchiha Madara, but instinctively believed that neither of them could rival Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Madara, consumed by dreams and hatred, seemed like a puppet controlled by Kaguya, oblivious to his own status as a marionette. Senju Hashirama, perhaps incredibly powerful, perhaps unwavering in spirit, yet this individual always exuded a certain naivety, a point that Uchiha Madara, who failed to see clearly, inadvertently articulated as for Senju Tobarama. The majority of the esteemed places in Konohagakure were established by him. The formidable strength of Konohagakure was forged through his efforts. The peace that endured for 2 decades following their great war was built upon the solid foundations he laid. He possessed dreams, the patience to advance, and the determination to realize those dreams. Simply possessing these traits was remarkable. With that thought, Rin couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly, muttering to himself, enough of these musings, it's time. With that, he slowly rose and pushed open the door to his bedroom. Inside, Ryai, who was changing clothes, let out a sharp scream. Brother, what are you doing here? Quickly get out. Rin glanced at the black short-sleeved shirt in Aunt Akiko's hands. Then at Ryai, curling his lip in disdain. You little brat, have you forgotten? Just yesterday, I helped you change clothes, and now you're acting all high and mighty. Ryai stubbornly retorted. That was yesterday. Today, I'm a big girl. I can't let my brother see. Hearing this, Rin slapped his forehead, his expression darkening. You little rascal, I shouldn't have let you associate with Yazi and the others, spewing such nonsense. Don't even say I'm your brother. People would believe I was your father. In response, Ryai quickly hid behind Akiko, sticking her tongue out at Rin. Nya, my mommy wouldn't even look at you. You little brat. Rin's anger flared up instantly, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to deliver a dose of fatherly concern to the culprit. Aunt Kyuko knelt on the tatami, caught between laughter and tears. Yet, her words rang true. This child, Rin, had matured beyond his years. often leading others to unconsciously overlook his AG. In the end, Rin left the bedroom with a grim expression. In the corridor, dressed in black, were both Kato Ichiban and Kato Dansun. Kyuko emerged from the room, carrying Ri. The five of them, umbrellas in hand, stepped out onto the street, merging into the throng of dark-clad figures. At the Konoha Ninja Cemetery, where countless heroes of Konoha lay buried. A new gravestone had been erected beside that of Hashirama Senju. By the time Rin and the others arrived, a substantial crowd had already gathered. At the forefront stood the family, disciples, and subordinate ninjas of Tobarama Senju, lined up in solemnity. Rin found himself positioned towards the back, only able to watch from a distance as individuals, their expressions a mix of solemnity and sorrow, approached to lay flowers, small white blooms adorning the gravestone. The rain continued to fall. Time passed unknowingly until the funeral concluded, and the sky gradually darkened. The gathered mourners departed in silence, bustling away. Rin, holding Ri in his arms, set her down on the ground. "Aunt Kyuko, could you please take Ri back? I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to." Hearing this, Kyuko, her face still tinged with sadness, nodded slightly and took Ri's small hand. Acknowledging the Kato family with a nod, Rin silently observed their departing figures. Once again enveloped in quietude, the sky had turned pitch black. In the cemetery, an emptiness prevailed, save for the small silhouette in front of the gravestone. Tsunade, clad in a black short-sleeved top and skirt, her youthful visage clouded with numbness, stared blankly at the photograph of Tobarama Senju on the gravestone. Drops fell from her chin. Unclear whether rainwater or tears, Rin's gaze swept past Tsunade's figure, remaining silent. His identity as an undercover agent destined him to keep his distance from Tsunade, the princess of Konoha. Stepping around Tsunade, Rin slowly approached the gravestone, gazing at the composed and handsome visage of Tobarama. With a stoic expression, Rin retrieved a pristine white flower from his pocket and placed it atop the gravestone. He then gradually bent down, sitting cross-legged before Tobarama's memorial. "Lord Tobarama, this time, you've won. Surely, that must suffice. To be frank, I was genuinely at a loss back then. Acting foolishly felt like an affront to your intelligence. Yet, to tell the truth, we might very well be lying together now. Speaking of which, you truly are remarkable for having cornered me so effectively." As he spoke, Rin's voice grew softer, until a sudden smile broke across his expression, and he whispered in a tone only he could hear, "This time, you've won. Consider it a debt of a life owed to you. Should you require my assistance in the future, simply send me a dream." Finishing his words, he pushed against the ground to rise, ready to depart. Just then, Tsunade caught sight of Rin's handsome face, and a flicker of hatred ignited in her vacant eyes. She rushed forward, grabbing his collar, her fiery gaze locking onto Rin as she bellowed, "You, the dark operative from Amage Cure, did you leak my great uncle's whereabouts and cause his demise?" Tsunade's hoarse voice echoed through the deserted cemetery. Rin remained silent, his cold gaze casually surveying Tsunade. Her anger flared at the indifference in his eyes, and her already dwindling reason evaporated entirely. Bang! Tsunade's fist struck Rin's cheek with force. Unfortunately, her strength had waned, rendering her blows ineffective. Rin's head was knocked sideways, his gaze cast downwards, devoid of hatred. Only a profound sorrow for this young girl and for himself lingered within. Tsunade did not relent, gripping Rin's collar and pummeling his face with repeated strikes. Tears mingled with raindrops streamed down her face as she cried out, "Why? Why are you always thinking about war, about enemies, about destroying others' families? Why?" As she shouted desperately, Tsunade gradually released Rin's collar, collapsing to her knees. Covering her face in a torrent of tears, Rin remained mute, fully aware that countless eyes from the Umbu were fixated on him. Tragically, facing the helpless girl before him, he found himself unable to utter a single word of comfort. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he wiped the blood from his nostrils, turning away with purposeful strides. He had come to understand why Tobarama had revealed his undercover identity to Tsunade. Perhaps, at that moment, he was not the Hokage but merely a concerned grandfather. After all, his identity truly did not lend itself to closeness with Tsunade. Tobarama was indeed a worrywart. Muttering to himself, Rin exited the cemetery. The rain continued to pour, while Tsunade remained kneeling before Tobarama's grave, her hoarse voice silenced by grief. At that moment, the downpour above her suddenly ceased. Tsunade lifted her numb face, Recognizing the newcomer, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood over her. Holding a black umbrella to shield her from the rain, Tsunade's delicate brows furrowed once more. Why? Uncle Hiruzen, why do you keep that despicable dark operative, Sakuhu Rin, around? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed solemnly at the photograph of his mentor on the gravestone and sighed deeply. Before he departed, Tobarama-sensei instructed me not to disclose Sakuhu Rin's matters to you. As he spoke, his gaze grew dim. I understand the sensei's intention. He wishes to keep you and Sakuhu Rin at a distance. So, I asked him, why not start accepting him from our generation? After a prolonged silence, he patted my head, just like when I was a child. Subsequently, he left the decision in my hands. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gentle gaze turned to Tsunade. Now, I place the decision in your hands. Do you wish for the village to accept Sakuhu Rin? Upon hearing this, Tsunade sprang to her feet, head held high, flames of determination igniting in her eyes as she roared. No, a person who can only destroy peace will never be accepted by me. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes dimmed, and he nodded slowly. Very well. Then you need not know why the village has retained Sakuhu Rin. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. She did not comprehend the distinction between retaining and accepting, nor why she was not allowed to know the reason for Sakuhu Rin's presence in the village. With that thought, Tsunade stubbornly shook her head. Uncle Hiruzen, I want to know. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, gazing up at the cloudy sky, speaking in an ethereal tone. Sakuhu Rin, a dark operative from Amigakure, a direct disciple of Hanzo the Salamander. He was dispatched to Konoha to execute an undercover mission aimed at stealing intelligence. His disguise was that of one of the 2 surviving orphans from a slaughtered village in the land of soup. His character is malicious, cunning, and exceedingly greedy. His strength assessed at Jonin level, with formidable taijutsu. He possesses magnet release, a bloodline limit, and his intelligence is exceptionally high. Upon being unmasked, he immediately agreed to cooperate with the village. Using false information to mislead Hanzo the Salamander and possessing the ability to influence his actions. Pausing for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, Is that sufficient? Tsunade was momentarily stunned, her teeth clenched. What did sufficient mean? This was hardly enough. She needed to thoroughly understand this person and drive him out of the village. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Tsunade resolutely shook her head. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered no further comment and continued in that elusive tone. Sakuhu Rin originally belonged to a sinister cult, subjected to various abuses as a sacrificial child. He eventually found an opportunity to escape, infiltrating Amigakure, and killed the cult's envoy that followed him. Consequently, he caught Hanzo's attention and was taken on as a disciple. However, due to his lack of talent, he was subsequently neglected. Upon hearing this vastly different account, Tsunade stared incredulously at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, he continued to gaze at the horizon. It was at this point that Sakuhu Rin met his benefactor, Sakuhu Mizukama, and inherited his surname. Upon hearing this revelation, Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. She understood all too well the significance of inheriting a surname. Only under the unequivocal recognition of Rinnin by Suofang, Shueikong will he inherit the family surname. Sarutobi Hizashi did not cease his narration despite Tsunade's astonishment. This bond was later discerned by the suspicious Hanzo of the Salamander. In order to protect Suofang Shueikong, Rinnin accepted the order to become a covert agent. He was dispatched to Konoha and subsequently relocated to the land of hot water, where he fortuitously encountered the annihilation of the villages by the Rain Village ninjas, taking decisive action to slay his fellow villagers. It was during this tumultuous time that Rinnin's sister, Li Yi, was rescued. Later, Rinnin honored the dying wish of Li Yi's mother, to raise this child and bestow upon her the surname Suofang. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of her shock. She was oblivious to the myriad compromises and grievances that lay behind these events. Suofang Rinnin was, after all, merely a child. Tsunade pondered whether she could have accomplished such feats at that age. Though reluctant to admit it, an inner voice revealed the truth. She could not. Neither the prodigious Orochimaru, nor the even more gifted Kato Dan, nor even Uchiha Ryo, could bear such a heavy past. Reflecting on this, Tsunade could not help but recall Rinnin's playful, carefree visage during their time at the Ninja Academy. How could he manage to smile amidst such chaos? Sarutobi Hizashi's tale continued. Subsequently, Suofang Rinnin disguised himself as an orphan and, with his sister Suofang Li Yi, infiltrated Konoha. Due to our extensive intelligence on the Rain Village, We quickly saw through his charade upon his arrival. Why then was he not eliminated? Tsunade inquired anxiously. At this point, Sarutobi Hizashi sighed deeply. He requested that we care for his sister and claimed he had not betrayed the Rain Village, merely having been unmasked. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's body trembled slightly from the cold rain, coming to a standstill. Was he truly unwilling to relinquish his bonds and responsibilities, even in death? Gazing into Tsunade's widened eyes, Sarutobi Hizashi gently placed an umbrella into her hands, articulating his view of Sofeng Renin. In this chaotic era, such a young boy, striving to protect his sister and the teachers of the Rain Village. Amidst various conspiracies, he merely sought to safeguard his meager connections. Ultimately, he was but a pitiable soul. With that, Sarutobi Hizashi clasped his hands behind his back and departed slowly in the pitch-black night, amidst the fine rain. The desolate cemetery remained, leaving Tsunade in solitary confusion. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had passed away, yet the village was not as mournful as one might expect. The sorrow for the departed could not dilute the hard-won joy and yearning for peace. The deceased had departed. The living remained in the Hokage's office. Clad in ceremonial robes, Sarutobi Hizashi gazed at the reports spread across his desk with a pained expression. Less than a week after the death of the second Hokage, the Konoha Guard had apprehended 7 or 8 villagers causing disturbances while intoxicated. Furthermore, various tedious and cumbersome affairs flooded in, leaving Sarutobi Hizashi overwhelmed. For the first time, he truly felt the immense pressure resting upon his shoulders as a leader. These political matters could not be resolved merely by strength. On the contrary, power seemed particularly futile in such times. Tintin and Mito Minion clamored to join the administrative department to alleviate Hizashi's burdens. Shimura Danzo asserted, "Hizashi, you require an aide to manage the Umbu, and I am that aide." Conversely, Akimichi Toru, whom Hizashi trusted greatly, stated, "Hizashi, I am exhausted and weary. There are numerous barbecue restaurants at home awaiting my return to inherit." Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami, since the death of their teacher, had seemingly lost his mind, spending his days obsessively creating offspring and incessantly muttering about sending his son to Renin as a disciple. He envisioned Renin cultivating his son into the next Uchiha clan leader and the fourth Hokage, carrying on the will of Lord Hashirama and erasing the unfortunate Uchiha surname. The mere thought of this man lurking by the school gates waiting for Renin after classes made Sarutobi Hizashi's head throb painfully. Even more exasperating was the fact that the now unreliable Uchiha Kagami had somehow allied himself with the ever-erratic Renin, conspiring on undisclosed matters. The offspring of these two, possessing both Renin's cunning and the Uchiha Sharingan, stood a significant chance of becoming the fourth Hokage. It was akin to a fortified version of Uchiha Madara. The very notion left Sarutobi Hizashi feeling suffocated. One after another, they were all sources of his distress. Cursing softly, he gazed out the window. The sunset cast its golden rays over Konoha, and with no desire to attend to political affairs, he decisively rose and instructed the Umbu beside him to the cemetery. "I wish to see my teacher." With that, he departed the Hokage's office, lost in his thoughts that in truth, during the initial days of his succession, he did relish the thrill of wielding power. Yet, this exhilaration was fleeting. Soon after, he was overwhelmed by the boundless pressure and responsibilities weighing heavily upon him. In such moments, he often found solace at the graves of the first and second Hokages, traversing the streets. He engaged in playful banter with a few children and exchanged insights on postnatal care for sows with an elderly woman before arriving at the Konoha Ninja Cemetery. Today, he was not the sole visitor. Having mastered the shadow clone technique, Renin had long since delegated the burdensome task of blacksmithing to his clones, while also offloading the tedious chore of accompanying his sister on shopping excursions. With the repetitive nature of daily classes now behind him, he had effectively entered an early retirement. Sarutobi Hizashi slowly walked into the cemetery, soon recognizing the peculiar visitor before him. Renin sat cross-legged on the ground, facing the gravestone of the second Hokage, with a small table set before him. As Hizashi approached, he discerned the table's full arrangement. A small, square table was cluttered with an array of black and white pieces. Renin sat there, a black piece in his left hand, stroking his chin with the other, his gaze fixated on the table. Hizashi quietly approached Renin from behind, but the boy remained blissfully unaware, lost in contemplation. Ahem, Hizashi coughed lightly, interrupting Renin's train of thought. Renin-kun, what are you doing? At the sound, Rinnin instinctively turned around, and upon recognizing the third Hokage, he promptly rose. Uncle Hizashi, I was playing chess. Chess? What kind of chess? With whom? Sarutobi Hizashi inquired with curiosity. Go, with Lord Tobarama. Upon saying this, Rinnin enthusiastically pointed to the board, explaining the rules as best he could. This is Go, quite simple. One side is white, the other black, and once a piece is placed, it cannot be moved. One side plays, then the other. He gathered all the pieces from the board into a bowl, then placed a black piece down. See, once this black piece is placed, it cannot move. And these 4 points around it are called liberties. As he elaborated, Rinnin placed 4 white pieces around the black one that if the black piece loses its liberties, it is captured. He then removed the black piece, indicating where it had been placed. This spot is forbidden for the black piece to land again. It is called a forbidden point. There you have it. Simple, right? As his explanation concluded, Sarutobi Hizashi nodded thoughtfully. Compared to shogi, where each piece has specific movements, this indeed seemed quite straightforward. Shall we have a game? Rinnin chuckled inwardly, thinking how simple it would be to crush Hizashi's head in a match. Upon arriving at this realization, Rinrin moved the chessboard and began to play a game before the gravestone of the second Hokage. Although it was termed a match, it was, in truth, a one-sided affair of bullying. Rinrin laid various traps on the board, employing cunning tactics, swiftly devouring all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's pieces with ease. In contrast, even when surrounded, Hiruzen skillfully maneuvered to prevent Rinrin from capturing a single piece. After several consecutive losses, Hiruzen's expression gradually darkened. He truly hadn't anticipated that, after being thoroughly vexed by Rinrin and Uchiha Kagami during work hours, he would once again be soundly defeated by this fellow on the chessboard after clocking out. Sensing Hiruzen's frustration about to boil over, Rinrin hastily pushed aside his advantageous position. Uncle Hiruzen, this is quite dull. The essence of Go lies in the intellectual confrontation. Let us say you embody the wisdom of Lord Tobarama, and we shall daringly attempt to emulate the intellect of Lord Hashirama. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen initially intended to refuse, but then recalled how effortlessly Tobarama had managed the village, prompting him to consider whether he too should learn from his mentor. With this thought in mind, Hiruzen slowly nodded. Very well, let us proceed. Thus, the two resumed their game. This time, Rinrin abandoned his previous methodical style, charging in recklessly like a headstrong youth. Hiruzen, on the other hand, adopted a more cautious approach, contemplating each move from Tobarama's perspective, meticulously considering how his teacher would respond. Before long, Rinrin's black pieces lay in disarray at the hands of the white. Yet, even as victory loomed, there was no trace of joy upon Hiruzen's face. Instead, he grew increasingly apprehensive. This seemingly simple game of chess, with its novel strategies, intriguingly mirrored the principles of warfare. In stark contrast, shogi felt somewhat constricted and lacking in grandeur. Gradually, he began to grasp the nuances of the game, and the flow of play became increasingly intuitive. Furrowing his brow, Rinrin fixed his gaze on the dismal state of the board, suddenly breaking into a grin. Indeed, Lord Tobarama's wisdom surpasses that of Lord Hashirama. With that, Rinrin shifted his tone. However, what makes Lord Hashirama remarkable is his power to transcend the rules and create new ones. Just as he spoke, Rinrin swiftly swept his hand across the board, scattering the pieces into disarray. Hiruzen, momentarily taken aback, shook his head in resignation before bursting into laughter. To have become Hokage. Hiruzen was no fool. On the contrary, his mind was exceptionally sharp. He quickly grasped Rinrin's intent in challenging him to chess. Rather than merely playing, it was evident that Rinrin was subtly guiding him. Understanding this, Hiruzen felt no anger. He was not one to be power-hungry or arrogant. Otherwise, he would not have shared his authority with Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mido Kaori. Instead, Hiruzen was the true inheritor of the will of fire. Thus, he did not mind Rinrin's discreet pointers towards becoming an exemplary Hokage. It was a duality that was both challenging and straightforward. Either emulate Lord Hashirama's might to subdue all adversaries, or adopt Lord Tobarama's calm wisdom to govern the village. Hiruzen yearned for both. In that moment, this typically unambitious third Hokage felt a surge of passion. Shall we play another game? Rinrin inquired with a cheerful smile. Let us have another round. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. In the ensuing match, the pace of both players slowed considerably, the previous flurry of moves seemingly forgotten, as the board took on an unexpectedly harmonious quality. Seizing the opportunity, Hiruzen casually remarked, "I've heard you've been sneaking around with Kagami lately?" "Hey," Rinrin chuckled, "I can't be blamed for that. He waits for me every day at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, leaving me no choice but to comply." Hiruzen, engaging in the conversation, probed further. "What do you two discuss? Surely you never run out of topics." "Not at all. We've long exhausted our discussions. It's that Uchiha Kagami who remains perpetually dissatisfied," Rinrin replied, rolling his eyes, "that we hardly discuss much. That fellow has gone mad, obsessing over procreation, and his wife is on the verge of depression because of it." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's gaze shot up, staring incredulously at the childlike Rinrin, internally lamenting. This guy speaks with such an air of maturity. Unbeknownst to Rinrin, he had been silently critiqued. He continued, "He is always pestering me to teach his son, insisting that he wants his child to be as cunning as a fox." "Uncle Hiruzen, can you believe that is something a person would say?" As the conversation unfolded, Rinrin sighed in feigned exasperation. Hiruzen, echoing the sentiment, sighed heavily, his expression darkening. Moreover, he inquired how to instill the will of fire into his child's very soul. At this, Hiruzen's interest peaked. Forgetting the game entirely, he hurriedly asked, "Do you have an answer?" "Of course." I told him to first have the child, and then seek assistance from the Yamashiro clan to directly implant the will of fire into the child's mind. Rinrin stated matter-of-factly. "Good heavens, I must have been blind to ask if you had an answer." Hiruzen's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to expel the frustration building in his chest. "That method is rather superficial. Do you have a more refined approach?" he inquired, his voice quavering slightly. Rinrin nodded. Kagami's reaction was similar to yours. He too asked if I had a better method. I suggested brainwashing the child first, then sending them to the cult of the evil god. Who knows, by the time they return, they might possess my intellect, while also awakening the Sharingan, all while retaining the essence of the will of fire, truly perfect. Hiruzen was now thoroughly disinclined to continue conversing with this individual. Suddenly, a question crossed his mind, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Rinrin, how do you perceive the will of fire?" As soon as he spoke, Rinrin's hand, poised to make a move, froze mid-air. He lifted his gaze to meet Hiruzen's. "Uncle, do you think someone like me, with my experiences, is still worthy of bearing the weight of the entire village?" With a scratch of his head, Rinrin continued, "The will of fire represents ideals, aspirations. Uncle, do you think I possess such lofty, ethereal concepts? What I have is merely a fragment of emotion, and that is what I am willing to fight tooth and nail to protect." Rinrin laughed lightly, discarding his piece and swiftly rising to leave the cemetery. Watching Rinrin's carefree silhouette fade into the sunset, Hiruzen finally bent down to pick up the fallen pieces, addressing the empty surroundings. "From now on, there is no need to monitor Sarutobi Rinrin." Having subtly nudged Hiruzen, Rinrin felt content as he made his way home, in the time following the death of the second Hokage. Senju Tobarama, he had experienced great joy. Though it may sound somewhat inappropriate, Rinrin did not wish to deceive himself. He simply wanted to express, the shadow clone technique is the eternal god, in his eyes. Employing the technique for combat or reconnaissance was a gross misappropriation of Tobarama's brilliant invention. Using shadow clones to generate income was far more appealing, as was utilizing them to study other jutsu, or even to hone various skills he found tedious to train. This contraption is undoubtedly the quintessential accessory for the indolent, a veritable boon for those who traverse realms. Reflecting on this, Rin couldn't help but sigh with a tinge of regret. Although the shadow clone technique was remarkable, his chakra reserves permitted him to create only 3 clones at a time. In stark contrast to Naruto, who could summon hundreds, Rin felt woefully inadequate. However, this realization unveiled a disadvantage of his immortality, the total amount of chakra. Currently, his chakra levels were comparable to that of a typical chunin. Upon reaching this threshold, no amount of training or extraction seemed to increase his reserves, as if this were the inherent limit of his immortal state. This hypothesis was not unfounded, as the chakra extraction technique elucidated that chakra is synthesized from a person's mental and physical energies in a specific ratio. Thus, individuals with unwavering resolve possess greater mental energy, while those with robust physiques harbor more physical energy. This presented a conundrum. Due to prolonged exposure to high-intensity burdens, Rin's physical strength had been gradually increasing, with his muscle and bone density improving continuously. Yet, The physical energy extracted from each of his cells appeared stagnant. He even speculated that in the original narrative, Haiden's chakra levels were merely that of a genin, considering his apparent lack of intellect. The drawbacks of insufficient chakra were painfully evident. Techniques like wood release, advent of the tree world were beyond his reach. Nevertheless, Rin could still manage to execute the Flying Thunder God technique with relative ease. However, the very thought of this technique only deepened Rin's frustration. Perhaps due to his complete lack of sensitivity to spatial awareness, mastering it proved exceptionally arduous, despite having 70 or 80 shadow clones training tirelessly outside the village. He could only manage to teleport a mere few meters with alarming frequency of failure. Often, only half of his body would succeed in traversing the distance, leaving the other half behind. Each attempt culminated in the demise of a clone. And the burden of memories returned from these clones was exceedingly taxing. Even someone as accustomed to peril as Rin found the relentless agony of dismemberment challenging to endure, let alone an ordinary person without his unique experiences. Experiencing the arduous nature of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Rin grew increasingly envious of the innate talents possessed by Hashirama Senju and, in later generations, Minato Namikaze, especially Minato, who had seemingly perfected the technique to an extraordinary degree, enabling him to traverse the entirety of the Land of Fire and reach battlefields with remarkable swiftness. It is worth noting that the further the range of the Flying Thunder God technique, the greater the difficulty and chakra consumption involved. Fortunately, despite the painfully slow progress reminiscent of a snail's pace, there was nonetheless some advancement. He believed that in the foreseeable future, he would ascend to the position of Hokage, free to traverse wherever his heart desired. Embracing the spirit of AQ, his mood lightened once more as he treaded under the waning rays of the setting sun. His steps were buoyant as he approached his home. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over him, causing Rin's brow to furrow in alarm. What on earth? All his clones practicing the Flying Thunder God outside the village had perished, straining to recollect the memories from the clones just moments prior. Rin stroked his chin in deep contemplation. Based on the overwhelming sense of compression relayed by the clones, it must have been an earth or wind-based ninjutsu. A technique capable of annihilating nearly 70 of his clones must possess a considerable range. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Rin's mind. Who on earth would have the audacity to interfere with a multitude of shadow clones? Reflecting on his own idle state, Rin resolved to venture beyond the village to confront this equally bored adversary. Without hesitation, he formed a series of hand seals. Inu, Tatsu, Nu, Ushi, Hitsuji, Tori, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a resounding pop, a clone materialized, and Rin gestured towards the Kato residence, instructing, "You return and rest." With that, he pressed his toes against the ground. Vanishing in an instant to prevent this trivial opponent from escaping, Rin quickened his pace, dashing out of the village like a fleeting shadow. In under 5 minutes, he traversed from the Kato residence, situated within the village, to the location where his clones had met their untimely demise. The scene before him was one of utter devastation. The trees lay in disarray, and the ground resembled a battlefield ravaged by a wild beast. As Rin meticulously examined the remnants, seeking traces of his assailant, a peculiar, faintly sweet aroma wafted into his nostrils. Such a familiar milky scent. This individual hasn't weaned yet. Just as he thought, Rin's brow knitted in sudden realization. No, it was Tsunade's scent. Without a moment's hesitation, Rin followed the fading trail. There was no doubt, Tsunade was in peril. At this juncture, she should not have possessed the strength to eliminate all of his clones. Moreover, as the granddaughter of Hashirama, she would not venture outside the village at night unless she had been abducted, and her captors must be at least Jonin-level shinobi. This was no longer a question of whether to rescue her. It had become imperative to retrieve her unscathed. Having grown accustomed to the presence of the Inuzuka clan's dogs, Rin was keenly aware that they were no longer tailing him. With the moment he had just escaped the watchful eyes of the Umbu. The princess of Konoha had been kidnapped. This was an unmitigated disaster. With his heart racing, Rin's pace intensified. Shadow Clone Jutsu, forming hand seals once more. A series of soft pops echoed as he expended his chakra to create 3 clones. They proceeded to conceal themselves, preparing for a stealthy ambush. The clones slowed their pace, trailing behind Rin's original form as he summoned a fresh surge of chakra. From his back, sand and iron began to emerge, coalescing into a colossal sword. far exceeding his height, that a wave of relief washed over Rin as the tension in his muscles dissipated, and his blood surged with renewed vigor. Purging the toxins from his body invigorated him. After a refreshing shudder, Rin exerted his legs with renewed force, accelerating beyond what ordinary eyes could perceive. Liberated from his previous constraints, his base sprinting speed had reached the level of instantaneous movement. Not far ahead, three figures clad in ninja attire rushed forward, with one of them hoisting a girl with a high ponytail, Tsunade, on his shoulder. Their trajectory led them towards the northwest of Konoha, bound for the land of Earth's eastern region, where they intended to deliver their captive to a buyer who had offered a substantial sum. In other words, they were mercenary shinobi. As they hurried along, the ninja carrying Tsunade suddenly furrowed his brow. "Big brother, someone is pursuing us." "How many?" the man at the rear of the trio inquired. Point 1. At this revelation, Tsunade, who had been feigning unconsciousness, abruptly stiffened, with her lineage tracing back to the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. Inheriting the formidable traits of both, she was not easily subdued. Upon hearing that only a single person was in pursuit, a flicker of hope ignited within her. That you, Uncle Hiruzen, in her moment of desperation. Tsunade fervently wished for the one chasing her to be Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet the thought quickly turned absurd. Hiruzen had only just assumed the role of Hokage. How could he possibly pursue her alone? Even if he did, he would undoubtedly be accompanied by a cadre of Umbu. With this realization, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over her, and she couldn't suppress her regret. Had she known, she would have refrained from lingering by the South River and certainly would not have delayed her return until nightfall. "Get away! Don't pursue us! You'll die!" As Tsunade wrestled with her anxiety, the trio of kidnappers landed, setting her down. The bald man trailing behind bore an expression of grim seriousness, his face smeared with war paint. "Bing, you take the cargo and go ahead. A and I will hold off the pursuer. We'll regroup at the secret base on the border of the Fire Country." "No!" Bing exclaimed, panic overtaking him as he realized it was too late to escape. His gaze darkened as he glanced towards Konoha, where the ground trembled slightly, trees splintered, and debris flew as though a ferocious beast was barreling forth. "Stay alert." A taijutsu-type ninja, the elder brother, known as Jia, spoke in a deep-voiced day. As soon as his words fell, a handsome youth wielding a massive sword fashioned from a door panel descended from the dark woods. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath him crumbled. "Well, where are you gentlemen taking our princess of the washboard from Konoha?" he taunted, a sly smile playing on his lips. Hearing that familiar voice and tone, Tsunade, who was feigning unconsciousness, felt a wave of darkness wash over her. How could it be this guy? Damn it, he actually called me a washboard. The name she despised filled her with rage, causing her to grit her teeth and tremble, nearly forgetting her predicament of being kidnapped. "You scoundrel, I must grow to be extraordinarily large, blindingly bright enough to dazzle your eyes." Tsunade seethed inwardly at Rin, while Rin, glancing at the three figures before him, felt a heaviness settle in his heart. The trio, clad in the most common civilian attire, stood in a formation, blocking his path. Though not a sensing ninja, Rin could tell from their imposing presence that these three were formidable adversaries. TSK 3J Nin. This is troublesome. With his extraordinary explosive strength, he could easily handle 1J Nin. Against 2, he could manage with some cleverness and the advantages of his immortality. However, facing 3J Nin would pose a significant challenge. They could support each other and restrain his attacks with overlapping ninjutsu. Moreover, those who reached the rank of J Nin were unlikely to have any significant weaknesses, particularly in combat experience. In a fleeting moment, a plan emerged in his mind. Just as Rin pondered, a bolt of blue-purple lightning shot forth, aimed directly at him. Lightning release. False darkness. Rin's brow furrowed, and he instantly vanished from his spot, evading the creeping bolt of lightning. "What the hell? Are you attacking me from behind? You can't handle this, you little trash." From a nearby branch, Rin looked down at the three with disdain. Impressive explosive power, but not the average brat. Jia's expression remained stoic as he disregarded Rin, his gaze sweeping over the ground where Rin had just stood. Sturdy physique, specializing in taijutsu. Maintain distance. I'll intercept him with the second, while the third secures the target. Plan 2. Swift resolution. After his rapid-fire instructions, the three nodded in unison and dispersed in a flash. Rin made no attempt to stop them, not out of desire, but necessity. The moment the trio had gathered, it seemed a golden opportunity to strike. Yet there was no chance to do so. Charging in recklessly would likely expose his immortality, and he could not afford that. His immortality, one of his trump cards, could only be revealed under the condition of ensuring the enemy's defeat. On the opposing side, the one holding Tsunade, known as Bing, retreated to the edge of the battlefield. With swift motions, 3 silver iron rods were thrust into the ground, forming a triangle. Using brute force, Bing tossed Tsunade into the center and looked down at her, who remained silent and feigned death. There's no need to pretend. Your heartbeat has already betrayed you. With a contemptuous smirk, Bing swiftly formed hand seals, lightning release, thunder binding. With a crackle, a bolt of blue lightning leapt from his fingers, striking the iron rods and creating a triad of blue barriers. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air. Seeing herself ensnared by Bing's ninjutsu, Tsunade ceased her pretense, rising quickly with a serious expression. 100 meters away, Rin, dodging various earth and fire techniques, caught a glimpse of Tsunade and felt his heart sink. Damn it! How did this girl wake up? How can I showcase my immortality now? I could eliminate the 3 captors, but I can't silence Tsunade. Just as Rin was lost in thought, he suddenly felt something slippery beneath his feet. Glancing down instinctively, his heart dropped at, oh no, quicksand. Are you really trying to shove mud into my pants? Not far off, Jia knelt, hands forming the yearn seal, staring intently at Rin. Damn it, 3J yearn are truly a hassle. As he mentally cursed, another gust of chakra-infused wind shot towards him. In that instant, Rin rapidly formed hand seals. Substitution technique. With a resounding bang, the wind blast shattered the substitute tree stump into a flurry of wood shavings. Rin narrowly avoided the wind technique, reappearing on a distant tree, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. That was close. You all truly coordinate seamlessly. Upon hearing Rin's compliment, Jia's expression remained unchanged, though he glanced at the myriad of cracks on the stone wall nearby, his heart filled with disbelief. This little brat had once again shattered his expectations. Not only was his physical prowess exceptional, but his mastery of the substitution technique was equally remarkable. Damn it, judging by his appearance, he can't be more than 10 years old. Where did he find the time to train? When I was 10, I was still an inexperienced genin, while this kid is going toe-to-toe with 2 seasoned yearn, that if it weren't for my familiarity with the Earth return, I might have fallen victim to this guy's ambush. However, he didn't believe Rin's stamina could remain at peak levels indefinitely. As long as this kid grew weary, their side would have a chance. On the other side of the battlefield, Bing looked at Tsunade, whose expression was icy within the confines, and a cruel smile crept across his lips as he mocked. Is the princess of Konoha truly so cold-blooded? Just watching her comrades from the village fight desperately, without a hint of concern. Tsunade remained silent, her gaze fixed on the battlefield, her mind racing with thoughts. Shakafeng Rin is an undercover agent from the Rain Village. Not a comrade, not a comrade, not a comrade. Just then, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, as Rin successfully launched a surprise attack, instantly obliterating Jia's head. However, before Rin could comprehend what had just transpired, Jia's body transformed into a clay clone that ensnared Rin. Subsequently, Rin was pierced through the left shoulder joint by a swift wind blade, blood spraying forth. Seeing this, Tsunade gasped and instinctively rushed towards Rin without a second thought. Yet, barely 2 steps in, the blue barrier between the iron rods flared to life, accompanied by a deafening crackle, paralyzing her and causing her to collapse onto the ground. Witnessing Rin fall into dire straits, Tsunade could no longer convince herself that in her mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words echoed relentlessly. In the end, he's just a pitiful guy, just a pitiful guy. Thinking of this, Tsunade could no longer hold back her tears, desperately lifting her head from the earth. Shakafeng Rin, hurry and leave. Get out of here. You still have to protect your sister. You can't die here. Her voice choked, growing ever more subdued. Hearing Tsunade's desperate cries, Rin momentarily froze, instinctively glancing in her direction. How does she know I need to protect my sister? Could it be Sarutobi Hiruzen? Why can't they keep their mouths shut? Seeing Rin momentarily dazed, Bing, who had been covertly observing Rin from Tsunade's side, felt a surge of excitement. An opportunity. Bing activated the body flicker technique, swiftly closing in on Rin while forming hand seals with lightning speed. Lightning release. False darkness. In an instant, a bolt of blue-purple lightning struck Rin, piercing through his chest. Got him! Jia, and Bing exclaimed in unison. Just then, Rin suddenly popped into a tree stump, landing on the ground. Not good. Substitution technique. Beware of a counterattack, Jia exclaimed in a panic. Just as his warning fell from his lips, Rin appeared behind Bing in an instant, his clenched fist swinging heavily towards the back of Bing's head. Danger. Third. With a sudden, piercing cry, Jia formed a series of hand seals in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the ground trembled, and a colossal earthen wall surged upwards, erecting a barrier between Linren and Bing. Simultaneously, without a moment's hesitation or a glance back, Bing lunged forward, determined to distance himself from the brutish youth. This was a consensus among the three of them. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he was but a mere step away from the wooden stake of Linren's substitution technique. Seizing the opportunity, Jia and Yi unleashed a large-scale, encompassing ninjutsu against Linren, who was obscured by the earthen wall. This time, they intended to eliminate Linren once and for all. The ambushed Linren was instantly engulfed by the onslaught of ninjutsu that surged towards him, just as Jia and Yi's faces brightened with hope. A soft thud echoed. The Linren, struck with immense force, transformed into a puff of white smoke, dissipating rapidly. Upon witnessing this, Jia's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads, and he let out a panicked scream. This is bad. Shadow clone. Stay alert. Speaking in a flurry, Jia's gaze darted between Yi and Bing, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. True to his instincts, when he laid eyes on Bing, a chill coursed through his heart. There stood Bing, at the very spot where Linren had been struck by lightning release. False darkness. The wooden stake of the substitution technique already vanished. In its place was an arm, gruesomely soaked in blood. This arm, not particularly robust, protruded from Bing's chest, the bloodied hand clutching a still-beating heart. That moment, Bing's face was rigid, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With agonizing slowness, he lowered his head. Beholding his heart, the heart that was of immeasurable importance to him, the night deepened. The silvery moon peeked through the clouds for the first time, casting its cold luminescence upon the now silent battlefield. Through the treetops and leaves, the moonlight illuminated the sinister, cruel smile that graced Linren's lips. Stop! A shrill roar reverberated through the forest. Too late. Linren remained unmoved, exerting a gentle pressure with his palm, crushing the still-living heart before the eyes of Jia and Yi. In the distance, at the edge of the battlefield, Tsunade lay weakly on her side, her tilted head capturing every harrowing moment, feeling as though a massive stone pressed against her chest, rendering her utterly miserable. She had never witnessed such a brutal scene, or perhaps, as a student of the Ninja Academy, she had never encountered such bloody spectacles. Yet, strangely enough, she felt no revulsion towards Linren, the architect of this gruesome display. Gradually, she began to empathize with Sarutobi Harizen's words, feeling an unexpected pity for Linren. What kind of reality could harden the heart of a boy not yet 10? What kind of reality could allow Linren to crush a heart without a flicker of emotion? Cruelty is not innate. It is the world's pain that breeds indifference in return. That moment, Tsunade suddenly yearned to uncover the past of Linren, to know every minute detail of his history. Shukafang Linren, how wonderful it would be if you were a companion of the village, on the battlefield, with hollow eyes, being gradually collapsed, akin to Tsunade, who had been numbed by electric shock. The difference was that he had also lost the right to breathe. He was dead, in a manner from which rebirth could not save him, for his heart had already turned to mush, scattered upon the ground. Die. You must die. I will crush every bone in your body. Perish. Gazing at the lifeless Bing, Jia's indifferent expression vanished, replaced by boundless fury. Meanwhile, Yi's expression grew even more frenzied. Die. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Yi frantically formed hand seals, his hands moving in a blur. In an instant, a rapidly spinning gust of air shot towards Linren. Linren let out a cold chuckle, his figure vanishing from sight as his mind raced to process information. He had sensed the resemblance among the three. Now, with Bing's death, these two fools were reacting so vehemently. Undoubtedly, they were brothers. Excellent. Let the chaos ensue. Expend your chakra freely, and when you are drained, I shall step in to obliterate both of you fools. The ninjutsu erupted, the winds howled, and flames surged forth as the earth heaved. Temporarily abandoning his offensive, Linren maneuvered like a nimble monkey, leaping from tree to tree. Before long, the entire battlefield was reduced to barren ground, ravaged by the incessant explosions of ninjutsu. Damn it! You won't escape. Jia, now devoid of calm, clapped his hands together with a twisted expression that it was evident that he was going all out. Earth release. Earth flow river. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in a torrent of yellow mud, the ground turning thick and soft. Linren leapt swiftly into the air, surveying the sluggish, flowing muck beneath him, his brow furrowed in frustration. Damn it, this is troublesome. On the other side, he continued to form hand seals, his chest swelling. Fire release. Fireball technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The wind fueled the flames, and a roaring inferno instantly swept through the sky. Linren, airborne and unable to evade, hastily formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. A puff of white smoke erupted, and a shadow clone appeared beneath Linren. Seizing the moment, he propelled himself higher, narrowly escaping the combined ninjutsu. Bastard, seeing Linren evade his ultimate move, now completely unhinged, became even more deranged. His chakra was running low, yet Linren was still vibrant, darting about like a slippery eel. Scanning the battlefield rapidly, he spotted Tsunade trapped at the edge. A cruel smile creeping across his lips. Big brother, hold him off. I'll be right back, he exclaimed swiftly, casting a glance at Tsunade. Jia, with bloodshot eyes, immediately understood, a similarly cruel grin forming on his face. With a burst of speed, he raced to the battlefield's periphery. Meanwhile, Jia unleashed the Earth release. Earth Dragon Bomb without restraint. Linren had no choice but to draw forth his large sword, blocking it before being pushed further away. Due to the muddy ground, Linren lost his greatest asset, his speed. Without speed, he could only continually summon shadow clones to forcibly alter his trajectory. That moment, he had reached Tsunade, a cruel gleam in his eyes as he approached the helpless figure. As he grasped a metal rod from the ground, inching closer, Tsunade's heart raced with growing dread. Her body remained achingly numb, utterly immobile. He was close. He stood before Tsunade, slowly drawing a meter-long ninja blade from behind and pressing it against her neck. Glancing at Linren with a face full of malice and delight. Little brat, you dare chase me alone. It seems you have a fondness for this little lady. Upon hearing this, Linren's anxiety surged. No, big brother. We can discuss this. If you harm Tsunade, I will truly be in a dire situation. In the midst of his thoughts, Linren summoned another shadow clone, using it as a springboard to evade a barrage of shurikens. No more dodging. Otherwise, I'll start by chopping off this little lady's legs. He bellowed in a frenzied rage, his ninja blade poised to strike Tsunade's legs. That moment, Tsunade felt utterly despondent, taking a deep breath and mustering her remaining strength to shout at Linren. Get out! You're not from Konoha. You don't need to save me. Just go. As she spoke, crystalline tears streamed down her cheeks. Hearing her words, he abruptly turned, his face twisted with cruelty, delivering a kick to Tsunade's face. The delicate, beautiful features of the girl instantly swelled. Witnessing this, Linren's expression grew cold. Gradually descending, Linren's legs sank into the slick yellow mud, his icy gaze fixed firmly on from a distance. Unflinching, glared back at Linren, a haughty and dangerous smirk playing on his lips, clearly believing he had the upper hand. Meanwhile, Jia seized the opportunity to draw a kunai and launch it. Clang. Linren instinctively swung the large sword to block the kunai, which had become lodged in the ground. Upon seeing this, Jia's fury erupted. Damn brat, how dare you block? Teach him a lesson. Mar the face of our prize. He was momentarily taken aback, but her eyes soon sparkled with determination as she brandished the kunai with fervor. Meanwhile, Tsunade was enveloped in a complete sense of despair. She had no desire to die, nor did she wish to mar her appearance. Yet, despite this, she resolutely bit her lip, suppressing any sound that might escape her lips. She was afraid that she might inadvertently plead for help from Rin, afraid that this young man would recklessly rush to her aid if given the choice. She wished for Rin to simply walk away. After all, if he were to perish, the fragile bond he had sought to protect would vanish with him. As the kunai was raised high and poised to descend, Rin's grim expression suddenly transformed into a grin, his eyes igniting with a fierce light. Throw! With a thunderous shout, another shadow clone of Rin emerged at the periphery of the battlefield, not far from Tsunade. In that instant, the shadow clone raised its arm with all its might, hurling a brick-like object into the fray. Scribbled upon the brick were the words, Mundo. Go wherever you wish. Now's the time, Rin bellowed. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, the brick appeared precisely between the kunai and Tsunade. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Rin, unerringly positioned before Tsunade, used the large wooden board sword strapped to his back to deflect the impending strike, yet both of his arms remained behind, driven mad by rage. He could no longer tolerate Rin's relentless tactics to in an instant. She seized the board sword from him and swung it once more. Splat! A wound gaped open on Rin's back, blood spraying forth. Unable to contain himself, Rin splattered blood across Tsunade's face. Their eyes locked. Rin's bloodied grin conveyed a bitter smile. If you die, there will be no clarity left. With the kunai raised high, he aimed for Rin's heart, thrusting downward again. Splat! The blade pierced through his heart, and Rin could no longer hold back. Expelling another mouthful of blood as he gazed into Tsunade's dilating pupils. His expression softened, and a gentle smile crept across his lips. Don't swallow my blood. It's laced with poison. Rin recalled the horrific sight of the experimental subjects from the evil god cult, who, after injecting themselves with his blood, were overtaken by weeds that ultimately transformed them into thickets. Tsunade stared blankly at Rin's face, feeling as though time had come to a standstill, silent tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Rin, for the first time, she called out his name, desperately reaching out to stroke Rin's rigid features. At that moment, looking down upon the pitiful pair, disdainfully kicked Rin's lifeless body aside. Still entangled in your little romance, even in death. How revolting. Allow me to grant you both a swift end. With that, he raised the kunai once more, aiming for Tsunade's vacant gaze. Just then, Jia, burdened with Bing's corpse, hurried forward to block he. Brother, the obstacle is dead. Let us take the prize and complete the mission. It is still 2 hours to the border of the Land of Fire. Don't waste time. If the Konoha pursuers catch up, neither of us will escape unscathed. At those words, weary beyond measure, sighed and slowly nodded as the two prepared to hoist the now motionless Tsunade. Rin, who appeared lifeless and breathless, suddenly grinned, as if rising from the dead in the distance. Where Rin had previously landed, two hands had mysteriously crawled together, forming a strange seal. Come forth, sword. With a frenzied roar, the large board sword he held trembled violently, hurtling toward her before she could react. Rin had been biding his time, concealing his magnetic release technique for this very moment. After all, once his trump card was revealed, these two would certainly be on guard. Jia, being more experienced, knew that exposing his earth release would mean losing his last chance for a comeback. Thus, even when Rin was mercilessly battered in midair, he refrained from using his sword flight technique. The two arms were not left behind by the flying thunder god technique. Rather, they were intentionally left by Rin to secretly form a seal unnoticed. With a resounding crack, Yi's head burst like a shower of cherry blossoms. The board sword continued on its trajectory, now aimed at Jia's head. Jia, being slightly older and more seasoned, did not have the luxury of shock. His hand, smeared with brain matter, formed a seal, and in an instant he vanished. However, Rin would not allow him to escape so easily. The lonely hands in the distance formed another seal. Screw you, sword 23. In an instant, the large board sword disintegrated, transforming into 10 slender blades that shot toward Jia's reappearing location. The speed increased exponentially as the blades took flight. Horrified, Jia, still disoriented from forcefully using the body flicker technique, saw countless flying swords aimed at him. Oh no. Earth release. Earth return. In that moment, Jia resorted to his most familiar technique. The flying swords collided with the formidable earthen wall, sending debris flying. Unfortunately, Earth return could only shield one side, while Rin's flying swords approached from all directions. With the last remnants of chakra, Jia hastily deployed an enhanced version of Earth return. In an instant, earthen walls rose from all sides, forming a semicircular mound that enveloped him completely. The flying swords rained down, and despite the protective chakra, the earth began to crumble. For a time, the two were locked in a stalemate. Jia, today, I shall turn you into red dust, with chakra steadily draining yet replenishing in an instant. Rin licked his bloodied lips, determined to sever Jia's scalp. Inside the earthen mound, Jia's veins bulged as he desperately squeezed the last of his chakra. He could not believe it, could not fathom that this young boy, who had fought for so long, still possessed chakra, nor that this wounded child could endure. Rin operated the flying swords with one mind, while pondering the drawbacks of Sword 20-3, a variant application of magnetic release. Its power was not fully realized. After all, Rin had not created this technique for mere show. It was intended for the future advancement of magnetic release. Currently, it was evident that the technique lacked potency, and controlling it required significant mental focus. The reason for its inadequacy was clear. Rin's chakra reserves were too low. Presently, there were few methods to enhance his total chakra capacity. He could either acquire the Great Blade Samahata, steal a Ein sealing technique from Tsunade, or perhaps even undertake the bold endeavor of becoming a Jinchuriki. Rin had a premonition that, upon becoming a Jinchuriki, he could effortlessly allow the tailed beasts to traverse in and out of his body without fear of death. However, a pressing question arose. Which tailed beast could freely enter and exit his body? The nine tails, with its deep voice, certainly would not suffice. The one tail, with its incessant chatter, would be equally unfit. The three tails, encased in a shell with spikes, posed a risk, and the four tails, a monkey akin to the legendary Sun Wukong, was entirely out of the question.